His girlfriend disliked Lin Yun for being poor and ran off with a rich second generation, only to have a richest grandfather suddenly appear to identify with Lin Yun. Why did you only come to recognize me now? I would have starved to death and died outside, but I would never have recognized you. Ding! The bank card arrived with $100 million. Chapter 1. Xingyang City. In front of the Huading mansion, Lin Yun stood in the doorway with a smile on his face and 2 movie tickets cupped in his hand. At this time, a man and a woman walked out of the building. The man was wearing a suit, wristband Vacheron Constantin watch, waist with BMW keys. The woman's body is very good. The face value is also good. The two of them were talking and laughing. Fifi. After Lin Yun saw the girl, he hurriedly greeted her with a smile. The woman's face changed when she saw Lin Yun. How did you come here? Didn't I say, don't come to my company? How humiliating for me to let my coworkers see you. Fei Fei looked very unhappy. Fifi, today is the 2nd anniversary of our relationship. I bought movie tickets and wanted to give you a surprise. Lin Yun smiled and handed the movie tickets to Fifi. The man in the suit next to her frowned. In love? Fifi, didn't you say you don't have a boyfriend? Wu Xiao. Fei Fei was speechless. The man in the suit dropped his gaze onto Lin Yun again, looking him up and down, followed by a disdainful smile. Fifi, what kind of vision do you have? To find such a bumpkin as a boyfriend? Look at his clothes. He's a poor boy. Fei Fei's face changed. She felt that Lin Yun was disgracing her. Lin Yun's face also changed slightly when he heard the mocking intent in the man in the suit's words, but he didn't refute the man in the suit and reached out to pull Fei Fei. Fifi, let's go. Go what go? Fei Fei pushed Lin Yun's hand away. Young Wu was right. You're just a poor boy. Have you ever bought me my favorite cell phone or bag? Can you afford it? Even to watch a movie, you have to wait until the anniversary. What are you going to give me happiness? Fifi's tone was firm and stern. Fifi, I'm poor now, but I'll work hard, Lin Yun said through gritted teeth. Effort? Ha! What a big joke. Your family is so poor. No money, no power, no background. You just work hard for the rest of your life. But you can't compare to Mr. Wu a hair. Fei Fei sneered. Kid, with goods like you, you're not even worthy of lifting my shoes. The man in the suit, Wu Xiao, also sneered sarcastically. Lin Yun, I've been wanting to tell you for a long time. You don't deserve me at all. I'll make it clear to you today. I'll break up with you now. Fei Fei's tone was resolute. Immediately after that, Fei Fei turned her head to look at Mr. Wu and winks. Young Wu, let's go. After saying that, Fei Fei took the initiative to hold on to Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao looked at Lin Yun with a disdainful smile. Poor boys don't deserve love. Get it? After saying that, Wu Xiao pulled Fei Fei forward and entered a BMW not far away. Looking at Fei Fei's distant back, Lin Yun's heart clenched. Grief, anger, resentment, yet helplessness. Just because I'm poor, a 2-year relationship is over? Lin Yun lowered his head. His hands clenched his fists so tightly that his nails sank into his palms to the point that blood flowed out. Lin Yun and Fei Fei met in high school, and when they graduated from their senior year of high school, they confirmed their relationship, and Fei Fei was still very innocent at that time. After graduation, Lin Yun got into the local university. Fifi failed to get into the university of her choice, so she entered the workplace to work. Since then, Fifi's whole person has slowly changed, become realistic and gold digging. Lin Yun didn't go after Fei Fei, nor did he try to stay, because what qualifications did he have to steal from that Wu Xiao as a poor boy? And Lin Yun also saw through Fifi. To be honest, over the years, because his family was poor, Lin Yun didn't know how many blank stares he had suffered, didn't know how many grievances and injustices he had suffered. Fei Fei, if you look down on me today, I will make you climb high in the future. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a stern aura. And Wu Xiao, one day if I gain power, I will make you look good. Shantytowns in Xingyang City. The people who lived here were basically the poor people at the bottom of this society. And Lin Yun's home was also here. On the way home, Lin Yun has been thinking about the problem of earning money. Thinking about it, but not much of a clue. He is just an ordinary undergraduate college student, and his family is poor. Want to earn big money? It's hard as heaven. There is no fairness in this society. You work hard all your life and you may not be as good as a child from a rich family. Just as he arrived at the door of his house, Lin Yun saw a Bentley with a license plate that was still from the provincial city. Why is this luxury car parked in front of my house? With doubts in his mind, Lin Yun quickened his pace and entered his home. Upon entering the door, Lin Yun realized that in addition to his mother, There was an old man in a suit in the house, who had an extraordinary demeanor and was not an ordinary person at first glance. Grandson. The old man smiled at Lin Yun. These two words instantly confused Lin Yun. Mom, what is going on here? Lin Yun looked at his mother with a confused expression. His mother used to tell Lin Yun that his grandmother and grandfather had passed away before Lin Yun was even born. So Lin Yun had never met his grandfather and didn't know anything about them. Mother sighed, Yuner, all these years I've been lying to you. Your grandfather actually didn't die. He is your real grandfather. Back then I want to be with your father. Your grandfather didn't agree. So I eloped with your father. This sudden news made Lin Yun a little dizzy. He turned out to have a grandfather? It turned out that his parents had eloped in pursuit of love? By the way son, your grandfather's name is Ryu Chicheng. Mother added. Ryu Zhizhong. Lin Yun's face muscles twitched violently. This name Lin Yun had of course heard of it. Liu Zhizhong was the richest man in the 3 southwestern provinces. His fame in the whole country was not small, and his fame in this province was even more so. In the 3 southwestern provinces, Liu Zhizhong's Huading group, almost all over the city, and are doing great, including in the city of Qingyang, the same business of Huading group. You are really the chairman of the Huading group? Liu Zhizhong. Lin Yun stared at Liu Zhizhong with wide eyes. Lin Yun couldn't believe that his own biological grandfather would be such a great man. That's right, good grandson. Liu Zhizhong stepped forward with a smile on his face, wanting to hug Lin Yun. Lin Yun, however, took a step back. Why didn't you come to recognize each other after all these years? You're so rich. Why did you let my mom live such a hard life? Lin Yun questioned angrily. It's okay for Lin Yun to live a hard life, but his father died early, and over the years his mother has brought herself alone, and it's clear in his heart how bitter his mother has been. Grandson, I have sent money to your mom many times, but she is stubborn and just doesn't want it. She even refuses to let me recognize you. In fact, I have long wanted to recognize you. After all, I only have you as my own grandson. Liu Zhizhong helplessly said. Mom, is what he said true? Lin Yun looked at his mother. Mother nodded. He's right. I didn't want you to identify with him for the rest of my life, but I figured it out now. We can't drag you down with our grudge from the previous generation, and for the sake of you living a better life, I think I should let you identify with him, and I hope that you'll be able to accept him. Good grandson. Liu Zhizhong smiled as he hugged Lin Yun. This time Lin Yun didn't dodge. Good grandson. You've suffered all these years. Don't worry. Grandpa will definitely make it up to you. Liu Zhizhong said. Immediately afterward, Liu Zhizhong took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Yun. Good grandson. There's $100 million of pocket money in the card. Take it and use it first. If it's not enough then ask Grandpa for it. $100 million. Lin Yun's hand shivered and he was so scared that he almost didn't stand still. To Lin Yun, this was simply astronomical nah. Lin Yun had never thought that he would have so much money, and in Liu Zhizhong's mouth, it was merely pocket money? Liu Zhizhong naturally saw Lin Yun's thoughts. Ha ha, $100 million is chump change to your grandpa me. Get it? Liu Zhizhong smiled and slipped the card into Lin Yun's hands before continuing. Also, all my business in your Qingyang city will be given to you. Give it to me? But I'm still in college. Not to mention that I've never done business. Lin Yun spread his hands and said, it doesn't matter. The business in Qingyang city is relatively stable, and there is also management running it. You just need to be a hands-off chairman, continue to read your books, and the money earned by the branch in Qingyang city, you can use it as you like. Liu Zhizhong said. Good. Lin Yun agreed. After what happened with Fei Fei today, Lin Yun knew the importance of having money and status. Most importantly, Lin Yun suddenly remembered that Fifi, who had just broken up with himself, was working as a receptionist at the Qingyang branch of the Huading group, and that Wu Xiao, too, was from the Qingyang branch, and yourself, you're about to become the chairman of this company. Lin Yun couldn't help but wonder, when Fei Fei and Wu Xiao learned that he was the new chairman of their company, what would be the expressions of the two of them? This was something that Lin Yun was looking forward to. Chapter 2, I am the new chairman. It's good that you agree. Tomorrow morning, you'll go to the Qingyang branch to take up the position of chairman. How about that? I'll make arrangements on the company side. Liu Zhizhong said with a smile. Good. Lin Yun nodded once more. When Liu Zhizhong saw Lin Yun agree, he became even happier. He was initially afraid that Lin Yun wouldn't accept him, but he didn't expect it to go quite smoothly. Liu Zhizhong patted Lin Yun's shoulder. When you graduate from university, as long as you want to, you'll be the future heir of the Huading group. Lu Zhizhong stayed for a while, said that there are still many things on the company's side, and now he has to rush back to the provincial city first, and will come back to see Lin Yun after some time, and urged Lin Yun, if there is any need for him to help, just give him a call. After Ryu Chichun left, I really didn't expect that I'd be the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, that I'd be the heir to the Huading group. Lin Yun sighed in his heart. On the way back, Lin Yun still thought that it would be difficult for him to be salty for the rest of his life, but it turned out that he had now transformed into a top-tier rich third generation. Lin Yun looked at the bank card in his hand and secretly vowed in his heart that those who had bullied him, Lin Yun would definitely make them look good. Those who had once looked down on themselves, those who had once mocked and laughed at them, Lin Yun was determined to impress them. Lu Zhizhong went out the door. The secretary behind him then spoke up. Elder Lu, if you give the position of chairman of the Qingyang City branch to the young master doesn't know how to do business. And if he's capricious and messy, he might mess up the branch soon. This is a test of sorts. If he screws up the company quickly, it means he's a dude and not suitable to be the successor of the Huading group. Lu Zhizhong said. Lu Zhizhong is clear that as long as you don't mess around, even if you leave it alone, you can make the branch continue to be profitable. After all, the company has long been on the right track. There are professional managers and executives running the company, so it's easy to make a normal profit. Then, what if the young master can boost the branch's profitability and take it to the next level in Qingyang City? The secretary said. That's certainly better, but that shouldn't be possible. Ryu shook his head. Lu Zhizhong did not expect Lin Yun to do better. Just need to keep the family business not a few times lost. The future can be the heir. At this time, Lu Zhizhong did not think that in the future, Lin Yun had actually managed to take the branch to the next level. But of course, this was all an afterthought. 8 o'clock the next morning, outside the door of the Huading mansion. The whole building is very elegant, with the deep background of Huading Group. The branch naturally mixes well in Qingyang City. At this time, there were more than 100 employees standing outside the door of the building. Standing at the front of the line were Wu Daong, the general manager, and Lu Bo, the deputy general manager. Standing in the second row were the 5 department managers, and Wu Xiao, who had taken Lin Yun's girlfriend, was among them. The rest of the department heads, as well as the company's employees, lined up on both sides of the road. They got the news that the new chairman of the branch would come to the company to take office today, so the general manager led all the staff to welcome the new chairman here. Employee crowd. I don't know what kind of character this new chairman is, that he was suddenly parachuted in to be our chairman. An employee said. That goes without saying, it must be a very powerful character. At that moment, Fei Fei, who was also in the crowd, said, as far as I know, this person may be a relative of Chairman Lu Zhizhong. What? A relative of Lu Dong? All the employees were stunned. Lu Zhizhong is the boss of the entire Huading group, the richest man in the 3 southwestern provinces, but also a relative of Lu Zhizhong. This kind of identity is absolutely awesome. Fifi, really? Yeah, it's really fake. The employees looked to Fifi. Of course it's true. This is what young Wu himself told me. It's impossible for him to lie to me. Fei Fei said triumphantly. Fifi, are you really with Mr. Wu? You have to take care of us from now on. And me, Fifi, when you first joined the company, I took care of you a lot. You have to take care of me from now on. What are you still calling Fifi? Call Fifi. Yes, 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 Sister Fei, Sister Fei. For a while, the surrounding employees, one after another, began to flatter Fei Fei, just because of her relationship with Wu Xiao. Fei Fei looked like she was enjoying herself. At the same time she sighed in her heart that she had chosen to break up with that punk Lin Yun. It was really a wise choice. Otherwise it would be impossible for her to be flattered by everyone now. Just then, a figure appeared in front of the crowd. This person was none other than Lin Yun, who had come to assume the position of chairman. Why is he here? Fei Fei knitted her eyebrows when she saw Lin Yun appear. Wu Xiao, who was standing in front, also recognized Lin Yun. Kid, stop right there. Wu Xiao stepped forward to stop Lin Yun. Kid, I have important things to do today. I don't have the time to play with you. Get the hell out of here. Wu Xiao chided towards Lin Yun. Xiao Wu, I promise, the more you curse now, the worse you'll be later. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes and sneered. Lin Yun was the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, and this layer of identity gave Lin Yun a full backbone. What? I'm miserable? Ha ha, kid, you're too funny. You don't even look at how miserable you yourself are. A loser who can't even keep his own girlfriend. Wu Xiao laughed out loud. At that moment, Fifi came running over as well. Fifi, what a coincidence. We meet again. Lin Yun grinned at Fifi. Lin Yun, aren't you just trying to come here to beg me not to break up with you? I'm clearly telling you that it's absolutely impossible to get back together with a loser like you. Fei Fei frowned, her tone sharp. Fifi, you're probably thinking too much. I'm not looking to get back together with you. On the contrary, even if you beg me to get back together with you now, I won't. Lin Yun sneered. What? I begged you? A poor boy? What a joke. Lin Yun, there's no way in my life I'm begging you. You don't even take a piss to see what you are. Fei Fei snorted with her arms around her. At this time, General Manager Wu Daon stepped forward and spoke. Son, who is this? Why are you making a scene here? Don't you know what day today is? If the new chairman of the board sees all the commotion here, what's going on? Dad, it's just a jumper. I'll blow him away immediately, Wu Xiao said with a smile. Immediately afterward, Wu Xiao looked at Lin Yun and chided. Kid, if you know what's good for you, get out of here right now yourself, or I'll call security to throw you out. Xiao Wu, to tell you the truth, I'm the new chairman who's here to take office, and you're telling me to get lost? Sorry, you. No. Enough. Granted. Lin Yun pointed at Wu Xiao, word by word, his tone stern. What? You said you're the new chairman? Ha ha, what a big joke. When Wu Xiao heard Lin Yun's words, he burst out laughing. The employees present couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. They saw that Lin Yun was dressed in a pair of floor coverings and looked like a college student. So where did he look like the chairman of the board? Fei Fei, however, turned green. Lin Yun, can you stop embarrassing yourself here, and posing as the new chairman? As your ex-girlfriend, I feel so humiliated, but I'm really the new chairman. Lin Yun spread his hands. Lin Yun, how dare you still talk tough? What kind of family and status you have? Don't I understand? Fei Fei snorted. Security! Security! Throw this kid out! Wu Xiao directly called out for security. At once, more than 10 security guards ran over. Right at this moment, a Bentley slowly drove up, and this Bentley was the same one that Lin Yun had seen in front of his house yesterday. Here it comes. This is definitely the new chairman coming, the employees said. General Manager Wu Daon also shouted. Everyone, cheer up and get ready to meet the new chairman. After saying that, Manager Wu took the executives and ran towards the Bentley. Lin Yun, aren't you posing as the new chairman? Now it's really here. I'll see how you can still pretend. Fei Fei sneered at Lin Yun. Yeah. Lin Yun grinned. At that moment, the Bentley door opened and a middle-aged man stepped out of the car. Lin Yun recognized this person at a glance. Yesterday at home, this middle-aged man who had been following Grandpa around seemed to be Grandpa's secretary. In front of the Bentley, Secretary Zhang, why are you the only one here? Where is the new chairman? General Manager Wu Daon was all smiles. The new chairman should have arrived already. Haven't you guys seen him? Secretary Zhang said. Arrived? No. Wu Daon was dumbfounded. Secretary Zhang looked around the room and eventually his gaze landed on Lin Yun, who was not far away. Immediately afterward, Secretary Zhang hurriedly jogged towards Lin Yun with a smile on his face. General Manager Wu Daon didn't know what was going on, but he still hurriedly led the executives and followed them. After Secretary Zhang arrived in front of Lin Yun, he hurriedly bowed and saluted him. Young master, I'm really sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road, so I'm late. Chapter 3 Settlement of Accounts. After Secretary Zhang arrived in front of Lin Yun, he hurriedly bowed and saluted him. Young master, I'm really sorry, there was traffic on the road, so I'm late. Gah! The people present were all confused after seeing this scene, especially Fei Fei and Wu Xiao, who both had their mouths open in shock. What's going on here? Secretary Zhang actually bowed to Lin Yun? How dare he address Lin Yun as young master? At this time, Secretary Zhang twisted his head and said with a stern face, General Manager Wu, this is the new chairman. What are you guys waiting for? Why don't you hurry and salute? What? He is the new chairman? General Manager Wu Dayan's face turned gray for a split second. He's actually the chairman of the board? The employees present were all stunned. Wu Xiao was even more wide-eyed and couldn't believe his ears. He was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky hitting his head. The one with the ugliest face was Fifi. No, it's not possible. He's just a poor boy. I know very well what's going on in his family. There's absolutely no way he's the new chairman. Fei Fei's tone was sharp. General Manager Wu Dayan also said, Secretary Zhang, are you mistaken? He's dressed like this. Really doesn't look like the chairman of the board, General Manager Wu. Here are the formalities. See for yourself. If you still don't believe me, you can also call Dong Lu for confirmation. Secretary Zhang handed the posting procedures to Wu Daong. Wu Daong took a closer look, and the identity information inside, as well as the photo, was really Lin Yun. Secretary Zhang continued. Also, let me tell you the truth. Young Master Lin Yun is Chairman Lu Zhizhong's own grandson. What? Lu Dong's own grandson. This news was like a heavy bomb that hit the crowd hard. Lu Zhizhong's own grandson. What a concept. Lu Dong's own grandson? Gosh. Wu Xiao was even more shocked and softly paralyzed on the ground at once, his face turning pale due to the spasm of his heart. Wu Xiao does not dare to imagine. He robbed Lu Dong's own granddaughter friend. How serious the consequences will be. No way. This is impossible. Fei, on the other hand, stared straight at Lin Yun, revealing a look of how she couldn't grasp the gist of it. She didn't want to believe it. At this time, the general manager, Wu Daong, hurriedly ran to Lin Yun and said with a flattering face, Chairman Lin, I didn't recognize you before. I hope Chairman Lin won't blame me. Wu Daong knew that Secretary Zhang was the red man beside Chairman Lu, and Secretary Zhang would never lie about something like his own grandson. Lin Yun didn't pay any attention to Wu Daong, but instead directly turned to look at the employees. Each and every one of these 100 or so employees present had their heads bowed in silence because they had all laughed at Lin Yun earlier when he said he was the new chairman, and they were certainly scared to death. You know, this is not only the new chairman, but also Elder Lu's own grandson. Feeling the crowd's awe of himself, Lin Yun's heart sighed with emotion. Had anyone ever been in awe of himself? Absolutely not. Lin Yun scanned the circle before finally resting his gaze on Wu Xiao. When Wu Xiao saw Lin Yun walking towards him, he was in a state of palpitations and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He knew that Lin Yun was coming to settle the score with him. Young Master Lin. After Lin Yun arrived in front of Wu Xiao unexpectedly hugged Lin Yun's thighs in one go and actively begged for mercy. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have robbed your girlfriend. I apologize to you. I'll give Fifi back to you. You spare me. Based on the amazing identity of Lu Dong's grandson, Wu Xiao could not think of anything else other than begging for mercy. Looking at Wu Xiao, who was lying in front of himself and begging for mercy, Lin Yun couldn't help but feel in his heart that it was good to be rich and powerful. Wu Xiao, this kind of rich second generation, who was arrogant and domineering in front of himself yesterday, today took the initiative to kneel down and beg for mercy. This was something Lin Yun had once never dared to dream of. Give her back to me? Sorry, I don't need this kind of. Besides, do you think I'll spare you? Lin Yun narrowed his eyes. After saying that, Lin Yun directly kicked Wu Xiao away. Wu Xiao, who had been kicked down, could only hold his resentment hard after thinking of Lin Yun's identity. Chairman, my son is a child who doesn't know what to do. If he has offended you in any way, you will be an adult and spare him. Wu Daong went forward to intercede for his son. Lin Yun looked coldly at Wu Daong. You still have the face to beg forgiveness for him. A son who doesn't teach is a father's fault. The fact that your son is so arrogant and domineering has a lot to do with your indulgence as well. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun exclaimed, I announce as the new chairman. You, father and son, are fired from the Huading group as of today and will never be hired. What? Fire. Wu Daong's face turned the color of pig's liver. Wu Daong fought for many years to sit in the position of general manager, and now if he is fired, then his years of hard work will go up in flames. Wu Daong had wanted to retort with his old seniority, but after he thought about Lin Yun being the personal grandson of Dong Lu, the words that came to his mouth could only be swallowed hard. Wu Xiao was even more desperate. He could mix like a fish in water on weekdays, all because of his dad. If his dad was also fired, then he would lose his identity as a rich second generation. Then how could he live in the future? Wu Xiao felt that he had instantly fallen from heaven to hell. Security! Rack up the Wu family father and son and throw them out. Lin Yun waved his hand. The dozen or so security guards next to him looked at each other with some hesitation. After all, Wu Daong has always been the number one person in the branch. Lin Yun frowned. What? Can't you guys understand my words? Or do you think I don't have enough weight? Enough is enough. The security guards responded in succession. Their worries dispelled when they thought that Lin Yun was Dong Lu's own grandson. With Lin Yun backing them up, they weren't afraid even if they were to let them beat up the Wu family's father and son. After figuring this out, these 10 or so security guards directly went forward to frame Wu Daong and Wu Xiao. Bastard! Let go of me. I'm Wu Xiao, And you stinking security guards dare to make a move on me. Want to die, right? Wu Xiao tried his best to yell. A security guard laughed coldly. Wu Xiao, you and your father have been expelled. And you're still pretending here? What are you now? The other two security guards who were holding Wu Xiao also said. That's right. You still think you're Mr. Wu. Still putting on airs with us? You're nothing now. If you don't stop, I'll whip you. After saying that, they directly set up Wu Xiao and headed out. You guys. Wu Xiao's lips trembled with anger. He was so humiliated by a few security guards? On the contrary, he could not do anything about it. Wu Daong was relatively calm. He just had an ugly face and didn't yell. As an old man in the shopping mall, he knew the situation very well. He wasn't qualified to fight with Lu Dong's own grandson. After the Wu family's father and son were thrown to the side of the street not far away, many of the employees present at the scene after seeing this scene, the heart instead of secretly happy. Usually Wu Xiao by virtue of their status, bullying men and women in the company, many employees in the heart of the heart are disgusted with Wu Xiao, just dared to be angry and dare not say. Now that they saw the Wu family's father and son fall, of course they were happy. Lin Yun walked over to Fei Fei at this time. It was time to make a thorough end to the feud between himself and Fifi. At this time, Fei Fei, his face was white. He was with Wu Xiao, solely because of Wu Xiao's money and status, but as a result, now Wu Xiao had collapsed. Instead, her ex-boyfriend Lin Yun, whom she had just dumped, had all of a sudden become the chairman of the board and the grandson of the richest man in southwest China. Lin Yun, your family is obviously poor. How could you be Lu Dong's own grandson? Fei Fei had an unwilling face. She asked herself that she knew Lin Yun's family history very well. At the same time, Fei Fei regretted in her heart. If he had known that Lin Yun was the biological grandson of the richest man in southwest China, Lu Shizhong, she wouldn't have broken up with him even if she was beaten to death. Yeah, the world is just so marvelous. I didn't expect that I would be Lu Shizhong's own grandson either. Lin Yun laughed. Fei Fei bit her lips. Lin Yun, I was just fooled by Wu Xiao's flowery words, and I was momentarily confused yesterday. In fact, actually I really love you. You look at our 2 years of feelings, please give me a chance, okay? When Fei Fei said the last, she had hugged Lin Yun's arm with a prayerful face. I'm sorry, but you can't afford it. Lin Yun, who was expressionless, directly pushed Fei Fei away. How desperate Fei Fei had been to Lin Yun yesterday. How desperate Lin Yun would be to her today. After pushing Fei Fei away, Lin Yun directly turned around and left. Looking at Lin Yun's back as he mercilessly left, Fei Fei's heart fell below the 9 ghosts. She understood in her heart. This once he looked down on the man. She was afraid that this life will not be able to climb up. Lin Yun came to the deputy general manager, Lu Bo. Lu Bo was so frightened that his face changed and he said in a hurry, Young Master Lin, I'm not in league with Wu Daong. Young Master Lin. Lin Yun helped Lu Bo up. Mr. Lu, there's no need to be alarmed. I'm not here to trouble you. On the contrary, I'm going to promote you. From today onwards, you're the general manager of the company. Really? Really? Lu Bo was surprised and delighted. Of course it's true. Lin Yun smiled. Yesterday, after Lin Yun found out that he was coming here to be the chairman, he paid someone to inquire about some of the company's inner workings. As far as intelligence knows, this Lu Bo is a character with pretty impressive business skills. It's just a pity that his luck is not good. He has been pressed by the general manager Wu Daong. A lot of Lu Bo's credit were robbed by Wu Daong. In turn, Wu Daong screwed up things, and in the end, let him take the blame. For a man like Lu Bo, he is just short of a nobleman who can promote him. Lin Yun also spent money to investigate Lu Bo's character and learned that he was also of good character. So Lin Yun was willing to pull him up. Thank you, Chairman. I, Lu Bo, will remember the favor of Chairman promoting me for the rest of my life. Lu Bo was so excited that he was close to kneeling down for Lin Yun. To Lin Yun, it might just be a matter of words, but to Lu Bo, it was something as hard as heaven. He had waited for this opportunity for too many years. Thanks are not necessary. Do a good job in the future. Making the company prosperous for me is the best way to repay me, Lin Yun said. After a pause, Lin Yun continued. My identity, as long as you do a good enough job, I will be able to promote you upwards in the future. Definitely not just a general manager of a branch in the district. Understand? Understood. Don't worry, Chairman Lin, I will definitely do my best. I'll do whatever I have to do. Lu Bo's tone was resolute. Lu Bo understood that Lin Yun was his nobleman. He secretly resolved in his heart to serve Lin Yun with all his heart and soul in the future, and to develop the company with all his might. Chapter 4 Contributions. I'll watch over you. Lin Yun patted Lu Bo's shoulder. To the former Lin Yun, a deputy general manager of a large company like Lu Bo, that was a big shot that he needed to look up to. And now, he was asking Lin Yun to nod his head in front of him. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked at the 100 or so employees present. Employees, as a meet and greet gift, I'll privately give each of you 10,000 yuan, which will be sent to you along with your next month's salary. Lin Yun said directly. What? A $10,000 meet and greet? Long live Lin Dong! Long live Lin Dong! After the employees present were stunned, they all excitedly shouted in succession, each looking very happy. What better perk than straight up money? And it's still $10,000. The new chairman is so generous, handing out so much money as soon as we meet. It's so much better than the Wu family's father and son. That's it. Follow such a generous new chairman. It's going to be great. The employees were talking excitedly. Who doesn't like a chairman who gives out money at the drop of a hat? And when the Wu family father and son were around, Wu Daong was stingy with his employees. Lin Yun had directly succeeded in enlisting people's hearts when he handed out money like this. With more than 100 employees present, 10,000 per person would be more than $1 million. And this amount of money was nothing to the current Lin Yun. Lin Yun waved his hand. Employees, this amount of money is nothing. As long as you guys do a good job, I guarantee you'll have a lot of bonuses and benefits in the future. Follow Dong Lin. I'll go through fire and water again. Lu Bo led the way and shouted. Follow Dong Lin and go through fire and water. Follow Dong Lin and go through fire and water. The employees were excited and chanted slogans along with them. Lin Yun looked at the crowd's vigor, and he nodded in satisfaction. Although Grandpa said yesterday that Lin Yun only needed to be a shirker, but since Lin Yun had become the chairman of the company, he definitely wanted to make the company better. And it was also a way of proving to Grandpa that he wasn't a good-for-nothing rich third generation. Secretary Zhang, who had been standing by the side, took all of this in. Secretary Zhang couldn't help but say in his heart, I didn't expect the young master to be so powerful. Not only did he make the new general manager die to him, but he also easily enlisted the hearts and minds of the company's employees. It's a bit of Elder Lu's demeanor. Lin Yun's performance today had greatly exceeded Secretary Zhang's expectations. Secretary Zhang decided to report everything he just saw to Elder Lu Zhizhong. The company has long been on track. All aspects have been more mature, so there is nothing that Lin Yun needs to worry about. Affairs are handled by Lu Bo and executives. Lin Yun stayed in the company for a morning, then left the company. In addition, Lin Yun also instructed Lu Bo to clear all the connections of the Wu family's father and son from the company. According to what Lin Yun inquired yesterday, the Wu family father and son stuffed a lot of connections into the company, only taking money and not doing anything. This kind of black sheep must be removed. On the other hand, the Wu family, angry Wu Xiao, ruthlessly smashed the cup on the table on the floor. Dad, did we just let it go? Wu Xiao looked resigned. Of course I can't. If I don't take this breath today, Wu Daong, swear not to be a human being. Wu Daong gritted his teeth. But, he is the grandson of Dong Lu. With that, we can't fight him at all. Wu Xiao had a helpless look on his face. We can't fight in the open. So let's go dark. Let's secretly find a few fighters and waste that kid. Wu Daong's face was hideous. Wu Xiao's eyes lit up. Dad, brilliant idea. As long as we die without admitting it, no one will know that we hired them. As for those hitmen, give them some money and let them hide abroad for a while and they'll be fine. That's right. I know a few fighters. I'll go do it now. Wu Daong directly got up and headed out. Dad, tell the beaters to hit harder. Better make him a vegetable. Wu Xiao roared. Noon. Inside dormitory 8112. Lin Yun. This morning's point is Zheng Tu Fu. So solid. How dare you kid not come. As soon as Lin Yun entered the dormitory, a fat man came to Lin Yun. This fat man, Lin Yun's only friend was called Huang Sun. There's really something going on in the morning. Lin Yun spread his hands. Then you kid take a vacation too. Butcher Zhang said that he wants you to look good. Fatty had a serious face. He wants me to look good? Lin Yun's eyes narrowed as a few chills rose in his eyes. Formerly known as Zhang Dawei, Butcher Zhang was one of Lin Yun's leaders. However, Lin Yun had a bad impression of him. For one thing, because he was already fierce. Hence the nickname Butcher. There was a more important reason. Lin Yun had bumped into Zheng Tu Fu threatening girls and taking advantage of them. How can such scum be worthy of being his leader? Lin Yun, Go find Butcher Zhang and apologize. Beg him again. Maybe you can save it. If he really comes after you, it's hard. Fatty said. Don't worry. I'll go find him. But well. Lin Yun's mouth revealed a cold smile. If it was in the past, Lin Yun would probably go to Butcher Zhang to apologize when he encountered this kind of thing. But now that Lin Yun was the grandson of the richest man in southwest China, Lin Yun would go and beg him? Office. The door was unlocked. So Lin Yun directly pushed the door and walked in. Zheng Tufu was watching a small movie in his office at the moment, and when he heard the movement of pushing the door, he hurriedly turned off the page and then turned his head to look. When he saw that it was Lin Yun, he burst into flames. After all, Lin Yun had disturbed his pleasure and scared him. Lin Yun, don't you know how to knock when you enter the office? Do you know the rules? Also, how dare you not come this morning? Do you know the consequences? Zheng Tufu chided up with a gloomy face. Zheng Dawei, I'm here for this matter, Lin Yun said as he walked over to Butcher Zhang. Oh, you want to beg me to leave you alone? It's simple. Butcher Zhang rubbed his fingers together and signaled for money. Lin Yun smiled coldly. He had already guessed that Butcher Zhang would ask for money. Lin Yun sat on the chair next to him, then crossed his legs and said, I'm sorry, I'm not here to beg. I'm here to give you a chance. And if you're sensible, the morning's events will be written off. Otherwise what? Butcher Zhang pursued with a playful smile. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed. Otherwise, I promise I'll make you pay a painful price. What? Make me pay dearly? With just a poor guy like you? Ha ha, what a joke. Butcher Zhang couldn't help but laugh. Although Butcher Zhang was fierce, he was all about picking soft persimmons to pinch, and he knew that Lin Yun was a soft persimmon. Immediately after that, Butcher Zhang put away his smile and slammed the table. Kid, I'll put my words down here as well. You've upset me today. You must apologize to me and then seal a $5,000 red envelope of goodwill. Otherwise, I'll make you look good. In Butcher Zhang's opinion, a poor boy with no money and no power like Lin Yun would compromise and beg for forgiveness as long as he made a slight threat. Lin Yun's face sank after hearing this. Butcher Zhang, scum like you really don't deserve to be a human being. Also, you didn't value the opportunity one gave you. You'll regret it. After saying that, Lin Yun directly got up and walked outside. When Butcher Zhang heard Lin Yun call him a nickname, he slammed his fist on the table in anger. Bastard! How dare you call me Butcher Zhang? How dare you talk to me like that? I guarantee that the one who regrets it will be you. Butcher Zhang yelled towards Lin Yun's back. Here, offending the leader is a very unwise act. Butcher Zhang had already made up his mind, not only to make Lin Yun suffer, but also to make things difficult for Lin Yun afterward, to make everything go wrong for Lin Yun, so that he could get out of his heart's bad temper. The other side. What a clothed beast. Lin Yun couldn't help but shake his head as he exited the office. This Butcher Zhang really made Lin Yun feel sick. In fact, in this matter, Lin Yun only needed to take out a few $1,000s and give it to Butcher Zhang to solve it. But Lin Yun would never do that. What Lin Yun wanted to do was to make Butcher Zhang pay a heavy price for what he had done. Lin Yun made his way outside the leader's office. Knock knock. Come in. Upon entering the door, old Zhou, dressed in a suit, caught Lin Yun's eye. Old Zhou looked up at Lin Yun, then said as he continued to read the newspaper. What can I do for you, young man? Old Zhou, I'd like to make a donation to your unit. Lin Yun said gently. Donation? We appreciate your good intentions, but we're not short of a few tens or hundreds of dollars, so you'd better keep it for yourself. Old Zhou replied while reading the newspaper. Lin Yun smiled. Old Zhou, what I'm going to donate isn't tens or hundreds of dollars, but 10 million. What? $10 million. Old Zhou hurriedly put down the newspaper and looked at Lin Yun with a stunned expression. Boy, are you kidding me? You're donating $10 million? Old Zhou looked at Lin Yun's dress and didn't look at all like a lord who could take out $10 million. You report the account number to me, and after I transfer the money, you'll understand if it's true or not, Lin Yun said. Old Zhou thought about it and finally reported the account number to Lin Yun. The transfer is complete. Old Zhou, you check it. Lin Yun quickly used his cell phone to complete the transfer. Shaoli, make a call to the finance to see if the $10 million transfer was received, Old Zhou said to the secretary not far away. The secretary nodded, then rushed to call to confirm. Leader, verification is complete. The financial side said that, just suddenly received a mysterious transfer of $10 million. The secretary eagerly said. Hiss, Old Zhou immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He didn't expect this to be true. $10 million in donations. This is definitely the largest donation received since the establishment of the unit. Little Li, Hurry up and make tea for this little brother. Make my treasured poor. After old Joe finished speaking, he hurriedly got up with a smile and came to Lin Yun, enthusiastically saying, "Little brother, you hurry up and sit down. I don't know your name. Which family's young master are you?" Chapter 5 Dismissal Controversy. The principal is very clear in his heart, able to casually take out 10 million donations for fun. Absolutely extraordinary family. Absolutely very rich family to do. This top son. The principal must also be worshipped as God. My name is Lin Yun. Lin Yun turned around and sat down, then crossed his legs and said, "Principal, I didn't donate this $10 million for nothing. I have 2 requests." You say. The principal nodded. The principal was thinking, surely this gentleman won't donate money for nothing, right? There must be a purpose, right? Lin Yun took a sip of the tea handed to him by his secretary, then said indifferently, "First, fire the school teacher, Zhang Dawei, Butcher Zhang. And second, guarantee that I won't fail all my subjects, even if I miss class at will." No problem. The principal didn't even think twice before agreeing. It's an easy thing to fire a teacher in the district, and there are plenty of teachers anyway. Surely $10 million is more important. Good. Then I won't bother the principal anymore, and I hope that the matter of dismissal will be implemented as soon as possible. Lin Yun stood up. Lin Yun had made this trip to get Butcher Zhang fired, and now his purpose had been achieved. "I'll send Mr. Lin." The principal followed closely behind Lin Yun, sending him all the way out of the office. After Lin Yun left, Shaoli, hurry up and go and pull up his file to find out which family's son he really is. The principal instructed the secretary. Just by the fact that Lin Yun could casually take out $10 million, the principal was certain that Lin Yun had a deep family background. "Yes, I'll do it now," the secretary hurriedly responded. 2 p.m. In the classroom. "Lin Yun, you just went to the office to see Butcher Zhang, didn't you? Did he agree to forgive you?" the fat man at the same table asked. "He didn't agree because I didn't apologize to him. He's the one who should apologize," Lin Yun said lightly. "What? Lin Yun, you kid doesn't have a fever, right?" Fatty had a puzzled look on his face. "Don't worry, I'm fine. As for Butcher Zhang, if he offended me, Lin Yun, then he'll only be fired." A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. "Lin Yun, you're still saying you don't have a fever? You're talking nonsense. You'd better hurry up and go find Butcher Zhang and apologize, or else he'll be in trouble if he really gives you a hard time at the end of the period," Fatty said eagerly. In Fatty's eyes, they, the poor students, could never offend their teachers. The conversation between Lin Yun and Fatty was caught in the ears of Zhang Hu, a classmate who was sitting in the back. This Zhang Hu and Lin Yun is the same classmate. Dad is doing building materials business. There is a family is quite rich, and he also knows people on the road. With these, Zhang, who is usually in the class, is arrogant and domineering kind of person, and no one dares to offend him. "Lin Yun, did you just say that if Zhang Tufu offended you, he would only be expelled? Ha ha, you're too damn good at pulling the wool over your eyes. You're really laughing at Grandpa." Zhang Hu laughed. Immediately after that, Zhang Hu stood up and shouted, "Class, Lin Yun just went so far as to say that Zhang Tufu had offended him, so Zhang Tufu would be expelled from the school. You guys say it's funny." Zhang Hu's voice was loud, so loud that all the students in the classroom could hear the words clearly. After the students sniffed, they looked at Zhang Hu and Lin Yun. "Yes, that did just come from me. What's the problem? If Butcher Zhang offends me, he'll be fired, and Jesus can't protect him," Lin Yun said blandly. "What? Jesus couldn't even bail him out?" Ha ha, the whole class, including Zhang Hu, burst into laughter. "Holy, Lin Yun, this kid usually looks quite honest. How come he's blowing this kind of power now too?" "That's right, he thinks he's a rich and powerful second generation. He's just poor. What's he capable of getting Zhang Tufu expelled?" The class basically knew that Lin Yun's family was poor. Who would believe that Lin Yun had the ability to get Butcher Zhang expelled? Even Fatty poked Lin Yun and whispered, "Lin Yun, you can just brag with me. Why are you bragging with the whole class? It's embarrassing." "Fatty, I'm really not bragging." Lin Yun had a serious face. "Looks like you really have a fever today." Fatty was speechless and didn't even know what to say anymore. Lin Yun wasn't surprised by Fatty's reaction. After all, Fatty knew his family well. Jingle bells. The school bell rang. In the first period of the afternoon, it was still Butcher Zhang's class. Zhang Tufu slowly walked into the classroom. "Mr. Zhang." Zhang Hu suddenly stood up and said, "Mr. Zhang, Just now Lin Yun made a big deal in the classroom about you offending him, saying that you would be expelled from the school because of it. After saying that, Zhang Hu smiled and hugged his bladder, ready to watch the show. Zhang Tufu's face sank after he heard the words. Lin Yun calling him out in the office at noon had already made him very upset, and now it made his anger soar even more. Bang! Zhang Tufu slammed his textbook on the table fiercely. Then with a stern face, he shouted at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, you see you really don't want to live. How dare you openly slander a teacher? I'll make sure the school gives you disciplinary action. Yoo-hoo! This Lin Yun kid is going to have bad luck. Zhang Hu, who was watching the show, and a few of his fox friends whistled. The students in the class also secretly shook their heads. It was very unwise for an ordinary poor college student to offend his teacher. Lin Yun, you hurry up and deny it. Say you didn't say it and apologize, or it's really over. Fatty anxiously poked Lin Yun with his elbow repeatedly. Lin Yun really stood up. Then, as the crowd watched, he smiled. Butcher Zhang. What, mister? Zhang Hu said is alright. I did say that about you. Boom. The entire classroom was in an uproar when Lin Yun said this. He actually admitted it? He actually called out the nickname Zhang Butcher? Oh my god. He's just killing himself. Does he still want to read? Does he still want to graduate? In the eyes of all the students, Lin Yun was simply crazy. No student had ever dared to call out the nickname of Butcher Zhang in front of him. Zhang Tufu on the podium. His eyes were even flashing with uncontrollable anger. Lin Yun, I'll put my words here. If you can successfully graduate, I'll write the word Zhang backwards. Butcher Zhang roared angrily. Just then, a director, with 2 security guards, appeared at the classroom door. Director Wu, what brings you here? When Butcher Zhang saw this director, he hastily converted out a smile. Zhang Dawei, you've been expelled from school. The principal told you to get out of the school immediately. The director said indifferently. What? I've been expelled? Butcher Zhang's face changed drastically. Director Wu, you're kidding me, right? How could I suddenly be fired? Butcher Zhang forced a smile. Zhang Dawei, do I look like I'm joking with you? Security guards, rack Zhang Dawei out of the school. The director directly waved his hand. 2 security guards immediately stepped forward to hold up Butcher Zhang. Oi! Director Wu, you must be mistaken, right? How is this possible? He was racked out of the classroom amidst the yells of Butcher Zhang. Director Wu said to the class, everyone go to self-study first, and then left the classroom as well. At this moment, the entire classroom fell into a strange silence. Many students couldn't help but look at Lin Yun. They thought of Lin Yun's previous comment that Zhang Tufu had offended him, so Zhang Tufu would be expelled from the school. At the time, they thought it was a big joke and even laughed at Lin Yun for bragging. And now, Butcher Zhang had actually been expelled from school? Lin Yun's words had unexpectedly come true. The hearts of the people are shocked. Does it mean that Zhang Tufu's sudden dismissal is really because of Lin Yun? Brother Tiger, this Lin Yun kid actually did hit the nail on the head. Zhang Tufu was expelled. It can't really be Lin Yun, can it? A thin man beside Zhang Hu is shocked. How could it be? He's just a poor kid. It must be this kid, who overheard somewhere that Zhang Tufu would be expelled. And in order to act tough, he said that Zhang Tufu was expelled because of him. Zhang Hu said, yeah, that must be it. The few people around Zhang Hu nodded their heads in succession. Humph. It's precisely because he knew in advance that Zhang Tufu would be expelled that he dared to call out to Zhang Tufu just now. Otherwise, with a poor boy like him, even if you gave him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to call out to the teacher. Zhang Hu said in a cold voice. Brother Tiger's analysis makes sense. Several people around Zhang Hu nodded their heads. After the class heard Zhang Hu's words, they also felt that there were a few points of truth. Where Lin Yun was, Fatty couldn't help but say, Lin Yun, you're lucky kid. It's lucky that Butcher Zhang was suddenly fired. Otherwise you'd really be screwed if you called his bluff like that. Lin Yun smiled. It wasn't luck that Zhang Tufu was fired. He did it himself. The teacher who was teaching the class was suddenly fired, and everyone had to study in the classroom, where many people took out their cell phones and played. Hey, someone on the school posting board said that a sophomore from this school donated $10 million to the school. $10 million? Seriously? Of course it's true. There's a notice on the school's official website. If you don't believe me, go look. It's all over the school's posters and all the school's groups. Suddenly, the fact that a student had donated $10 million to the school came into the classroom and then was hotly debated throughout the class. Holy, that's $10 million. Which buddy donated it? It's from which class? Yeah. Which class is the rich young man? Everyone was concerned about who this broad young man, who came out of nowhere, was. You know, anyone who can casually come up with $10 million to donate for fun must be very, very rich at home to dare to play like this. Even Zhang Hu marveled. Although his family was rich, but his pocket money was limited. Not to mention 10 million. Even if he was allowed to take $1 million to donate, he couldn't get it out. Zhang Hu knew clearly in his heart that the level of this kind of broad young master must be many times more powerful than him. Some female students in the class are even stupid. As long as they know who this rich young master is, they will definitely want to find ways to climb this rich young master. Once climbed, it can be a phoenix on a branch. Chapter 6, The Bloodiness of Men. Some female students in the class are even stupid. As long as they know who this rich young master is, they will definitely want to find ways to climb this rich young master. Once climbed, it can be a phoenix on a branch. It's a shame the notice didn't include a specific class name, only that the student donated money anonymously. That's right, the students in the posters and in the various groups, all inquiring, all wondering who this rich young man is. But unfortunately no one knows about this mysterious rich young man. There was a lot of talk in the class. Hearing that the crowd was actually talking about him, Lin Yun couldn't help but smile, not realizing that he had made the whole school aware of his donation so quickly. Fortunately, when Lin Yun had left the principal's office earlier, he had instructed the principal not to blow up his class name, which would have saved him a lot of trouble. Zhang Hu couldn't help but say after hearing everyone's comments, "Holy, what was this dude thinking? How dare he be anonymous? Don't he just want to act like a pussy by donating so much money? How can you pretend to be a pussy if you donate anonymously? If it's me, I'll make sure the school writes down the class and name clearly." Unbeknownst to the class, the rich young man they were wondering about was sitting in the same classroom as them. The fat man beside Lin Yun smiled and said, "This rich young man is also too broad, casually donating $10 million. It must be cool to be friends with this kind of rich young man. He. Lin Yun smiled in his heart. "Aren't we just friends? Right, fatty? This is the $1,000 I borrowed from you before." Lin Yun took out 10 $100 bills. "Lin Yun, you can use it first. I don't lack this amount of money for now." The fat man pushed the money back. He knew that Lin Yun's family was poor and in need of money. Fatty's dad was a small businessman, and although he didn't have much money, he was much better off than Lin Yun's family. After Lin Yun heard this, his heart was a bit touched. His family used to be poor. No one was willing to deal with him, but Fatty was willing, and Fatty had also borrowed money from Lin Yun a few times, helping Lin Yun to solve his pressing problems. "Fatty, thank you, but I really have money now, so don't worry about me." Lin Yun shoved the $1,000 into the fatty's hand. Lin Yun originally wanted to return 10 times to Fatty, but Lin Yun thought that with Fatty's character, he wouldn't want it even if he gave more, so he might as well help him more in the future. "Alright, if you're short of money, tell me again." Fatty didn't refuse anymore. "Yo, Lin Yun, you kid got rich? Surprisingly, you can take out $1,000 at a time. It wouldn't be a weekend to sell it, right?" Zhang Hu laughed and exclaimed. Lin Yun immediately frowned. "Zhang Hu, keep your mouth clean. How dare you talk back? Looking for death, right?" Zhang Hu slammed the table, looking like he was so upset that he wanted to hit Lin Yun with his hands. In Zhang Hu's eyes, a soft persimmon like Lin Yun would have to obediently let him pinch him, and if he dared to resist, he was looking for death. "Zhang Hu, if you dare to touch me today, I can guarantee that I'll let you die an ugly death." Lin Yunming's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Zhang Hu. Previously, Zhang Hu's behavior had already caused some irritation in Lin Yun's heart, and he was now coming back to touch a bad spot. In the past, Lin Yun really didn't dare to offend Zhang Hu, but now, Lin Yun was the grandson of the richest man in southwest China. Would he be afraid of a Zhang Hu? If he really angered Lin Yun, the consequences would definitely be something he, Zhang Hu, couldn't afford. "Make me die a horrible death? With you? Ha, I'd like to see how you, a poor boy with no money and no power, are going to make me die an ugly death after I beat you up." Zhang Hu directly rolled his sleeves up. Fatty hurriedly blocked in front of Lin Yun and said to Zhang Hu with a strong smile, "Brother Tiger, Lin Yun has a fever in his brain today, so he's talking nonsense. I'll apologize to you on his behalf." "Calm down, Brother Tiger. Get lost. Otherwise I'll even beat you together." Annoyed, Zhang Hu pushed the fat man away with a palm. "Stop." Just at that moment, a dainty voice rang out. Lin Yun took a look and it turned out to be Wang Shui, the class president. Wang Shui had a delicate appearance, white and creamy complexion, draped with long black hair, about 1.6 meters tall, with a very good figure, wearing a floral dress, giving people a feeling of a deer in the headlights when they looked at it. She was the class president and considered beautiful in the whole school. Zhang Hu, this is a classroom, and it's class time. If you dare to mess around, I will definitely tell the counselor, Wang Shui said. Wang Shui's appearance made Lin Yun feel a little surprised. He didn't have any friendship with Wang Shui, and the two of them had never even spoken individually, and this was equivalent to her helping herself. Big beautiful Wang, how dare you help this kid? You have to figure it out. His family is poor. There's nothing worth letting you help, Zhang Hu said with displeasure. Wang Shui bit her red lips. It's because his family is in a bad situation, and as the class president, I can't let you bully him even more. Really? Then I'll still bully him. Zhang Hu was arrogant. With that, Zhang Hu punched Lin Yun. Lin Yun, watch out! Fatty shouted in panic. Wang Shui also looked worried after seeing this scene. Under the gaze of the class, Lin Yun dodged Zhang Hu's fist in one go, then copied the pen on the table and viciously poked Zhang Hu's shoulder. Ow! Accompanied by a mournful scream, the pen poked directly into Zhang Hu's shoulder, which was immediately drenched in blood. This scene scared the faces of the students present. So hard! This kid hit so hard! How dare he hurt Zhang Hu? Doesn't he know that Zhang Hu's family background? Does he really not want to live? In the past, Lin Yun had given his classmates the impression that he was a soft touch, so no one had expected that Lin Yun would dare to lay such a harsh hand on them. Even Zhang Hu himself didn't expect Lin Yun to dare to make a move against him. Zhang Hu, you think you're the only one who's bossy? I'm going to rule you today. Lin Yun's tone was icy cold. Asterisk 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 give it to me. Get this kid killed for me. The angry Zhang Hu yelled madly to the few people behind him. Lin Yun copied another pen while yelling, whoever dares to get on, I'll kill them. Come on if you're not afraid to die. Gollum. Grunt. The few dog legs behind Zhang Hu gulped and looked a little scared. The viciousness of Lin Yun's hand just now had completely shocked them. The soft ones are afraid of the horizontal ones, and the horizontal ones are afraid of those who don't want to die. Don't look at Zhang Hu's group of dog legs, usually horizontal, really met this situation. They also goat. After all, they are just students. Brother Tiger, look at you bleeding so much. Your body is important. Why Don? We better send you to medical treatment first. One of them said. Yeah. These few dog legs nodded their heads, then went forward to assist Zhang Hu. They didn't want to fight with Lin Yun. As Zhang Hu took a look at the blood on his shoulder, coupled with the gusts of severe pain, he could only nod his head. Lin Yun, you brat dared to hurt me. I'm telling you, you're finished. Wait for me. Zhang Hu roared angrily. After letting out his harsh words, Zhang Hu was assisted by several dog legs and ran out of the classroom. Zhang Hu's entire body was enraged. He had already made up his mind that when he finished going to the hospital for treatment, he would have to ruthlessly retaliate against Lin Yun in order to relieve his heart. Good. I'll wait. Lin Yun looked at Zhang Hu's back as he left and smiled coldly. At this moment, all the students in the classroom looked at Lin Yun with admiring, pitiful gazes. Lin Yun's behavior made them feel relieved. After all, Zhang Hu usually acted as a tiger for the class, and the vast majority of the students couldn't stand Zhang Hu. They just dared to be angry and didn't dare to say anything. But they all knew in their hearts that the consequences of injuring a rich second generation like Zhang Hu was definitely not something a poor boy like Lin Yun could bear. Lin Yun, you just poked Zhang Hu with the tip of a fountain pen, killing Zhang Hu's prowess. It's just so relieving, Fatty said excitedly. Immediately afterward, Fatty's words turned to worry. But Zhang Hu's kind of rich second generation. It's not something we can afford to mess with at all. You just hurt him. He's bound to retaliate. What can we do about it? Revenge? I'll wait. Lin Yun grinned. In the past, perhaps Lin Yun couldn't afford to mess with Zhang Hu. Not because Lin Yun was weak, but mature. A man has to be bloodthirsty, but he also has to be mature enough to understand what he's carrying. But now, Lin Yun was the top rich third generation. Just light up his blood. Don't worry about everything else. Even if it meant getting him killed, Zhang Hu was no problem. Hey, Fatty let out a long sigh. Things had gotten to this point. What else could be done? The other side. Principal's office. Headmaster. This is Lin Yun's file. The secretary handed a copy of the information to the principal. The principal hastily took the file and scrutinized it. Single-parent families? Poor families? The principal was full of surprise after reading the file. According to the file, Lin Yun's family was poor. and he had applied for a scholarship in the previous 2 years. How can someone who can casually come up with $10 million to donate be from a poor family? Headmaster, maybe this information is fake. With his handiwork, it's easy to create a fake file. He should be trying to keep a low profile. That's why the donations were made anonymous to us as well, the secretary said. The principal nodded. That makes sense. I have a vague feeling that his identity is not simple. No matter what, be cautious and never offend him. Evening. Starlight Bar. Lin Yun sat at the bar. Beauty. I want information on someone. Zhang Hu, a sophomore at Qingyang University. Lin Yun handed a bunch of money to the beautiful woman inside the bar. The beautiful woman has a head of burgundy-colored big wave long hair. The silk is through hot, thick eyelashes, seductive eyes, brightly colored lips. All the time does not reveal a million kinds of style. This is a woman who exudes sultriness from her bones, who seems to seduce and tug at men's nerves all the time. It was through this beautiful woman that Lin Yun inquired about the situation in the Qingyang branch of the Huading group yesterday. Little handsome, it's you again. Have a drink first. The information will be served to you right away. The beautiful woman smiled and took the money. Lin Yun drank while waiting up. In Lin Yun's mind, he had injured Zhang Hu today, and with the character of a man like Zhang Hu, he would definitely retaliate against himself. Therefore, Lin Yun wanted to figure out the specific intelligence of Zhang Hu's family first, and to know himself and his enemy so that he could better deal with Zhang Hu. After about 10 minutes, a piece of information was delivered to Lin Yun. Zhang Hu, a student of Qingyang University, arrogant character, typical rich second generation. His father Zhang Guoming, the owner of Qingyang Hongda Building Material Company, with assets of nearly 100 million, is one of the main building material suppliers of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group, TSK. Interesting. Lin Yun couldn't help but reveal a smile when he saw this information. Lin Yun never expected that Zhang Hu's family's company was one of his company's suppliers. Chapter 7, Crisis Encounters. Beauty, let me ask you a question. If the Huading Group cuts off cooperation with the Zhang Hu family, what will happen to the Zhang Hu family's company? Lin Yun asked the beautiful woman. It will be miserable. It can be said that Zhang Hu's family's company depends on Huading Group to feed them. The beautiful woman said. Really? The smile at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth grew even wider, while an idea came to his mind. Little handsome brother. Everyone here calls me Sister Hong. If you don't mind, call me Sister Hong as well. The beautiful woman revealed a flirtatious smile. Yes, Sister Hong. Lin Yun smiled gentlemanly. I wonder what your name is. Little brother? Sister Hong smiled. Lin Yun was dressed in a pair of ground floor goods, giving the first impression that he was a poor, unremarkable boy. But Lin Yun was very generous with his handiwork when he inquired about news, which made Sister Hong vaguely feel that the man in front of her was not simple. Lin Yun drank the wine in his cup in one gulp while 2 words came out of his mouth. Lin Yun. Sister Hong searched her mind and didn't come up with any such figure in Qingyang City. How much is this glass of wine? Lin Yun put down his cup. This glass of wine is on Sister Hong. Sister Hong smiled. Thanks then. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he got up and headed out. A place like a bar. Lin Yun didn't like it much. Right at this moment, Lin Yun suddenly saw a familiar figure. Wang Shui. Lin Yun realized that the girl singing on the bar stage at the moment was the class president. Wang Shui. Seeing Wang Shui, Lin Yun thought of what happened in the classroom this afternoon. At that time, when Zhang Hu threatened to beat up Lin Yun, Wang Shui had even stepped in to stop Zhang Hu. Why is she singing here? Lin Yun looked surprised. In Lin Yun's impression, Wang Shui was a girl who didn't talk much, but she was a good girl in both character and academics. She, on the other hand, now even appeared in a bar to sell her songs, which completely subverted Lin Yun's perception of her. If it wasn't for the fact that the looks were exactly the same, plus the voices were the same, Lin Yun would have even suspected that he was mistaken. The singing was good. Lin Yun only knew that Wang Shui was a good student and had a good speaking voice, but he didn't realize that she sang so well as well. Lin Yun, who was about to leave, turned around and returned to the bar when he saw Wang Shui, and walked to the crowd under the stage. At this moment, many youngsters under the stage were screaming at Wang Shui on the stage, and there was no lack of unpleasant obscenities. Of course, the vast majority of them are over the top. Do not dare to really mess around. After all, the field is covered by the people on the road. The average person does not dare to mess around in the field. After a song, Lin Yun blocked Wang Shui where she had gotten off the stage. Today's Wang Shui had put on makeup, and at close range, Lin Yun realized that Wang Shui was even much prettier than usual. Squad leader Wang Shui. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. When Wang Shui saw Lin Yun, panic immediately flashed in her eyes. This friend. You recognized the wrong person, right? My name isn't Wang Shui. Wang Shui's eyes dodged, not daring to meet Lin Yun's eyes. Wang Shui specifically picked a bar a little far from the school. Is afraid to meet classmates. She did not expect to meet still class president Wang Shui. Looking the same might be a coincidence. Sounding the same might be a coincidence. And the moles on the chain bones are all exactly the same. So I don't think it's possible that it's still a coincidence, right? Lin Yun smiled. Wang Shui was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Class president Wang Shui, you helped me out in the classroom this afternoon. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. As a thank you, I'll buy you a drink, Lin Yun said. Lin Yun was ready to talk to Wang Shui about why Wang Shui had come to such a place to sing. Intuition told Lin Yun that Wang Shui wasn't a bad girl. Maybe she had a hard time. Lin Yun, drinking is not necessary. I don't know how to drink. If you really want to thank me, please don't tell anyone else about me singing here. Can you? Wang Shui carried a tone of supplication. Don't worry. I, Lin Yun, am not a gossip. It's just that I'm wondering why you came here to sing. I don't think you're a bad girl, Lin Yun said. Wang Shui lowered her head and spat out 2 words from her mouth. Lack of money. If you lack money, you can go to other jobs on the side. Why do you need to come here? You should know clearly what kind of place this is. It's not safe for a girl as pretty as you to be here, Lin Yun said. It won't be. There are people protecting this place. Ordinary people don't dare to mess around here. Thank you for your concern. Wang Shui raised her head. At that moment, a man in a suit approached. Manager Zhou. Wang Shui hurriedly greeted the man in the suit. It looked like the man in the suit was the manager of the bar. The man in the suit glanced at Lin Yun before turning his head and ordering Wang Shui. Snowy, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and go fix your makeup and get ready to sing the next song right away. Wang Shui nodded, then followed the manager inside. Wait. Lin Yun stopped the manager and said, she's not singing. The manager frowned. Kid, TM, who are you? You say you won't sing and you won't sing? Who the hell are you? Manager, he is my classmate. Don't be angry. Wang Shui hurriedly stopped the manager. Your classmate? Yuki, this isn't your boyfriend, is it? Is that why you don't want you to sing here? The manager said while looking Lin Yun up and down. Immediately afterward, the manager said disdainfully to Lin Yun, you're a poor boy at first glance. I'm telling you, get out of here. Poor boy? Ha! Lin Yun smiled coldly. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun pulled out a large handful of money and ruthlessly smashed it on the manager before scattering it all over the place. Is this money enough to buy her not singing tonight? Lin Yun's voice was loud. When the manager saw Lin Yun pull out so much money, he was a bit confused. At this time, Lin Yun once again pulled out a handful of money and ruthlessly slammed it on the manager while shouting, now, is that enough? The manager gulped. The money was at least tens of thousands of dollars, right? To just take it out and smash people like that? He hadn't encountered such a customer yet. Lin Yun pulled out another handful of money before slamming it in the manager's face and questioning him sternly. I'm asking you, is it enough? Enough. Enough. The manager nodded quickly. The manager is no cutie pie either. The manager is not a little sweetie. Can just take a handful of money out to smash people's mane? Can it be an ordinary person? Definitely family background is not ordinary put. This kind of person he dare not offend. Besides, there's so much money on the floor for him. If that's enough, pick up the money and get out. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he directly pulled Wang Shui up and walked outside. After leaving the bar, Wang Shui was still a bit confused. Lin Yun, how did you get so much money? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? In Wang Shui's impression, Lin Yun's family was poor, and he had applied for a scholarship in the last 2 semesters. So how could he suddenly take out so much money just now? If I say that I'm Lu Zhizhong's grandson, do you believe me? Lin Yun smiled. That Lu Zhizhong from the Huading group? It can't be? Wang Shui looked in disbelief. It's normal that you don't believe me. I can't believe it myself. Just pretend I won the lottery. Lin Yun spread his hands and said. Immediately after, Lin Yun pulled out another $20,000 and handed it to Wang Shui. Take the money and don't ever come to places like this again to sell your songs. No way. No way. We're just classmates. How can I accept your money? And it's still so much. Wang Shui waved her hand in a hurry. There's nothing that can't be done. You're a good girl and shouldn't be tarnished by this. Especially because of the money. After saying that, Lin Yun directly shoved the money to Wang Shui. Don't worry. I won't tell my classmates about what happened tonight. I'll leave first. Lin Yun smiled at Wang Shui. After saying that, Lin Yun directly turned around and left. Lin Yun. Wang Shui looked at Lin Yun's back as he left, and then looked at the $20,000 in her hand, and her gaze was complicated. After leaving the bar, Lin Yun was ready to catch a ride back. At the same time, Lin Yun pondered that he had to buy a car since he was so rich now. The vast majority of boys have car dreams, especially luxury car dreams. Once upon a time Lin Yun, looking at the road to and from the luxury car, how envious. Only, at that time, Lin Yun didn't even dare to have the luxury of buying a car. And now, as the grandson of the richest man in the Southwest, it's not a problem to buy a plane, not to mention a car. Boom! Right at this moment, a black commercial vehicle suddenly stopped in front of Lin Yun. The car door opened and 4 large men in black surged down. Boy, get in there! The 4 black-clothed hunks couldn't help but directly press Lin Yun into the car. Immediately afterward, the black commercial vehicle quickly drove away from the scene. Inside the black business car, who are you people? Looking at the 4 black-clothed men in front of him, Lin Yun had an ominous premonition in his heart. Kid, you don't need to know what we are. All you need to know is that we're going to drag you to a place where no one is and beat you into a vegetable. The bald big man said. Lin Yun's face changed immediately after hearing this. Although Lin Yun had now become a top rich 3rd generation, Lin Yun didn't know martial arts. Were you sent by the Wu family father and son? Or were you sent by Zhang Hu? Lin Yun asked with a frown. Lin Yun could only think of these 2 enemies. Shut up! The bald man glared at Lin Yun. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and said, whoever it is, I'll pay double whatever they pay you. You guys go and catch the point man for me. I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? We in this business have to be ethical as well. Understand? The bald man glared at Lin Yun again. 5 times. I'll give you 5 times as much. Lin Yun stretched out 5 fingers. 5 times? The other 3 black-clothed big men, upon hearing the 5 times price, were instantly moved. The bald big man was all a bit perturbed. Lin Yun spoke again. Tell you what, 10 times, and I don't need you to catch the instigator. Just tell me who the person who instructed you is. 10 times. Big brother, he gives 10 times. There's still no need for us to do anything. The other 3 black-clothed big men were completely unable to sit still. The bald big man also couldn't help but ask, can you really give 10 times the price? The gold master gave us $1 million payoff. 10 times that could be $10 million. Chapter 8, Dreams of Luxury Cars. $10 million? No problem. Lin Yun nodded. Okay, deal. The bald big man immediately clapped. The so-called work ethic is completely untenable under a lot of money. Lin Yun immediately transferred $5 million to them. After the bald man received the bank's text message, he naturally laughed his ass off. Now, can you tell me who ordered you? Lin Yun asked. It's Wu Daon. The bald big man directly said the name. Is Wu Daon? Lin Yun's eyes narrowed as a chill spread across his eyes. After Lin Yun transferred the remaining $5 million to the bald man again, they kept their promise and put Lin Yun down in the car. After the black business car left, father and son of the Wu family, it seems like you're really looking for death. Killing intent surged in Lin Yun's eyes. Originally, after Lin Yun had fired the Wu family father and son, he hadn't intended to trouble them again, but they had actually tried to hire a murderer to harm Lin Yun, which was absolutely intolerable. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun touched the phone and called the new general manager. Lu Bo, I'm over here on Tian Lin Road. Drive over and pick me up. I have something to discuss with you. Half an hour later, a Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Lin Yun and Lu Bo got out of the car. Chairman, how come you're in such a desolate place so late at night? Lu Bo was surprised. Get in the car and talk. Lin Yun directly sat in the car. After getting into the car, Lin Yun told Lu Bo directly what had just happened. This Wu Daong is really bold. Lu Bo gritted his teeth in anger after hearing Lin Yun's words. By the way, Chairman, Wu family father and son in the company these years. Embezzlement a lot. I have already collected the evidence in the company. As long as the denunciation sentenced his father and son more than 10 years is not a problem. As long as we operate operation again, sentence them more than 20 years can be. Really? Then let his father and son go in and repent, and leave this matter to you, Lin Yun said with narrowed eyes. Originally, Lin Yun wanted to get rid of the Wu family's father and son, but on second thought, it would be good to let the father and son squat in jail, so that the father and son could spend the rest of their lives in regret. Don't worry, Chairman, I will definitely get it done, Lu Bo swore and promised. By the way, Lu Bo, Hongda Building Material Company, is one of our material suppliers, right? Lin Yun asked. Hongda Building Materials Company. Is exactly Lin Yun classmate Zhenghu family company. Yes. Lu Bo nodded. If we cut off cooperation with him, will it have a big impact on our company? Lin Yun asked. There is no impact. Change a building materials company on the line. Many building materials companies are competing to want to supply us with materials. This Hongda Building Materials at first was a bribe to the Wu family father and son, only to reach a cooperation with our company. Lu Bo said. Good. Lin Yun nodded. By the way, Chairman, the news of your new appointment to the company, quite a lot of cooperators know about it, and they all want to meet you. The new chairman, including Hongda Building Material Company that you just mentioned, Lu Bo said. After a pause, Lu Bo continued. So, I'm going to organize a small reception to invite these company bosses together, and then you, Chairman, will attend and meet them. What do you think, Chairman? Fine. You arrange it. Lin Yun nodded. Immediately after, Lu Bo drove Lin Yun back to school. As for the time of the reception, Lu Bo set it for this Saturday. Middle States. Inside the Lu family manor. Lone Wolf. Are you sure my grandson is safe? Elder Lu Zhizhong asked into the phone. Master, I'm sure. I've been following behind young Master Lin Yun's car the whole time, and young Master has been sent back to school. A hoarse voice came from the phone. Very well. Do you know what means my grandson used to escape from the bandits? Elder Lu asked. I don't know about that, Master. The caller responded. After a pause, the man on the phone asked, Master, should I go and do away with the Wu family father and son? For the young master? No need. Let my grandson be able to solve it on his own. This is also a kind of exercise for him. Lone Wolf, just continue to secretly protect his safety, Lu Shizhong said. After hanging up the phone, Master, young Master Lin Yun is quite capable. He even relied on his own ability to solve this trouble. I thought that the Lone Wolf had to step in, Secretary Zhang said with a smile. Yeah, I didn't even think he'd be able to solve it, but I didn't expect him to defuse the crisis on his own. TSK, very good. Elder Lu stroked his beard, a satisfied smile on his face. I really want to know what means young master used to defuse this crisis. Secretary Zhang was curious. Ha, I want to know too. I'll definitely ask him next time. Elder Lu laughed. The next morning, inside the Wu family villa, Wu Xiao and Fei Fei were sitting in the living room. Young Wu, can we really see that bastard Lin Yun get unlucky today? Fei Fei said. Don't worry, he's definitely finished this time. Wu Xiao revealed a smile. He thought to himself that his plan with his dad was seamless. At this time, Wu Daong came down from upstairs. Why is there still no news? And Baldhead's phone can't be reached. Wu Daong looked a little anxious. According to their plan, the bald man they had hired should have already taken care of Lin Yun last night, but there was no news until now. Moreover, Wu Daong realized that the bald big man's phone was turned off. As soon as Wu Xiao heard that the phone couldn't be reached, he was also worried. Dad, it won. Be something wrong, right? Wu Xiao worried. I don't think so. Our plan is absolutely seamless. Maybe Baldhead's cell phone is out of battery. Let's wait. Wu Daong said. Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It must be Baldhead coming back to resume his orders. I'll go open the door now. Wu Xiao hurriedly went forward to open the door. Wu Daong hurriedly followed. The door opened. What met his eyes was Lu Bo's figure. Lu Bo, how come it's you? Wu Daong and Wu Xiao were filled with surprise. Both of you. Chairman Lin Yun asked me to give you a message. He's doing well now. Your little tricks are too far from being able to deal with him, Lu Bo said with a smile. What did you say? He's okay? Wu Daong and Wu Xiao were both shocked, both staring wide-eyed. They couldn't imagine how Lin Yun had escaped from what they thought was a seamless plan. That's right. He's fine. But you guys provoked him, so it's time for you to be finished. Lu Bo sneered. Boom. At that moment, 7 or 8 men in police uniforms rushed out from both sides, putting the Wu family father and son and Fei Fei, all under control. What are you doing? Yeah, what are you guys doing? Wu Daong and Wu Xiao both roared at the top of their lungs. Fifi, who was inside the house, was even more frightened and turned blue. Wu Daong, how much have you father and son coveted in the company all these years? Don't you have any count in your heart? The evidence I have already grasped long ago. Now is the time to arrest you. That big amount is enough for you to squat inside for half your life. Lu Bo sneered. What? Wu Daong was once again shocked. He certainly knew in his heart how much money he had coveted the company. Originally, Chairman Lin only intended to fire you guys and didn't mean to continue pursuing you. But you don't know what's good for you and even tried to harm the chairman. You're called asking for death, Lubo said in a cold voice. Dad. What to do? What to do? I don't want to go inside. I don't want to. Wu Xiao, who was handcuffed, was terrified. Pop, you still have the nerve to say that if you hadn't snatched Lin Yun's girlfriend, would it have come to this? Wu Daong slapped Wu Xiao's face hard. People away. The leading man in police uniform waved his hand and directly took the Wu family father and son away from the villa. Fei Fei, who was standing in the villa, saw the Wu family's father and son being taken away, and she completely froze in place. For Fei Fei, if Wu Xiao goes to jail, then she will completely lose everything. At this time, Fei Fei, in her heart, she regretted dumping Lin Yun to go with Wu Xiao. If she hadn't dumped Lin Yun, she could be the chairman's wife now. It's a pity that there are no pills of regret for sale in the world. On the other hand, Lin Yun didn't go to class in the morning, but went straight to the car 4S store to buy a car. As a boy, although Lin Yun used to be poor, he still knew more or less about cars. As for what car to buy, Lin Yun already had an idea in his mind. Lamborghini 4S store entrance. This is it. Lin Yun smiled faintly. Once upon a time, Lin Yun had seen a Lamborghini Big Bull supercar on the road, and the racy appearance had instantly attracted Lin Yun, so much so that it was still fresh in his mind even now. Lin Yun could be sure that it was the most beautiful car he had ever seen. At that time, Lin Yun had fantasized about how great it would be if he could own this car, but Lin Yun knew that a poor boy like himself would never be able to afford it in his lifetime. And now, as the grandson of the richest man in southwest China, Lin Yun definitely possessed enough funds to make the dream come true. So when he was ready to buy a car, Lin Yun's first thought was that he would buy a Lamborghini Bull and fulfill the beautiful dream he had once had. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun walked directly towards the store. This kind of luxury car 4S store, there are usually few customers. The store is also very cold. There are no other customers. After all, there are very few people who can afford to buy a Lamborghini. Wait, just as he arrived at the door, a male salesman standing at the door stopped Lin Yun. Ha, you're Lin Yun? The male salesman recognized Lin Yun at a glance. You are? Lin Yun realized that the male salesman in front of him looked quite familiar. I'm Chong Gang, your elementary school classmate. Don't you remember? The male salesman said with a smile. It was only when Lin Yun heard him say his name that he instantly remembered. Chong Gang, you seem to be doing well. Lin Yun smiled. Not bad. Chong Kong deliberately puffed out his chest. When Chong Gang looked at Lin Yun dressed in a pair of ground floor goods, he immediately concluded that Lin Yun must be in a miserable situation right now, or at least much worse than him. So when he was in front of Lin Yun, he naturally felt arrogant and dignified. Immediately afterward, Chong Gang looked at Lin Yun and smiled. Right, Lin Yun, what are you doing here? It can't be to apply for a job, right? We're selling luxury cars here. We probably won't be hiring employees with too little taste. Although Chong Kong wore a smile on his face, there were a few hints of looking down in his tone. I'm afraid you're mistaken. I'm here to buy a car, Lin Yun said gently. Chapter 9, it's just a little money. What did you say? You're here to buy a car? Chong Kong's voice was all but shrill with surprise. Next moment, put. Chong Gang and the several salesmen next to him couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Anyone who comes to them to buy a car is either rich or expensive. Where is a kid like this one dressed in a ground-up suit? Lin Yun, we are a Lamborghini 4S store. We sell luxury cars here, not a place to sell bicycles. Chong Gang stifled a laugh. Lin Yun frowned. Of course I know this is a Lamborghini 4S store. I did come here to buy a car. What? Aren't you welcome? Lin Yun could feel that Chong Gang despised himself. Of course we welcome. Just, sure you can afford a car here? Chong Gang had a disdainful smile on his face. A few sales around the room also spoke up. Kid, do you know that all the cars we have here are over $1 million? That's right, just like you. Would you be the one who can afford a Lamborghini? What a joke. They would rather believe that there were ghosts in the world than that a kid in a ground-up suit could afford a Lamborghini. A bunch of dog-eyed things. What Lin Yun hated the most was this kind of people who discriminated against the poor. Boy, what are you talking about? The next few sales were not happy when they heard Lin Yun's words. In front of those tycoons, they were all pretending to be grandchildren, but they were not afraid in front of a brat wearing ground floor goods. Brothers, this is my old elementary school classmate. Let me receive him. Chong Kong waved his hand at these sales. Chong Kong, this kid can't possibly afford a Lamborghini at first glance. Are you sure you want to waste your time receiving him? Several sales were all questioning with a questioning look on their faces. Chonggang smiled and came over to these sales and lowered his voice to whisper. Doesn't he want to pretend to be a big shot? Then I'll make it impossible for him to pretend, and I'll see how he ends up later. According to Chonggang's conjecture, Lin Yun 80% is to apply for sales. Only after Lin Yun saw him, his old classmate, in order to fill face, he pretended to say that he was here to buy a car. Since this is the case, Chonggang's idea is to go with the flow. Didn't you say you want to come and buy a car? Then I'll show you the car. I'll see if you take out the money to buy it, then I'll see how you can still pretend. When Lin Yun couldn't pretend anymore, Chonggang was ready to taunt and satirize Lin Yun when the time came. Immediately afterward, Chonggang looked at Lin Yun with a smile and asked, Lin Yun, go ahead. What kind of car do you want to see? Lamborghini Big Bull. Lin Yun didn't think twice. Bull? The crowd was shocked again, then covered their mouths in snickers once more. Daniel is Lamborghini's flagship sports car. The naked car are 7 or 8 million. Can afford to buy this car of people? In the city of Qingyang is absolutely all the top rich second generation, Chongkong said after he laughed. Okay, I'll show you the car then. After saying that, Chonggang led Lin Yun towards the showroom, and the few sales that were present followed, ready to see Lin Yun's jokes. Under Chonggang's leadership, Lin Yun arrived in front of an orange Lamborghini Bull. The look, the color, it's as cool as it gets. Still so great. Lin Yun stared at this big bull and nodded in satisfaction. The supercar you once fantasized about is now in front of you and within reach. What's the exact price of this car? Lin Yun looked at Chonggang. Naked car for $7.55 million. After Chonggang had quoted the price, he hugged his bladder, ready to watch Lin Yun laugh. Chonggang could imagine that Lin Yun would definitely be dumbfounded by the price. $7.55 million? Not bad, not expensive. Lin Yun waved his hand blandly, seemingly not placing this amount of money in his eyes. Not bad? Not expensive? Put. The few sales beside them once again covered their mouths and snickered. Chonggang also snorted. Lin Yun, are you clear or not? How big a number is $7.55 million? Of course I'm clear. It's just a small amount of money. Lin Yun was unimpressed. What? A small fortune? Ha ha. The few sales watching the show from the side, as well as Chonggang, finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. A kid wearing ground floor goods was saying that $7 to $8 million was a small amount of money? They felt that this was simply a big joke. Chongkong finally couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Yun, I'd say you're too good at pretending, right? You said it was a small fortune, right? Fine. If you're capable, you can come up with the money. If you can come up with that much money, Chongkong, will eat a ton of. Chonggang laughed in his heart. I'll see how you can still pretend. That's right. Show me the money if you can. The other sales also chimed in. How could Lin Yun not know about what was going on in Chonggang's mind? You guys can swipe cards here, right? Lin Yun directly felt out the bank card in his pocket. This is the Merchant Bank Diamond card. When Lin Yun touched his card, the few salespeople present couldn't help but let out exclamations of surprise, because they clearly recognized that the card in Lin Yun's hand was the Merchant Bank's Diamond card, the highest grade VIP card issued by the Merchant Bank. And one had to deposit at least $10 million into the card in order to get this card. This is the kind of card that has been used before when a valued customer has come to buy a car. After Chonggang saw this card, his whole body froze. He only felt a pot of cold water pouring hard on him. From head to toe, his whole body was numb. Being able to hold this card was enough to show that Lin Yun was definitely not a poor boy, but a rich lord. $7.55 million. Swipe your card. I won't haggle. I don't like that much. Lin Yun handed the card to Chonggang. You. Chonggang stared at Lin Yun with wide eyes, as if he was looking at a monster. He had never dreamed that Lin Yun would be able to take out a diamond card. What are you waiting for? Pick up the card. Lin Yun frowned. Yes. Chonggang hastily stretched out his trembling hands and received this heavy diamond card. His face looked a little white. At this moment, how could he dare to show the slightest disrespect to Lin Yun? Immediately afterward, Chonggang held the bank card and hurriedly ran toward the manager's office. Lin Yun again dropped his gaze to the several sales next to him. These few sales were all scared white and lowered their heads at the same time, not daring to meet Lin Yun's eyes. After all, they had all mocked Lin Yun before. They didn't dare to imagine how they could afford it if someone who could hold a diamond card from a merchant bank were to settle a score with them. 1 minute later, a middle-aged man with a big belly ran out quickly. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the manager of our store. A warm welcome to our store. The middle-aged man was all smiles. Warm welcome? Oh, Up until now, no one has invited me to sit down. No one has poured me a glass of water. And from the moment I entered the store, your store's sales staff, they've been sneering at me all the time. This is called a warm welcome? Lin Yun shook his head and laughed coldly. The manager's face grimaced after he sniffed. What are you guys doing for food? How dare you neglect your guest? Hurry up and apologize to your guest. The manager sternly scolded at these few sales. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. These few sales hurriedly apologized to Lin Yun. The manager continued to heckle them. You guys, this year's bonuses are all deducted. Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and pour coffee for the honored guests. Yes. After a few sales nods, they hurriedly turned around and ran away. At this time, Chong Kong returned here holding a bank card. Only his face was ugly and terrified. Chong Gang, is the card swiped? Lin Yun looked at Chong Gang with a light breeze. Swiped it. 550. 000. Swiped successfully. Chong Gang lowered his head and handed the bank card back to Lin Yun with both hands. At this time, Chong Gang, his heart is still tossing with shocking waves. He never thought that Lin Yun, once a very inconspicuous old classmate, had really become a tycoon. Although he couldn't believe how Lin Yun had done it, it was an indisputable fact. Of course, more than anything else, he was nervous, fearful and scared inside. Lin Yun took the card and said at the same time, Chong Kong, if I remember correctly, you just made a comment here that if I could come up with $7.55 million for a car, you'd eat a ton of, right? Chong Gang's face muscles twitched violently as he said in his heart, Lin Yun wouldn't really want him to honor his promise, would he? Lin Yun, I was all talk. Chong Gang squeezed out an ugly smile. Really? Then what about your intentional taunting of me before? Even trying to see me laugh? You're not going to tell me that was a joke too, are you? I'm not a little cutie. Lin Yun sneered. Chong Gang's face was shocked after hearing that. He knew that Lin Yun could afford a Lamborghini, which meant that he had already soared to greatness, which was something he could mess with. Not to mention the fact that Lin Yun had bought a Lamborghini here. And as far as this store member was concerned, just one word from Lin Yun could get him expelled. Lin Yun, I was wrong. I apologize to you. For the sake of us being classmates, please spare me. Chong Kong begged for forgiveness in shock. Sorry, we weren't close to you when we were in the same class, so don't climb into friendship with me. Lin Yun sneered. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked at the manager. Manager, I don't want to see this person appear in front of me. No problem. The manager accompanied with a smile and nodded repeatedly. Immediately after that, the manager turned around and snapped at Chong Gang. Chong Kong, I declare you expelled. Get out of here immediately. Firing. When Chong just heard those two words, his heart fell into an abyss. Chong just had a hard time finding this nice job. And it's just gone? At this moment, Chong Gang finally regretted it. He was thinking, if he hadn't chosen to mock and amuse Lin Yun in the beginning, but instead treated Lin Yun warmly, why would he have to do this? The manager directly called out to the security guards not far away and drove Chong Gang out. Inside the store. I've paid the money. Can this car be driven away now? Lin Yun said to the manager. Mr. Lin, the car still has some formalities to go through. We'll help you with that on our side. We can't drive it away until it's done. About a day. The manager said with a smile. Alright, after you're done, send it over to me directly. I'll leave first. Lin Yun said indifferently. No problem. I'll see Mr. Lin off. The manager followed Lin Yun with a smile on his face and respectfully escorted him away. Chapter 10. Whose car is this? After coming out of the 4S store, Lin Yun returned directly to the school classroom. Zhang, who didn't come to class today, 80% still hospitalized in the hospital. In addition, the mysterious tycoon student donation continues to ferment in the school. Everyone in the school knows about it, but no one knows the mysterious tycoon is really a big man. When Lin Yun went to class, he found $20,000 pressed in his desk, along with a note. Lin Yun opened the note. Lin Yun, thank you for your kindness. No merit. I can't take this money. Although the note wasn't signed, Lin Yun knew that it was left by the class president Wang Shui, and the money was exactly the same money that Lin Yun had given her last night. This chick doesn't even want the money delivered to her door? TSK? Interesting. Lin Yun couldn't help but smile. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked up at Wang Shui, who was sitting at the very front of the room, reading a book at the moment. Lin Yun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She was so different from his ex-girlfriend. Just at this instant, Lin Yun suddenly realized that he seemed to be a little interested in Wang Shui. At this time, the fat man at the same table as Lin Yun patted Lin Yun. Lin Yun, why do you keep staring at class president Wang Shui? You don't like her, do you? You kid should know that you have a girlfriend. Fifi and I already broke up, just the day before yesterday. Lin Yun replied. What? You guys broke up? Why? Fatty looked surprised. She resents me for being poor. Lin Yun spread his hands. Holy, I said why you've been so strange these past 2 days, so it's because you've fallen out of love. Fatty came to a realization. This way Lin Yun, I'll treat you to a drink tonight. Fatty patted Lin Yun's shoulder. Fatty thought to himself that Lin Yun had lost his love and must be in a bad mood, so he had to accompany Lin Yun to drink a few cups anyhow. Okay. Lin Yun nodded and agreed. 8 o'clock at night. In front of the taste bar. As soon as Lin Yun entered the bar, deafening music reflected in his ears. And to be honest, Lin Yun didn't really like this environment. It's the time of year when bars are doing a lot of business, so there are a lot of people in the bar. Upon entering the bar, Lin Yun, here. Fatty gave Lin Yun a quick wave. Lin Yun nodded, then walked quickly towards where Fatty was. As soon as Lin Yun sat down, the fat man came to Lin Yun's ear and whispered, Lin Yun, aren't you out of love? Let's introduce you to a beautiful woman to get to know. And turn the page on the old calendar. Lin Yun realized after hearing this that the original fat man asked himself to come to the bar for a drink because he was afraid that he hadn't gotten out of the shadow of his lost love. So he introduced himself to someone. Lin Yun couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth after hearing this. Fatty's worries were definitely redundant. Of course, Lin Yun was definitely still somewhat touched in his heart. In addition to the fat man on the table, there are 2 young women, both dressed very beautifully. One of the young women was Fatty's girlfriend called Zhou Mei. As for the other girl, Lin Yun hadn't seen her before. She was called Guo Xiao Xiao, the very person Fatty wanted to introduce to Lin Yun. Lin Yun, hurry up and say hello to the human girl. Fatty poked Lin Yun with his elbow. Hello, my name is Lin Yun. Lin Yun took the initiative to extend his hand. Although Lin Yun wasn't interested in the girl in front of him, he still had to give the fat man face right. Guo Xiaoxiao shot a glance at Lin Yun, and when she saw how he was dressed, she skimmed her lips and a flash of disappointment flashed across her pretty face. My name is Guo Xiaoxiao. Guo Xiaoxiao responded casually, while not choosing to shake Lin Yun's hand. Lin Yun shook his head and laughed bitterly. At the same time, he withdrew his hand. He could naturally tell that this Guo Xiaoxiao had some despise in her eyes, so she didn't even shake his hand. At this time, Fatty's girlfriend, Zhou Mei, spoke up. Fatty, you said you're going to introduce Xiao Xiao to her boyfriend. Who did I think it was? After all that it's him Lin Yun then you introduce Xiao Xiao to Lin Yun's family. When Lin Yun heard this, he immediately frowned slightly. This Zhou Mei knew that Lin Yun's family was poor, yet she took the initiative to bring this up, obviously wanting to use it to satirize Lin Yun for being a poor boy. For this Zhou Mei, Lin Yun never had a good feeling. At first glance she was not a light to save. Before Lin Yun had told the fat man that it would be best for him not to be with this Zhou Mei. It was a pity that Fatty was so overwhelmed by love that he didn't listen to Lin Yun. I'm just a child of a poor family. My family is poor. There's nothing to introduce, Lin Yun said as he sipped his wine. Fatty realized the awkwardness of the atmosphere, so he hastily opened his mouth to round off the conversation. Although my brother Lin Yun's family is not very good, he has always studied well. In the future, when he graduates, he'll definitely be able to find a good job, and his future definitely won't be bad. Guo Xiaoxiao laughed coldly. Oh, an ordinary second degree only. What kind of good job can you find? Even if you struggle for your whole life, you can't compare to someone else's rich second generation with one finger. Zhou Mei also hastened to concur. That's right. Recently there was a mysterious tycoon student in our school who casually donated $10 million to the school. A family like his Lin Yun's can't compare to him even if he works hard for the rest of his life. Of course I can't compare to that mysterious tycoon. Lin Yun laughed. Lin Yun was going to say, that's what I donated, but on second thought, they wouldn't believe him if he said it, and would instead mock him for blowing his power. So Lin Yun didn't say anything. Count on you still having a bit of self-awareness. Do you know what kind of family our Guo Xiaoxiao has? I'm not afraid to tell you. Her family owns a company. Are you Lin Yun worthy of it? Zhou Mei proudly said. I'm sorry, it's her who doesn't deserve me, that's right, Lin Yun said lightly. Nowadays, Lin Yun, as the grandson of the richest man in southwest China, a small $1,000 from a district whose family owns a company, Lin Yun really can't look at it. What? You're saying that our Xiao Xiao is not good enough for you? A bumpkin? How dare you even say such a thing? Do you still have a face? Zhou Mei seemed to have heard the most shameless words in her life. Guo Xiaoxiao's pretty face also revealed a displeased color. A bumpkin dared to say that she was unworthy? This made her heart very unhappy. Guo Xiaoxiao took out an invitation. Kid, do you know what this invitation is? An invitation to a cocktail party for the Qingyang branch of the Huading group. I'm afraid that a bumpkin like you won't be able to go to this kind of high-class cocktail party for the rest of your life. Guo Xiaoxiao had a haughty face. Wow! Huading group's reception. I'm so envious. Zhou Mei had an envious face. It didn't even need to be said how famous the Huading group was in the 3 southwestern provinces, and even the invitation from the Qingyang branch was very, very impressive in their eyes. And Huading group Qingyang branch. In Qingyang, whether it is fame, status, are very high, in the eyes of Zhou Mei them, but also need to look up to exist. Lin Yun couldn't help but reveal a playful smile after hearing this. Lin Yun himself was the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading group, and he didn't expect this Guo Xiaoxiao to take out an invitation to show off to himself. Guo Xiaoxiao, you're going to this reception on Saturday, right? At that time maybe we'll meet then. Lin Yun said with a smile. Lin Yun was the host of this reception. If Guo Xiaoxiao was going to attend this reception, meeting Lin Yun was a given. It was just that Lin Yun was wondering what kind of expression Guo Xiaoxiao would have when she realized that she was the new chairman of the Qingyang branch. Meet with you? How is that possible? Are you qualified to go in? Guo Xiaoxiao sneered disdainfully. Not necessarily. In case he goes to work as a cleaner at the hotel then, maybe he'll be eligible to get in. Zhou Mei covered her mouth and laughed. Alright, stop it. Let's go to the dance floor. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Fatty suggested dancing so as to ease the atmosphere. I'll partner with Zhou Mei. Lin Yun, Guo Xiaoxiao, you two together. Fatty proposed. Sorry, he doesn't deserve to dance with me. Guo Xiaoxiao had a cold face. Even she didn't even look at Lin Yun squarely. After saying that, Guo Xiaoxiao got up alone and headed for the dance floor. Fatty looked embarrassed. He had wanted to introduce Lin Yun to his girlfriend, but he didn't think that his good intentions would lead to such a mess. Lin Yun is really sorry. I didn't expect it to be like this. The fat man was full of apologies. It's okay, Fatty. Lin Yun patted the fatty's shoulder. Lin Yun knew that his intentions were good. He was trying to help himself. In the end, Fatty didn't go to the dance floor and instead accompanied Lin Yun to drink. During this time, Lin Yun also received a call from the Lamborghini 4S store. Because the bar was so noisy, Lin Yun even ran to the toilet to answer the call. The 4S store said that all the formalities had been completed, and asked Lin Yun where he wanted to send the car, and how long it would take to do so. Lin Yun thought about it, so he asked the 4S store to send the car directly to the bar's entrance, so he could drive it later. It was about half an hour before Guo Xiaoxiao returned from the dance floor. It's so pointless to play today. Let's go. Guo Xiaoxiao opened her mouth. After getting out of the bar, a brand new orange Lamborghini de Bull, parked in front of the bar, was the same one Lin Yun had looked at in the 4S store in the morning. It is certainly very eye-catching to have such a racy supercar here. Wow, what a racy Lamborghini. It's so beautiful. Whose Lamborghini is this? It's parked in front of the bar, which means the owner is in the bar right now, right? If anyone is lucky, they might be able to meet this young master tonight. How awesome would it be for me to drive a car like this? Around the car, surrounded by a lot of young men and women, many people while talking, while taking out their cell phones to take pictures. There are even individual beauties, directly waiting up here, just waiting for the owner has appeared. They are ready to go to hook up with the owner. It's definitely not an empty claim that the Lamborghini Big Bull has the nickname of the nightclub killer. In a southern city like Qingyang City, there were definitely not many rich second-generation people who could afford to drive this kind of luxury car. Whoa, Lamborghini. After Guo Xiaoxiao and Zhou Mei saw this car, both of them couldn't help but exclaim in shock. How nice it would be if my boyfriend could have a car like this. It's definitely face-saving to drive out. Fatty's girlfriend Zhou Mei said enviously. Don't even dream about it. This car is $7 to $8 million naked. I'm afraid I can't afford it for the rest of my life. Fatty shook his head and laughed bitterly. Guo Xiaoxiao also said enviously. I also don't know which big young man is the owner of this car. It would be so nice if I could get to know him. Chapter 11, You Don't Deserve It. Although Guo Xiaoxiao's family is a company, but the company is not very big. His dad is also just driving $1 million car. This car is mine. Lin Yun suddenly spoke. When Lin Yun said this, Zhou Mei, Guo Xiaoxiao and Fatty all hurriedly looked at Lin Yun. Put, don't joke with me. Brother. Fatty laughed and patted Lin Yun, thinking that Lin Yun was joking. After all, Fatty was very clear about Lin Yun's family situation. Zhou Mei also snorted. Humph. With your appearance, driving a Lamborghini? I can still believe you when you say you ride a shared bicycle. A kid wearing ground floor goods, but also dares to brag that he drives a Lamborghini. How shameless. I'm too ashamed to stand with you. Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head in disappointment. If Guo Xiaoxiao had known that the person he was introduced to was such a person, she definitely wouldn't have come today. I'm sorry, I'm neither joking nor blowing awesome. This car is really mine, Lin Yun said lightly. At this time, the door of the Lamborghini was suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked out from the driver's side. Lin Yun instantly recognized the middle-aged man as the manager of the Lamborghini 4S store. Seeing this, Zhou Mei hurriedly said, "Look, this is the owner of the car. Lin Yun, didn't you brag about being powerful? Now that the owner of the car has shown up, your bragging about being powerful doesn't break down. What else do you have to say now?" "No, he's manager Zhou from the Lamborghini 4S store. I've met him once," Guo Xiaoxiao said. "The manager of a Lamborghini 4S store? Then what's he doing here, and driving a Lamborghini?" Zhou Mei was puzzled. Just then, Fatty suddenly stared ahead and said, "Ha, that guy seems like he's coming toward us." Zhou Mei and Guo Xiaoxiao hurriedly looked up and realized that they found this manager of the Lamborghini 4S store walking towards them. Under the gazes of the crowd, the manager arrived in front of Lin Yun, several people with a full smile on his face. Next moment, "Mr. Lin, I brought your car, here are the keys." The manager bowed and presented the key to Lin Yun with both hands, respectfully. Gah! After Fatty, Zhou Mei, and Guo Xiaoxiao saw this scene, they were as if thunderbolts from a clear sky had struck their heads, and they were stunned and froze directly in place. They had never dreamed that the manager would give the key to Lin Yun. In other words, Lin Yun is really the owner of this car? Manager Zhou, thanks for your hard work, making you bring me a car so late at night. Lin Yun calmly took the car keys. Mr. Lin, you're too kind. As long as you need me, I'm always on standby even at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Manager Zhou was filled with a complimentary smile. Mr. Lin, the car has been delivered, so I'll take my leave. If Mr. Lin has any questions in using the car, feel free to call me. Manager Zhou was still full of smiles. After Manager Chao left, Lin Yun turned his head to look at Fatty, Zhou Mei, and Guo Xiaoxiao. Now, do you believe that this car is mine? Lin wore a smile on his face. The three of them sniffed before snapping out of their stupor. Gollum, grunt. Zhou Mei and Guo Xiaoxiao both swallowed hard. They didn't dare to believe it, but the facts were already in front of her. She had to believe it. The thought of Lin Yun owning such an expensive supercar sent shockwaves tumbling through their hearts. Which one of you who can own a supercar like this doesn't have a family fortune of over $1 billion? At this time, Guo Xiaoxiao hurriedly revealed a warm smile. Lin Yun, I had a brain cramp earlier, so I've been treating you poorly. I'm really sorry. Why don't you tell me this? Let's go back to the bar for a while and I'll definitely redeem myself, Guo Xiaoxiao said as she went forward and tried to hold on to Lin Yun. Seeing Guo Xiaoxiao's attitude towards herself, suddenly making a 180-degree turn, Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This kind of woman was really realistic. Of course Lin Yun was clear that Guo Xiaoxiao's big change in attitude was because of the money. As long as I'm willing, there are tons of beautiful women of better quality than you waiting to date me. What are you? Are you also worthy? Lin Yun pushed Guo Xiaoxiao away. Sure enough, at this moment, there were already several nightclub beauties wearing heavy makeup that came before Lin Yun. Handsome, can I make friends with you? I'll give you the V signal. Handsome, buy me a drink. Handsome, I don't have a date tonight. Shall we? These few thickly made-up beauties who took the initiative to accost Lin Yun kept rubbing up against him and took the initiative to throw themselves at him. Most of them were not inferior to Guo Xiaoxiao in terms of posture. The kind of posture that wasn't very good was too embarrassed to come and take the initiative to hit on Lin Yun themselves. Lin Yun raised his head and said breezily, Guo Xiaoxiao, see? I don't lack women, much less trash like you. Guo Xiaoxiao's face brushed red when she heard Lin Yun call her trashy goods. If ordinary people dared to talk about her like that, she would absolutely go ballistic. But she didn't dare to get angry with Lin Yun, because with the car Lin Yun drove it was enough to show that Lin Yun's family was stronger than hers. Lin Yun directly pulled out a handful of banknotes and threw them to these few women who threw themselves at him. Take the money. Go away. I'm not interested in you. Again. These women were all rather dirty, and they didn't know how many people had played with them, so Lin Yun really had little interest in them. Thank you, handsome. Thank you, handsome. These women took the money and hurriedly smiled and thanked them before leaving. They weren't dismayed. After all, the others were rich young men in supercars, and it was normal for them to look down on their mediocrity. Immediately after that, Lin Yun would fall back to Jo Mei next to him. Jo Mei hadn't been sarcastic about Lin Yun when he was in the bar before. After Jo Mei felt Lin Yun's gaze, her petite body trembled before she hurriedly forced a smile. Lin Yun, before it was all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? It was me who looked away. I apologize to you. You look at the sake of my boyfriend. Don't bother with me. For the sake of Fatty, I won't bother with you this time. Remember, there's no next time. Lin Yun said in a cold voice. Jo Mei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Of course, Jo Mei regretted in her heart. She realized that if she had been warmer to Lin Yun before, she might have been able to climb up to Lin Yun. At this time, Lin Yun dropped his gaze back to Fatty. Lin Yun, you. Fatty was still in shock at this point and hadn't come back to his senses. With Fatty's understanding of Lin Yun, wasn't Lin Yun's family poor? How could Lin Yun own a big Lamborghini bull? He didn't even know what was going on until now. Fatty, get in the car. I'll take you back to school. I'll talk to you on the way. Lin Yun patted Fatty's shoulder. Honey, you go. We'll just take a taxi back ourselves. Jo Mei hurriedly pushed Fatty. Jo Mei felt that Lin Yun should be well off, and he certainly hoped that Lin Yun had a good relationship with Fatty, so that she might be able to reap some benefits from it. Fatty nodded, then followed Lin Yun with an expectant face. Sitting in the Lamborghini. Rumble. With an explosive roar, the Lamborghini went on its way, amidst a crowd of envious eyes. Inside the car, Lamborghini is just awesome to drive. This power, this sound. Lin Yun smiled inside. Fatty's family has a Jetta. Then the fat man often secretly drive out. Sometimes also give Lin Yun drive a bit of addiction. Lin Yun driving skills as the fat man taught. That goes without saying. This is a Lamborghini Bull. This is a V12 engine. I, Huang Sun, never dreamed that I would be able to sit in this kind of car in my life. Fatty was all excited. Immediately afterward, the fatty turned his head to look at Lin Yun and couldn't help but ask, Lin Yun, can you tell me now? What on earth is going on? How did you afford a Lamborghini? Fatty still had the feeling, even now, of being in a dream. Fatty, do you know Lu Zhizhong? Lin Yun was smiling. Lu Zhizhong? The richest man in our southwest. A rich thief. Who doesn't know the name Lu Zhizhong? Fatty said. I'm his own grandson. Lin Yun smiled faintly. What? You said. You're Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Fatty's eyes widened in shock, and his voice became incomparably shrill from the horror within. Lin Yun. You're kidding me, right? You're Lu Zhizhong's grandson? The fat man's tone was still sharp. No wonder the fat man did not believe it. It is really that this is too unbelievable. Just like a friend beside you suddenly told you that he is the son of my Yun. You definitely cannot believe it. Lin Yun smiled and said, I only just found out a few days ago. I couldn't believe it at first, but it's just the way it is. Otherwise, do you think I could afford a Lamborghini? Fatty nodded. Just with this Lamborghini, even if it was unbelievable, Fatty believed it. Also, do you know why Butcher Zhang was fired? Lin Yun said as he drove. Why? Fatty looked curious. Because I donated $10 million to the school and then got the principal to fire him. It's as simple as that. Lin Yun said. Holy, that mysterious rich young man who donated $10 million is actually you? Fatty's eyes dropped out in shock. I finally understand. I said how come you weren't afraid of Zheng Tufu at all that day? I thought you were out of love and not normal. So it turns out that you had absolute confidence to make the school expel Zheng Tufu. Fatty slapped his thigh and said. Fatty continued excitedly. And there's also Zhang Hu. You called the shots with Zhang Hu and even injured him. I never understood it. Now I finally understand. Because you are the grandson of the richest man. With that, your background is 10,000 times harder than his. Since learning of this identity, everything that Fatty did not understand had all unraveled by this moment. That's right. Lin Yun smiled and nodded. Awesome. 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 Simply awesome. Ha ha. Fatty was so excited that he didn't know what to say, and could only say awesome one after another. Fatty, in the past we didn't have much status in the school, and there were many people who dared to bully us, but from today onwards, whoever dares to bully us in the slightest, you'll just blow your ear off, and if there's any trouble, I'll take care of it, Lin Yun said confidently. Chapter 12, That's How Crazy You Are. Fatty, in the past we didn't have much status in the school, and there were many people who dared to bully us, But from today onwards, whoever dares to bully us in the slightest, you'll just blow your ear off. And if there's any trouble, I'll take care of it, Lin Yun said confidently, straight up huffing and puffing, no matter who it is? Lin Yun, really? Really this crazy? Fatty's eyes widened. That's right, it's that wild. Lin Yun grinned. Ha ha, no problem. Fatty was excited to think about it, and in the future, he would no longer be afraid of being bullied in school. Fatty, want to try a Lamborghini? Let's get you through it too. Lin Yun pulled over to the side of the road and let Fatty drive. Really? Great. Fatty nodded his head excitedly and then hurriedly opened the door to change position. Who wouldn't want to drive a Lamborghini for a while? To the school entrance, it was already 11 o'clock at night. The school gate has been closed. The car is not able to enter. The fat man got off the car. Lin Yun will directly the car. Drive to a nearby parking lot to stop. The other side. Inside a cab. Fatty's girlfriend Zhou Mei and Guo Xiaoxiao were sitting in the car. Nope. Not right. I don't think this kid can be rich. As far as I know, his family is very poor. He even went to a summer job during the summer vacation. If his family is really rich, he would run to a summer job? The more Zhou Mei thought about it, the more wrong it became. Yes, the average rich person. Who would be like him, wearing a cheap costume, and not a bit of a rich person's appearance, but just with his Lamborghini. One has to believe that he's rich. Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head. Maybe that Lamborghini was rented by him, just to pretend with us. Zhou Mei came to a realization. As soon as Guo Xiaoxiao heard about renting a car, she was immediately able to figure it out. Asshole. Dare to trick us for fun. Next time I have to run into him, I'll definitely settle the score with him. Guo Xiaoxiao stomped her feet in anger. Day 2. The day before yesterday, Zhang Hu was in the classroom and had been treated in the hospital after being stabbed by Lin Yun with a pen. Today, he was finally released from the hospital. School entrance. Tiger, you're finally back. Several of Zhang Hu's followers were already at the school entrance to greet him. Zhang Hu's face, however, was incredibly gloomy. Damn it, when I go back to school today, the first thing I'm going to do is seek revenge on Lin Yun. Zhang Hu's gaze was grim. Zhang Hu was furious when he thought of being poked by Lin Yun with a fountain pen, but he was in the classroom at the time, and it made him feel like he had lost all his face. Tiger, what are you going to do about that kid? Find someone to beat him up? The skinny follower wondered. Beat him? Humph. Just beating him won't relieve my anger. I'm going to make the school expel him. Zhang Hu said viciously. Expelled? How do you get him fired? The skinny follower pursued. The head of the school's political education department is a friend of my father, so it's easy to get the school to expel him. A poor boy who knows the law and breaks it. Zhang Hu narrowed his eyes. School politics and education department. Uncle Li. Zhang Hu walked the office. On the office chair sits a big belly middle-aged fat man. He is the Uncle Li in Zhang Hu's mouth, but also the director of the school's political education department. Nephew Zhang Hu, why are you free to come to Uncle Li's place today? How have you been doing at school this time? Director Li was full of smiles. Uncle Li, I've had a bad few days, Zhang Hu said as he pulled his collar down, the gauze wrapping the wound showing. Nephew Zhang Hu, what is going on here? Director Li had a surprised look on his face. This was stabbed by a kid in our class with a pen, and it was done in public in the classroom. Uncle Li, you have to do it for me. You must expel this kid, Zhang Hu said through gritted teeth. What? There is still such a thing. Don't worry nephew Zhang Hu. I promise to make it right for you. What's this person's name? Director Li directly answered. His name is Lin Yun. Zhang Hu reported the name. Nephew Zhang Hu, go back and wait for news. Within today, I'll fire this kid for you, Director Li said with conviction. Thank you Uncle Li. Zhang Hu revealed an excited smile. Inside the classroom, when Zhang Hu entered the classroom, he came directly to Lin Yun. Zhang Hu, you've only just returned to the classroom and you're here looking for me. What's the matter? Still don't think you've stayed in the hospital enough? Lin Yun said without lifting his head while reading a book. Lin Yun, you. Zhang Hu's face turned green with anger after hearing Lin Yun's words. Zhang Hu was originally prepared to humiliate Lin Yun, but in the end, he was instead humiliated first by Lin Yun, and in front of the class, which made Zhang Hu feel like he had lost all his face. Lin Yun, you still dare to be arrogant. I'll tell you the truth. Director Li of the school's political education department is a friend of my dad's, and Director Li has already promised me that he'll expel you before the end of the school day today. This is what you get for going against me. Zhang Hu's face was hideous. Fire me? Lin Yun smiled. Zhang Hu suddenly turned his words around and proudly said, Lin Yun, and don't say that I, Zhang Hu, won't give you a chance. If you kneel down right now and apologize to me, and then lick the ash off my shoes, I can consider not letting Director Li fire you. Lin Yun smiled. I'll give you a chance too. Apologize to me now and stay away from me in the future. I can consider it and not let your dad's company go down the drain. What? Let my dad's company go down the drain? With a poor kid like you? You're on the verge of death. And you still dare to talk big here. Zhang Hu sneered. Zhang Hu had thought that Lin Yun would definitely be scared and even beg for forgiveness from him when he learned that he was going to be expelled. But Lin Yun's calm and collected reaction greatly surprised and puzzled him. Lin Yun shook his head. It seems like you didn't cherish the opportunity one gave you. You could have apologized, but you chose the path to hell. Naturally, Zhang Hu didn't understand Lin Yun's words. Kid, you're the one who didn't appreciate the opportunity one gave you. You're just waiting to be expelled. After Zhang Hu dropped these words, he directly turned around and left. Fine, I'll wait. Lin Yun wore a confident smile. This scene was all in the eyes of the students in the class, and everyone was whispering about it. Zhang Hu's backstage at the school is the head of the political education department. This time, maybe Lin Yun will really be expelled. What do you mean maybe? It's definitely fired. Lin Yun dared to go against Zhang Hu. That's courageous, but he's just a poor boy, so his failure is doomed. The students all understood in their hearts that Lin Yun was afraid that he would be expelled this time. Fatty wasn't too worried because he had already learned Lin Yun's true identity last night. At this time, class president Wang Shui suddenly got up and came to Lin Yun. Lin Yun, come with me to the office. I'll help you testify to the teacher that it was Zhang Hu who bullied you first. The teacher definitely won't expel you. Wang Shui had a serious face. Lin Yun was somewhat flattered by Wang Shui's sudden arrival. Seeing this, Zhang Hu shouted at Wang Shui, Class President Wang Shui, you're really naive. What are you? You think the teacher will listen to you? Do you have a background? Don't be so naive. Even if you go and beg the teacher, he'll be expelled today. It's just that class president. It's a society that spells out background. Do you have a background? Several of Zhang Hu's followers chimed in. I just don't believe it. Wang Shui stomped her foot. A few points of unwillingness on her pretty face. A few days ago, Lin Yun helped Wang Shui at the bar. Wang Shui's heart was remembered. Of course she couldn't bear to see Lin Yun get fired. She wanted to help Lin Yun. Wang Shui, I appreciate your thoughts. I have my own way to deal with it. The district Zhang Hu. I didn't even put him in my eyes. Don't worry. I definitely won't be expelled. Lin Yun looked up at Wang Shui. But, Wang Shui's pretty face still carried a touch of worry. He knew that Zhang Hu's family was rich and had a powerful background. It wasn't something Lin Yun could deal with. No buts. Besides you can't help me. Even if I go to the office, it's useless. Lin Yun shook his head. After Wang Shui, she walked away in a lost manner. The other side. Brother Tiger, I heard that the Qingyang branch of Huading Group is holding a reception tomorrow. Are you going to be there then? Brother Tiger? A follower asked Zhang Hu. Of course, my family and the Huading Group are very important partners. Of course I'll be there. Zhang Hu said proudly. Wow. So envious. This is a reception for the Huading Group. When will we be fortunate enough to enter a place of this level? The followers all looked envious. Not only were Zhang Hu's followers envious, but the students in the class, too, looked very envious. It was important to know that the Huading Group was a famous star group in the 3 southwestern provinces, and its prestige was so great that it was definitely a great honor to attend the reception of the Huading Group. Zhang Hu's vanity was greatly satisfied when he saw the crowd envious of him. Like certain losers, I'm afraid that they won't be able to enter a reception of this caliber in their lifetime. Zhang Hu sneered. When Zhang Hu said this, he dropped his gaze towards Lin Yun, clearly being sarcastic. Zhang Hu, you can't talk too much. Maybe we'll meet at the reception site tomorrow. Lin Yun said with a smile. You? Ha ha, a poor bastard like you will never be able to enter a place like that in your life. Besides, you'd better think about the fact that you're about to be expelled. Zhang Hu revealed a smug smile. Fatty patted Lin Yun and asked in a low voice. Lin Yun, you'll be going to this reception tomorrow. Ha? Fatty already knew Lin Yun's identity. This reception, I'm the one who initiated it. Lin Yun said to Fatty with a smile. What? The fat man was startled for a moment. Immediately after, Fatty revealed an excited smile. Then, tomorrow, you and Zhang Hu, you meet at the reception? If he's going to attend, of course he'll meet. Lin Yun smiled and nodded. Interesting. He, that would be so interesting. I really want to see how he'll react when he sees you tomorrow, Fatty said excitedly. Want to see it? Then come to the reception tomorrow as well. I'll pick you up and take you in then, Lin Yun said with a smile. Okay. Fatty nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Fatty wanted to go because he wanted to see Zhang Hu's reaction when the time came. And on the other hand, who wouldn't want to get into that kind of classy drinking party and have a look? Chapter 13, Lemon Yards. In total, 2 large classes in the afternoon passed quickly. During these 2 classes, Zhang Hu waited every moment, waiting for Director Li to come to the classroom and then announce Lin Yun's expulsion. But Zhang Hu waited for a full afternoon, but did not wait. After school in the afternoon, Lin Yun stood up and smiled towards Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, didn't you say that I would be expelled from school within today? But now that school is over, I'm still fine. As soon as Lin Yun said this, the classroom erupted in a loud murmur. Zhang Hu's face turned purple and green with a swish after hearing this. After all, he had previously made a bold statement in front of the entire class that Lin Yun would be expelled within the day. As a result, Lin Yun was now fine, and even mocked him in return, which made him feel very humiliated, which made him feel that others would instead think that he was blowing his awesome. Most importantly, he wanted to retort, but he couldn't think of anything to say in rebuttal. After all, up until now, there hadn't been anyone to announce that Lin Yun had been expelled. What's Uncle Li up to? He clearly promised me that he would fire Lin Yun within today. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth. Looking furious, Zhang Hu felt embarrassed about his face, so he left the classroom quickly in a grayish manner. Lin Yun also got up directly and came to the class president Wang Shui. Wang Shui, I didn't lie to you, did I? I said I wouldn't be expelled. Lin Yun smiled and said to Wang Shui, aha. Wang Shui nodded. She was also relieved in her heart. She had been apprehensive all afternoon. She didn't know why. She really didn't want Lin Yun to be expelled. But I really thank you. You're the only one in the whole class willing to help me. Lin Yun still maintained his smile. The fat man next to him snickered. Class president, you care so much about Lin Yun. You don't like Lin Yun, right? After Wang Shui sniffed, her pretty face turned red with a swish. Nonsense. I am the class president. Of course I have to do justice for my classmates. Wang Shui bit her red lips and said. After saying that, Wang Shui turned around and ran out of the classroom in a hurry. Lin Yun had wanted to invite Wang Shui for dinner, but it turned out that she had already left. The other side. After Zhang Hu left the classroom, he went straight to the political education office. He was going to ask Director Li why Lin Yun hadn't been expelled until now. Office of Political Science and Education. Uncle Li, you promised me to expel that kid within today. Why is he still not expelled even after school is over? As soon as Zhang Hu entered the door, he inquired in an exasperated manner. Zhang Hu, I can't help you with this favor. Director Li shook his head. Zhang Hu frowned. What? Uncle Li, you've obviously promised me, but now you're saying you can't help? I'll be honest with you. The principal is going to bail him out. As for the exact reason, the principal didn't disclose it to me. Director Li shook his head. What? The principal is protecting him? He's a poor boy. Why would the principal protect him? Zhang Hu could not figure it out at all. I don't know about that. If you want to know, you can ask the principal yourself. Director Li spread his hands. Zhang Hu definitely couldn't run to ask the principal because he didn't have much of a relationship with him. Asterisk. Zhang Hu's face turned pale with anger when he thought that his plan had fallen through. You know, he had already put down his bravado in the class, saying that Lin Yun would definitely be expelled. And he had also put harsh words in Lin Yun's mouth. If Lin Yun wasn't expelled, then he would lose even more face in the class. Feast Eatery. This restaurant, one of the highest class restaurants near the school. The restaurant is tastefully decorated and the dining room is quiet. On a dining table, Lin Yun and Fatty were seated. After school Lin Yun said that he wanted to invite Fatty to dinner. Now Lin Yun is the top rich third generation. The natural choice is the highest grade restaurant in the neighborhood. The Feast Eatery was famous at Qingyang University, but it was the first time Lin Yun had come here to eat. Lin Yun, you're rich. Let Buddy me follow suit. He. Fatty had an excited face. Although Fatty's family did some small business, they weren't much richer, and Fatty was likewise eating at the Feast Eatery for the first time. In the past, you often invited me to dinner. Now that I'm inviting you to dinner, it's only natural, Lin Yun said with a smile. When Lin Yun used to be so poor that he couldn't afford to eat, most of the time it was the fat man who was aiding Lin Yun, and this favor Lin Yun had always remembered in his heart. Fatty suddenly looked up and said, Lin Yun, I think the class president, Wang Shui, should have a crush on you. And Wang Shui looks so sweet and beautiful. The most important thing is that the character is good and not gold digging. And still single. Such a good girl. It's hard to find by beating the lanterns. I think you can chase her into your hands. Oh, Fatty said with a smile. She's a pretty good girl, but I don't have too many ideas for the time being. Let nature take its course. Lin Yun spread his hands and said. At this time, a dish began to be served. What with the squirrel cinnamon fish, the signature screaming chicken, and a seafood curry, as well as several other signature dishes of the restaurant. And of course, a bottle of red wine. In the past, ordering so many dishes at once was definitely something Lin Yun wouldn't dare to think about. And they were also expensive signature dishes. Half an hour later, Lin Yun and Fatty were full of wine. Pay the bill. Lin Yun called out to the waiter to come and pay the bill. Sir, you have spent a total of 330 yuan. Erase the 030 yuan. Payable for 300 yuan. Do you want to swipe your card or cash? The waitress had a smile on her face. A meal of more than $4,000. In the past, Lin Yun did not even dare to think about it. This was Lin Yun's living expenses for a year. Swipe. Lin Yun said as he touched his wallet. Where's my wallet? Lin Yun abruptly realized that his wallet was gone. Lin Yun hurriedly stood up and searched his entire body, still not finding his wallet. It's not going to be stolen, is it? Lin Yun suddenly remembered that when he had just gone to the restroom, a sneaky man had bumped into him. At that time, Lin Yun hadn't felt anything, but now that the wallet was missing, Lin Yun immediately associated it with him. Lin Yun scanned around and didn't find the man's figure in the store. I'm afraid he had long since slipped away after committing the crime. The wallet was stolen? The fat man also looked surprised. Yes, when I just went to the restroom, a man bumped into me in the restroom. I'm afraid it was that bastard who stole it from me. Lin Yun laughed bitterly. I'll take care of the check. Then, the fat man hastily dug his pockets out, but in the end he only managed to scrape together 286 yuan, not even enough to pay for the change. Paying the bill only to realize you don't have any money is the most embarrassing thing ever. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over, looking like the hotel manager. Lin, what's going on here? The manager asked the waitress. Manager, the two of them said they lost their wallets and don't have the money to pay the bill. The waitress said, I know, go get busy and let me do it. The manager waved his hand at the waitress. Immediately after, the manager looked at Lin Yun and the two of them. Sirs, I am the manager of this store. Manager, I just had my wallet stolen while I was using the restroom for convenience. So, can I owe a debt first? I can make a note and send the money tomorrow. Lin Yun looked embarrassed. Whether it's stolen, or if you want to eat a bully meal, it's hard to say. The manager smiled coldly. From the moment Lin Yun and Fatty entered, the manager had noticed the two of them, because the spending here was relatively high. So the people who came here to eat were basically dressed in an upscale manner. But the duo, Lin Yun and Fatty, were dressed in cheap clothing. At that time the manager was thinking in his mind, can these two boys afford to spend money here? But all comers are guests, and the manager can't possibly go and kick them out. What? You're saying we're eating bully food? Have you got it wrong? Do you know who the person beside me is? He's Lu Zhizhong's grandson? He would eat bully food? Fatty exclaimed. You're saying he's Lu Zhizhong's grandson? Then I'm still Lu Zhizhong's grandfather. The manager snorted. How could the manager believe that a man in cheap clothes was the grandson of the richest man in the southwest? This is simply bull *********. When Lin Yun heard this, he immediately frowned. I lost my wallet in your restaurant. Your restaurant should have a lot to answer for, right? I think you're just trying to blackmail our restaurant as an excuse not to pay. Where's what wallet was stolen? The manager's tone was icy cold. Lin Yun's face was even more somber. The place where he lost his wallet just happened to be a toilet with no surveillance coverage, so there was no way to call up surveillance to prove himself. Do you two boys listen to me? No matter what you think of, you must pay the money. Otherwise, I can only report it to Jay for processing. The manager had a serious face. The commotion over here caught the attention of many of the diners present. Holy, these days there are still people who eat king's meals. And they also come to the feast eatery to eat king's meals. Isn't this asking for pain? That's right. If you don't have money, don't come and spend it in a place like this. Many of the diners present murmured. Lin Yun, what is this going to do? Fatty was also speechless. Although Lin Yun was a bit annoyed, it was really a natural thing to pay for dinner. And the main reason his wallet was stolen was because he was careless. Lin Yun thought for a moment, then turned his head to the diners present. Anyone who wants to lend me $4,000 for the bill, I'll pay it back tenfold tomorrow. And I'll make an IOU and put my handprint on it. 10 times? That's 40,000. Many people in the audience heard this figure, or some heartbeat, casually make 40,000. Sure, cool, this is more than loan sharks are profiteering. Look at the way he's dressed. Does he look like someone who can afford $40,000? I think this is a crook trying to cheat money. That's right. Look at him like that. There's absolutely no way he can come up with $40,000. So don't fall for this kid's tricks. Although the payment Lin Yun offered was heartwarming, no one was willing to lend money to a stranger while still being dressed so cheaply. Kid, don't play tricks. I think you're just trying to scam money. No one will believe you. I'd better call the police to deal with it, the manager said as he fumbled with his cell phone. Chapter 14, Strangers. Wait. Just then, a light voice rang out. Lin Yun turned his head and what caught Lin Yun's eye was a young girl with a ponytail. The girl was wearing a white jacket and jeans, outlining her slender legs, long eyelashes with aura-like eyes, and a small mouth like a peach. Beauty. This is definitely a beautiful woman overflowing with sunshine and youthfulness. Not only beautiful, but also good temperament. To be honest, she was like an iron-absorbing stone that possessed magnetic properties, and Lin Yun was attracted to her the first time he saw her, so much so that he looked at her several more times. The girl walked straight over and stopped in front of Lin Yun. Manager, I paid for them. Swipe your card. The girl handed a card to the manager, her voice soft and delicate. Beauty, are you really going to pay for them? He looks like a liar at first glance. You're just being cheated by them. The manager looked surprised. He didn't expect someone to really come out and pay for the Lin Yun duo. Whether or not I get ripped off is my business. You restaurants just collect the money, the girl said. Well, the manager nodded, then took the bank card and went forward to swipe it. For their restaurant, as long as they received money, that was the most important thing. If the police were called to deal with the situation, even if they arrested Lin Yun and his duo, no one would pay for the meal, and their restaurant would lose money instead. This scene, on the contrary, attracted the comments of many diners present. They all had similar views. They all felt that this girl was too stupid to even believe this. The manager went to swipe the card during. Beauty, thank you for believing that we are not liars, and thank you for being willing to help us. Fatty thanked one after another. You're welcome. Everyone has hard times. The girl smiled politely and slightly. Lin Yun, on the other hand, looked at her with surprise. Lin Yun didn't think that someone would really be willing to help, and it was still such a beautiful beauty. Hello beautiful, my name is Lin Yun. At the risk of asking, why is it that you're willing to believe us when everyone else thinks we're frauds? Lin Yun said curiously. If you're crooks, then consider me unlucky. If you're not crooks, then I'll be able to help someone in need, and I think it's worth it, the girl said lightly. Hearing these words in the girl's heart, Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a little shocked in his heart. This was considered a girl with a good heart, right? That's when the manager returned again. This lady, the card has been swiped successfully. Here is the small ticket. The manager handed the card and the small ticket to the girl. Seeing this, Lin Yun said to the girl, Beauty, I'll give you an IOU now. Leave me your cell phone number. I'll definitely pay you back tenfold tomorrow. I'll make you understand that I'm not a liar. Lin Yun had said before that if anyone was willing to lend him money, he would return it tenfold. So Lin Yun would naturally do what he said. The girl, however, shook her head. No need. I'm not helping you for money, just simply to help. After saying that, the girl walked directly towards the outside. The girl's sudden departure left Lin Yun somewhat bewildered. Lin Yun had thought that this girl was willing to help herself because she was after her tenfold bounty. It turned out that this girl wasn't after the money at all, and didn't even intend for Lin Yun to pay back this money, and just left straight away like that? Brother Yun. Fatty also looked surprised. Fatty, go! Lin Yun hurriedly called on Fatty and chased after him. After chasing out of the restaurant, Lin Yun just happened to see the girls clinging back. Hey, can you tell me what your name is? Lin Yun blurted out towards the girl's back. Lin Yun wanted to know the girl's name, and Lin Yun wanted to return this money he owed her. The girl stopped and said, Stranger. After saying that, the girl walked directly to a white Audi A4 on the side of the road, pulled open the door and sat in. Immediately afterward, the car started and disappeared from Lin Yun's sight in an instant. Stranger, what a stranger. Lin Yun sighed dully. Lin Yun, are we just going to let her settle our bill for nothing? Fatty looked at Lin Yun. Of course I want to return the money to her. But it's a pity she didn't leave us any information. Lin Yun spread his hands helplessly. Right. License plate number. Lin Yun suddenly slapped his head. The girl had just driven away. So as long as Lin Yun knew her license plate number, he would definitely be able to find her somehow. It was a pity that Lin Yun hadn't thought of this just now, so he hadn't bothered to memorize the license plate number. Fatty, did you memorize the license plate number? Lin Yun looked at Fatty. I didn't think of that much. Fatty laughed bitterly. I owe her a favor today. I hope I can meet her again in the future. Lin Yun looked away into the distance. Such a kind girl. Of course Lin Yun wanted to meet her again. And Lin Yun also wanted to return the favor he owed her. Personally. Only. In the vast sea of people. I'm afraid it's not an easy thing to meet again. And maybe I'll never see her again. By the way, that asshole who stole my wallet. Don't let me run into him again. Or I'll make him look good. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and said viciously. Lin Yun knew that the culprit who had left him with no money to pay for the bill and was even mistaken for a crook was the thief. And if he hadn't stolen Lin Yun's wallet, none of this would have happened. Right. This kind of hateful thief. We must make him look good when we catch him. Fatty nodded in agreement. The other side. Inside the white Audi A4 just now, the girl who had helped Lin Yun pay for the bill was concentrating on driving the car. And what she had just done to help Lin Yun was already behind her. Just then, the girl's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Daddy. The girl picked up the phone. Manny, tomorrow's reception is very important. It's about the survival of our company. You must not be late. Be on time. Oh. A middle-aged man's voice came out from the phone. I know, Dad. Don't worry. I'm sure I won't be late. The girl responded. After a pause, the girl's pretty face was filled with worry. Dad, our company is small in size. And there is no advantage in terms of price. There is absolutely no comparison with those competing companies. I'm really worried. And, if we still can't negotiate this time, I'm afraid that it's very difficult for our company to continue to do business. The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then said in a serious tone, It's true that we don't have any advantage. We can only show 100% sincerity to let Huading Group see our sincerity. Let's hope that a miracle will happen. Day 2. For the vast majority of people, today is just a normal Saturday. But for Lin Yun, today was the day of the company's reception. It was a small reception, and the companies invited were all companies that had cooperative relationships with the Huading Group. Green Cloud Hotel. This was one of the top hotels in Xinjiang City, and it was normal for a supergroup like the Huading Group to choose to hold a reception here. Lin Yun came earlier, arriving at the hotel at 9 o'clock, in the VIP lounge on the second floor of the hotel. Because there was still time, Lin Yun touched his cell phone to play a game. As a college student, although Lin Yun studied well, he still plays games, and you really can't find a few male college students who don't play games these days. Lin Yun would also occasionally play games in his spare time. At this time, the door of the VIP room was pushed open and a middle-aged man walked in with a smile on his face. Hello Chairman Lin Yun, I'm Zhu Zhe, the chairman of the Qingyun Hotel, and I've come to pay my respects to Chairman Lin. Zhu Zhe wore a smile on his face and his posture was lowered. Although Qingyun Hotel was very powerful in Xinjiang City, it was definitely too far from the Huading Group, which was the most powerful group in the 3 southwestern provinces, and was also famous in the whole country. Even if Lin Yun was only a branch chairman, behind the branch was the entire Huading Group. Moreover, Zhu Zhe had gotten word from Lu Bo that Lin Yun was the grandson of elder Lu Zhizhong. Just based on that, Zhu Zhe had to treat Lin Yun with respect. You're Zhu Zhe from the Qingyun Hotel. I've heard of you. Lin Yun looked up at Zhu Zhe. Qingyun Hotel was famous in Xinjiang City, and the owner, Zhu Zhe, was naturally little known. So Lin Yun had heard of his great name before. Yes, my humble self is none other than Zhu Zhe. I've long heard from Mr. Lu that you, Chairman Lin, are a young man of valor, and when I see you today, you really do have an extraordinary aura na. Zhu Zhe was full of smiles. Chairman Zhu is polite. Lin Yun looked up at Zhu Zhe. In the past, Lin Yun couldn't even think that he could enter a 5-star hotel like the Qingyun Hotel. And at that time, Zhu Zhe was also a big shot that Lin Yun needed to look up to, and could only hear about his mighty name in other people's mouths. And now, the owner of the Green Cloud Hotel had to be respectful in front of himself, and even had to kiss his own ass. Chairman Lin, this is our hotel's diamond VIP card, specially gifted to you, Mr. Lin, so that in the future, when you come to our hotel to spend money, you'll be able to enjoy the top treatment. Zhu Zhe respectfully presented a membership card, with both hands. I appreciate Zhu Dong's thoughts. Lin Yun wasn't polite and directly took the membership card. When Zhu Zhe saw Lin Yun accept the card, a happy smile appeared on his face because it showed that Lin Yun appreciated his face. Lin Dong, you go ahead and get busy. I'll retire first. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Zhu Zhe still had a complimentary smile on his face. Since 10 o'clock, the bosses who came to the reception had been arriving at the hotel. Lu Bo as the general manager of the company. He then stood at the entrance of the hotel and welcomed the arriving bosses one by one. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of the hotel, and a balding middle-aged man, as well as a young man, stepped out of the car. If Lin Yun was here, he would have recognized this young man at a glance, because he was Lin Yun's classmate. Zhang Hu, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang Hu, welcome. Lu Bo, like receiving other bosses, went up to shake hands and welcome them with a smile on his face. Zhang Hu's dad, Zhang Dachuan, hurriedly smiled and went forward to shake hands with Lu Bo. Mr. Lu, you are too polite. I have to congratulate you first. Congratulations on defeating the Wu family's father and son and being promoted to general manager. In the future, Mr. Lu, you have to take care of my little brother. Mr. Zhang, I don't dare to make up my own mind about who to take care of. I can only take care of whoever the new chairman says to take care of. Lu Bo said. The meaning of Lu Bo's words is obvious. I only listen to the new chairman. The new chairman wants to cooperate with you. Then continue. Right. What, Mr. Lu said. Zhang Dachuan nodded repeatedly with a smile on his face. Chapter 15, Meeting with Zhang Hu. Right, Mr. Lu, where is the new chairman now? Zhang Dachuan asked. Zhang Hu also looked curious. The chairman is currently resting in the VIP lounge, waiting for the reception to officially begin. Lu Bo replied. Yes? Then, can I go to the VIP lounge to pay my respects to him first? Zhang Dachuan asked with a smile. Now that the new chairman had taken office, he, Zhang Dachuan, wanted to continue to work with the Huading group, so of course he had to flatter the new chairman. I can only report for you. As for whether or not Lin Dong wants to see you, that's up to Lin Dong. Lu Bo said. Good. Then I will trouble Dong Lu to help report it. Zhang Dachuan said with a smile. Zhang Dachuan's company, just a local building materials company, while the Huading group, but the Southwest Top group. Of course, the two have no comparison. In the VIP lounge, the hotel chairman hadn't been gone for long when Lin Yun's phone rang. Hey, Lu Bo. Lin Yun picked up the phone. Chairman, Zhang Dachuan and his son Zhang Hu from Hongda Building Materials Limited would like to come to the lounge to pay you a visit. Lu Bo said. Oh, are they father and son coming to see me? Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. Yesterday at school, Zhang Hu had even let loose harsh words on Lin Yun in the classroom and had taunted him. And now, Zhang Hu and his father were coming to pay their respects. What a wonderful world. Lin Yun knew in his heart that Zhang Hu had no idea at this point that the new chairman he was coming to see was actually himself. Lu Bo, bring them up, Lin Yun said with a smile. Yes, Dong Lin. After Lu Bo answered, he hung up the phone. Hotel entrance. Mr. Lu, how is it? Has the new chairman agreed? Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Hu looked at Lu Bo with an expectant face. The new chairman asked me to take you up, Lu Bo said. Great. Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Hu both revealed happy smiles when they heard this. Zhang Hu did not know in the slightest at this time that the new chairman he was very much looking forward to meeting was actually Lin Yun. Come with me. Lu Bo directly led Zhang Hu's father and son towards the VIP lounge on the second floor. Road. Mr. Lu, can you tell me what is the origin of this new chairman? I heard that this new chairman is very young and has a big background. I don't know if it's true or not. Zhang Dachuan asked. Lu Bo nodded. That's right, he has a big background. So big that you wouldn't dare to imagine. Oh, Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Hu became even more interested after hearing this. Mr. Lu, quickly tell us what exactly is the background of the new chairman. Zhang Dachuan hurriedly asked after him. Zhang Hu also looked at Lu Bo curiously. This new chairman is Chairman Lu Zhizhong's own grandson, Lu Bo said. It's even Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Both his father and son sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. Who is Lu Zhizhong? The richest man in the 3 southwestern provinces and founder of the Huading group. Such a big shot was a tier that Zhang Hu's father and son could not even come into contact with. A terrifying existence that their father and son needed to look up to. TSK. This background. It's truly terrifying. Zhang Dachuan couldn't help but smack his lips. Dad, I didn't expect that we would be able to come into contact with such a powerful figure, Zhang Hu said excitedly. Yes, That's why we have to be even more careful with it. You kid must be respectful to me. Don't talk nonsense, and don't bump into him, understand? Zhang Dachuan said to Zhang Hu. Zhang Dachuan had already secretly made up his mind in his heart that he must treat this Lu Zhizhong's grandson carefully. He was even thinking that if he could climb up to this Lu Zhizhong's grandson, then he and his company would really soar in the future. Dad, don't worry. Such a powerful figure. Even if I borrowed 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to rush it. Zhang Hu said with a smile. VIP lounge. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Lin Yun spoke to the doorway. Immediately afterward, the door was pushed open and 3 figures came into Lin Yun's eyes. The one walking in front was Lu Bo, and the ones following behind were none other than Zhang Hu's father and son. After Zhang Hu entered the door, he hurriedly raised his head to look ahead, wanting to catch a glimpse of the new chairman. Gah! However, the moment Zhang Hu saw Lin Yun, the smile on his face instantly froze, and his mind was even more filled with question marks. Isn't this Lin Yun? Why is he here? But there was no one else in the room besides Lin Yun. At this time, Lu Bo opened his mouth. Mr. Zhang, young Master Zhang, let me introduce you. This is our new chairman, Lin Yun. What? When Zhang Hu heard these words, he only felt a thunderbolt from a clear sky strike him in the head, directly splitting his entire being. Zhang Dachuan didn't notice the abnormality. He hurriedly bowed his body with a smile full of compliments and said, My humble self is Zhang Dachuan, the head of Hongda Building Materials Company. Pay my respects to Chairman Lin. Immediately after that, Zhang Dachuan looked at his son. When he saw that his son actually froze in place and didn't react, he immediately frowned, then bellowed, Zhang Hu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay your respects to Chairman Lin. How could it be him? Zhang Hu didn't reply to his dad's words, but instead stared straight at Lin Yun, his voice all unusually sharp due to the horror he felt inside. Zhang Hu had never dreamed that the new chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group would be Lin Yun. Zhang Hu had never dreamed that the person he desperately wanted to come and pay his respects to would be Lin Yun. Zhang Hu, what are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and pay your respects to Chairman Lin? When Zhang Dachuan saw his son talking nonsense, he was so angry that he kicked Zhang Hu in the leg. He had specifically instructed his son earlier to be respectful when he came in, but he ended up yelling and screaming as soon as his son came in. So could he not be angry? Lin Yun smiled and waved his hand at Zhang Dachuan. Zhang Dachuan, you don't have to be surprised or strange because I know your son and we are still in the same class. Recognize? In the same class? Zhang Dachuan was stunned. At this time, Lin Yun stood up from the leather sofa, then slowly walked over to Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, are you surprised to see me? I said yesterday in the classroom that we might meet at the reception today. Now, you believe it. Lin Yun had a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. How can you be the new chairman of the board? And how can you be the grandson of Lu Zhizhong? This must be a mistake. Zhang Hu shook his head vigorously as he was completely unable to accept this fact. Lu Bo, who was on the side, coldly reprimanded. Zhang Hu, please correct your attitude and language. This is the new chairman of our branch and Lu Zhizhong's own grandson. As good as fake. After Zhang Hu heard these words, his heart instantly fell below the 9 circles of hell. General Manager Lu Bo has said so. And the fact that Lin Yun can be here is enough to explain Lin Yun's identity. So even if Zhang Hu has a million disbeliefs, he has to believe it. At this time, Zhang Hu suddenly understood why yesterday when he asked the political education director to expel Lin Yun, the principal bailed out Lin Yun. I'm afraid it is because of Lin Yun's horrible identity background. At this time, Zhang Hu realized why Lin Yun dared to call his bluff and even stabbed him with a fountain pen. Because Lin Yun had such a horrible identity background to back him up. After thinking about this, Zhang Hu only felt a chill down his back and a pang of fear. It was amazing that he had been working against such a terrifying existence. Zhang Hu's dad, Zhang Dachuan, naturally saw the signs. Zhang Hu, say, have you offended the chairman? Zhang Dachuan stormed at his son in a stern voice. I. Zhang Hu only felt incomparable despair in his heart at this moment. After seeing his son's reaction, Zhang Dachuan realized that his son had definitely offended Lin Yun. Zhang Dachuan, who was furious, directly kicked over, ruthlessly kicking Zhang Hu's body. You asshole! Hurry up and kneel down and apologize and make amends to Chairman Lin. Zhang Dachuan was so angry in his heart. He knew that if he offended Lin Yun, it would most likely lead to Huading Group no longer cooperating with him. On the contrary, the vast majority of their company's business was propped up by the Huading Group. And if the Huading Group did not order building materials from their company, then his company would rapidly decline or even close down. What's more, was a terrifying existence like Lu Zhizhong's grandson something they could afford to offend? Zhang Hu certainly understood this. The terrified Zhang Hu was in a cold sweat, and he couldn't stop trembling. In the next moment, Zhang Hu directly knelt on the ground. Chairman Lin, I was wrong. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Please forgive me, Zhang Hu said while slapping his face hard with his ear. Zhang Hu understood that based on the fact that Lin Yun was Lu Zhizhong's grandson, it would be simpler for Lin Yun to get him killed than pinching an ant. Just by virtue of Lin Yun's terrifying status as Lu Zhizhong's grandson, he couldn't muster any resistance, and the only thing he could do was beg for mercy. Oh, didn't you threaten to have the school expel me yesterday? Didn't you say you wanted to ruin my future? Now how come you're begging for mercy again? Zhang Hu held his face red, looking at Zhang Hu, who was kneeling down in front of him and begging for mercy. Lin Yun sneered. I said yesterday that I would consider sparing you if you gave me an apology, but you didn't, and you chose a different path to hell yesterday. Zhang Hu trembled in fear after hearing this. He knew that Lin Yun's words meant that he wouldn't give him a chance. Zhang Hu crawled directly to Lin Yun's feet and hugged Lin Yun's leg, pleading, Lin Yun, I'm begging you, for the sake of us being in the same class, just give me a chance and spare me. At this moment, where was the Zhang Hu that had once been arrogant and domineering in front of Lin Yun? All there was just wretchedness. Get out! Lin Yun directly kicked Zhang Hu away. People like Zhang Hu don't deserve any mercy at all. Lin Yun stood with his hands in the air, looked at Lu Bo, and said, Lu Bo, from today onwards, terminate all cooperation with Hongda Building Material Company and no longer purchase any building materials from their company. Chapter 16, Brothers Beaten. Yes, Chairman. Lu Bo nodded and responded. Zhang Dachuan was in a hurry after hearing that. If Hua Ding Group didn't cooperate with them now, he was afraid that his company would be finished off. Chairman Lin, please give us a chance. I'll go back and clean up my son properly. Zhang Dachuan begged as well. Shut the hell up. Lin Yun frowned. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun's eyes narrowed and he said with an imposing voice, I've already given enough face with this result. If I really want to pursue this, you and your son will have to die. The heavenly kings can't protect you. Zhang Dachuan sniffed, his face turning pale due to the spasms of his heart. He knew that just by virtue of Lin Yun's status as Lu Zhizhong's grandson, if Lin Yun really wanted to kill his son, he would definitely be able to do it. Zhang Hu even went limp on the ground at once, despair written all over his face. Done. Zhang Hu knew that it was all over. Lin Yun sat back down on the leather sofa while waving his hand and spitting out a few words from his mouth. If there's nothing else, get lost. Both of you. Please. Lu Bo pulled open the door of the room and signaled Zhang Hu's father and son to leave. Just like that, the father and son duo, who were full of despair, left the VIP lounge unhappily. Outside the VIP room, Pop. As soon as he came out, Zhang Dachuan slapped Zhang Hu's face hard. Damn thing. You even dared to offend Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Do you think our lives aren't long enough? Zhang Dachuan's face was filled with rage. Dad, I really don't know that he is Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Zhang Hu looked desperate. After experiencing what just happened, Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Hu naturally did not have the face to continue to stay at the reception, and the two of them left the reception directly in ashes. Inside the VIP lounge, Lin Dong, even if you don't have a grudge against Hongda Building Material Company, I'm actually prepared to break off cooperation with them this time, Lu Bo said. Oh, why? Lin Yun looked up at Lu Bo. Because the building materials provided by their company are not only expensive, but the materials are also average, and they used to be able to cooperate with our company because they bribed the Wu family's father and son, Lu Bo said. I see. Lin Yun nodded indistinctly. Lu Bo continued. Lin Dong, after we severed our cooperation with Hongda Building Material Company, we need to choose a new building material company to replace it. I don't know if Lin Dong has any requirements or suggestions. I trust you. Just watch. Lin Yun said. Don't worry Lin Dong. I will definitely choose a company with the right price and good materials. Lu Bo saw that Lin Yun trusted him so much. He naturally looked happy. Hotel entrance. Lin Yun's good friend, Fatty, came to the entrance of the hotel in high spirits. Yesterday, Lin Yun had said that if Fatty wanted to come to the reception, feel free to come, and of course Fatty came to see the world. This gentleman, wait a minute. Fatty had just arrived at the door when he was stopped by two security guards, who looked at Fatty, who was dressed in such an ordinary way, and didn't look like he could come to spend money at the Qing Yun Hotel. I'm here to attend the reception of the Huading Group. What's wrong? What's the problem? Fatty looked at the two security guards. Sir, if you're here for the reception, please show your invitation. The two security guards said. Invitation letter? I was verbally invited by the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading group. There is no invitation. Fatty said. Sorry, if you don't have an invitation, you can't go in. Two security guards blocked the way. Didn't I tell you? I was verbally invited by the chairman. If you don't believe me, you guys can go ask him. Fatty was speechless. Instead of believing it, the two security guards laughed, as if they had heard a ridiculous joke. At that moment, the lobby manager in a suit walked over. What's going on? What's with all the noise and clamor? Manager, this gentleman said that he came to attend the Huading Group's reception but didn't have an invitation. He said that the chairman of Huading Group verbally invited him. The two security guards said. Fatty nodded. That's right, it was the chairman who verbally invited me here. I'm good friends with him. The lobby manager looked the fat man up and down, then snorted. What did you say? The chairman of Huading verbally invited you? You're good friends with the chairman of Huading? Right. Fatty nodded again. Fatty, don't tease me. You look like this. And you're still a friend of Chairman Huading? You also don't look in the mirror to see what you are. I think you just want to enter the wine club to mix food and drink. The lobby manager snorted. Fatty held back his red face. Being looked down upon like this. Of course Fatty was very upset. If you put it in the past, being looked down on Fatty can only be tolerated. But the last time Lin Yun told him that in the future. Whoever dares to look down on us will directly dislike us. And Lin Yun will take care of anything. After thinking of this, Fatty looked up directly and said, should you look down on me because I'm not wearing a name tag? I'm telling you, don't look down on people. The lobby manager immediately frowned. You called me a dog? You're ing looking for death? It's you I'm scolding. Dog-eyed thing. Fatty didn't show any weakness at all. Kid, you're ing looking for death. Pop. The angry lobby manager directly to the fat man's face. Is a slap in the face. Loud slaps fell on the fat man's face. The fat man was caught off guard. He never thought that this lobby manager would directly take action against him. You hit me? Fatty covered his face and stared with wide eyes. The lobby manager proudly said, it's you who hit. Dare to scold the old man. Don't look at what you are yourself. You too will this stinking beggar. Throw it out for me. The lobby manager waved his hand to the two security guards next to him. After the two security guards sniffed, they directly stepped forward to frame the fat man. You wait for me. You hit me. I will make you pay. The angry fat man pointed his finger at the lobby manager. Yeah, I'll wait. The lobby manager sneered. The lobby manager usually read countless people. He thought he could tell at a glance what status the other party was. He decided that the fat man was just a good bully at the bottom of the pile. So he wasn't the least bit afraid. After being thrown out by the two security guards, the fat man directly fumbled for his phone and flipped out Lin Yun's number and dialed. In the VIP lounge. What? You got beaten up in front of the hotel? Lin Yun stood up from his seat in surprise. Okay, don't worry. I'll come downstairs now, Lin Yun said into the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yun's face looked very gloomy. His own brother had come to attend a reception held by himself, but he was beaten at the door. Lin Dong, what happened? Lu Bo hurriedly inquired. My friend was in front of the hotel and was beaten up by the hotel manager. Lin Yun's tone was icy cold. What? Lu Bo was also shocked. This was a big deal. Lu Bo, follow me. Lin Yun headed directly outside. Lu Bo realized the seriousness of the matter, and he hurriedly followed him out as well. Hotel entrance. The fat man, who had been thrown out, re-entered the doorway. The lobby manager was still standing in the doorway and hadn't left. Kid, why are you back again? Still looking for a fight? The lobby manager pointed at Fatty, arrogantly. Shut the up. A stern, stormy voice came out from the hotel. The lobby manager twisted his head and what caught his eyes was none other than Lin Yun and Lu Bo. Dong Lin, Mr. Lu. The lobby manager was startled for a moment. Immediately after, the lobby manager hurriedly revealed a fawning smile and said, Lin Dong, Mr. Lu, why did you two come all of a sudden? Get the outta here. Lin Yun pushed the lobby manager away with a slap, then walked directly to the fatty. Lin Yun, but you're finally here. Fatty had a resigned look on his face. Fatty, who hit you? Lin Yun narrowed his eyes. Him. The fat man pointed directly at the lobby manager. Lin Yun twisted his head to look at the lobby manager, and his eyes were already flickering with a shocking chill. After the lobby manager felt Lin Yun's gaze, he was so frightened that his face instantly turned pale. The lobby manager was not a cutie. After he saw the scene, he had realized that the fat man was really a friend of the new chairman of the Huading group. After thinking about this, his heart fell into an abyss of 10,000 feet. He had actually hit the friend of the chairman of the Huading group. You don't have a lot of ing guts, a district manager. You even dare to hit my friend. Is it that you even want to hit me too? A furious Lin Yun grabbed the lobby manager's collar. Lin Dong, spare my life. The lobby manager's legs shivered and he directly kneeled on the ground. Along with the two security guards next to him, they were so frightened that they hurriedly knelt on the ground. They also never expected that the fat man dressed so plainly was really a friend of the new chairman of the Huading group. With their status, where were the consequences of offending the chairman of the Huading group that they could afford? Lin Yun twisted his head to look at Fatty and said with narrowed eyes, Fatty, how he just hit you. You tenfold, 100 times give it back to me. Yes. Fatty nodded vigorously. Fatty had just been beaten by the lobby manager and had long held a bellyful of fire, and now was his time for revenge. The fat man directly rolled up his sleeves, then rushed to the lobby manager. Manager, do you believe now that I am a friend of the chairman? Fatty looked down at the lobby manager who was kneeling on the floor. I believe it, Master Fatty. It's me who has no eyes, so please spare me. The lobby manager's voice was trembling. Spare you? Dream on. After Fatty finished speaking, he snapped a slap directly on the lobby manager's face. This slap is payback. And what comes next is interest. Pop, pop, pop. The fat man was not polite at all and ruthlessly slapped the lobby manager several more times. The lobby manager's face was covered in red fingerprints from being smacked, but he didn't dare to resist in the slightest. After slapping these slaps, the breath that Fatty was holding in his heart finally came out. After the beating, the fat man then chided the lobby manager in a lecturing tone. Remember, don't look down on others in the future. You think you're so powerful. Why do you look down on others? There are plenty of people better than you. Chapter 17, Meeting Huang Mingyi again. Yes, Master Fatty's lesson. The lobby manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Lin Yun looked at the lobby manager and said in a cold voice, I'll inform your chairman about you hitting my friend, and as for what he'll do with you, I think he'll have his own decision. After saying that, Lin Yun directly called out to Fatty and headed towards the hotel. Inform the chairman? When the lobby manager heard that Lin Yun was going to inform the hotel chairman, he was so scared that he directly went limp on the floor. If the hotel chairman knew about it, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep his job. After walking into the hotel, Lu Bo, you take this matter and report it to the chairman of the Qingyun Hotel, Lin Yun said to Lu Bo. Yes, Dong Lin. Lu Bo nodded. Lin Yun looked at Fatty again. Fatty, you just got all the anger out of your heart, right? Of course. It's still thanks to Lin Yun. If you hadn't backed me up, I wouldn't have been able to take revenge at all. Looking at the way he was scared and begging for forgiveness, it was too much of a relief for me. Fatty had an excited face. For the fat man in the past, the only way to endure this kind of anger was to endure it. Who told him that his identity and background were inferior to others? But now that he had Lin Yun to back him up, he no longer had to suffer from the pent-up anger. Shortly after Lin Yun returned to the VIP lounge, the chairman of the hotel came running to make amends with Lin Yun and Fatty and said that he had fired the lobby manager. Inside the reception venue, it was about 20 minutes before the reception began. There were already more than 40 people gathered in the reception venue. The invitees had basically arrived. The scale of this reception was not big in the first place, and the invitees were only the companies that had cooperative relationship with Huading Group, because the reception had not yet officially begun. Quite a few bosses were gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to chat with each other. A seating table. A middle-aged man, sitting with a young girl wearing heavy makeup. If Lin Yun was here, he would have recognized the heavily made-up girl at a glance, because this heavily made-up girl was the same girl that Fatty had introduced to Lin Yun at the bar the day before, Guo Xiaoxiao. At that time, Guo Xiaoxiao had even bragged to Lin Yun that she had received an invitation to the Huading Group's reception. The middle-aged man beside Guo Xiaoxiao was none other than his father. Xiaoxiao, I heard that this new chairman is very young. After the reception is over, I'll find a chance to meet with him in private. You have to work hard at that time. If you get on this new chairman, then our family will be really rich, Guo Xiaoxiao's father urged. Guo Xiaoxiao's father's meaning was obvious. That is, for her daughter to seduce the new chairman of Huading. Don't worry, Dad. I'll definitely use all my skills. Guo Xiaoxiao looked very expectant. Guo Xiaoxiao's family, again, is a very ordinary local small company? The scale is even much worse than Zhang Hu's company. Xiao Xiao certainly understood that once she could climb up to the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading group, then her family would be able to take advantage of this to soar. But of course, she didn't know that the new chairman was Lin Yun. Inside the VIP lounge, Dong Lin, the boss of Tianchang Building Material Company wants to see you, Lu Bo said. Is he up to something? Lin Yun asked. It should be wanting to talk to us about cooperation. We now happen to be missing a building materials company partner, but their company is small and does not have any advantage in terms of price, Lu Bo said. Since that's the case, when it comes to talking about cooperation, you can just explain it to him and I won't see you. Lin Yun waved his hand. Yes, Lu Bo nodded and then retreated. Not long after Lu Bo went out, Fatty rushed into the VIP lounge out of breath. Lin Yun, guess who I saw in the reception hall. The fat man was breathing heavily, but appeared excited. See how excited you are. Who did you see? Lin Yun asked with a smile. Remember last night at the restaurant, the girl who helped us pay? The fat man was still breathing heavily. What? Did you see her at the reception? Seriously? Lin Yun stood up from his seat in a flash in surprise. That's right. It was in the hall where the reception was held. I saw it with my own eyes. It's definitely not fake. Fatty smiled and nodded vigorously. Looks like we're still destined to be with her. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. Lin Yun was still thinking last night that he hoped to see this girl again so he could return the money and favors he owed her. But Lin Yun also knew how difficult it would be to meet again in the vastness of the human sea. I didn't expect to have her whereabouts today? Go! Let's go meet her. It's time to pay her back for that meal money yesterday. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he directly headed out of the house. A corner within the reception hall, a beautiful woman in a white jacket and jeans, overflowing with youthful sunshine, stood. She was none other than the girl who had paid for Lin Yun at the feast eatery last night, Huang Mengyi. When Huang Mengyi saw her father approaching, she hurriedly inquired, Dad, how's it going? Have you met the new chairman of Huading? Is he willing to cooperate with us? The lean middle-aged man shook his head with a bleak gaze. I didn't see it. It was General Manager Lu Bo who talked to me. And although I put forth all my efforts, General Manager Lu declined. After Huang Mengyi heard this, disappointment and sadness also flashed across her pretty face. Dad, don't feel bad. That's how the business world is. The Huading Group does business to make money as well. They naturally have to pick better material suppliers. It's only our fault that we're too weak and uncompetitive. Huang Mengyi comforted her father. I understand. The lean middle-aged man nodded, helplessness written all over his face. Although Huang Mengyi didn't say anything on her lips, she secretly made up her mind that after the reception was over later on, she was going to intercept the new chairman of Huading and try to convince him again. Because Huang Mengyi understands that if they can't get this big customer of Huading Group, with the current situation of their company, it won't last long to close down. This is their last chance. Hello, we meet again. Right at this moment, a voice sounded behind Huang Mengyi. Huang Mengyi turned her head to see that it was none other than Lin Yun and Fatty. Because the bosses at the reception site had basically never seen Lin Yun before, they didn't realize that Lin Yun was the new chairman of Huading, so Lin Yun didn't cause any waves when he entered the reception site. It's you guys? Huang Mengyi recognized Lin Yun and Fatty at a glance, only she looked a little surprised. Not expecting to meet here. I didn't think it was really you. I didn't think we'd see each other again. It seems like the heavens are destined to make me return the money to you, Lin Yun said with a smile. I didn't expect to run into you guys either. Huang Mengyi smiled faintly. I have to say, she was really beautiful when she smiled, the kind that could melt hearts. Being able to meet again shows that we're still destined to be together. So, can you tell me your name this time? Lin Yun returned the smile. Well, my name is Huang Mengyi. After thinking for a while, Huang Mengyi still reported her name out. Huang Mengyi, good name. Lin Yun muttered the name once. Right, Huang Mengyi, give me your card number. I'll transfer money to you. I don't have much cash on me. I'll prove to you that I'm not a liar. I really had my wallet stolen yesterday. Lin Yun said. There's really no need. I believe you're not a liar. Just consider that meal as my treat. Huang Mengyi waved her hand. Huang Mengyi never wanted to get that money back in the first place. Manny, who is he? Huang Mengyi's father, who was standing next to him, finally opened his mouth to inquire. Dad, he's one of the people I was with at the hotel yesterday. He was in a bit of trouble at the hotel yesterday, so he helped him out a bit. Huang Mengyi said. Mengyi, you're still so fond of meddling in other people's business. You're a girl. What if you manage something? Huang Mengyi's father had a serious face. Wow. Huang Mengyi could only lower her head and obediently listen to his father's lecture. It was obvious that Huang Mengyi's family was still very strict. "Hello uncle, my name is Lin Yun. Nice to meet you and your daughter." Lin Yun extended his hand to Huang Mengyi's father. Father Huang didn't refuse and reached out to shake Lin Yun's hand, but his attitude was bland. Lin Yun looked at Huang Mengyi again. "By the way Huang Mengyi, how did you end up here?" "Of course I'm here for the reception Huang Mengyi said. "Oh, in that case, your family also has cooperation with the Huading group? I wonder if it's convenient for Fong to reveal which aspect of the cooperation." Lin Yun was curious. "We would like to cooperate with the Huading group, but our company is too small to enter the eyes of the Huading group." Huang Mengyi's spiritual eyes became dim after she said this. The fat man on the side couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. He was thinking, if Huang Mengyi knew that Lin Yun was the new chairman of Huading, I wonder what Huang Mengyi's reaction would be. Lin Yun, on the other hand, pursued. "Huang Mengyi, is it convenient to tell me what your family's company is called?" "Tiancheng Building Materials Company," Huang Mengyi said. "Tiancheng Building Materials Limited?" Lin Yun was startled for a moment, because when Lin Yun heard this name, he instantly remembered that Lu Bo had just reported to himself that the owner of Tiancheng Building Materials Limited wanted to come and see him. At this time, Huang Mengyi curiously opened her mouth and asked Lin Yun, "By the way, where are you guys? Why are you guys here? Is your family a partner with the Huading group?" Lin Yun thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "I will appear here because God knows that you are here, so he asked me to come here to pay you back." Lin Yun thought for a moment and still didn't rush to tell her his identity. Huang Mengyi covered her mouth and sneered after hearing Lin Yun's words. However, Father Huang's face looked a bit gloomy. "This little brother, are you teasing my daughter in front of me? Do you think this is good?" Father Huang had a stern face. Lin Yun revealed an embarrassed look after hearing this. Huang Mengyi also blushed prettily. "Dad, what nonsense. It's just a few words of conversation." Chapter 18. Lin Yun also opened his mouth to explain. "Uncle Huang, I really didn't come to your daughter with an ill intent. It's simply because she helped me yesterday, so I want to return the money to her. But my daughter has just said that the money doesn't have to be returned. So go ahead." Father Huang waved his hand at Lin Yun, signaling him to leave. Father Huang thought that Lin Yun wanted to pick up his daughter, and as a father, he naturally had to block something for his daughter. There were too many people who wanted to pick up his daughter over the years. Just then, holy, a kid dressed in such shabby clothes dares to come and pick up Sister Mengyi. An arrogant voice suddenly sounded from behind Lin Yun. Lin Yun twisted his head to look, and what met his eyes was a young man covered in designer labels, with an Omega watch on his wrist, and a face full of fanaticism. "Willow." After Huang Mengyi and Huang's father saw this man, both of their faces slightly changed. Lin Yun, on the other hand, frowned slightly because what the young man had just said was clearly talking about Lin Yun. The man named Willow, in the twinkling of an eye, walked up to Lin Yun and Huang Mengyi. "Where did the brat come from? Get lost. Sister Mengyi, is she not worthy of trash like you?" Willow looked at Lin Yun with a disdainful gaze. Immediately after that, Willow looked at Huang Mengyi again. "Sister Mengyi, I heard that you guys came to Huading today to talk about cooperation. I wonder if you've made it." Willow stuck her hands in her pants pockets with a dangling look. "Willow, this doesn't seem to be any of your business." Huang Mengyi's face changed slightly. "How is it none of my business? You're my future wife." Willow revealed a colorful smile. "Willow, please watch your words." Huang Mengyi's father also exited to stop it. "Uncle Huang, why are you so fierce?" "I'm here to help your family," Willow said with a smile. Willow continued, "If I guessed correctly, Huading Group will definitely not cooperate with your company. The result of this is that your company is facing closure. But I can help you as long as you promise to be my girlfriend, Huang Mengyi. I'll let my dad help you." Just as Huang Mengyi and Huang's father were about to open their mouths to rebuff, Lin Yun suddenly spoke. "You help? This young master has such a big mouth. So crazy?" After Willow sniffed, she turned her head towards Lin Yun with a cold face. "And where did you pop out of? Do you know who I am?" "Lin Yun, you can't afford to mess with him." Huang Mengyi pulled on Lin Yun's sleeve. Although Huang Mengyi didn't have much of a friendship with Lin Yun, but Lin Yun was helping her after all, so she naturally didn't want to see Lin Yun suffer. "Can't afford to mess with it?" Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. "In this Qingyang city, I'm afraid there was no one Lin Yun could not afford to mess with." To be honest, Lin Yun didn't really care which family's rich second generation this Wei Xiao was from. Anyway, he couldn't even be more powerful than Lin Yun. He, Lin Yun, was the grandson of the richest man in southwest China, Lu Shizhong. Father Huang, Huang Mengyi's father, also patted Lin Yun's shoulder and spoke. Young man, his father is a shareholder of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group. It's not something we can afford to offend. A shareholder's son? Lin Yun frowned slightly. Lin Yun didn't expect that this person would be the son of a shareholder of his own company. The son of a shareholder of his own family is arrogant in front of him? It's really interesting. Immediately after, Lin Yun let out a cold laugh. He, the son of a mere shareholder. How dare you be so arrogant? Who gave you this courage? Willow was instantly enraged after hearing Lin Yun's words. Kid, you kid dare to talk to me like this. I think you're tired of living and looking for a fight. Willow directly swung her fist and made a show of hitting Lin Yun. Seeing this, Huang Mengyi's father hurriedly stopped Willow. Willow, today is the reception held by the new chairman of Huading. If you hit someone here, you are not giving face to the new chairman of Huading. If things really get out of hand, your father can't give an explanation to the new chairman of Huading. Willow barely calmed down after hearing that. Although he was arrogant and cocky, he wasn't brainless. He knew that this was a reception organized by the new chairman. And if he really stirred up trouble at the reception, the new chairman would go berserk, and his dad wouldn't be able to handle it. I'm afraid, kid, count yourself lucky. I won't clean you up now. When the reception is over, I'll let you know what happens when you mess with me, Willow said viciously. Immediately afterward, Willow turned her head to look at Huang Mengyi again and said in a cold voice, Huang Mengyi, think about it with your dad. Or that, if you're willing to be my girlfriend, I'll let my dad help you. Otherwise, your family will be finished and go to hell. After dropping this comment, Willow simply turned and left. Lin Yun looked at Willow's back as she left and said with a cold smile, I'll also make you realize what happens when you mess with me. Wait until this Willow leaves. Lin Yun, you're too impulsive. His dad is one of the shareholders of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group. It's not something people like us can mess with. Huang Mengyi worried. The identity of a shareholder of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group might not count for much in the eyes of Lin Yun nowadays, but in the eyes of Huang Mengyi, it was definitely a very powerful existence. After all, the Huading Group was the most powerful super-large group in the southwest, even if it was just a shareholder of a branch. It was not something that Huang Mengyi and the others could compare to. Father Huang also spoke up. That's right, this Wei Xiao is vindictive. Young man, after the reception is over, he will definitely come to trouble you. Listen to my advice. Take advantage of the present and leave. Yeah, just hurry up and leave. Huang Mengyi also worried. Huang Mengyi knew that Lin Yun had just stood up for her and that's what got him into trouble with Willow. Of course she didn't want Lin Yun to get into trouble because of this. In that case, her conscience would definitely not be able to get over it. Don't worry, just a mere Wei Xiao. I'm not so much as to put it in my eyes. Lin Yun smiled faintly. You say you don't even have Willow in your sights? Young man, you're too arrogant. Father Huang couldn't help but shake his head. Although Father Huang was not a snob, his ability to determine a person's status by virtue of their appearance was still there. With his judgment, Lin Yun's status and position was definitely no match for Willow. By the way, you guys just said that you want to cooperate with the Huading Group. Perhaps I can help you, Lin Yun said to Huang Mengyi's father and daughter. You, young man, don't make fun of me. You can't help in this matter. Father Huang shook his head. Uncle Huang, that's not necessarily true. You'll know later if I can help or not. Lin Yun smiled faintly. At this time, General Manager Lu Bo walked up to the front salute stage. The time for the reception has arrived. All bosses hurry to be seated, Lu Bo announced from the ceremonial stage. At these words, the bosses and their children, who were present, took their seats. Young man, the words are here. If you understand what's at stake, I think you should know how to choose, Father Huang said to Lin Yun. After that, Father Huang brought his daughter forward to take a seat. Boss, why did you not just tell them that you are the new chairman of the Huading Group? Fatty was curious. They won't necessarily believe me even if I tell them. They'll naturally know later when the time is right. Lin Yun smiled. Seats from front to back. The position is a matter of taste. The status of the higher status naturally sit more forward, and vice versa the status of the status is not good. A man like Willow was seated a little further forward, and he sat with his father at a table in the second row, a more backward seat. Huang Mengyi and Huang's father sat here, and there were some other bosses at the table. They were all the lowest ranked small bosses in the reception, so they sat further back. After Huang Mengyi sat down, she looked up and looked across the room and didn't see Lin Yun. He should have already left the reception. Huang Mengyi muttered. After thinking about this, she was relieved. If something happened to Lin Yun precisely because of her, her conscience would definitely not be happy about it. Father Huang also said, it shows that he still has a bit of self-awareness, and it was the wisest choice for him to leave the reception. Immediately afterward, Father Huang turned his words around and smiled bitterly. Oh daughter, it's ironic that we're worried about the safety of others when we're in a state of self-preservation. At this point, on the ceremonial stage, Lu Bo held the microphone in his hand. Bosses, I'm sure you're all very excited and looking forward to meeting our new chairman of Huading, right? The crowd on stage nodded. 99% of the people present had never seen the true face of the new chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. The main purpose of this reception today was also to let them get to know the new chairman. Of course, they might have just seen it at the reception site. Only, they didn't realize that it was the new chairman of Huading. Since everyone is looking forward to it so much, let's welcome our new chairman. On stage, with a warm round of applause, as Lu Bo's stirring words fell, thunderous applause instantly rang out from the stage. Everyone looked at the stage with anticipation. The new chairman of Huading is finally going to take the stage. I've heard that this new chairman is very young, so I can finally see his true colors. There was a lot of talk on stage. Second row of the seating table. Willow put her phone down and dropped her gaze to the stage. Willow's father spoke up to Willow while looking at the stage. Xiaowei, after the new chairman finishes his speech, he will definitely come down to toast the guests. At that time, you will put your attitude to the best, and you mustn't impinge on the new chairman. Do you understand? Willow's father is well aware that his son is usually arrogant and bossy and often rushes people. Dad, don't worry, just lend me 100 guts. I wouldn't dare to rush the new chairman, Willow said with a smile, leaned back on a table. Wu Xiaoxiao and her father applauded their welcome while keeping their eyes locked on the stage. Finally, I'm going to see the true face of the new chairman. I'm so looking forward to it. Anticipation was written all over Guo Xiaoxiao's face. On the other table, Huang Mengyi and her father similarly locked their eyes on the stage. A figure slowly walked up to the auditorium under the attention and warm applause of the crowd. He, none other than Lin Yun. Chapter 19, Shock and Awe. What's going on? Willow, from the front row, saw Lin Yun, who had ascended the stage. His face, for a split second, turned gray. He recognized Lin Yun at a glance. Wasn't this the person he had previously put words in his mouth to teach him a lesson? And the person who should be on stage at this time should be the new chairman of the Huading Group. It's definitely not him. It must have been this kid who blindly barged onto the stage. Willow gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe that this was the new chairman of the Huading Group. A table in the back. After Guo Xiaoxiao saw Lin Yun who had taken the stage, she was also shocked. Wasn't this the guy she had a blind date with at the bar the other day? At that time, she looked down on Lin Yun, and then Lin Yun actually got into a Lamborghini. Then later, under careful recall, she decided that Lin Yun's Lamborghini was a rental, and she secretly decided then that if she ever met Lin Yun again, she would make him look good. Could he be the new chairman of Huading? No, that's never possible. Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously. She was equally unconvinced. Another table. How is it him? Huang Mengyi's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that he's the new chairman of the Huading Group? That's impossible, right? Father Huang also looked incredulous. On stage, Lin Yun had already walked to the center of the auditorium by now and came to Lu Bo's side. I would like to make a grand introduction to all of you. This is the new chairman of our Huading Qingyang branch, Mr. Lin Yun. Next, please ask our Lin Dong to make a speech. General Manager Lu Bo said loudly. Boom! After Willow heard this, he only felt a boom in his head, and his entire essence was instantly drawn away from his body. General Manager Lu Bo has already announced it. So what's wrong with that? He's actually really the chairman of the Huading Group. It's finished. Finished? Willow leaned back in her chair with a soft limp. After he thought about the harsh words he had said to Lin Yun earlier and his attitude towards him, he felt like he was finished. The back of the seating table. Guo Xiaoxiao stared straight at Lin Yun on the stage, revealing a look of how she couldn't catch the gist of the situation. She had never dreamed that Lin Yun was the new chairman of the Huading Group. Another table. He's actually the chairman of the Huading Group. Father Huang was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Father Huang had never expected that Lin Yun, who had talked to him and his daughter before, was the chairman of the Huading Group, and before that, he had tried every possible way ahead to pay his respects to the new chairman of Huading. The most dramatic thing is that the person you want to see is right in front of you, but you don't recognize them. Although Huang Mengyi didn't say anything, She also covered her small mouth and looked at Lin Yun on the stage with a face full of incredulity. She didn't dare to imagine that the person she casually helped last night was the new chairman of the Huading Group. It was only at this moment that it dawned on her why Lin Yun was completely unafraid of Willow before. Because Lin Yun was the new chairman of the Huading Group. At this time, Lin Yun had finished his short speech and then, as the host, stepped down to give a toast to the crowd to show his welcome to the guests. Lu Bo, on the other hand, followed closely beside Lin Yun and introduced Lin Yun to the names and information of these people, toasting from front to back. Lin Yun to each table, the table bosses and male children, thousands of gold. Each face is respectful. When the toast was made, each of these people raised their heads and drank fully, as if this was the only way to show their respect for Lin Yun. With Lin Yun's status as the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group, who among them wouldn't be respectful? Lin Yun quickly arrived at the second row and came to the table where Willow was, and everyone at the table stood up in a hurry. Dong Lin, this is Wei Ming, one of the shareholders of your company, and to his left is his son Wei Xiaoliang. General Manager Lu Bo introduced. Hello Lin Dong. I'm Wei Ming. Please take care of Lin Dong in the future. Wei Ming respectfully cupped his hands to hold up the wine cup. Lin Yun smiled coldly. Wei Ming, your face is too big for me to shut down. Chairman, why did you say that nah? Wei Ming smiled awkwardly. He didn't understand why Lin Yun said that at all. Lin Yun didn't answer him, but instead looked directly at Willow. Willow, come on, let me toast you. Lin Yun had a playful smile on his face. After Willow sniffed, she shuddered in fear and almost fell out of her chair onto the floor. Chairman Lin, I. Willow's face was pale and his mouth stuttered. Willow's heart trembled when he thought about the time he had spoken out against Lin Yun earlier, even threatening to clean up Lin Yun. What? I toasted you and you don't accept? Lin Yun frowned. Don't dare. Willow hurriedly picked up his glass, but he kept his hands shaking so much that he spilled quite a bit of wine on the table and on his body. Immediately afterward, Willow poured the wine into her mouth in one gulp. Willow's dad, who was on the side, already saw that something was wrong, but he didn't dare to interrupt for a while. Lin Yun held his wine glass and sneered. Willow, didn't you threaten to finish me off before? Now that I'm right in front of you, tell me how you're going to finish me off. I'm all ears. Lin Dong, I didn't know that you were the new chairman at that time. So I. Willow's voice trembled and her face paled. So you think that because I'm in a lesser position than you and am a good bully, you can just bully me, right? Lin Yun asked back with a smirk. Willow nodded stiffly. Do people of low status deserve to be bullied? Do you know that what I hate the most is dogs like you who bully the weak and bully others? After Lin Yun finished speaking, he directly threw the wine in the cup, pang, onto Willow's face viciously. All of a sudden, the entire venue was plunged into a deathly silence, with only Lin Yun's bellowing voice echoing through the arena. Once Lin Yun was angry, everyone present, no one dared to venture out and startle, for fear of running into a gun at this point. Willow, this table of bosses and gentlemen, is even more frightened, heart trembling. All bowed their heads, individual timid, even legs are trembling up. Lin Dong, spare your life. Willow, who was splashed with wine, was even so frightened that she fell to her knees and begged for mercy. At this time, Willow can be said to be completely scared out of his wits. He now regrets to death. How did he offend Lin Dong? Willow's father, too, followed suit and knelt on the ground. Because Willow's father was a shareholder of the company, he knew very well that Lin Yun was not only the new chairman of the company, but also Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Based on this, if Lin Yun wanted to crush them, it was as simple as crushing an ant. Lin Dong, my little son doesn't know any better. I'll apologize to you for anything he's done to offend you. From now on, I'll be sure to discipline him strictly. Wilhelm's father, Wilhelm, pleaded for his son's life. Lin Yun looked at Wei Ming and said in a domineering manner, in the future, if I have to hear that he is bullying the weak and bullying others, I will even clean you up. Understand? Get it? Wei Ming nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, unusually humble. At this time, Lin Yun turned around again and said loudly to said someone at the reception, from today onwards, I'll set a rule here. Anyone who cooperates with our company, but if you let me know that any one of you is holding the strong and bullying the weak to bully the people at the bottom of the hierarchy, we, the Huading Group, will immediately cut off all cooperation with him, and call on the city's business community to carry out a blockade. When Lin Yun used to be a poor boy, he hadn't been bullied by others, and the reason he was bullied was because his family was poor and good at bullying. They didn't even need a reason to bully a poor person like Lin Yun. Perhaps they were having fun with it or showing off themselves with it. That was all. Therefore, Lin Yun hated these types of people who were strong in words and weak in reasoning and who bullied others. Now that Lin Yun had gained power, of course he had to do what he could to make this kind of thing happen less often. The moment Lin Yun's words came out, the scene was silent. What? Everyone here? Didn't you hear me clearly? Answer me, Lin Yun asked in a cold voice. Lin Yun's voice was not loud, but it was imposing. Listen up. Listen carefully. The bosses, eunuchs, and millennials present all nodded their heads in response. When these bosses first met Lin Yun, they thought that Lin Yun was so young that he seemed like he should be relatively easy to deal with, and that a little bit of random flowery language should be able to fool him. However, after Lin Yun's outburst just now, there wasn't anyone who felt that Lin Yun was a good person to fool anymore. After Lin Yun saw the crowd respond, he nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun turned around again and looked at Willow, who was kneeling on the ground. Willow, I hope you won't harass Huang Mingy in the future, or else, I'll make you look good. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed as he spoke at the end, and a shocking chill erupted from his eyes. Chapter 20, Because of You. Yes. I will never bother Huang Mingy again. Willow nodded repeatedly, like a lost dog. Lin Yun sniffed before he turned away and headed for the next table. After Lin Yun left the table, you sinful animal, how dare you even offend Lin Dong? Pop, Wilhelm's father. Wilhelm slapped Wilhelm hard across the face to pour out his anger. Listen to me, I'm punishing you with a 1-year grounding. You're not allowed to go out for a year. Think about it properly at home. Wei Ming pointed at Wei Xiaoliang, splitting his head and cursing. When Willow heard that he was banned for a year, he was bitter in his heart, but he didn't dare to retort. Who told him to offend the new chairman of the Huading group? Everything that had just happened was in the eyes of Huang Mingy and her father. Their father and daughter's hearts were filled with emotion, and before the reception began they were worried about Lin Yun's safety and had advised him to leave the reception in a hurry. And the result? Lin Yun was the new chairman of the Huading group, easily crushing Willow and Willow's father into kneeling and begging for mercy. Next, the toast continues. After Lin Yun's outburst just now, everyone's attitude towards Lin Yun became even more respectful. Many bosses even took the initiative to introduce their own daughters to Lin Yun to get to know each other, with the aim of naturally wanting to climb the high branch of Lin Yun. Another table. Wu Xiaoxiao's father admonished her. Xiao, Lin Dong will be honoring our table soon. When the time comes, you must perform well and try to give Lin Dong a good first impression. If you can directly climb into a relationship with him, that would be the best. Dad, Wu Xiaoxiao's face was a bit ugly. She knew deep down that she had already left a very bad first impression with Lin Yun. The last time Lin Yun had told her that she was not worthy, but Wu Xiaoxiao, again, didn't dare to tell his dad about it. At this time, Lin Yun had already arrived at the table. I'll toast you all. Lin Yun held his wine cup. Everyone stood up with their hands on their glasses, all of them respectful. Lin Yun only gently took a sip, but everyone on the table, each raised their heads and drank their fill, not leaving a drop behind, as if this was the only way to express their respect for Lin Yun. At this time, Wu Xiaoxiao's father smiled and spoke. Lin Dong, this is my daughter Wu Xiaoxiao. She's about the same age as you. Xiaoxiao admires you and wants to make friends with you. Immediately afterward, Guo father gave Wu Xiaoxiao a wink, signaling that it was her turn to speak. Just as Wu Xiaoxiao was about to open her mouth, Lin Yun glanced at her before directly turning away, not giving her a chance to speak at all. Looking at Lin Yun's back as he left, Wu Xiaoxiao was instantly baffled. She realized that Lin Yun didn't even look at her squarely, as if he regarded her as heir. I that bad? Wu Xiaoxiao had thought that Lin Yun might coldly mock her or teach her a few lessons, which wasn't scary. The scariest thing was that Lin Yun didn't take her seriously at all. At this moment, Wu Xiaoxiao once again remembered that night, meeting with Lin Yun at the bar. How could I have been so stupid? Such a great opportunity, all of which I missed. Wu Xiaoxiao was furious in her heart. She was clear that that night at the bar was definitely the perfect opportunity to make friends with Lin Yun. If she had behaved well at that time, it was very likely that she would have fallen into the superb lap of the new chairman of the Huading group. It was only a pity that the heavens had given her such a good opportunity, but she had been wasted. Of course, there are no pills of regret for sale in the world. At this moment, Lin Yun had already walked over to the table where Huang Mingy was. People at the table were standing up with their hands in their cups. The location of this table was relatively backward, and the bosses sitting at the table were the lowest ranked and least well mixed in the entire room, so they were naturally more respectful when they saw Lin Yun. After Lin Yun toasted the crowd, he walked directly to Huang Mengyi and Huang's father. Before Lin Yun could say anything, the terrified father Huang bowed to Lin Yun. Lin Chairman, before the reception started, I have offended much. I hope that Chairman Lin will forgive me now. When he thought about how he had treated Lin Yun poorly before, he felt a pang of fear in his heart, and he knew that if Lin Yun wanted to do anything to him, it would be simply too easy. Lin Yun helped Father Huang up and smiled. Uncle Huang is being overly concerned. I'm not angry with you. You're protecting Mengyi by asking me to stay away from her. This is what a qualified father should do. As for you asking me to hurry up and leave the cocktail party, it's really for my own good as well. The other bosses present were envious when they saw this scene, because Lin Yun wouldn't say much to them at all when he had just made a toast, but he seemed very warm to Father Huang, even calling him uncle, so how could they not be envious? Father Huang heard Lin Yun address him as Uncle Huang. He was even more flattered. After all, he and Lin Yun's statuses were vastly different. Lin Yun was the new chairman of the hallowed Huading group, and he was just a small boss of a small company. So Father Huang said in a hurry, Chairman Lin, I can't afford to be called that. You can just call me Xiao Huang. Uncle Huang, Manny did me a favor yesterday. I treat her as a friend, and a friend's father is an elder, so you deserve this title, Lin Yun said with a smile. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked at Huang Mengyi. Manny, we meet again. Lin Yun still maintained his smile. Lin Dong, I really didn't expect that you would be the new chairman of the Huading group. Huang Mengyi still had a few shocks on her pretty face until now. When Huang Mengyi helped Lin Yun at the hotel yesterday, she never dreamed that this person would be the new chairman of the Huading group. You'd better call me Lin Yun. It's too formal to call me Lin Dong, Lin Yun said with a smile. Lin Yun. After hesitating for a moment, Huang Mengyi still called out. Lin Yun. Thank you. Thank you for telling Willow to stop harassing me. Huang Mengyi bit her red lips and said. Huang Mengyi hadn't been harassed by Willow in the past, but Willow was so powerful that she had no good solution. But having just put the word out to Willow to leave her alone, she'll finally have some peace and quiet from now on. A girl like you shouldn't have been harassed by that kind of asshole. Don't worry. If anyone else dares to harass you in the future, just tell me and I'll help you out. Lin Yun smiled. Huang Mengyi bit her red lips and nodded. Although Huang Mengyi hadn't spent much time with Lin Yun, he realized that Lin Yun was very different from other rich second generation. He wasn't arrogant and domineering. He didn't bully the weak. Instead, he was able to stand up for the weak. By the way, I heard that you and your father are eager to talk to me about matters regarding cooperation, right? Lin Yun asked. Aha! Huang Mengyi hurriedly got up and looked at Lin Yun while nodding her head vigorously. Father Huang also looked at Lin Yun with an expectant face. Originally, Father Huang felt that there was no chance of working with the Huading group, but at this moment, he suddenly rekindled his hope. Regarding cooperation, I said before that I could help you guys. Now do you think I have the ability? Lin Yun asked with a smile. Sure, of course. You are the chairman of the Huading group. Father Huang nodded repeatedly. Fine. When the reception is over, come to the VIP lounge and let's talk about cooperation in detail, Lin Yun said indifferently. Good. Father Huang nodded his head in excitement. The people present were envious after seeing this scene. How they wanted to climb into a relationship with Lin Yun, but they couldn't succeed. But Lin Yun had taken the initiative to talk to the Huang family's father and daughter, and had even invited them to talk in detail after the reception. So could they not be envious? After the reception broke up, inside the VIP lounge, Lin Yun sat in the front. General Manager Lu Bo stood beside Lin Yun, and Huang Mengyi and Huang's father were seated at the bottom. Uncle Huang, our company just dissolved cooperation with Hongda Building Material Company today, so there is exactly a lack of a partner in building materials. So in the future, your company will supply it, just to fill the gap, Lin Yun said. Really? Father Huang was shocked and delighted. Huang Mengyi was also pleasantly surprised. If they could cooperate with Huading Group, not only would their company not close down, but they would be able to grow as a result. Does it look like I'm joking? Lin Yun asked rhetorically with a smile. But, our company is small, and there is no advantage in terms of price. There are more better companies than us for you to choose. Why do you choose us? It's a big loss for you, Huang Mengyi said with her head bowed. Of course it's because you. Lin Yun looked at Huang Mengyi with a smile on his face. Chapter 21. Because of me? A flush crossed Huang Mengyi's pretty face. Yeah, you helped me at the restaurant yesterday. I owe you a favor, so I'll give you a hand today as a way to return the favor, Lin Yun said with a smile. But, I only helped you pay a few $1,000s yesterday, but now it is a benefit of tens of millions or even over $100 million. Huang Mengyi said. Although Huang Mengyi really wanted to work with the Huading group, she didn't want to, because of her, make Lin Yun lose a lot of money, so she would feel guilty. It's fine. It's just small money to me. Lin Yun smiled. But, my family's company is relatively small, and the production capacity might not be able to keep up. Huang Mengyi worried. This is simple. We, Huading Group, will invest $100 million in your company to expand production capacity. Lin Yun said. Invest $100 million in us? Father Huang and Huang Mengyi froze in shock at this sudden news. Gollum. I'm not dreaming, am I? Father Huang gulped. He had the feeling that he was dreaming. Huang Mengyi was also bluffed and looked at Lin Yun with her little mouth open. If they really invested $100 million in their company, and then reached a cooperation with the Huading Group, then their company would be truly soaring. Uncle Huang, you're not dreaming. I'll have General Manager Lu Bo implement the investment as soon as possible. Lin Yun smiled. Lin Yun, can you tell me a reason? Are you doing this simply because I helped you pay for a meal? Huang Mengyi couldn't help but look up and ask. Lin Yun shook his head. No, it's more because I see your kindness, as well as your father's integrity, and I need partners like you. Lin Yun, thank you. Thank you for giving our family this opportunity. My father and I will definitely try to do well. Huang Mengyi had a serious and earnest face. Father Huang also nodded repeatedly. Right. Don't worry, Chairman Lin. We won't let you down. We will definitely prove to you that your investment is worth it. For Huang's father, he has always wanted to fulfill his ambition, but he didn't have enough money or connections, and now he can finally make his mark. Lin Yun smiled, then said, Uncle Huang shouldn't let me. Now, stay away from your daughter anymore, right? Ha ha, of course. Father Huang smiled awkwardly. Father Huang was very clear about how many people wanted to be friends with Lin Yun but were not qualified. How many people wanted to climb up to Lin Yun but didn't have a chance yet. Not to mention Lin Yun had helped him so much. When Huang Mengyi heard Lin Yun say that, she instantly blushed. At this time, Lin Yun stood up. Good. The cooperation is settled. The specific cooperation plan. I will let General Manager Lu Bo consult with you. Yes. Lin Dong. Lu Bo, who was next to him, nodded his head and responded. The cocktail party came to an end like this. For Lin Yun, this cocktail party not only completely cleaned up Zhang Hu, more importantly, he met the girl who helped him yesterday. Huang Mengyi. Again. The reception had just ended when Lin Yun's cell phone rang, and Lin Yun touched it to see that it was his grandfather, Lu Shizhong, calling. With a phone call from his grandfather, Lin Yun naturally didn't dare to slack off. Hey, Grandpa. Lin Yun hurriedly picked up the phone. Yuner, I'm at your home right now. Come back here. Let's meet the two of us. There are some things we need to talk about face to face. Grandpa Lu Zhizhong's voice was heard on the phone. Grandpa, you're in Xingyang City now? In our home? Lin Yun was a bit surprised. That's right. The caller responded to Ryu. Okay, I'll be right back. Lin Yun directly answered. In Lin Yun's opinion, Grandpa suddenly came to Xingyang City and summoned himself back in a hurry. There should be something important, right? After hanging up the phone, Lin Yun hurried back home. Shantytown, Lin Yun's house. After Grandpa gave Lin Yun $100 million last week, Lin Yun had been prepared to buy a villa to live in and give his mother a good living environment for a change. But the mother said that living here for a long time has feelings, and in this house, there are memories of Lin Yun's deceased dad, so he continued to live here and didn't move. Although he didn't change his house, Lin Yun still added some new furniture to the house, giving the whole home a new look. When Lin Yun arrived home, Grandpa was already waiting at home. Yuner, come over and sit. When Grandpa Lu Zhizhong saw Lin Yun enter, he hurriedly and enthusiastically got up and pulled Lin Yun to sit beside him. Yuner, how has this week been? Still smooth, right? Grandpa Lu Zhizhong looked kind. Lin Yun grinned. Grandpa, honestly, being rich is a great feeling. I've had a great week. Since Lu Zhizhong had recognized Lin Yun had indeed had a beautiful week. The once enemies had been trampled underfoot, and those who had once looked down on themselves now had to treat themselves with respect. So Lin Yun had finally turned over the surf and sang. Of course, Lin Yun knew very well in his heart that this was all thanks to Grandpa's blessing. Ha ha, that's good. That's good. Grandfather Lu Zhizhong laughed after hearing Lin Yun's words. After a pause, Lu Zhizhong added, then you know, I've actually been secretly watching you this week. Grandpa. Observing me? Lin Yun looked a little surprised. And to be honest, Lin Yun hadn't realized it. That's right. I've been watching you this week. And honestly, your performance has greatly exceeded my expectations. Lu Shizhong said. Is it too bad? Lin Yun revealed a bitter smile. No, it's really out of my expectation. You just arrived at the company to take up the position of chairman. And you were able to exclude dissidents with thunderous means, while enlisting the hearts of the people with skillful methods. This is a bit of the style of when I was young, Lu Shizhong said with a smile. Yeah? Lin Yun scratched his head with some embarrassment. Right, Yuner, I have a question. The last time you were kidnapped by kidnappers, how did you get those kidnappers to release you? Lu Shizhong was curious. This question had long been curious in Lu Shizhong's mind. Lu Shizhong's secretary on the side also said, Young master, that day, master thought you would be in trouble, and was ready to let the people who were secretly protecting you to rescue you. But it turned out that you, young master, actually walked out of the kidnapper's car in good condition, which really shocked me and master. What Lu Shizhong was talking about was exactly the incident where the Wu family's father and son had hired someone to try and take out Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled. Grandpa, is there anything that money can't solve? If there is, then it can only mean that money isn't enough. I gave those kidnappers $10 million, so they naturally released me and gave up the mastermind behind it. Ha ha, so that's how it is. Good one. No problem that money can't solve. Well said. Lu Shizhong laughed out loud as he came to a realization. Lu Shizhong realized more and more that Lin Yun's performance was much better than he had expected at first. At first, Lu Shizhong did not have too high expectations for Lin Yun. He only hoped that Lin Yun was not a playboy rich second generation, could have a little career, and in the future could barely keep the family businesses enough. But Lin Yun's excellence was beyond his imagination. Yuner, given your excellent performance, I'll give you another 10 billion as pocket money. In addition, if you come across a place where you need my help, call me directly. Generally speaking, in the boundaries of the 3 southwestern provinces, there is no trouble that I, Lu Shizhong, can't handle. Lu Shizhong said with a smile. Immediately after, Lu Shizhong touched his cell phone and made a transfer to Lin Yun. Ding! Your business bank card with tail number 4527 has an income amount of 1,000,000,000,000,000. Looking at so many zeros, Lin Yun couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It had only been a week and Grandpa had given him another billion? After this week, Lin Yun had long since realized how useful money could be, so Lin Yun didn't refuse. Thank you, Grandpa. A smile spread across Lin Yun's face. Also, I'm going to introduce you to an important person. Grandpa Lu Shizhong turned serious. Immediately afterward, Lu Shizhong looked toward the door and spoke. Lone Wolf, come on in. As the words fell, a dark shadow flashed by, followed by a slim man appearing in front of Lin Yun. The man was slim and unassuming, with a hideous scar on his face, but his deep eyes exuded a fearful chill that was suffocating. To be honest, it was the first time Lin Yun realized that a person's eyes could be so terrifying. Master! The lone wolf bent down and cupped his fist to Lu Shizhong, his voice hoarse and low. Grandpa, he is? Lin Yun was curious to know just where this person came from. Chapter 22, The Lone Wolf. Grandpa, he is? Lin Yun was curious to know just where this person came from. His name is Lone Wolf. When he was young, he served in the special forces. After retiring from the army, he became an underground boxer. I saved his life. Since then, he has followed me, now counting. He has been with me for 10 years. Lu Shizhong recalled. Retired special forces? Underground fighters? Lin Yun was stunned. Lin Yun was only a poor boy before and had never been exposed to this level at all. Yuner, to tell you the truth, I've been asking Lone Wolf to secretly protect you all this time. I don't want my precious grandson to have any accidents. Lu Shizhong said with a smile. Is that so? Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Yun nodded indistinctly. The last time Lin Yun was kidnapped, Lin Yun felt that his life was not guaranteed. Now that I think about it, it turns out that Grandpa had already thought about his safety for himself, and if the kidnappers hadn't released him at that time, this lone wolf probably would have rescued him. But Grandpa, he's only one person after all. It's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. If he really encounters multiple enemies, I'm afraid he can't do anything alone. Lin Yun shook his head. Young master, you are questioning my ability. Lone Wolf's voice was hoarse. It's not questioning. I'm just being realistic. Lin Yun spread his hands and said. Ha ha, Lone Wolf, show my grandson your hand. Lu Shizhong said with a smile. Lone Wolf nodded, then turned and slammed his fist directly into the wall. Dang! Under the slamming of a fist, the place where the fist hit was unexpectedly born with spiderweb-like cracks. Gulp! Lin Yun couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This TM was too fierce. A punch that could actually crack a wall? This was beyond Lin Yun's previous knowledge. If this fist hit someone's body, wouldn't it directly beat them to death? Lin Yun felt horrible just thinking about it. Little master, didn't let you down. The Lone Wolf let out a hoarse and low voice. Awesome! Lin Yun gave Lone Wolf a thumbs up. When Grandpa Lu Zhizhong saw this, he smiled and said, Lin Yun, from today onwards, I'll officially hand Lone Wolf over to you. From now on, he'll be your bodyguard, guaranteeing your safety. Lone Wolf is absolutely loyal to me. You can rest assured of that. Then thank you, Grandpa. Lin Yun grinned and didn't refuse. The last kidnapping had made Lin Yun realize that even though he was rich, he didn't have any martial arts skills, and if he really met his enemies in retaliation, it was important to have a strong bodyguard by his side. Lone Wolf, meet the young master, Lu Zhizhong said to Lone Wolf. The Lone Wolf nodded, then walked over to Lin Yun and bowed and saluted. Little master, Lone Wolf, don't worry, following me definitely won't make you suffer, Lin Yun said with a smile. At this time, Lu Zhizhong spoke again. Grandson, I also have a request. The Lone Wolf will only make a move when it is truly in danger of its life. And normally, the Lone Wolf will only be in the shadows, so that it can better train you. No problem, Lin Yun directly answered. Grandpa's idea made sense. By the way, grandson, there's one more thing. Your mom has become sick from all these years of hard work, so I'm going to bring her abroad and convalesce for a while, Lu Zhizhong said. Aha! Lin Yun nodded. This was for the sake of his mother's body. Lin Yun naturally raised his hands in approval. Yuner, during the time I'm gone, you must take good care of yourself and call mom or your grandpa if anything happens. His mother urged Lin Yun with a concerned look on her face. Lin Yun went forward to hold his mother's weathered hand. Mom, I'll take care of myself, and you take care of yourself, and heal in peace when you get abroad. Lin Yun's father had died early, and over the years his mother had brought him up all by herself, and how much she had suffered was very clear in Lin Yun's mind. After Grandpa had dinner at home, he and his mother left Qingyang City that night. The next afternoon, Xingyang University, today is the day the school closes for the weekend. Inside the classroom, boss, have you heard? Zhang Hu has transferred to another school. Surely he was scared to see you, so he was scared away. Fatty had an excited face. Changed schools? Lin Yun smiled, not taking it too seriously. AI, what a pity. I went there too late yesterday and didn't get to see the scene of Zhang Hu being cleaned up by you. I'm sure it was wonderful. Fatty shook his head. At this time, the students in the classroom, too, were talking. Have you guys heard? Zhang Hu went through the transfer procedures and transferred away. Why did he suddenly change schools? It can't have anything to do with Lin Yun, right? Last Friday, Zhang Hu had even let slip that he would get Lin Yun expelled. But it turns out that Lin Yun is fine now, and he even transferred to another school and ran away? Many of the students couldn't help but associate the transfer to Lin Yun. In the opinion of the students, Zhang Hu certainly could not have transferred to another school for no reason. This is unlikely, right? That Lin Yun kid, his family is poor. What can he do to force Zhang Hu to transfer to another school? That's right, this kid is so poor that he has been receiving scholarships for 2 years in a row. How can he possibly fight Zhang Hu? There must be another reason why Zhang Hu transferred to another school. Yeah. Although according to the available evidence, Zhang Hu's sudden transfer to another school seemed to have the most to do with Lin Yun. But no one was willing to believe it, for the simple reason that Lin Yun's family was poor. A fact known to the vast majority of his classmates. As for yesterday's reception, of course they didn't know about it. When class president Wang Shui heard this news, the stone in her heart fell to the ground, because Zhang Hu's transfer to another school meant that Zhang Hu wouldn't find trouble with Lin Yun anymore. Just then, a man in a shirt walked into the classroom. The man was 5 feet 8 inches tall and quite handsome. Wow, it's Young Hei. Some of the students in the class couldn't help but scream when they saw the tall man. This Young Hei, Lin Yun also knows him, is the minister of the outreach department of the student union. Lin Yun once heard someone said that this Zhang Hai has slept with a reinforced platoon of female students. Of course, this doesn't stop Zhang Hai from being popular. And there are still a lot of girls chasing after Zhang Hai because he's tall and handsome. And he's also a very good basketball player. Lin Yun was quite disgusted by hypocrites like Zhang Hai. How did he run into our classroom? Lin Yun frowned. Zheng Hai entered the classroom and walked directly to Wang Shui, the class president in the front row. Senior Zheng Hai, what's the matter? Wang Shui looked up at Zheng Hai. Of course there's something. You and I will talk outside the classroom. Zheng Hai said. Okay. Wang Shui was an officer of the student outreach department, so she nodded and then followed Zheng Hai out of the classroom. Fatty, let's go take a look. Lin Yun always felt that Zheng Hai was up to no good when he looked at him in that manner. So, Lin Yun took Fatty and followed him out. Outside the classroom at the steps, Officer Wang Shui, in my capacity as the head of the student union's outreach department, I'll give you a task. Zheng Hai said. Senior Zheng Hai, you said. Wang Shui nodded. Wang Shui was a member of the student union's outreach department, and she was equivalent to a subordinate in front of Zheng Hai. The school is going to organize the Winter Games recently, and it needs a sponsor, so that they can sponsor the Winter Games with $200,000. This task, I think it's more appropriate to give it to you, Zheng Hai said to Wang Shui. Zheng Hai's meaning is very simple. That is, let Wang Shui pull sponsorship for school activities. The amount is $200,000. $200,000? This, Senior Zheng Hai, this is too much. Wang Shui was shocked by this amount and covered her small mouth. In the past, most of the sponsorships were in the amount of $30,000 or $50,000, and rarely was there an amount as large as $200,000. Pulling in sponsorship is already a very difficult thing to do, and pulling in a sponsorship fee as large as $200,000 is even more difficult. This Winter Games, it's going to be organized in a grand manner, and the cost certainly won't be too small, Zheng Hai said. After a pause, Zheng Hai continued. Wang Shui, the more difficult it is, the more it can train people. This is an unparalleled opportunity to exercise. I am looking up to you before I give this task to you, understand? What a ing ripoff. Lin Yun, who was hiding and eavesdropping, couldn't help but shake his head and sneer when he heard Zheng Hai's words. These ministers and presidents of the student union like to get these naive students to join the student union in the name of exercising people. Then they are made to do something thankless, as free hard labor, as well as serve them, and at the end of the day it is beautifully called exercise. And in reality, there is so much bureaucracy in the student body that a student body president can recruit a dozen female student secretaries to work exclusively for him. Lin Yun didn't know if other universities were like this, but at least in Xingyang University it was. Fatty nodded his head and agreed. That's right, this kid is just bull ********* ting. It's fortunate that I quit the student union early in the first place, otherwise I would have been used by them as a dog. The other side. After Wang Shuwen heard Zheng Hai's words, she worried. Senior Zheng Hai, but I'm really worried that I won't be able to finish. $200,000 is really too much. Wang Shui, you are the prettiest girl in our outreach department. As long as you sacrifice your body, I think, a $200,000 of sponsorship can be pulled in easily, Zheng Hai said with a smile. Chapter 23 Gambling. The meaning of Zheng Hai's words was clearly implying that Wang Shui could give her body to pull in sponsorships, and in this way, there would definitely be a boss who would be willing. After a pause, Zheng Hai continued. As long as you can pull in this sponsorship, I guarantee that the next change in the outreach department, I will recommend you to be the next head of the outreach department of the student council, and in addition, I can help you get this year's outstanding student selection, and the first-class scholarship. A first-class scholarship? Wang Shui showed some heartfelt interest. There are 1, 2, and 3 levels of scholarships, and the first-level scholarships have the most money, but they are also the hardest to get, and you can't get a first-class scholarship without going through connections. Wang Shui knew that her family was too short of money nowadays, and if she could really get a first-class scholarship, it would be timely rain. However, Wang Shui shook her head. I'm sorry, Senior Zheng Hai, I can't do it. Even if the conditions offered were better, Wang Shui would never sell her body. Never. Zheng Hai sniffed and his face instantly became gloomy. Wang Shui, I'm not negotiating with you right now, but I'm giving you an assignment as the head of the student union's outreach department. Understand? Zheng Hai said in a cold voice. Zheng Hai saw that the soft one didn't work. He directly used the hard one. Zheng Hai continued in a cold voice. If you disobey orders, I can kick you out of the student council immediately so you don't get this year's outstanding student award. Can't get the scholarship. It can even be noted within your file, leaving you with a lifelong stain. You won't even be able to find a job in the future. Wang Shui was simple-minded, and she was naturally immediately bluffed by this scare from Zheng Hai. Just then, Zheng Hai's words changed. Of course, as your senior, I can help you out with that too. What? What way? Wang Shui hurriedly pursued. As long as you promise to be my girlfriend, I'll help you find a way to settle this $200,000 sponsorship fee, Zheng Hai said with a smile. At this moment, Zheng Hai finally revealed his true colors. Zheng Hai, you. Wang Shui's face changed. Wang Shui, how many people want to be my girlfriend but don't have a chance? You should cherish it. I promise. Being my girlfriend, there are only benefits and no disadvantages, Zheng Hai said with a smile. In fact, Zheng Hai coveted the beauty of Wang Shui for a long time, has long wanted to take Wang Shui. He once also hinted at Wang Shui several times, but Wang Shui each time pretended not to understand. Therefore, this time he simply showed his cards directly and used his identity to coerce Wang Shui. Promise me, okay? Zheng Hai said as he reached out his hand and tried to pull Wang Shui's white jade hand. Wang Shui was so shocked that she hurriedly shrank back to avoid Zheng Hai, but Zheng Hai had no intention of giving up. Stop it! Right at this moment, a cold shout rang out. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun brought Fatty with him and rushed out. Lin Yun walked directly in front of Wang Shui and blocked Zheng Hai. Zheng Hai, you really are a clothed beast using the identity of the student union. Line this kind of dirty hook. Do you want face? Lin Yun directly reprimanded. That's right, it's simply too shameless. Fatty also chimed in with righteous indignation. Yo, whose crotch didn't cover up and popped out you two to play and scold me? Do you know who I am? You guys deserve it too? Zheng Hai's face was gloomy. To Zheng Hai, he was naturally very upset when two people came out of nowhere and spoiled his good deed. Isn't it just a mere student council minister? Really think you're some kind of great person? Lin Yun sneered. This Zheng Hai, with his status as the minister of the student union, bluffing ordinary students was fine. Wanting to scare Lin Yun? Not even close. At this time, Fatty also spoke proudly. Zheng Hai, do you know who my buddy Lin Yun is? Scare you to death by telling me. Scare me to death? Ha ha. Zheng Hai couldn't help but sneer. Zheng Hai had just sized up Lin Yun in Fatty's attire, and from their appearance alone, he was enough to judge that Lin Yun and Fatty must not have much of a family background, and must be two poor boys. I'm warning you two right now. Get the hell out of my way right now. Piss me off and I can guarantee you won't be able to make it in school. Zheng Hai pointed his finger at the Lin Yun duo with a threatening tone in his words. A mere cadre of the student council can have so much power and energy? It's really ridiculous. Lin Yun shook his head and laughed coldly. Lin Yun understood why these student union cadres dared to be so domineering. It was inseparably related to their power, which also inflated them and allowed them to enjoy it even more. That's right, I have that much power, and it's as simple for me to pinch you guys to death as it is to pinch an ant. You two brats, wait for the end, Zheng Hai said arrogantly. Seeing this, Wang Shui hurriedly said, Zheng Hai, this matter has nothing to do with them. Don't you just want me to pull in $200,000 in sponsorship? Good. I agree. In Wang Shui's eyes, a student council cadre like Zheng Hai was something Lin Yun couldn't even fight, so she didn't want to get Lin Yun involved, which was why she agreed to Zheng Hai in a hurry. Wang Shui, just because of this kid, you even dare to agree to such a mission? Fine. I'll see how you can finish it. If you can't finish it, the cost is clear to you. Zheng Hai's face was gloomy. Zheng Hai knows how difficult it is to pull 200,000 sponsorships, and there is only one way for the average female student to pull in so many sponsorships, and that is to sell their body, and they have to be extraordinarily beautiful to do so. Otherwise, it's okay to have no access in trying to pull in $200,000 in sponsorship for nothing is like dreaming. Wang Shui was also clear that pulling in $200,000 sponsorship dollars was an almost impossible task, but she had agreed that there was no turning back. It's fine Wang Shui, isn't it just $200,000 in sponsorship fees? I'll help you out, Lin Yun said boldly. What? Just buy you? Oh, I don't know if you're bragging or if you're just being self-indulgent. If you can pull in $200,000 sponsorship dollars, I'll eat. Zheng Hai sneered disdainfully. Zheng Hai had already decided that Lin Yun was a poor boy through the way he was dressed, and he didn't think that a poor boy would be able to go and pull in $200,000 sponsorship dollars. Don't you believe I can pull in 200,000 sponsorship dollars? Then do you dare to bet with me? Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. How do you want to bet? Zheng Hai pursued. Didn't you just say that if I can pull in 200,000 sponsorship dollars for Wang Shui, you'll eat? Fine. If I pull it off, how about you eat live on the school posting bar? Lin Yun said with a smile. Posting a live stream to eat? Put. Fatty, who was standing behind Lin Yun, couldn't help but cover his mouth and burst out laughing. He secretly said that the boss was really ruthless. Such a detrimental trick could be thought of. But Fatty said that he was looking forward to it. Zhang Hai's face changed when he heard Lin Yun's proposed request. To give him such a disgusting request? But Zhang Hai thought for a second. Would he lose? It's simply impossible, alright. So Zhang Hai said, fine, I can promise. So what if you don't finish? If I don't complete it, I'll drop out immediately, or whatever else you want to do with me. Lin Yun said lightly. Good. This is what you said. I'll make this bet with you. Zhang Hai agreed in one bite. In Zhang Hai's opinion, he was bound to win this bet. After Wang Shui heard these words, she looked very anxious. Lin Yun, don't bet with him. In Wang Shui's opinion, it was definitely impossible for her and Lin Yun to accomplish the task of pulling in 200,000 sponsorships, and Lin Yun was now going to make a bet with Zhang Hai. So wasn't this just asking for trouble? Lin Yun glanced back at Wang Shui and gave her a confident smile. At this time, Zhang Hai added, by the way, there is a time limit for pulling sponsorship. I ask you to pull sponsorship within 3 days, and the company that sponsors must be a big company with a market value of over $100 million. A company that is too small is not worthy of sponsoring our school. Zhang Hai added these two harsh conditions, naturally to further increase the difficulty and ensure that he would win this bet. What? In 3 days? And it has to be sponsored by a large company with a market capitalization of over $100 million? Zhang Hai, you are clearly deliberately making things difficult for people. Wang Shui stomped her feet in anger. Wang Shui also stayed in the outreach department for so long. She had never heard of pulling sponsorships and such strange rules. To know that it is already very difficult to pull sponsorships. Wang Shui is very clear. Want to pull a huge amount of sponsorship in just 3 days? It is simply impossible to complete the task. Not to mention must require sponsors. Is the market value of more than 100 million large companies? Wang Shui, I'm the head of the student union's outreach department. Of course I make the rules. Understand? Zhang Hai revealed a sinister smile. Lin Yun pulled Wang Shui behind him while the corner of his mouth lifted slightly and a sentence spat out from his mouth. Good. I promise. Chapter 24 Sponsorship from Huading Group. Lin Yun pulled Wang Shui behind him while the corner of his mouth lifted slightly and a sentence spat out from his mouth. Good. I promise. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun raised another finger. Also, I don't need 3 days so much at all. 1 day is enough. 1 day? Ha ha. Yes. Zhang Hai smiled and responded. To him, Lin Yun was going to take the initiative to increase the difficulty. He was naturally happy. It was too late. He had never seen such a stupid person who would take the initiative to increase the difficulty for himself. Now in this situation, Zhang Hai is even more sure of winning. In just 1 day's time, I'm afraid I haven't even contacted anyone else's company yet. Right, kid? We'll see you in a day then. Zhang Hai turned around and left directly after dropping this sentence. After Zhang Hai left, Lin Yun, how can you make such a bet with him? How could you agree to him? He's clearly trying to trap you. Wang Shui's pretty face was filled with anxiety and worry, because Wang Shui really couldn't figure out what they had to do to pull in 200,000 deposits in 1 day, and it had to be a large company with a market capitalization of over $100 million. Wang Shui clear. Those big companies basically do not bother to do these things. They go to those big companies. I'm afraid that those big companies will not see them. So Wang Shui really couldn't figure out why Lin Yun had to go and agree to Zhang Hai. She somewhat couldn't understand Lin Yun. At this time, the fat man next to him couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, squad leader. I think Yun will definitely be able to accomplish it. Fatty could be very clear about Lin Yun's status nowadays. In his opinion, not to mention 200,000, even if it was, say, 2 million, 20 million, it wouldn't matter to Lin Yun at all. Fatty understood that Lin Yun would definitely win this bet, and he was now looking forward to what it would be like when that Zhang Hai lost and he ate live on the posting bar. Fatty felt excited just thinking about it. However, Wang Shui didn't know Lin Yun's identity. No matter what, Lin Yun, I still have to thank you for just standing up and stopping Zhang Hai for me, Wang Shui said. Wang Shui understood that Lin Yun's involvement in this matter was all because of her as well, so he was both grateful and apologetic to Lin Yun in his heart. You're the class president of our class. How could I let that scum defile you? Lin Yun smiled. Wang Shui was silent for 2 seconds, then looked up and said, since things have come to this, Lin Yun, we can only try to give it a go. In Wang Shui's eyes, although this was an impossible task, but things had come to this, There was only one way to let go. Lin Yun smiled. So, let's set off now. And since I just said that I'd help you with the sponsorship pulling, I'll just leave this matter to me. So, Lin Yun directly called Wang Shui and went out of the school. School entrance. Lin Yun, how about we don't study at first and prepare to go to those companies? Wang Shui was puzzled. In Wang Shui's opinion, since she is going to a big company to beg them to sponsor a school event, she definitely needs to study the situation before choosing a target. No need. I already have a target. Lin Yun shook his head. Yes? Which company? Wang Shui curiously pursued. Lin Yun smiled slightly as 4 words popped out of his mouth. Huading Group. Huading Group? Wang Shui's pretty face was filled with surprise. Wang Shui was likewise very clear about how powerful a large group the Huading Group was. Lin Yun, Huading Group is such a big company. If we go to them for sponsorship, I'm afraid they won't even bother to pay attention to us. Let's just change to another company. Wang Shui said. No need. Just him. The smile on Lin Yun's face remained. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun stopped a cab and headed straight for the Huading Group. Although Wang Shui felt that the success rate of finding sponsorship from the Huading Group was about the same as the chances of winning the jackpot in the lottery, Lin Yun strongly requested it, so she had to give it a try. Lin Yun's Lamborghini supercar was parked in the parking lot near the school, but Lin Yun didn't go to drive this Lamborghini supercar, still choosing to take a cab. This was because Lin Yun didn't want to expose his identity for the time being, lest it would cause Wang Shui to feel pressured, leading to an identity gap with him. Otherwise, Lin Yun simply do not need to run a trip, directly take 200,000 out, and then let the general manager Lu Bo send a sponsorship agreement over the line. And, going through this with Wang Shui, it was a shared experience that belonged to the two of them. Downstairs of the Huading Group, although this was only the Qingyang branch of Huading Group, the company building was still very grand. Lin Yun had to admit that he had so much interest in Wang Shui in his heart. Not only was it because she was pretty, but more importantly, it was her character, her serious demeanor of studying hard and working hard, as well as her stubborn and self-reliant personality, all of which were what made Lin Yun interested in her. The two stood in front of the entrance of the Huading Group. 2 security guards stood at the door, guarding the company's gates. Lin Yun, are we really going to the Huading Group? We won't even be able to get in the door, right? Wang Shui looked a little nervous. Don't worry, let's go, Lin Yun said with a smile. After saying that, Lin Yun took the lead and walked forward. And when Wang Shui saw this, she could only hurriedly follow. What's the matter? You too? Just as he reached the door, 2 security guards stopped Lin Yun. It was reasonable to say that the security guards definitely knew Lin Yun, but they pretended not to. The reason was simple. Just now on the way here, Lin Yun had sent a text message to the general manager, Lu Bo, telling him what had happened and asking that when he arrived at the company, the people should pretend not to recognize him. This was the only way to truly keep his identity from being exposed to Wang Shui. We are students from Qingyang University. Recently our school is going to hold the Winter Games. We want your company to sponsor $200,000. Can you report it to your manager? Lin Yun said. Okay, I'll report it. The security guard nodded. He even went to report it? Wang Shui looked a bit surprised. She thought that, after the other party heard it, they would just kick them out. Squad leader, relax and don't worry. Lin Yun smiled. Wang Shui obediently nodded, but she was still nervous in her heart. She was afraid that the security guard would come back and tell them that the manager didn't see them and told them to leave. A few minutes later, the security guard returned. Both of you, the general manager has agreed to see you. I'll take you to the manager. Follow me, the security guard said. General manager? Really? After hearing this news, Wang Shui was shocked and delighted. Wang Shui originally thought that it would be a miracle for the Huading Group to have a manager to meet them, but it turned out to be the company's general manager who personally met them? This made her feel a bit unbelievable. Of course it's true. Let's go, Lin Yun said with a smile. Led by the security guard, the duo quickly arrived at the general manager's office. Sitting inside the general manager's office was, of course, Lu Bo. Lu Bo and Lin Yun glanced at each other. The two of them were unaware of each other, and both pretended to be unrecognizable on the surface. General manager, hello. You. Wang Shui appeared both nervous and formal. She never thought that she would be able to meet the general manager of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group, which in her eyes, was already a very, very powerful big shot. The two of you, please take a seat. Lu Bo smiled and waved his hand. Wang Shui, let's sit. Lin Yun naturally couldn't be nervous. He directly pulled Wang Shui to sit down. Sit down. I've already heard the security report on the matter. Sponsoring your school for an event is also a good thing to do. And 200,000 isn't too much for our company. So, I've decided. Sponsor, Lu Bo said directly. Wang Shui froze directly after hearing this. She hadn't even opened her mouth yet to talk to this GM about it. This is agreeable? Is it that easy? Shouldn't it be hard as hell? Lin Yun. I'm not dreaming. Wang Shui froze and said. You're not dreaming. We've already pulled in sponsorship. Lin Yun said with a smile. 10 minutes later, Lin Yun and Wang Shui walked out of the gate of the Huading Group side by side. They had an extra suitcase in their hands containing $200,000 in cash. In addition, there was a sponsorship agreement for the sponsorship of Qingyang University's Winter Games by the Huading Group, which was stamped with the red official seal of the Huading Group. Wonderful. Lin Yun. It's really great. We've actually pulled in a sponsor. And it's still the Huading Group. After walking out the front door, the excited Wang Shui immediately pounced on Lin Yun and hugged him. The faint scent of Wang Shui's body immediately assaulted Lin Yun's brain. This sudden hug made Lin Yun a bit embarrassed. To be honest, Lin Yun rarely had physical contact with girls, let alone a girl as beautiful as Wang Shui. Chapter 25 Heartwarming? After Lin Yun was hugged by Wang Shui, perhaps it was because of his nervousness, Lin Yun's body was a bit stiff. To be honest, Lin Yun was still a virgin, and although he had dated his ex-girlfriend Fifi for 2 years, he had never even kissed her on the mouth, let alone anything else. At this time, Wang Shui also reacted. Ashamed. Wang Shui screamed, then hurriedly let go of Lin Yun, and her face brushed a delicate red. I was just so happy that so that's why. The flushed Wang Shui wanted to explain, but she stammered and couldn't explain instead. Happy. I understand. Lin Yun gave a dry laugh. Yeah, I really didn't expect that it would be so easy to pull sponsorship from the Huading Group. I still have the feeling of dreaming. Wang Shui revealed a moving smile. For some reason, Lin Yun was quite happy in his own heart when he saw Wang Shui so pleased and happy. Didn't I tell you? It's not as hard as I thought. Lin Yun said with a smile. Of course it wasn't difficult, because it was all arranged by Lin Yun. Otherwise, if Lin Yun was still the poor boy he once was, he and Wang Shui were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to enter the company's gates. At this time, Wang Shui suddenly looked at Lin Yun with a serious face and asked, Lin Yun, I always feel smooth, not too normal. So smooth. It won't have anything to do with you, right? Wang Shui is the school student union outreach department officer. She once also went to pull a few sponsorships. She knows how difficult it is to pull sponsorships. Even if it is a few tens of thousands of dollars, have to spend a lot of effort. Unless one uses one's body in exchange for sponsorship money. Which is easier? Some girls in the outreach department. That's how they pull sponsorship, of course. Wang Shui certainly wouldn't do that. And the sponsorship money that came with this one was easier than exchanging your body for sponsorship money. Not to mention a super large group like the Huading Group. Therefore, Wang Shui associated it with Lin Yun. She was thinking that coming to the Huading Group was Lin Yun's suggestion. So could getting the sponsorship fee so easily have something to do with Lin Yun? How could it have anything to do with me? Look at me. Do I look like I have anything to do with the Huading Group? Lin Yun said with a smile. Okay. Wang Shui nodded. She thought carefully. With Lin Yun's family situation, it was indeed unlikely that he would have any connection with the Huading Group. Perhaps she had been overly concerned. Immediately afterward, Wang Shui looked up at Lin Yun and said in a bird-like manner, Lin Yun, I have to thank you no matter what. If it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't have had the courage to come to Huading Group alone to pull sponsorships, much less pull them in. If you want to thank me, just treat me to a meal. Lin Yun grinned. No problem. Wang Shui smiled and nodded. Alright, let's go back to school. It's time to settle the score with Shanghai. Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. He definitely wouldn't have thought that WoW would pull in sponsorship so quickly. And it's still the title sponsor of the Huading Group. Wang Shui was a little excited. This is exactly the effect I wanted. The smile on Lin Yun's face grew stronger. Qingyang University. Boys' Dormitory. Dormitory 415. This dormitory is the dormitory where Shanghai, the head of the outreach department, is located. At the entrance of the dormitory, besides Lin Yun and Wang Shui, there was also Fatty. After Lin Yun returned to school from the Huading Group, Fatty learned that Lin Yun was going to settle the score with Shanghai, so of course he wanted to see Shanghai suffer. So he followed him. Fatty, Knock on the door. Lin Yun said. Okay. Fatty nodded, then rushed forward to knock on the door. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Who? A voice came from inside the dormitory, followed by the dormitory door being opened. There were a total of 4 people in the dormitory, and as Lin Yun swept his eyes, Zhang Hai was among them. Yo, it's you guys. Zhang Hai, who was chatting about V-mail in the dormitory. When he saw Lin Yun's trio, he jumped off the bed in one go and walked over to Lin Yun's trio. What? Did you guys think that the mission was impossible to accomplish? So you came to me to beg for forgiveness? Zhang Hai said with a smile. Wang Shui said with an icy voice. Zhang Hai, you've got it wrong. We've already pulled in the sponsorship money. What? You're saying that you've pulled in sponsorship money? Zhang Hai was stunned. Immediately after that, Zhang Hai directly laughed out loud. Ha ha, you guys are too funny. It's only been less than 3 hours since I gave you the task, and you're even saying that you've already pulled in the sponsorship money? You guys take me for a little cutie. Of course Shanghai wouldn't believe that they could pull in 200,000 sponsorship dollars in such a short period of time, which seemed like a pipe dream to him. I also know that you won't believe it. That's fine. Let's show you then. Lin Yun said with a smile. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun directly placed the suitcase in his hand on the table. Click. The suitcase was opened by Lin Yun, and stacks of $100 bills lay in the suitcase. 20 stacks. This, Zhang Hai, who was still full of smiles, saw the stacks of $100 bills, and then his eyes widened, his eyes full of surprise. This is a ING fake bill, isn't it? Kid, it's a crime to impersonate fake bills, Zhang Hai exclaimed. Even when the money was already in front of his normal eyes, he didn't want to believe it. Whether it's true or not, you can test it any way you want, Lin Yun said, holding his bladder. Zhang Hai was not polite, and immediately went forward to start checking the money. As Zhang Hai's money inspection continued, the smile on his face had completely disappeared and his face gradually became ugly. It was because Zhang Hai realized that the money was surprisingly all real. Zhang Hai, how is it? True or false? You should have a number in your heart. Lin Yun was smiling. Where did you guys get so much money? Zhang Hai asked rhetorically with a blue face. Wang Shui responded. Of course I got it from pulling sponsorship. No way. With just the two of you. What makes someone else able to sponsor you for $200,000? I think you guys stole or robbed this money. Zhang Hai roared loudly. Steal? Rob? Oh, say it like it's easy to steal money and rob it. Lin Yun sneered. Wang Shui also said. Zhang Hai, we have reached a sponsorship agreement with the Huading Group, and this money is sponsored by the Huading Group. What? Huading Group? How could it be? The Huading Group is such a powerful existence. How could they possibly have the leisure time to pay attention to you? I'm afraid you guys can't even enter the door of the Huading Group. I think you're just bragging. Zhang Hai's voice became shrill. Brother Yun, this asshole doesn't see the coffin. You let him die for good, Fatty said. Lin Yun nodded, then directly took out an agreement. Zhang Hai, open your doggy eyes and take a good look. This is the sponsorship agreement we signed with the Huading Group. It's stamped with the official seal of the Huading Group. It's as good as fake. With a bang, Lin Yun slapped an agreement on the table in front of Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai hurriedly picked up the agreement. Wah! Huading Group. When Zhang Hai saw that the agreement was stamped with the official seal of the Huading Group, his hands shivered so much that the agreement fell to the ground. The eye-piercing red official seal is stamped on it. Even if Shanghai is no longer willing to believe, at this moment, he also had to believe. You guys, you actually pulled in sponsorship from the Huading Group, and it only took 3 hours? How did you guys do that? Zhang Hai's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. This is the Hall of Fame Huading Group. To pull the Huading Group to sponsor their school's field day? This was something he had once not even dared to think about. The most terrifying thing is that from the time the task was given, until now, only 3 hours have passed. Pulling such a powerful big business in such a short period of time. Zhang Hai felt horrible just thinking about it. How we did it doesn't seem to be any of your business, does it? Also, didn't you say that the sponsor had to be a big company for it to work? So I guess the Huading Group is big enough, right? Lin Yun said with a smirk. Alright, count yourselves out. Zhang Hai gritted his teeth, his face looking ugly. Although he found it unbelievable. But things have come to this point, he had to admit this fact. Right at this moment, Zhang Hai suddenly had a bright idea. Since you guys have completed the mission, then hand over the money and the agreement to me. Wang Shui, you've done a great job with the mission. Don't worry, I'll definitely praise you at our outreach department's meeting. Zheng Hai said with a smile. Zheng Hai said as he reached for the box containing the money, as well as the agreement. Chapter 26, A Great Merit. Zheng Hai understood that pulling in so much sponsorship money at once, and also from a super large group like the Huading group, was a great feat. Zheng Hai had already made up his mind that when he reported the sponsorship fee, he would claim the main credit as his own, which would be of great help to him in the future when he was promoted to be the vice president of the student union. Stop it! Lin Yun directly blocked Zheng Hai from taking the money and the agreement. What are you doing? I'm the head of the student union's outreach department. Wang Shui is someone under me, and since she has completed her task, of course she has to hand over the money and the agreement to me. Zheng Hai rationalized. That's not for you to worry about. She'll report it herself. Lin Yun sneered. Of course Lin Yun was able to guess what little scheme this Zheng Hai had in mind, so how could Lin Yun possibly give him the money? Immediately after, Lin Yun twisted his head. Fatty, Wang Shui, you guys keep the money and the agreement. Fatty hurriedly put away the box containing the money, while Wang Shui put away the agreement. You guys. Zheng Hai was exasperated. Stop stuttering here. Now, it's time for us to settle the score. Lin Yun sneered. The fat man on the side also nodded his head excitedly and repeatedly. Right. The bet you made with my brother has now come to fruition. Fatty had followed him here because he wanted to see Zheng Hai honor the bet. As soon as he heard about the bet, Zheng Hai's face changed drastically. The contents of the bet were of course very clear to Zheng Hai. At that time, when he set the bet with Lin Yun, Zheng Hai was certain that Lin Yun and Wang Shui would never be able to pull in $200,000 in sponsorship fees in a single day. It was precisely because he was absolutely certain that he could win that he dared to make a bet with Lin Yun, that he dared to boast that if he lost, he would eat live on the school posting bar. And now, he's clearly lost. That's right Zheng Hai, the bet between us has now come to fruition. According to the bet, you're going to eat live on our school's posting bar. You fulfill the bet. Lin Yun said indifferently. When Zheng Hai heard Lin Yun ask him to honor his bet, his face muscles twitched violently. I was just joking with you. I didn't take it seriously. Zheng Hai stuttered. Let him, Zheng Hai, eat live on the school posting? Of course he couldn't. Lin Yun was instantly enraged when he heard these words. Bang! Lin Yun slammed his palm on the table in front of him while shouting angrily. Joking with me? Oh, you think I'm good at fooling around? Zheng Hai, I'll put my words down here. This bet, you must honor it. Don't try to deny it. Since the day Lin Yun became Lu Zhizhong's grandson, absolutely no one could fool Lin Yun anymore. Kid, who the hell do you think you are? A poorly dressed kid, yelling at me here. I'm the head of the outreach department of the student union. Who the hell do you think you are? Zheng Hai similarly roared out, not fearing Lin Yun in the slightest. Zheng Hai, still put my words here. I won't honor my promise. What can you do? Zheng Hai had an arrogant look on his face. It's best if you honor your promise yourself. If you don't honor it yourself, then, you'll have to let me do it for you. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes, his tone cold. Help me cash in? Oh, I'd like to see how you can help me cash in. Zheng Hai laughed out loud. Zheng Hai held himself as the minister of the student council, and he wasn't afraid of Lin Yun in the slightest. At this time, the three roommates who were in the same dormitory as Zheng Hai all jumped down from their beds and stood behind Zheng Hai, looking at the three Lin Yuns with a fierce look on their faces. This is my dormitory. You three get the hell out of here or don't blame me for being rude. Zheng Hai loudly chided. The three people behind Zheng Hai all made fist-pumping motions, with a stance that if you don't get out, then we're going to do it. Brother Yun, what should we do? How do we fight them? Fatty rubbed his fists. Lin Yun smiled coldly. Fighting this kind of thing is not something I do. Let's go first. Things like fighting were done by fighters. Lin Yun was now a top-rich third generation. Did he still need to do hard work like fighting? After saying that, Lin Yun took Fatty and Wang Shui and headed out of the dormitory. Humph. How powerful do I think it is? Still not rolling away and fighting me? Humph. You few scum deserve it? When Zheng Hai saw Lin Yun and the three of them heading out, he held his head high with a smug smile. Immediately afterward, Zheng Hai yelled towards the backs of Lin Yun's trio as they left. Listen to me, you three, you've offended me today, and I'll definitely make you understand how serious the consequences of offending me are. Zheng Hai boasted that he was the head of the student union's outreach department, and dealing with three minions was a breeze. At this moment, Lin Yun suddenly stopped in his tracks before turning his head to look at Zheng Hai. Zheng Hai, do you really think I'm going to stop like this? Believe me, I will definitely make you honor your bet. Lin Yun revealed a strange smile that made people shiver. After dropping these words, Lin Yun directly led Fatty and Wang Shui out of the dormitory. After getting out of the boys' apartment, "Brother Yun, should we just let it go?" Seeing Zheng Hai's smug look makes people angry. Fatty said eagerly, "Of course it's impossible to forget it. It's absolutely impossible to try to deny a bet that was set with me." Lin Yun sneered. After Wang Shui sniffed, she hurriedly said with some concern, "Lin Yun, let's just forget about it. After all, Zheng Hai is the head of the student union's outreach department. We can't fight him. It's already good enough to make him suffer today. Besides, the big deal is that I'll be expelled from the student union. I don't want to stay in the student union anyway. Don't worry, I have my own plan." Lin Yun smiled. His heart also already had a plan in mind. After coming out of the boys' dormitory, Lin Yun directly led Wang Shui to the office of the teacher in charge of the student union. "Director Chi, this is the sponsorship money I pulled in for the Winter Games, totaling $200,000. Wang Shui put the $200,000 payment, as well as the sponsorship agreement, on Director Chi's desk. "Student Wang Shui, you actually pulled in $200,000 sponsorship dollars? That's awesome." After Director Chi was surprised, he smiled and gave Wang Shui a thumbs up. Director Chi certainly knew how difficult it was to pull in $200,000 in sponsorship money. Immediately after that, Director Chi picked up the sponsorship agreement. She was curious to know which company was so generous. Hua Ding Group? When Director Chi saw the Hua Ding Group, she was filled with dismay. Gulp. "Student Wang Shui, you actually pulled in sponsorship from the Hua Ding Group." Director Chi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. To have the titular Hua Ding Group sponsor their school's winter games was something that even Director Chi himself couldn't dare to imagine. Moreover, it was a very honorable thing to have the Hua Ding Group sponsor their school. "Director Chi, I'm just lucky," Wang Shui guffawed. "In any case, this is a great merit. Student Wang Shui, as a reward, I'll help you get this year's Tier 1 scholarship, as well as the Outstanding Student Award, and in addition, promote you to Vice Minister of the Outreach Department." Director Chi said. "Director Chi, I'm applying to quit the student union for personal reasons," Wang Shui suddenly said. When Director Chi learns that Wang Shui is quitting the student council, she is surprised and retains Wang Shui. But after Wang Shui's repeated insistence, she eventually succeeds in quitting the student council. Wang Shui's reason for quitting was simple, because she had seen through the ugliness in the student council. After coming out of the office, "Lin Yun, thank you for doing me such a big favor today. I promised to treat you to dinner before, but why don't you come to my house tonight? I'll cook for you, how about it?" Wang Shui said with a light smile. "To your home?" Lin Yun was stunned for a moment. Lin Yun heard Wang Shui invite herself to her home. To be honest, Lin Yun was a bit surprised. Lin Yun originally thought that when Wang Shui said she was invited to dinner, it was to a restaurant. However, Lin Yun preferred the latter, which was to go to Wang Shui's house and eat the dishes she personally cooked. And it's a nighttime visit, which inevitably makes you a bit tempted. "What? You don't want to?" Wang Shui beamed. "How could I? Of course I'm willing," Lin Yun hurriedly replied with a smile. Once upon a time, the Wang Shui in Lin Yun's eyes was a goddess-like existence, and he was simply not worthy of such a goddess. And now, Lin Yun had actually received an invitation from the goddess to go to the goddess's house to eat the dishes she had personally cooked. "Okay, then it's a deal, Lu. 6:30 at night. I'll see you at the school entrance." Wang Shui smiled like a flower. Chapter 27 Live Broadcast. Inside Lin Yun's dormitory. "Boss, that bastard Zheng Hai didn't keep his word. He lost the bet and even didn't honor his promise. How are you going to prepare to deal with him, boss?" Fatty asked after him with a curious face. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth slightly raised. "Evil people should be cured with evil. He is evil. I will be more evil than him. I have already called and arranged. You wait. I think that within our school posting bar, there will soon be a post of him live eating." On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Yun had already called to arrange everything. "Wow, really?" Fatty had an expectant look on his face. The other side. Boys' dormitory. Inside dormitory 415. Zheng Hai put down his cell phone. He had just called the student unions, several other departments, and asked these departments to help out and collectively put small shoes on Lin Yun and Wang Shui. "Damn, just Wang Shui and those two brats. How dare you fight with me, Zheng Hai? Humph, what a fool's dream. Just you wait. It won't be long before you'll definitely be forced to drop out of school." Zheng Hai sneered disdainfully. Bang bang bang. Just then, A sharp knock sounded on the door. Young Hae went forward and opened the door. The door was opened and 6 big men poured in at once. Who are you people? Jung Hae immediately chided after seeing these 6 unfamiliar big men. Asterisk 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 your M's. Shut the up. One of the big men in black flew up and kicked directly at Zhang Hai's body, sending Zhang Hai sprawling on the ground. Immediately after that, 2 big men in black directly stepped forward to frame Zhang Hai and directly frame him towards the dormitory toilet. The remaining 4 black-clothed men, on the other hand, rushed directly to Zhang Hai's 3 housemates and put their daggers against their necks, controlling them so that they could neither help nor call the outside world. These 3 housemates were all just college students, and they were naturally too intimidated to mess around in the face of the dagger at their necks. Inside the dormitory toilet. Who the hell are you people? Zhang Hai's face turned green. We're here to help you, one of the big men in black said. Help me? Zhang Hai was stunned. Yeah, help you eat live. The 2 big men in black grinned. What? After Zhang Hai heard these words, his eyes instantly glazed over. Inside Lin Yun's dormitory. I chow. Yun. Look at the posting. Quickly look at the posting. It's really out. Fatty excitedly stood up from the bed. Is it out? Lin Yun grinned, then opened his cell phone to post. Sure enough, a post titled Live Eating appeared in the school bar. The post was accompanied by a video featuring none other than Zhang Hai. Lin Yun clicked on the video to take a look. The situation inside was honestly disgusting. After all, this TM was live streaming sure eating. After looking at it for a couple of moments to make sure the video was true and correct, Lin Yun closed it. Lin Yun wasn't interested in watching such a disgusting video. Brother Yun, this video is disgusting, but the comments below are truly wonderful. Ha, this bastard Zhang Hai, this time he's definitely completely on fire. I'll see how he can still be a person in school in the future. Fatty excitedly slapped his thighs. Yeah, let's see. Lin Yun immediately read the comments and replies below the post. Perhaps because the title of the post was very attractive. The post had only been posted for less than 2 minutes before it attracted a lot of onlookers and replies. Holy, this is ING playing for real? Did I read it right? I thought it was a title party. Ha, it's so disgusting. I didn't realize that someone would live stream this kind of stuff. I want to vomit. Awesome, awesome, awesome. The owner is simply awesome. Daring to broadcast this kind of thing live. Asterisk 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 isn't this the school student union outreach department? He's actually live streaming sure eating? He's crazy for fire, right? Yes. This is Zhang Hai from the outreach department of the school student union. He is my male god. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. The image instantly collapsed. I feel that I can't love anymore. Vomit. I'm in the middle of a ING meal. Lin Yun scrolled down to take a look. It had only been a few minutes, and the number of clicks and replies were soaring, with a variety of comments hotly debated. Zhang Hai, this is called playing with fire. Lin Yun revealed a cold smile. Those 6 big men, naturally, were the people that Lin Yun had called Lubo and asked him to arrange. Fatty suddenly said, by the way, the barkeepers and administrators of Ringo's bar won't delete this post, right? Right. Lin Yun nodded indistinctly. He hadn't really thought of that just now. What then? It would be a shame to delete it. Fatty said. Lin Yun smiled. It's okay, I have a way. Oh, what way? Fatty was curious. There is no problem that money can't solve. If it can't, it only means that there isn't enough money. Lin Yun said with a smile. At the same time, Lin Yun thought of an even more powerful trollish maneuver. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun immediately sent a private message to the barkeep of the Qingyang University bar through the private message of the bar. Inside one of the dormitories, Xiao Yang, who was the bar owner of Qingyang University, also saw the post titled Live Eating. This is ridiculous. How can you post this kind of video? Xiao Yang shook his head while preparing to block the post. Just then, he suddenly received a private message, and the other party's posting name was XX. XX, hello barkeep, please, you and the various barkeeps, do not delete the post titled Live Eating sure. Instead, please top this post. When bar owner Xiao Yang saw this private message, he immediately replied, nuts, right? Why don't I delete it? Why should I listen to your top? XX, by the fact that I can pay you. When bar owner Yang saw this reply, he was a bit dumbfounded that it was still a good answer. XX, $500,000. Top this post, is that enough? $500,000? Gulp. Gulp. After bar owner Xiao Yang saw this figure, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This was definitely a huge amount of money for him. Even if he gave some of it to the other bar services, he would still be able to keep a lot of it. Young thought for a moment, then replied, "You're not making fun of me, are you? How can I believe that?" XX, that's easy. Send the bank card number. After Shawan thought about the amount of $500,000, under the attraction of money, he still sent the bank card number over. He was thinking in case the other party could really give him so much money, then he would be rich. For him, a college student, that much money is an absolute fortune. Ding! Your bank card with ICBC tail number 8221 received a transfer of 500,000 RMB. On the other hand, inside Lin Yun's dormitory, yo, brother Yun, not only has this post not been deleted, it's even been topped. Fatty, who was paying close attention, couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately afterward, the fat man looked up at Lin Yun. Brother Yun, this can't be from your handwriting. Yeah, like I said, there's no problem that money can't solve. Lin Yun said with a smile. Bull. Ha ha, brother Yun, this operation of yours is simply awesome. Fatty laughed and gave Lin Yun a thumbs up. I think that he, Zhang Hai, is completely ruined this time. Lin Yun said with a smile. After the post of live streaming Restuarant was topped in the posting bar, it was instantly spread like crazy in Xinjiang University, and the news quickly went from online to offline. Inside the dormitory corridor. Hey, did you guys see that? Someone at the posting bar is live streaming Restuarant. Really? A prank. It's true. I've already seen it. And the protagonist is the Student Union Outreach Department. Holy, I've got to check this out. This is so new. School library. Wow. Someone in the posting bar is live streaming Restuarant. Everyone rushed to watch. Why is it Young Hae? He's my appa. It's over. His image in my heart is all gone. Scenes like this are still happening in various parts of the school. Such powerful news was definitely very new to the idle college students. So the news spread like the plague within the university and soon spread all over the campus. Inside Zhang Hai's dormitory. By now, the 6 big men had already left the dormitory. Hi, the post has already been passed to the posting bar by them. What should we do? A skinny housemate said eagerly. Of course it's to contact the bar owner and ask him to delete it for me. If this spreads, how can I still be a man in the future? Zhang Hai stomped his feet anxiously. Immediately after that, Zhang Hai hurriedly felt out his cell phone and called the bar owner. He knew the bar owner and knew the bar owner's number, but it just so happened that after calling a few times, he realized that the barkeep was actually not answering his calls. Grass, why isn't he answering my calls? Why? Zhang Hai was so angry that he smashed his cell phone hard on the ground. If Zhang Hai had known that the bar owner had received Lin Yun's favor fees, he would have understood why the bar owner didn't answer his calls. Chapter 28, Unjustified Injustice. Hi. The post's reply. There are already more than 400, and it is still increasing rapidly. I'm afraid that this matter will soon be known to the whole school. The thin man said. Shut up. Zhang Hai bellowed at the thin man. At this moment, Zhang Hai's eyes became red. He was about to explode with anger. If this matter became known to the whole school, how could he still have the face to meet people in the future? Zhang Hai only felt that he was about to go crazy. Assholes. Lin Yun. Wang Shui. It must be you guys. It must have something to do with you guys. You guys dare to ruin me. I'll make you pay. Zhang Hai yelled madly. 6:20 in the evening. The entrance to Xinjiang University. Lin Yun. Here. Wang Shui, who was standing at the door, waved at Lin Yun with a sweet smile. You're here so early, Lin Yun said as he walked over to Wang Shui. The time they had agreed on was 6:30 p.m. Now that there were still 10 minutes before the appointment, Lin Yun had originally thought that he would arrive 10 minutes earlier. Lin Yun didn't expect that Wang Shui would come earlier than he did. I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time. Wang Shui laughed lightly. Lin Yun couldn't help but be stunned for a moment after hearing her words. Her words shook Lin Yun's heart. Wang Shui, there are really very few girls like you who are so considerate and so capable of thinking about boys. Lin Yun couldn't help but say. When Lin Yun used to be in a relationship with Fei Fei, Lin Yun would arrive early for every date. But Fei Fei would almost always be a little bit late, sometimes even more than half an hour late. And she made a beautiful point of saying that it's normal for girls to be half an hour late for a date, and that guys should just wait. Lin Yun now thought about it. Fifi and Wang Shui were simply incomparable. Wang Shui was even afraid of waiting for a long time and arrived so far in advance. Really a very considerate girl. Wang Shui's pretty face flushed when she heard Lin Yun call her considerate. Let's go. I'm looking forward to your cooking skills, Lin Yun said with a smile. Wang Shui usually went home by bus, which was the most cost-effective mode of transportation. So Lin Yun followed Wang Shui and took the bus home together. Lin Yun was once a poor boy, and once used to take the bus home, so Lin Yun was naturally used to it. On the bus, Wang Shui suddenly stretched out her jade hand and tugged on the corner of Lin Yun's coat, then covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Yun, that live posting in Zhanghai's bar, it wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it? Because Wang Shui knew that live eating was a bet that Lin Yun had set with Zhanghai, and the sudden appearance of Zhanghai's live posting on the posting bar. In Wang Shui's opinion, it certainly couldn't have been voluntary on Zhanghai's part. Instead, Zhanghai should have resisted with all his might. So who could there be to force Zhanghai to go live? Wang Shui could only think of Lin Yun. Did you see it too? Lin Yun smiled. I don't want to watch that kind of video. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat. But this video was going viral in the school, so of course I know about it, Wang Shui said. After a pause, Wang Shui was curious. Lin Yun, I'm really curious. What exactly did you do to make that Zhanghai actually make such a live broadcast? This should be hard. Well, keep it a secret. Lin Yun grinned. Lin Yun didn't want to expose his true identity to Wang Shui yet, so Lin Yun couldn't say the method he used. As for the reason why Lin Yun didn't want to reveal his identity, it was actually quite simple. Lin Yun was afraid that if Wang Shui learned of his true identity, he would distance himself out of awe. More importantly, Lin Yun wanted to spend time with Wang Shui in a very ordinary capacity. The friendship in such a situation was the most real and rare. Okay. When Wang Shui saw that Lin Yun wasn't saying anything, she didn't pursue the matter any further, but she felt more and more that Lin Yun might have some kind of secret on him. The bus was slow, and it rocked for more than an hour before it reached Wang Shui's house. Wang Shui's home is in an old neighborhood from the 90s. Upon entering the neighborhood, Lin Yun, when I was supposed to invite you to dinner, I should have invited you to a restaurant, but instead I asked you to come to my house for a home-cooked meal. You won't mind, will you? Wang Shui asked. It wasn't that Wang Shui didn't want to invite Lin Yun to a restaurant. It was really that she didn't have any money. She couldn't afford to invite Lin Yun to eat in a restaurant. Of course not. I'm more interested in tasting your handiwork than going to a restaurant. And it's more of a way to show your heart if you personally cook for me, isn't it? Lin Yun smiled. Aha. Wang Shui nodded and at the same time put her heart down. The front is my house. Wang Shui pointed ahead. Just walked to the door of Wang Shui. The door of the next house was suddenly opened. A middle-aged woman in pajamas walked out from next door, carrying a bag of garbage in her hand, apparently ready to throw garbage. Yo, Wang Shui, why did you bring a strange man home? The middle-aged woman looked Lin Yun up and down. Auntie Li, he is my classmate. Wang Shui responded. Your classmate? I don't look like that. Look rather like your guest. Wang Shui, you are too unlikable. How can you bring a guest to your home? The middle-aged woman had a posture of educating the next generation. After Wang Shui heard such words from the middle-aged woman, she was instantly anxious. Auntie Li, how could you slander me like that? I'm not that kind of person. Wang Shui retorted with an aggrieved face. Lin Yun also frowned. When this middle-aged woman insulted herself, Lin Yun could endure it, but the meaning of her words. Wang Shui, don't argue. I know that you take on customers to make money. Auntie understands you. The middle-aged woman struck a good old-fashioned pose, but her tone was conspiratorial. Auntie Li, you. The more Wang Shui heard, the more aggrieved she became. Her eyes were a little red and she was about to cry. Lin Yun finally couldn't watch anymore. Why are you such a person? I see that you are at least Wang Shui's neighbor. Do you think it's good for you to slander a girl's innocence like this? Lin Yun frowned. Young man, how dare you use that tone? Do you know what kind of person our family's daughter is? The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Yun with a bossy face. I don't care who your daughter is. It's best if you don't mess with me. Otherwise, you can't afford the consequences. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the middle-aged woman. I can't afford it? Ha ha, what a laugh. With your poor appearance, how dare you say such things? The middle-aged woman held her bladder and scanned Lin Yun up and down with a disdainful expression. She saw that Lin Yun was dressed so shabbily and was obviously a poor boy, so she didn't take Lin Yun seriously at all. Lin Yun, don't argue with her. Wang Shui pulled Lin Yun. Although Wang Shui was aggrieved in her heart, she hadn't suffered much over the years, so she could still hold up. Lin Yun saw Wang Shui pulling himself up, so he didn't say anything else. If it wasn't for Wang Shui pulling himself up, Lin Yun really wanted to go up and slap this middle-aged woman twice. But the middle-aged woman didn't stop there. Wang Shui, you and our family Ling the same year, but you compared to her, really far from it. Our family Ling Ling is now sitting in the position of the manager. Look at yourself mixed into what? The middle-aged woman said in a conspiratorial manner. The middle-aged woman's words were obviously showing off her daughter to Wang Shui, as well as belittling and mocking Wang Shui. Auntie Li, I have something else to do, so I'll go home first. Wang Shui gritted her teeth and finished the sentence before taking out her key to open the door. Wang Shui didn't want to tangle with the middle-aged woman anymore. At this time, another figure appeared at the door of the room where the middle-aged woman was. Lin Yun took a closer look. It was a young woman with heavy makeup and high heels, dressed in a very revealing outfit, quite a bit of beauty, ready to go to work. Daughter? The middle-aged woman said to the young woman with a smile. Apparently, this young woman who came out of the house was the middle-aged woman's daughter, and should be the Ling Ling that the middle-aged woman had just spoken of. After the young woman, Ling Ling, saw Wang Shui and Lin Yun, she froze for a moment and then laughed. Yo, Wang Shui, you brought your boyfriend back? Which is no boyfriend. The middle-aged woman said conspiratorially. Ling Ling couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile as she sniffed. Mom, don't talk nonsense. This kid is dressed so shabbily. Fair enough, the middle-aged woman nodded. Ling Ling looked at Wang Shui again and said with a disdainful smile. Wang Shui, no matter what, we are also friends. As a friend I advise you, don't look for this kind of poor boy as a boyfriend. There is no future. Chapter 29, Similar Experiences. Ling Ling, thank you for your concern, it's not for you to worry about. Wang Shui indifferently said. Ray didn't stop though, but continued. Wang Shui, aren't you short of money? Don't say that I'm not enough of a friend. I'm now working as a manager in the Love Edge bar. If you're willing, come to our bar to be a young lady, with me lifting you up. It's not a problem for you to earn $50,000 or $60,000 a month. Wang Shui had already opened the door by now. Thanks. No. Lin Yun, let's go inside. After Wang Shui finished speaking, she directly walked into the house with Lin Yun. Enter the house. Wang Shui, they are at least your neighbors, right? Their mouths are so hateful. Lin Yun was in a rage when he thought of what that mother and daughter had just said. If Wang Shui hadn't pulled himself along, Lin Yun would definitely have to give them some color. Actually, Ling Ling grew up with me. We were originally good friends and classmates when we were kids. Wang Shui said. Oh, then you. Lin Yun looked curious. It looked like that Ling Ling was targeting Wang Shui. Where was she like a good friend? Wang Shui lowered her head and recalled the past. When I was in high school, Ling Ling talked about a boyfriend. One day her boyfriend even secretly confessed to me. After I refused, he told Ling Ling, said I seduced him. Ling Ling came to scold me. How I explain not listen. From that day on, she broke off relations with me. Only after Lin Yun heard this did he realize it. Wang Shui continued. Ever since she broke off her relationship with me, she and her mom have often humiliated me intentionally or unintentionally, saying bad things about me, especially after her Ling Ling became a bar manager. Her mom loves to be even more sarcastic, saying that I can't compare to her daughter. After Wang Shui said this, aggrieved, her eyes were already red and tears were welling up in her eyes. Damn it! Lin Yun narrowed his eyes, a few flames of anger already igniting in his eyes. Wang Shui was just a weak woman, yet she had to endure these unwarranted humiliations. And Lin Yun was furious on Wang Shui's behalf. Lin Yun made up his mind to help Wang Shui. Okay, let's not talk about this. Today we are inviting you to dinner. Let's not talk about these unhappy ones. You hurry up and sit down. Wang Shui wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, then squeezed out a smile. At Wang Shui's invitation, Lin Yun sat down on an old sofa. Lin Yun looked around. Wang Shui's house was small and old, but it was neatly cleaned up. Right, Wang Shui, where are your parents? Lin Yun was curious. Lin Yun didn't see Wang Shui's parents at all. My dad died early. My mom she is also bedridden now. Wang Shui lowered her head and said. Lin Yun was stunned. Wang Shui was also a single parent? Also a father who died early? It was important to realize that Lin Yun was the same way. Lin Yun, I'll take you to meet my mom. Wang Shui brought Lin Yun to a bedroom. On the hospital bed in the bedroom lay a middle-aged woman with a withered body and a waxy complexion. She looked in poor spirits. Needless to say, this bedridden middle-aged woman was definitely Wang Shui's mother. To be honest, Lin Yun had a heartbreaking feeling after seeing her. Mom, this is my classmate Lin Yun. Wang Shui squeezed out a smile. She probably didn't want to bring a bad mood to her mother. Hello classmate, I can't get up to welcome you since I am not in good health. Wang Shui's mother's voice was a little weak. Auntie is polite. Lin Yun squeezed out a smile as well. Schwer, did you have a good day at school today? Wang Shue's mother was concerned. Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine, Wang Shue said with a smile. She didn't dare to tell her mother about any grievances she had suffered because she couldn't let her mother worry for nothing. That's good. Schwer, you hurry up and go cook and eat for the guests. Wang Shue's mother squeezed out a pale smile after coming out of the bedroom. Wang Shue, Auntie, is her illness serious? Why don't you go for treatment? Lin Yun asked. Wang Shue lowered her head and said in a somewhat low tone, I can't help it. The hospitalization and medical bills are so expensive that I can't get the money, and even if I live at home, it's hard to afford the money to buy medicine every month. Lin Yun's heart became harder and harder after hearing Wang Shue's words. Wang Shue has no father, and her mother is bedridden. The burden of life is all on her, a weak woman. She has to bear too much. That's why you went to the bar to sing for money in the first place. To earn money for your medical bills, isn't it? And the fact that you care so much about scholarships, it's all because of that, right? Lin Yun said. Lin Yun could finally understand. Now, those behaviors of Wang Shue. Aha. Wang Shue gently nodded her head. Wang Shue, you certainly haven't suffered much over the years. Lin Yun couldn't help but say. Lin Yun could completely understand Wang Shue, and even empathized with her, because Lin Yun was also a single parent, and also his father had died early, and they had similar experiences. The difference was that she was again luckier than Wang Shue, because her own mother wasn't bedridden. Her mother was still able to work, and the burden didn't fall entirely on Lin Yun. The luckiest thing was that he turned out to be Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Bitter or not, it came over like this anyway. Wang Shue revealed a bitter smile. After a moment of silence, Wang Shue continued, if it wasn't for the fact that my mother demanded that I must finish college, I would have definitely dropped out of school and gone to work a long time ago. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel sorry for Wang Shue when he thought of all these experiences she had gone through and how unfortunate she was. For a girl to go through all this, Lin Yun really couldn't imagine how she had survived all these years. Lin Yun didn't dare to imagine how strong Wang Shue had to be to carry all of this. It was because Wang Shue had endured the weight of life that she was so special and understanding compared to other girls. Wang Shue, trust me, soon everything will be fine. Lin Yun had a serious face. Although Wang Shue was unfortunate, the fact that she had met Lin Yun would be a blessing in her misfortune. Getting better? I hope so. Wang Shue looked up at the ceiling. Wang Shue knew that it would be hard as hell to make it all better, because the amount of money needed to be spent to cure her mother was too much, and unless she didn't follow the right path, she wouldn't be able to earn that kind of money even if she graduated and worked later. Wang Shue has long dared not hope for too much. Alright, let's not talk about this. I'll go cook. Wang Shue in order to not let the atmosphere be awkward. She revealed a smile. Immediately after that, Wang Shue busied herself with cooking. Lin Yun, on the other hand, sat down in the tiny living room and contemplated. Lin Yun could just reveal his identity and then give Wang Shue a large sum of money to help her solve her financial problems. However, the last time Lin Yun gave Wang Shue money, Wang Shue returned the money to Lin Yun as it was. So Lin Yun was worried that if he gave her money directly, she would refuse. It has to be done differently, Lin Yun muttered, while already having an idea in his mind. It didn't take long for Wang Shue to make the meal. 3 dishes and 1 soup. All ordinary home cooking, but it was good enough for Wang Shue. If it wasn't for entertaining Lin Yun, she usually wouldn't make so many dishes. It was too wasteful. After making the meal, Wang Shue first chucked a serving and sent it to her mother's room. Table. Lin Yun, taste it. Wang Shue revealed a playful smile. Okay. Lin Yun couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks. Delicious. After taking a bite, Lin Yun had an exaggerated expression on his face. Seeing Lin Yun's expression so exaggerated, Wang Shue couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. Lin Yun, don't exaggerate so much. Okay, my cooking isn't that good. It's really delicious. I'm exclaiming from the bottom of my heart that you're really very good with your hands. Lin Yun smiled cheekily. Lin Yun was indeed being honest. Even though they were all the simplest of home-cooked dishes, Lin Yun realized that Wang Shue had done a very good job. You're so virtuous. Whoever marries you in the future will be truly blessed, Lin Yun said with a smile. Don't make fun of me. With a family like mine and a bedridden mother, cootie, before marrying me, Wang Shue beamed. That's not necessarily true. In case there really are cuties. Then, Lin Yun laughed. Alright, if you really think my cooking is good, you can come and eat often if you like it. Wang Shue revealed a smile. Wang Shue, we're just classmates. How bad would it be for me to come and dine around a lot? And if I come to your house a lot, aren't you afraid that people will misunderstand that we're a couple? Lin Yun laughed. When Wang Shui heard Lin Yun say that, a blush appeared on her pretty face. Chapter 30, Hegemony. Immediately after that, Wang Shui raised her head and said seriously, "Anyway, I'm long used to hearing them gossip. It's okay. Besides, I think we're not only classmates, we're kind of friends too, aren't we?" "Of course." Lin Yun smiled and nodded. After dinner, Wang Shui, "It's still early, so let's go out and have some fun," Lin Yun proposed. Lin Yun already had a plan in his mind. Going out for the day? Where to go? Wang Shui curiously said. "Bar." Lin Yun spat out 2 words. "A bar? This, Lin Yun. I don't really like going to that kind of place." Wang Shui shook her head. Moreover, Wang Shui was puzzled as to why Lin Yun would suddenly suggest going to a bar to have fun. "Don't worry, Wang Shui. It's just simply to have some fun. I definitely don't have any non-affiliated thoughts. I'm helping you with your sponsorship today. It's not too much to ask for you to promise me such a request." Lin Yun smiled. Well, after thinking about it, Wang Shui finally agreed. In Wang Shui's eyes, Lin Yun wasn't a bad person, so she chose to believe him. After Wang Shui gave her mother a greeting, the two of them hurried out the door. Half an hour later, in front of the Love Affair bar, Lin Yun, we come here?" Looking at the neon sign of the bar, Wang Shui looked surprised, because Ling Ling, the daughter of Wang Shui's neighbor, is the manager of this bar? "Yeah, this is it." Lin Yun nodded with a smile on his face. "Lin Yun, you brought me here. It's not because of Ling Ling, is it?" Wang Shui couldn't help but ask. Before arriving here, Wang Shui hadn't been able to guess why Lin Yun had suggested going to a bar to have fun, but after seeing the Love Affair bar sign, Wang Shui vaguely guessed a few things about Lin Yun's thoughts. "You're pretty smart. You guessed it right away," Lin Yun said with a smile. Today, in front of Wang Shui's house, the ugly face of that middle-aged woman, the next-door neighbor, and his daughter, Ling Ling, was clearly still fresh in his mind even now. Lin Yun's purpose for coming here was simple, to find face for Wang Shui, to give a breath of air for Wang Shui. "Lin Yun, I know you want to take the heat for me. I appreciate your good intentions. She is the manager here after all. I'm afraid that if we were to come here to find trouble with her." Wang Shui looked worried. She didn't want to get Lin Yun into trouble or even put him in danger because he was trying to take the heat for her. Of course, the fact that Lin Yun wanted to take the heat for her warmed Wang Shui's heart. Over the years, no one had ever been so genuinely helpful and concerned about her. Because of this, she was even more unable to let anything happen to Lin Yun because of herself. "Don't worry, it's not like I'm here to trash the place," Lin Yun said with a smile. After saying that, Lin Yun directly walked towards the bar in large strides. Lin Yun. Looking at Lin Yun who was walking towards the bar, Wang Shui's eyes were filled with worry, but Lin Yun had already walked in, so he had no choice but to follow him in a hurry. Upon entering the bar, deafening heavy metal music assaulted the room at once. Lin Yun scanned around. At this time, the bar was already full of guests one after another. "Welcome to the Love Affair bar. How can I help you?" 2 staff members, a man and a woman, greeted them. "Give us a card seat with a good environment," Lin Yun said indifferently. "Sir, the card seat has a minimum consumption. The environment of the best card seat, the minimum need to consume 6,888 yuan. Suggest that you two go to the bar, or lose seating," the female staff said. The male staff member next to him, on the other hand, mumbled to himself with disdain. 2 bumpkins who dare to ask for a card seat when they enter and want the best environment? What a joke! This male staff member, who had been working here for some time, would naturally judge the spending power of the guests by the way they were dressed. Within's judgment, Lin Yun and Wang Shui, dressed like this, looked like they had the lowest spending power, and it was even possible that they couldn't afford to consume anything. Although his words were not loud, they still fell into Lin Yun's ears. Pop! Lin Yun frowned and directly stepped forward, and against this male staff member, he delivered a resounding slap. A small staff member of a district bar even dared to taunt himself as soon as they met. For this person, Lin Yun was definitely not used to it, and went up to greet him with a big earful. You hit me?" The male staff member was confused. "You're the one who hit. Immediately apologize to me for what you just said," Lin Yun said in a cold voice. "Apologize to you? Brat! I'm afraid you don't understand the situation. Dare to hit someone in the venue. I'm telling you, you're finished." The male staff member covered his face and spoke viciously. To this male staff member, if any other rich person had hit him, he would have absolutely let it happen. But to be hit by a poor boy in shabby clothes, how could he bear it? "Sister Ling Ling, There's someone at the door causing trouble and beating people up. Someone at the entrance is causing trouble and beating people. The female staff member next to her directly called out through the intercom. This, Lin Yun. What to do? Wang Shui on the side looked a little worried and scared. Wang Shui didn't even expect that Lin Yun would hit someone as soon as he entered. Knowing that this was a bar, there were bound to be a lot of security guards, and she was worried that something would happen. No need to worry. Lin Yun revealed a confident smile. By this time, a young woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothes had walked up to the place. She, none other than Wang Shui's next-door neighbor's daughter, Ling Ling. It was the same person who had previously taunted Lin Yun and Wang Shui in front of Wang Shui's house. Ling brought a few security guards behind her. Who hits people? Who dares to hit someone at the love affair bar? Ling Ling asked loudly as she rushed over. Sister Ling Ling, that's the kid. The male staff member pointed at Lin Yun. It's you guys? Ling Ling recognized Lin Yun and Wang Shui at once. Wang Shui, what are you doing here? Is it because you figured it out and are ready to come to us as a lady? Ling Ling snickered as she hugged her bladder. The look in her eyes as she looked at Wang Shui and Lin Yun was still filled with disdain. Can't we come here to spend money? Lin Yun sneered. Instead of answering, Ling Ling asked back. Wang Shui, this kid is your boyfriend, right? Yes, I'm her boyfriend. What's the problem? Before Ling Ling could reply, Lin Yun directly wrapped Wang Shui in his arms. Wang Shui's delicate body trembled. She didn't expect Lin Yun to suddenly embrace her, but she didn't struggle and let Lin Yun embrace her. Wang Shui, you're such a good liar. Just a poor boy in shabby clothes. Ling Ling shook her head and snorted. Ling Ling, it doesn't seem to be any of your business who I'm with, does it? Wang Shui gathered her courage and said, this is regardless of my business. But, your boyfriend dares to strike out and hit someone here. That's different. Just based on this, as long as I say a word, the two of you will have to lie down and leave today. Ling Ling had a haughty face. Yeah? Lin Yun smiled coldly. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun pulled out a bunch of money from his bag before looking at the male waiter who had been slapped by Lin Yun. That's enough money for that slap in the face just now. Lin Yun took the money and waved it in front of the male waiter. Enough! Enough! The male staff member who had been slapped by Lin. When he saw this pile of money, his eyes instantly glistened. This was at least $10,000, right? This was more than 2 months of his salary. If he can earn $10,000 from a slap, he'd be willing to beat him to death. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun pulled out 2 more piles of money and said, take 2 more slaps. This money is still yours. Take it or leave it. To be. The male staff member nodded repeatedly. Without saying a word, Lin Yun directly went up to this male staff member and slapped him with 2 more loud slaps before throwing the money on the ground. The male staff member hastily knelt down to pick up the money, which to him was well earned. After this male staff member picked up the money, he respectfully apologized to Lin Yun. This master, before it was little me who had eyes to recognize Tai. I apologize to the master. Master, you take it easy. The male staff member thought that Lin Yun was a poor boy at first, but Lin Yun could take out tens of thousands of dollars to smash people with his hands. Would he dare to think that Lin Yun was easy to bully? Of course he wouldn't dare. Lin Yun ignored her and instead turned his head to Ling Ling and smiled. It shouldn't be against bar rules for me to fight him one way or the other, should it? You. Ling Ling was speechless. She was so angry that her face turned a little green. She didn't expect Lin Yun to do this. At the same time, Ling Ling was also a bit shocked in her heart. She had thought that Lin Yun was a poor boy, but Lin Yun could that tens of thousands out of his hand. At this time, Lin Yun's smile suddenly condensed before he coldly bellowed at Ling Ling. I'm asking you, a willingness to fight, a willingness to violate or not to violate the rules. Didn't you hear me? Answer me. Lin Yun's tone carried an unquestionable dominance. Ling Ling was so frightened by Lin Yun's aura that she trembled. She gritted her teeth and finally said 2 words. No, doesn't count. Chapter 31. Ling Ling was so frightened by Lin Yun's aura that she trembled. She gritted her teeth and finally said 2 words. No, doesn't count. If it doesn't count, then why are you still standing here? Why don't you invite us to the card table? Remember, it's the best card seat. Lin Yun's voice was not loud, but it was full of vigor. You. Ling Ling's face turned green. This was to make her serve? What do you mean you? We're guests now. Serve the guests. Do you understand? If we don't serve them well, I'll immediately find your boss to complain about you. Understand? Lin Yun said in a cold voice. After Ling Ling sniffed, her face became more and more ugly. She knew that if Lin Yun really did spend tens of thousands of dollars here, then she really had to serve with a good attitude. Otherwise Lin Yun would definitely be held accountable by her boss if he complained about her. Moreover, she had just witnessed Lin Yun casually fling out tens of thousands of dollars, indicating that Lin Yun definitely had the ability to spend more than $10,000. I'm asking you if you understand. Are you deaf and can't hear me? Answer me. Lin Yun continued to berate. Ming understands. Although Ling Ling was very upset in her heart, she could only force out a smile. Since you understand, why don't you hurry up and lead the way? Lin Yun continued to berate. Good, good. I'll lead the way. Ling Ling nodded with a forced smile. Immediately after that, Ling Ling led Lin Yun and Wang Shui towards the card table. Soon, Ling Ling brought Lin Yun and the two of them to a card table. Sit down. Go get the bar. Lin Yun waved his hand at Ling Ling. Ling Ling forced a smile and nodded before leaving. After Ling Ling walked out some distance, her face suddenly became gloomy. Damn! This Wang Shui's boyfriend, who clearly looks like a poor boy, can still casually take out tens of thousands of dollars. Ling Ling gritted her teeth and said angrily. Ling Ling usually shows her superiority in front of Wang Shui when she sees her. One of the things that made Ling Ling happiest was seeing Wang Shui living a worse life than her. But just now, Lin Yun had chastised her like that in front of Wang Shui, which made Ling Ling feel humiliated in front of Wang Shui, and there wasn't much she could do about it. Humph, I see you look like this. At most you have a little bit of money. Want to pretend in front of me? Want to help Wang Shui get back her face? Dream on. I will definitely make you pay. Ling Ling gritted her teeth and said viciously. Ling Ling already had a way to teach Lin Yun a lesson in her mind. Kid, aren't you loaded with money? Let's see how rich you can be. Ling Ling narrowed her eyes. And Wang Shui, you'll never want to live better than me for the rest of your life. Ling Ling's gaze was eerily venomous. On the other side, at the card table, Lin Yun, where did you get so much money? Wang Shui couldn't help but ask. Didn't I tell you last time? I won the second prize for buying a lottery ticket. Several $100,000. Lin Yun said with a smile. Then you can't use it like that. It's too wasteful. Wang Shui had a serious face. To Wang Shui, even a few $1,000s was an exceptional amount of money. But just now Lin Yun had casually slammed out tens of thousands of dollars. It's fine. As long as I can make that Ling Ling suffer. It's worth it. Lin Yun said with a smile. To be honest, a few tens of thousands of dollars was really nothing to Lin Yun. Last time Grandpa could have given Lin Yun another $1 billion in pocket money. After a pause, Lin Yun smiled and continued. How was it? Does it feel better to see Ling Ling suffer? It's okay, but you were really fierce just now. Giggle. Wang Shui covered her small mouth and let out a clear and pleasant laughter. To be honest, over the past few years, it had always been Ling Ling who had taunted Wang Shui. Wang Shui had never seen Ling Ling suffer, and she had just sort of seen it. How can you deal with evil people without being fierce? Lin Yun laughed. After a pause, Lin Yun smiled and continued. It's okay if you haven't gotten your anger out yet. It's just the beginning. The excitement is still to come. Soon, Ling returned here with a few waiters. Several waiters each held foreign wines, red wines, fruit platters, and snacks, and one by one, they placed these things on the table. The foreign wine was top quality Louis XIII, and the red wine was likewise top quality Lafite, and all these added up to more than $200,000. Why did Ling Ling serve these drinks? The purpose was simple, to deliberately screw Lin Yun. Her plan was simple. Bring up these most expensive wines, and if Lin Yun refused to consume them, then she would be able to use the opportunity to mock, saying that she couldn't even afford these wines, as a way to refute Lin Yun's face. If Lin Yun didn't refuse, then it would be even better. She could take advantage of this to make Lin Yun bleed heavily. In Ling Ling's eyes, Lin Yun only had a little bit of money at most, and this 200,000 or so would definitely be too much for him to bear. Even she estimated that there was a possibility that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to come up with so much money, and if that was the case, then that would be the best thing to do. When Lin Yun didn't have the money to settle the bill, she would be able to use this to, well, settle the total bill with Lin Yun. Things are served. You two take your time and enjoy. Ling Ling said with a forced smile, biting the word enjoyment especially hard. After saying that, Ling Ling was ready to leave. Wait, just don't go. Lin Yun called out to Ling Ling. What for? Anything else? Ling Ling twisted her head to look at Lin Yun. You, come over and accompany the drinks. Lin Yun faintly beckoned. Ling Ling frowned. What did you say? Let me accompany the drinks? Sorry, I'm a manager, not an escort. If you want an escort, I can call one for you. No, I want you to be an escort. Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. Dream on, Ling said viciously. I'm sorry, You're not qualified to refuse. If you do, I'll have to call your boss. Lin Yun sneered. You could have screamed. You think I'm afraid of you screaming? I'm not the manager's escort. Even if you call the boss, it's useless. Ling Ling finally couldn't help but yell. After Ling Ling finished speaking, she directly turned around and left. To Ling Ling, having him accompany Lin Yun and Wang Shui was definitely a strange shame, and if that was the case, then Wang Shui could mock her for being an escort, so beat her to death. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll want to. Lin Yun smiled coldly at Ling Ling's back. Asshole, asshole, how dare you want me to be an escort? After walking some distance, Ling Ling's fists had clenched. Humph, you're complacent. When you check out later, I'll see what you'll do when you're faced with the astronomical amount of spending. Ling Ling's mood was barely a few points better after she said this. The other side. After Ling Ling left, Lin Yun directly gave another waiter a tip and told him to go get the boss over. After the waiter left, Lin Yun, it's better to forget about it. I'm already satisfied that I was able to make Ling Ling suffer just now. Wang Shui had a serious face. In Wang Shui's eyes, anyone who could open such a bar must be a very powerful person. And she was afraid that things would get out of hand and harm Lin Yun instead. Don't worry, everything is under control. Lin Yun smiled. Immediately after, Lin Yun poured out a glass of red wine. Wang Shui, this is top quality red wine. Come and try it. About 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a big belly appeared in front of Lin Yun. Hello, my name is Wu Sang. I'm the owner of this bar. May I ask what you two are looking for me for? The middle-aged man Wu Sang said. When Wu Sang got the news, he hadn't wanted to come. How could his titular boss come out to meet guests at random? But after he heard the waiter say that the duo had ordered over $200,000 worth of wine, he decided to make the trip anyway. Lin Yun took a sip of his wine, then said indifferently, Boss Wu, I want Ling Ling, the manager of your bar, to come over and accompany the drinks. This gentleman, Ling Ling, is a manager, not an escort. If you want to find someone to accompany you, I can help you find a few escorts who are a bit more correct than Ling Ling. How about it? Wu Sang said with a smile. Lin Yun put down his wine glass and took out a bank card, placing it on the table, then said indifferently, Nah, I'm going to have her for company. Diamond VIP card from Merchant Bank. The corner of the owner Wu Sang's eyes jerked as he instantly recognized the bank card Lin Yun had taken out. After seeing this card, Wu Sang was horrified, and the way he looked at Lin Yun became much more respectful. Because he knew that to get this card, he had to deposit at least $10 million into it. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of such cards issued, and in order to get this card, one not only had to be rich, but also had to have status, and Wu Sang himself had not been able to get this card. In other words, just by the fact that Lin Yun was able to take out this card, it was enough for him to conclude that Lin Yun's money, status, and position were, I'm afraid, above his, and that this kind of character meant that even he couldn't afford to offend him. How about it, boss? The request I just made, can you do it now? Lin Yun said gently. Chapter 32, A Kiss. Can. Of course it can. Don't worry, sir, I'll go and do it right now. Wu Sang accompanied with a smile and nodded repeatedly. Immediately afterward, Wu Sang turned his head to a waiter. Go, hurry up and call Ling Ling over here. Yes, Mr. Wu. After the waiter nodded his head, he hurriedly turned around and ran away. Wang Shui, who was on the side, was very puzzled after seeing this scene. She only saw Lin Yun take out a card and the boss's attitude suddenly became respectful. Of course, Wang Shui did not recognize the diamond VIP card. In her eyes, it was nothing more than a relatively exquisite-looking bank card. If she recognized the card, I'm afraid she wouldn't be confused. After the waiter left, I wonder what your name is, sir? Boss Wu Sang inquired with a smile on his face. My name is Lin Yun. Lin Yun said indifferently. Lin Yun? The owner? Wu Sang muttered once more. He felt as if he had heard someone mention this name recently, but he couldn't recall exactly who it was. Just then, Ling Ling walked over quickly. Boss. Ling Ling saluted Wu Sang with a smile on her face. At this moment, Ling Ling, who appears emboldened, can sit in the position of bar manager because she has a private affair with her boss. Wu Sang, Ling Ling, you just do one thing tonight, and that's to keep these two honored guests company. The owner, Wu Sang, said with a smile. Ling Ling was stunned. Mr. Wu, how dare you ask me to accompany them? I'm a manager, not an escort. Ling Ling looked angry. Of course I know this, so you'll just condescend to it. Okay, Boss Wu said with a smile. I don't. Ling Ling beamed, her tone determined. To Ling Ling, asking her to accompany Wang Shui and letting her serve him was something that beat her to death. After Boss Wu sniffed, his face instantly became gloomy. Ling Ling, don't give your face away. I'll say it again. Be a good boy and stay here with me tonight, Boss Wu said in a cold voice. Mr. Wu, why are you helping them so much? Look at what they're wearing. They definitely can't be much richer. At most they're just a little bit rich. Ling Ling retorted. Pop. Ling Ling's words had only just fallen when Boss Wu slapped her directly in the face. Ling Ling, who had been slapped, looked at Boss Wu with a face full of incredulity. She hadn't expected that the boss would beat her for Lin Yun and Wang Shui, and Ling Ling knew that Wang Shui was sitting right next to her watching her, and the fact that she was getting slapped in front of Wang Shui made her feel even more humiliated. Immediately after that, Boss Wu pointed at Ling Ling and said viciously, "You stinking, don't give a damn. This Mr. Lin let you accompany the drinks. That's because he looks up to you. Don't forget that your manager position was given to you by Lao Zi. If Lao Zi makes you a manager, you'll be one. If Lao Zi makes you an escort, you'll have to be one too. Damn it." After a big scolding, Ling Ling was directly scolded and cried. However, Boss Wu didn't stop there. Your position as manager is just something you traded your body for. Aren't you aware of that? What kind of a thing are you? I can get you out of here with a single word from me. Boss Wu cursed. As soon as these words came out, Wang Shui's on the side couldn't help but cover her small mouth, revealing a look of surprise. She didn't expect that Ling Ling's position as a manager was actually exchanged for her own body. When Ling Ling heard Boss Wu speak out about it, she felt even more humiliated. Boss, stop it. I'll accompany. I'll go with you. Ling Ling could only nod her head. She knew that the fact that her boss was fuming to such an extent meant that she had no choice at all. Humph. What a cheap thing. If I don't give you some color, I still don't know the height of heaven, Boss Wu said in a cold voice. In Boss Wu's eyes, Ling Ling was nothing more than an ordinary plaything, while Lin Yun's identity was not clear to him, and it was highly likely that it was a character he could not afford to offend. So of course, he would not go out of his way to offend Lin Yun for the sake of Ling Ling. After a pause, Boss Wu continued with a stern face. Give me good company for the two honored guests. If they are not satisfied in the slightest, I will take you to task. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. Ling nodded breathlessly. When Boss Wu saw this, he looked at Lin Yun with a smile on his face and said, Mr. Lin, have fun. And if there's anything else you need, just have the waiter come over and call me. Fine. Go ahead. Lin Yun waved his hand at him. After Boss Wu left, what are you waiting for? Hurry over and pour the wine, Lin Yun said to Ling Ling in a cold voice. Ling Ling lowered her head and obediently went forward to pour wine for Lin Yun and Wang Shui. Right at this moment, Ling Ling accidentally saw the Diamond VIP bank card of the merchant bank that Lin Yun had placed on the table. Merchant Bank Diamond VIP card. Ling recognized it at once. All of a sudden, waves of shock tumbled in her heart, and she knew that anyone who could have such a card was either rich or noble. She finally realized that Lin Yun wasn't just a little bit rich. He was clearly a rich man. She finally realized what a horrible person she had messed with. Wang Shui actually found such a rich boyfriend? She envies, jealous, hates, and yet there was nothing to be done. With such a rich boyfriend backing up Wang Shui, how else could she fight Wang Shui? As Ling Ling was pouring wine for Wang Shui suddenly spoke up. Ling Ling, I didn't realize that you got to the manager's position by exchanging your body for it. Why do you have to do that? Is it worth it? In the past, when Wang Shui saw Ling Ling, she would always feel inferior. She would always feel that she was inferior to Ling Ling. But from now on, she no longer had this feeling. Moreover, after all that had just happened, the breath in her heart had finally come out. Lin Yun also spoke up and said, a managerial position that was exchanged for a body, and you still have the nerve to show it off so often. I really don't know where you get your face from. After Ling Ling sniffed, she was ashamed and red in the face, of hate to find a crack in the ground. Her superiority in front of Wang Shui has long been all lost. Ling Ling, today is just a small punishment for you. Go back and tell your mom that if you mother and daughter ever dare to be shifty and sarcastic about Wang Shui in the future, I can guarantee that I will bring your family to an end, Lin Yun said with narrowed eyes. No. Ling Ling nodded with a slightly shaky voice. She knew that a person who could hold a diamond VIP card of a merchant bank would want to deal with her, and she was afraid that it would be easy. So from now on, even if she borrowed 100 guts, she would definitely not dare to taunt Wang Shui again in the future. After coming out of the bar, Lin Yun and Wang Shui's faces were both slightly red. Neither of them drank much on a regular basis. But just now, in the bar, the two of them drank that Louis XIII and Lafite almost as much as they could. Of course, when checking out, Wang Shui didn't see the amount. She didn't realize how expensive these 2 bottles of wine were. Otherwise she was afraid she wouldn't even dare to drink them. Lin Yun took a taxi to send Wang Shui back. In front of Wang Shui's house. Lin Yun. Thank you. I'm really happy today. Wang Shui revealed a sweet and moving smile. Immediately afterward, Wang Shui directly went forward, stood on her tiptoes, and on Lin Yun's face, kissed him. After kissing, the shy Wang Shui hurriedly turned around and ran into the house. Lin Yun looked at Wang Shui's disappearing silhouette, and touched the place on his cheek where he was kissed. Lin Yun only felt that there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Day 2. In the morning, Lin Yun didn't go to school, but went directly to the Huading group. The situation of Wang Shui's family had been clarified by Lin Yun yesterday, so Lin Yun naturally wanted to help her. However, Lin Yun didn't want to take the money directly to Wang Shui. Then Wang Shui might refuse. Therefore, the way Lin Yun thought of was to let Lu Bo go to Wang Shui's house in the name of Huading Group doing charity and sending love. Help Wang Shui's mother to arrange a hospital for treatment, and then give Wang Shui a sum of money in the name of financial assistance. This way, he could help Wang Shui without letting her know that it was him, and he didn't have to be afraid that she would reject it. Chairman Lin. As he entered, the 2 security guards at the door hurriedly saluted Lin Yun respectfully. Well, you two are in good spirits. Go for it. Lin Yun patted these 2 on the shoulders before entering the company directly. The 2 security guards were excited by Lin Yun's encouragement. They were just security guards with a low status. In the past, the company executives wouldn't even look at them squarely. Our chairman is just great. That's it. Seeing the chairman makes me feel friendly. Following such a chairman, I'm not afraid of having no prospects, the 2 security guards said excitedly. Chapter 33, unaware of the true nature of the mountain. Our chairman is just great. That's it. Seeing the chairman makes me feel friendly. With such a chairman, I'm not afraid of having no future, the 2 security guards said excitedly. After entering the company, Lin Yun walked directly to the front desk. Good morning, Chairman. The little sister at the front desk hurriedly greeted Lin Yun enthusiastically. Is Lu Bo in the company? Lin Yun asked the receptionist. Chairman, General Manager Lu has gone to inspect the construction site, but he should be back soon. The little sister at the front desk replied with a smile. Really? Then I'll wait for him here, Lin Yun said. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun walked over to the rest area next to him, found a seat, and fished out his cell phone to amuse himself. About a few minutes later, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses also came to sit down in the rest area, sitting right in front of Lin Yun. Little brother, are you also here for an interview at the Huading Group? The man with the golden glasses asked while looking Lin Yun up and down. What's the problem? Lin Yun asked with a smile. Looking at the appearance of the man with the golden glasses, Lin Yun guessed that he should be here for an interview? There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that I didn't realize that the Huading Group is also hiring people like you now, the man with the golden glasses said with a smile. Although the man with the gold glasses had a smile on his face, there seemed to be a few hints of sarcasm in his words. Lin Yun didn't get angry, but asked with a smile, what about me? Why can't HWDG hire someone like me? Little brother, it seems that you don't cognize yourself enough. You wear such shabby clothes to come to the interview. You're here to be funny, right? In addition, I see you look like this. Your education is very low, right? The man with golden glasses laughed. Not bad, high school education, Lin Yun said indifferently. Lin Yun was only halfway through college now, and in terms of education, he had indeed graduated from high school and was in college. A high school degree? Put. You have the nerve to run for an interview at the Huading Group with a high school education? I really don't know. Who gave you the face? The man with the golden glasses couldn't help but snicker. After a pause, the man with the gold glasses smiled and continued. Little brother, I think you're here to interview for security guards, right? If that's the case, then it makes sense to me. A person with your kind of education is only worthy of coming to the Huading Group to interview for security guards, right? The words of the man with the golden glasses were filled with contempt for Lin Yun. Ha! Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh. He's the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Hallmark Huading Group, the owner of this company. And your ing saying I'm not worthy? Isn't this hilarious? Of course, Lin Yun didn't directly reveal his identity. At this point, the man with the gold glasses pulled out another copy of his diploma. Boy, I'll show you what it means to be highly educated. the man with the gold glasses says as he places the copy in front of you. Lin Yun glanced down at the copy, then shook his head and sneered. Master's degree? But I'm afraid you're not even as good as a high school student with that quality. The man with the gold glasses sniffed. Kid, I think you're just jealous of me. You're a trashy high school student. You're not even worthy of lifting my shoes. Understand, the man with the golden glasses said arrogantly. After a pause, the man with the golden glasses continued with a haughty face. Kid, if you're smart, hurry up and flatter me now. If we both get interviewed, when the time comes, you'll be the company's security guard and I'll be the company's core employee. So maybe I'll be able to take care of you, the little security guard. At that time, the man with the gold glasses didn't know at this time that Lin Yun was actually the chairman of the Huading group. If he knew, he wouldn't dare to talk to Lin Yun like this if he was given 100 guts. Yeah? Then how do you want me to flatter you? Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. How to flatter people you don't even know? Hey, what a lousy waste, giving you the opportunity to climb a highly educated talent like me, and you don't even cherish it. The man with golden glasses shook his head and sighed. Oh, I'm climbing up to you? I'm afraid you're not worthy. Lin Yun smiled coldly. I'm not worthy? Ha ha, kid, do you know what it means to be incapable and high-minded? For a low-educated and poorly dressed kid like you, who is still unwilling to appease the strong, then you are destined to be a security guard for the rest of your life. The man with golden glasses scoffed. Just then, a figure walked in from outside the company. The visitor. It is just from the site inspection back to the general manager Lu Bo. Lu Bo also followed by several company executives, as well as the company staff. Wow, that seems to be general manager Lu Bo. The man with the golden glasses recognized Lu Bo at a glance. After Lu Bo entered the company, he first exchanged a couple of sentences with the receptionist girl and then came straight this way. Wow. General Manager Lu Bo seems to be heading my way? The man with the golden glasses noticed this. Immediately afterward, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses, with a face of surprise, muttered, could it be that General Manager Lu Bo just learned from the receptionist that I'm coming for an interview, so he came to see me specifically? That must be it. The only two people here were the man with the gold glasses and Lin Yun. In the eyes of the golden glasses, Lin Yun was just a punk kid who had come to interview for a security job. Surely the general manager couldn't have come to see Lin Yun? Then, it's just a matter of coming to receive him. The man with the golden glasses had a thrill in his heart after he thought of this. At this time, Lu Bo arrived with a group of company executives and employees. However, the man with the golden glasses realized that the general manager, Lu Bo, had walked directly in front of Lin Yun. Next moment, Lin Don, general manager Lu Bo, directly saluted Lin Yun. Hello chairman. The dozen or so executives and employees behind Lu Bo all bowed and saluted towards Lin Yun at the same time. Don, chairman? After the man with the golden glasses saw this scene, he was filled with confusion. Immediately afterward, the man with the golden glasses twisted his head to look at Lin Yun. He swallowed his saliva. Then with a somewhat trembling voice, he couldn't help but ask Lin Yun. You wouldn't be the chairman of the Huading group, would you? That's right, Lin Yun faintly responded. Gah! After the man with the gold glasses heard the affirmative reply, he slumped back into his chair at once, his whole body dumbfounded. When the man with the golden glasses thought about what he, just now, had said to Lin Yun, a kind of despair arose in his heart. Gosh, he had just gone so far as to speak out and mock the chairman of the Huading group. He had just gone so far as to pretend to show his superiority in front of the chairman of the Huading group. Hey, do you still want me to flatter you now? Lin Yun looked at the man with the golden glasses with a smirk. Previously, this man with the golden glasses, how he taunted Lin Yun, how he pretended to show his superiority in front of Lin Yun. Lin Yun now had it all fresh in his mind. Lin Yun was certainly disgusted with this man with the golden glasses. Pretending to be a pimp had come to Lin Yun. What's more, chairman, just now I was all joking. You must not take it seriously. The man with the gold wire glasses was terrified and explained in succession. Lin Yun sneered and continued. You're a master's student, aren't you great? Why are you bowing down to a trashy high school student like me now? Chairman, I know I'm wrong. I really know it's wrong. The fearful man with the golden glasses was so scared that he directly knelt on the ground. He was scared in his heart, because he knew that his previous words had offended Lin Yun, and with a status like chairman of the Huading group, if he wanted to clean him up, it would be simpler than stepping on an ant. Lin Yun said with an icy tone and a loud voice, in the name of the chairman of the Huading group, I am now officially informing you that you don't deserve to work here. Get out. Get out of the Wading building. In the face of Lin Yun's chiding, the man with the golden glasses was so frightened that his entire face turned the color of pig's liver. How did he dare to continue to linger here? Rolling and crawling, he ran out of the door of Wading Mansion. Chairman. This? Lu Bo, who was on the side, was in a daze, completely unaware of what had actually happened. Just a jumper. No need to pay much attention. Go upstairs to the office. I have something to talk to you about. Lin Yun said. As it happens, Chairman, I also have a very important matter that I urgently need to report to you. Lu Bo had a serious face. Since Lin Yun had known Lu Bo, he had never seen Lu Bo so serious. Could it be that something had happened? Lin Yun had a vague not-so-good feeling in his heart. Okay, let's go upstairs and talk then. After Lin Yun said that, he followed Lu Bo and walked quickly towards the elevator. Chapter 34. Inside the chairman's office, Lin Yun sat in the boss chair while Lu Bo stood in front of the table. Lin Dong, you just said there was something. You command. Lu Bo said. Lu Bo, remember the girl I brought to the company yesterday? You go to her home in the name of Huading Group's charity work, help her mother find a good hospital for the best treatment, and then give her a grant, with the money coming from the company. Lin Yun said. That girl from yesterday? Dong Lin, are you going to help her again? You wouldn't be liking this girl, right? Lu Bo said with a smile. Yesterday's events. Lu Bo still remembered everything, and now that Lin Yun was asking him to help this girl, there was no wonder that Lu Bo wouldn't be imagining things. I just felt sorry for her and needed my help. Lin Yun said awkwardly. Chairman, don't explain. I'm a person from the past. I'm sure I won't feel wrong. Lu Bo said with a smile. Being said so by Lu Bo, Lin Yun's heart couldn't help but ask himself if he really liked Wang Shui. Lin Yun only knew one thing, and that was that he wanted Wang Shui to have a good life and not let her suffer anymore. Lu Bo continued. Chairman, why are you hiding your identity from her? Yesterday's sponsorship fee. It's obvious that you helped her, but you didn't let her know, and this time you let me do it, so that she doesn't even know that it's you helping her. She doesn't even know how good you are to her. In Lu Bo's opinion, you should reveal your identity, and then help Wang Shui openly and honestly so that it is also good to let Wang Shui know that Lin Yun is good to her. Alright, don't worry about it, just do what I tell you to do. Lin Yun gave Lu Bo a blank look. Yes, don't worry Lin Dong, I will definitely get it done. Lu Bo nodded his head and responded. Right Lu Bo, when you were downstairs just now, you said that there was something important that you urgently needed to report to me. What was it? Lin Yun inquired. Lu Bo's face turned serious when he heard this. Lin Dong, something happened to the construction site, over at the Huajing Yuan development. Lu Bo's expression was grave. Note that the main business of the HCT group is real estate. Something happened? Lin Yun was stunned for a moment, then immediately asked after him. Come on you, what's wrong? In Lin Yun's opinion, Lu Bo's expression was so grave. If something had really happened, it definitely wasn't a small matter. The scaffolding of the construction site was tampered with, causing more than a dozen workers to be dropped dead at the scene. Lu Bo's face was grave. What? More than a dozen workers fell to their deaths. Lin Yun's pupils twitched violently. More than a dozen lives. This is definitely not a minor accident. And, behind the accident, it's more than a dozen fresh human lives. Lu Bo, you just said that the scaffolding was tampered with. What exactly is going on? And who moved it? Lin Yun hurriedly asked after him. Chairman, I just went to the construction site to investigate. The scaffolding was indeed tampered with, and if I'm not wrong, it should be done secretly by Golden Strong Group. Lu Bo said. Golden Strong Group. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed steeply, and a shocking chill flickered in his eyes. Lin Yun, as a local of Qingyang City, of course knew about the Golden Strong Group. Golden Strong Group, a local group in Xinjiang. This Golden Strong Group is involved in a wide range of industries, but the main and most profitable business of the Golden Strong Group is real estate. It could be said that there was no local in Xinjiang City who didn't know about the Golden Strong Group. When it comes to Jinxiang Group, we have to talk about the chairman of the group, Xiang Jinxiang, which is quite a legendary figure. Xiang Jinxiang, known in the 90s, at that time by the notorious ferocity, in the city of Qingyang broke out a piece of fame, and finally became the big brother of the underground forces in the city of Qingyang. After entering the 21st century, Xiang Jinxiang began to turn to industry. 10 years ago when the real estate business was booming, to Jinxiang into the real estate trend, by virtue of the fact that he is the big brother of the underground forces in Qingyang City, coupled with its vicious and venomous means, soon became the local Qingyang, the strongest real estate group. Dong Lin, you may not understand that since the establishment of our Huading Group Qingyang branch, the Jinxiang Group has regarded us as mortal enemies. It's just that he's in the way of our Huading Group's power, so Jinxiang Group doesn't dare to make a big fuss against us, but often trips in the dark, and our branch has suffered a lot of losses under his backstabbing over the years, Lu Bo said. After a pause, Lu Bo continued, including this incident, except for the Golden Strong Group, I can't think of anyone else who would intentionally fix us. After Lin Yun heard this, he probably understood sort of. His Golden Strong Group is just a local group. Can he be more powerful than our Huading Group? Our Huading Group is the #1 group in southwest China. Can't we still destroy him? Lin Yun said with narrowed eyes. Dong Lin, Jinxiang Group is our Huading Group, the biggest business enemy in Xinjiang City. Of course we want to crush Jinxiang Group, Lu Bo said. Immediately afterward, Lu Bo turned his words around and smiled helplessly and bitterly. However, as the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in the ground. Although our Huading Group is strong, Xiang Jinxiang, as a snake in the ground, has deep roots in Xinjiang locally, and wanting to completely eradicate it is definitely not an easy thing to do. As long as the Huading Group is determined to exterminate him, I don't believe I can't, Lin Yun said in a cold voice. If Elder Lu is determined to make a move to exterminate him, there's definitely no problem. But the business of the Huading Group is spread over dozens of cities, and Elder Lu is a busy man, so how would he have the heart to deal with him specifically? Lu Bo said. After a pause, Lu Bo continued, even if Elder Lu is personally involved, eradicating a local snake like the Golden Strong Group is quite troublesome, or at least the price paid is more than the reward received. Like this, Lin Yun nodded indistinctly. To put it simply, the head office of the Huading Group would definitely have no problem destroying the Golden Strong Group if they were determined to do so, but they were just a branch under the Huading Group. Just at this time, the account manager hurriedly ran in, and while running he also said eagerly, Chairman Lin, General Manager Lu, something big is wrong. Such words made both Lin Yun and Lu Bo feel bad in their hearts. Did something bad happen again? What's all the panic about? Speak, Lu Bo urged. Lin Dong, Mr. Lu, the phones on the customer service side are all busted. Many users who have purchased houses in the Huajing Yuan property have asked for a refund of their money, the customer manager anxiously said. Checking out? Why? Lu Bo pursued with a frown. They said that more than a dozen people died in the Huajing Yuan property, and they don't want a property where people have died, so they want to withdraw from the property, the account manager said anxiously. How many customers called? Lu Bo continued to pursue the question. 70 or 80 so far, and the calls are still coming in, the account manager said eagerly. Lu Bo's face grew more and more grave after hearing this. Lin Yun's face also looks not very good. As the chairman of the company himself, there is such a thing. Lin Yun's heart of course also annoyed anxious. At this time, the engineering manager rushed in again, and said as he ran, Dong Lin, Mr. Lu, it's not good. It's not good. What's wrong again? Lu Bo asked in a hurry. At the Huajing Yuan sales office, many customers who have already purchased the house have gathered, and they're all asking for a refund. They say they don't want a property where people have died. It's getting out of control over there at the sales office, the engineering manager said eagerly. After hearing this, Lu Bo and Lin Yun's faces became more and more ugly. The situation was even worse than they had imagined. Lin Yun also narrowed his eyes and said, it hasn't even been a day since the death of a person at the construction site. And these customers even know about it? How is this possible? Dong Lin, it's not even necessary to think about it. It must be Jinxiang Group's trick. It must be them who conveyed this news to those customers. Lu Bo gritted his teeth. This Jinxiang Group, isn't it just trying to cause me trouble? He went so far as to kill more than a dozen workers in order to achieve this goal. It's really inhuman, Lin Yun said viciously. Lin Yun was not only angry at Jinxiang Group for secretly playing tricks, but also angry at Jinxiang Group for being inhumane. Lin Yun's father once was also a construction worker, and Lin Yun's father is in the construction site accident lost his life. Therefore, when Lin Yun heard such news, he was furious in his heart. Behind these more than 10 lives, there may be more than 10 families. Living blood will appear more than 10 single-parent families like himself. Chapter 35, Crisis. Therefore, Lin Yun was furious in his heart after hearing such news. Behind these 10 or so lives, there may be more than 10 families. Living blood will appear more than 10 single parents like yourself. Lin Dong, the boss of the Golden Strong Group, Xiang Jinxiang, I don't know how many lives have been stained in his hands over the years. He was able to get to where he is now by stepping on corpses. And he doesn't care at all about the lives of those migrant workers. Lu Bo said. This kind of asshole should be broken into pieces. Lin Yun said viciously. Just at this time, Lu Bo's secretary hurriedly ran in again. Dong Lin, Mr. Lu, the Hua Ding Group headquarters side called. They said that they received a large number of complaints from customers against our Qingyang branch, due to the matter of the Hua Jing Yuan building, the secretary reported. Damn! This wave after wave. It's obvious that the Golden Strong Group has been planning this for a long time. Lu Bo slammed his fist hard on the table. Immediately afterward, Lu Bo looked up at Lin Yun and said with a pale face, Dong Lin, the Huajing Gardens property is one of our company's most important properties this year, and we've invested very heavily. And now the first phase of the project was already in the end. The house is about to be delivered. It is related to our company's performance for the whole year. If the house is really returned to the light, not only a lot of hard work to go down the drain, bring the loss is unimaginable. How much will we lose if the houses are really retired? Lin Yun asked. Hua Jing Yuan invested 1.5 billion in the first phase and is expected to make a profit of 600 to 800 million. If the houses are all returned, such a large loss at once will seriously affect the company's capital chain, and our branch is afraid that it will be difficult to bear. Lu Bo's gaze was bleak. I'm afraid such an outcome is exactly what the Golden Strong Group wants to see, Lin Yun said with narrowed eyes. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun's words changed. But that's something I absolutely can't accept. If the company really lost so much money, Lin Yun, as the chairman of the board, could take the pocket money that Grandpa had given him and make up for the deficit. But, from the day Lin Yun took over the company, he had secretly made up his mind that in the days when he was the chairman of the board of directors, he would make sure to take the company to the next level, and also be considered as making a little achievement to show Grandpa. Now that Lin Yun has only taken over the company for a short time, if there is such a big loss, Lin Yun is afraid that he won't even have the face to see his grandfather. That was why Lin Yun absolutely could not tolerate that there was such a large loss. When Lu Bo heard Lin Yun say this, he opened his mouth to inquire. Lin Dong, do you have any insights? Let me think. Lin Yun lowered his head in thought. Although Lin Yun hated it now, he immediately went to destroy the Golden Strong Group. But you know better than that. It's imperative that you solve the big problem of customers asking for a refund before anything else. Provincial City, Lu Family Manor. Inside the main white building in the center of the estate, Elder Lu sat on the sofa. Elder Lu, the young master is in quite a bit of trouble this time, the secretary next to him said. A very difficult problem for him indeed. Elder Lu nodded. Then, would you like to step in and help, old Lu? That Jin Chang group is really bold, daring to deal with our Huading group like this. Do you really think that our Huading group is easy to bully? As long as you, old Lu, want to destroy him, that's not just a matter of words, the secretary said. Elder Lu smiled, then shook his head. I won't take the initiative unless the little guy takes the initiative to ask for help from me. And a trouble like this is just the right time to exercise him and test his business skills. I'm curious to see if he can solve this trouble on his own, or if he'll voluntarily admit defeat and ask me for help. To Elder Lu, if Lin Yun really asked him for help, he would definitely help Lin Yun, but he would be disappointed in Lin Yun. Elder Lu still hoped that Lin Yun would solve this trouble on his own. Even if the solution failed in the end, Master Lu would feel relieved that at least Lin Yun made an effort to solve the problem instead of asking for help whenever he was in trouble. Elder Lu, the young master has little business experience after all, and it's easy to disorganize himself when he encounters this kind of trouble. I'm afraid that it's hard for the young master to handle this matter, the secretary said. Elder Lu smiled. We'll see. If it was placed in the past, Elder Lu would definitely feel that Lin Yun couldn't handle this matter. However, Lin Yun had given him surprises in 2 previous consecutive incidents, so this time, there was still a little bit of anticipation in Elder Lu's heart. Qingyang City, inside the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group, Lin Yun was still bowing his head in contemplation. The issue of private checkout in Huajing Yuan was indeed very tricky for Lin Yun. This was one of the toughest troubles Lin Yun had encountered since becoming chairman. At this time, Lu Bo mentioned his opinion. Lin Dong, I do have a suggestion. Report this matter truthfully to the head office, requesting the head office to assist in solving the problem together. You are after all Lu Lao's grandson. Lu Lao will certainly not sit back and do nothing. That's right, Mr. Lu, that's a good suggestion. Indeed, it is the best way. The 2 managers next to him nodded in agreement. No, I'll never ask my grandpa for help. Lin Yun shook his head decisively. The reason was simple, since Lin Yun wanted to make some achievements on his own. Of course he couldn't just ask grandpa for help whenever he ran into trouble. Then, Lin Dong, how are you going to solve this trouble? Lu Bo inquired. Lin Yun thought for a moment before looking up. In this way, take the initiative to notify all the customers who purchased the Huajing Yuan property that all the houses are all discounted by 20%. No, 70%. The extra money paid by the customers. The company will make returns one after another within a month. Lin Yun's idea was simple, and that was to lower the price, and lower it enough to be attractive. 70% off, which is definitely a very attractive figure now. If a house costs $1 million, you can save a full $300,000 with a 70% discount. This is definitely a great deal. 7 discount? Lu Bo and the other two managers looked shocked when they heard the word 70% discount. There has never been a 70% discount since the Waddington Group was established so many years ago. You should know that the reputation of the Huading Group is very good, and the properties developed can be sold even without any discount, especially in recent years. The demand for commercial properties has surged, and there is no worry about selling them. If you want to buy a house developed by Huading Group, you have to rely on robbing it. So, if the houses in Huajing Yuan are really discounted by 70%, it will definitely set a record for the lowest discount of the Huading Group. Dong Lin, if there is a 70% discount, the first phase of the Huajing Garden project will be completely in vain, and will earn tens of millions of dollars at most. Lu Bo said. For the current situation, not losing money is already the best result. If all the customers check out, then instead of making only tens of millions of dollars, we'll lose $1.5 billion. Lin Yun said. The account manager on the sidelines chimed in. But Lin Dong, even if you discount like this, it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. After all, the reason why many customers check out is because they don't want to live in a property where people have died, and discounts don't always work. Lin Yun certainly understood the reasoning behind what they were saying, but in this situation today, there was simply no better way. Ming now also simply do not expect Huajing Yuan can make much money. With today's situation, can preserve the capital is already the best result. Just do as I say. Go and give the message down to every customer. Lin Yun waved his hand. After a pause, Lin Yun added, as for their acceptance of the discount, or continue to return the house, by their own choice, do not accept the customers. They will be directly for them to check out, and then the return of the house. Continue to 30% discount sales. Yes, we're on it. After receiving their orders, both the account manager and the engineering manager left the office in a hurry. The account manager is responsible for contacting customers online, while the engineering manager goes straight to the sales office to inform the customers gathered there. After the two of them left, let's hope this saves the day. Lin Yun could only pray silently, praying that these customers would accept the discount instead of continuing to withdraw, or else the company would face a loss of $1.5 billion. Dong Lin, you really impress me in a different way. It definitely takes tremendous courage and determination to make such a major decision. Lu Bo said. Even Lu Bo, the old man in the shopping mall, did not dare to make such a decision as 70% off sales without authorization, because once the decision is wrong, the consequences are unimaginable. He had to admire Lin Yun. It can't be helped. There's a decision to be made after all. Lin Yun said helplessly. Chapter 36, whose idea was it? After a pause, Lin Yun suddenly opened his mouth and asked, by the way Lu Bo, the workers who died at the construction site, how much compensation was given to the families? $500,000. This is the compensation standard set by the head office. We will release it as soon as possible. Lu Bo said. $500,000? That's too little. Double it for me and compensate $1 million per family. I don't care what the head office's standard is. Our branch. In the future, whenever there's an accident to life, we'll compensate $1 million. Lin Yun said. Lin Yun clearly remembers. When his father was at the construction site after the accident, the company went so far as to deny a point of compensation was not given to the Lin Yun family. The mother went to ask for. The result was beaten and bombed out. At the end of the day, even my father's burial expenses were financed by my mother. Too little? Lu Bo looked surprised. In Lu Bo's cognition, the vast majority of companies that have this kind of thing happen are too much compensation given. This is the first time he heard the company boss say that the compensation is too little. Human life is priceless. $500,000 is certainly too little. Lin Yun's tone was resolute. Lin Dong, nowadays there are not many bosses as conscientious as you. Lin Dong, don't worry. 1 million compensation. I will issue it within half a month. Lu Bo seriously said. Just this one small thing had caused Lu Bo to respect Lin Yun in his heart. Immediately afterward, Lu Bo's words turned to exasperation. In the end, everything is that Golden Strong Group. Think I am angry. Lin Dong, is this account? We just forget it? Lin Yun's eyes narrowed. Forget it? Of course we can't forget it. The price we paid this time. In the future, I will definitely make Golden Strong Group pay it back tenfold, 100-fold. And the 10 or so migrant workers who died for nothing, I will definitely seek justice for them. I will. Those 10 or so migrant workers are also the epitome of Lin Yun's father, and Lin Yun seeking justice for them is likewise seeking justice for his dead father. Once upon a time, Lin Yun was a poor boy who wasn't qualified to shake the Golden Strong Group, but it was different now. As the local snake in Xinjiang City, the Golden Strong Group could be considered to have deep roots in the local area. It was definitely a very difficult thing for Lin Yun to bring down the Jinchang Group on his own without seeking help from Grandpa, and I'm afraid that this wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. But after this incident, Lin Yun had completely made up his mind that no matter how difficult it was, he would take down the Golden Strong Group. This, at this moment, was a goal that Lin Yun had set for himself. Trying to exterminate the Golden Strong Group in a short period of time, this is definitely unrealistic, Lin Yun said. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun's words changed. But come on, it's not polite. He's backstabbed us so much this time. How can we not give him a little something in return? What do you have in mind, Lin Dong? Lu Bo curiously said. You spend money to hire a big truck, and in the middle of the night, pull a truckload of feces and dump it in front of Xiang Jinxiang's house, blocking his door with. Consider it a return gift to him, and disgust him properly. Lin Yun sneered. This method is really brilliant. It can definitely disgust him. Don't worry, Lin Dong. I'll go and order someone to do this later, Lu Bo said excitedly. This matter on let Lu Bo also a belly fire. He certainly also want to vent the anger in his heart. Lin Yun looked at Lu Bo again and said with a serious face. Lu Bo, no matter what the final outcome of this matter is, you must keep this lesson in mind. And you must step up your inspections of other building sites that are under construction, so that this kind of thing can never happen again. Lu Bo nodded. Don't worry, Chairman. Learn from your mistakes. In the future I will strengthen the security force to prevent this kind of thing from happening. What followed was a very torturous wait for Lin Yun and Lu Bo. Is your own approach going to work or not? Would it be possible to get through this? Lin Yun also had absolutely no idea in his heart. Lin Yun only knew that if he really lost the $1.5 billion, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the face to see Grandpa next time. After coming out of the company, Lin Yun suddenly had a flash of light and thought of a solution in his mind. Lone Wolf, come out! Lin Yun shouted. A few seconds later, a figure appeared in front of Lin Yun. He was none other than the Lone Wolf who was secretly protecting Lin Yun. Little Master, what did you call me for? The Lone Wolf let out a hoarse and low voice. Lone Wolf, you're awesome, right? Lin Yun asked. At least in the southwest, I can't meet any opponents. Lone Wolf replied calmly. Lin Yun continued to inquire. Lone Wolf, you're my man now, right? Sure. Lone Wolf nodded. In that case, go and do away with Xiang Jinxiang of the Jinxiang Group, or prove to me that you can prove your strength. Lin Yun said. I'm sorry, little master. My mission is to protect you. The old master has instructed that I can only step in if your life is in danger. Lone Wolf's face was expressionless. Lin Yun was speechless when he heard this. Che, I guess you don't have the strength, do you? Lin Yun could only use a provocative method. As you wish, little master. After Lone Wolf said this, he turned around and left directly. Hey, oi, why are you just leaving? Didn't you say you were with me? Looking at the Lone Wolf who left without any delay, Lin Yun was speechless. Lin Yun also thought that it would be much easier if Lone Wolf could go and take care of Xiang Jinxiang. As it turned out, Lone Wolf didn't buy himself at all. The idea of getting Lone Wolf to strike had to go out the window. After leaving the company, Lin Yun headed straight for school. Along the way, Lin Yun was also thinking about how he could completely bring down the land snake Jinchang Group without seeking help from Grandpa. Xiang Jinxiang, the owner of the Jinxiang Group, was the big brother of the underground forces in Xinjiang City, and also his biggest dependence. A bold idea was born in Lin Yun's mind, and that was to create an underground force of his own. And then it would go and exterminate Xiang Huaqian's underground force, and then unify the underground forces of Xinjiang City by himself. Of course, this was just an idea of Lin Yun's. And if it was really to be implemented, it would be a very challenging thing to do. Just after arriving at school, Lin Yun received a call from Lu Bo. Chairman, your method is really divine. Those customers who were clamoring to withdraw from the house, once they heard about the 30% discount, they were like picking up a great bargain. They all stopped withdrawing. Only a few don't still insist on withdrawing from the house, but we can still sell them again. Lu Bo's excited voice came from the phone. Lu Bo on the other end of the phone. At this moment, he could be described as admiring Lin Yun. He didn't even expect that Lin Yun would rely on this method and successfully resolve this crisis. Really? That's good. Only after Lin Yun heard this news did he let out a long breath. Although you can't make much money by selling it at a 70% discount like this, at least you're not losing money by keeping your capital, right? In the midst of this fiasco, a result like this definitely counts as a big win. Although the storm had subsided for the time being, Lin Yun's grudge with the Jin Chang group had been completely settled. The other side, Golden Strong Group Building. Inside the chairman's office on the top floor, Xiang Jinxiang, who had a shaved head, lit a cigar and leaned back in his boss chair. Standing next to him was Xiang Huachang's head dog. Master Xiang, the Huading Group's phone must be busted at this moment. I bet the Huading Group's head is spinning in the face of so many customers checking out. Ha ha. The military counselor had an excited look on his face. This time, I'll see how he, Huading Group, can cope. Xiang Jinxiang also revealed a victorious smile. How else can we cope? Definitely can only lose money. This property, Huading Group will have to lose more than $1 billion at least. Yeah. The military division let out a strange laugh. Warlord, your plan is good. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Xiang Jinxiang smiled. Thank you, Master Xiang. Thank you, Master Xiang. The military counselor nodded his head happily. Just then, a thin man hurriedly ran in, calling out as he did so. Master Xiang, it's not good. Things have changed. Hurry up and tell me what's wrong. Xiang Jinxiang frowned. Master Xiang, the Huading Group offered a 70% discount on sales, and those who were clamoring to withdraw from the house immediately compromised and stopped as soon as they heard about the 70% discount. Now things have calmed down, sharp edge down. Huading Group although did not make much money, but also did not lose. The thin man said. What? Xiang Jinxiang stood up in shock and his face became ugly. Damn! How come these assholes have such a weak stance? Give a 70% discount and their ing compromised? The warlord at the side couldn't help but burst out in foul language. How dare you give a discount as low as 70%? Whose idea was this? Grass. Angrily, Xiang Jinxiang slammed the cigar in his hand on the ground. Xiang Jinxiang never expected that the scheme they had planned for so long would be dissolved by Huading Group just like this. Chapter 37, Retribution. Provincial City, Lu Family Manor. Inside the main white building in the center of the estate, Lu Zhizhong's secretary hurriedly walked in quickly from outside, while walking also excitedly. Elder Lu, there's a result for the Qingyang City branch. Oh, results so soon? How was the result? When old Lu heard about his grandson's matter, he quickly came to his senses. Qingyang branch to 70% discount price. Sales of Huajing garden houses. Those who made a fuss about the withdrawal of the users. After hearing this 70% discount, the vast majority of them no longer make a fuss about the withdrawal of the house. The storm, and so it subsided. The secretary said with a smile. A 70% discount? That's quite similar to my idea. If it were me, I would also sell it at a discount like this. And I'm afraid this is also the best solution. Lu Zhizhong nodded with satisfaction. Lu Zhizhong vertical shopping mall for many years. He will not be too concerned about the immediate gains and losses. The time to earn less. Then you have to earn less. And you can earn back later. That's the way it is in business. How can there be a good thing that comes with a profit every time? When it comes to this kind of trouble, you can't end up with a huge loss because you can't afford to give it up. It will only be more than worth it. Immediately afterward, Elder Lu hurriedly pursued the question. Who came up with the idea of selling at a discount? It was the young master who brought it up. I heard that when the young master first brought it up, the other several managers were a bit skeptical, but the young master forcefully argued for it, and finally clapped his hands on it. The secretary said with a smile. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. Elder Lu directly laughed out loud after hearing this. I was worried that this kid wouldn't be able to handle it well. After all, he doesn't have much experience and is young. I was afraid that he would be too indecisive to clap and make a decision. I didn't expect that his kid would make such a big decision. Old Lu's face was filled with a pleased smile. The difficulty of dealing with this matter, Lu Zhizhong was very clear. In the place of the average businessman who encountered this kind of trouble, it would be a huge headache. Lu Lao originally thought that Lin Yun would have a hard time dealing with it. Lin Yun's handling of the situation, however, had given him a great surprise. Yes, making the decision to sell at a 70% discount definitely requires a huge amount of courage. And I didn't expect that the young master would have the courage to make such a decision. The secretary sighed. TSK, this kid, the surprises he gives me are getting bigger and bigger. The smile on Elder Lu's face grew stronger. Elder Lu himself hadn't expected that Lin Yun would be able to perfectly solve such a big trouble. By the way, master, Jin Chang group is backstabbing our Huading group like this. Should we give him some color? The secretary asked. Let my grandson do it. It's still an exercise for him, and I'll secretly help him when necessary. Elder Lu said. Xingyang City, Xinyan University, noon, boys' dormitory. Brother Yun, do you know what happened to that asshole? Zhang Hai. Now. As soon as Lin Yun entered the dormitory, Fatty excitedly greeted Lin Yun. How's it going? Lin Yun asked casually. Yesterday's live broadcast of the matter of eating. Even the school authorities know about it. The school authorities asked the bar owner to delete the post, but this matter has already spread to everyone. It's useless to delete it. Where does Zhang Hai still have the face to stay in school? Has been suspended from school. Fatty said excitedly. Took a break from school? Serves you right. Lin Yun smiled coldly. Bastard like Zhang Hai, just letting his reputation stink is already very cheap. To celebrate Zhang Hai's stench of fame, I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Lin Yun patted his chest and said. Lin Yun was still in a good mood right now, not only because of Zhang Hai's matter, but also because the matter of the Huajing Yuan property had been resolved. Brother Yun is just broad. He. Another big meal. When Fatty heard that Lin Yun was treating him, he applauded happily. Fatty knew Lin Yun Lu Zhizhong's grandson's identity, and he certainly understood that if Lin Yun invited him to dinner, it would be a big meal. Right, Brother Lu, why don't you call Wang Shui as well? Fatty smiled badly and gave Lin Yun a wink. Fatty's purpose was naturally to promote Lin Yun and Wang Shui. Yeah, Lin Yun smiled. To be honest, Lin Yun was kinda looking forward to having dinner with Wang Shui. So Lin Yun felt out his cell phone and called Wang Shui. Lin Yun, I have good news to share with you. After the phone was connected, Lin Yun hadn't even spoken when Wang Shui's happy voice came from the other end of the line. Oh, what good news? Lin Yun hurriedly asked after him. A manager from the Huading group just found me. He said that their company was conducting public welfare activities, and my family was the one chosen to help. Wang Shui on the other end of the phone looked excited. Yeah, that's a good thing. Lin Yun smiled. This so-called charity event was arranged by none other than Lin Yun. It's just that Lin Yun didn't expect that Lu Bo was quite efficient. He only ordered it to him in the morning, and now he's putting things into place. Lin Yun, I'm in the hospital right now. They've already started arranging to help my mom start medical treatment. The expenses are all paid by the Huading Group. My mom can finally recover. In addition, the Huading Group also gave me $50,000, saying that it's a scholarship for me. Wang Shui's excited voice was still on the phone. Lin Yun could imagine that Wang Shui must be on the verge of jumping up and down with joy right now. Seeing Wang Shui so happy, Lin Yun's heart was also warm. He is no longer a useless poor boy. He is now capable to help the people he wants to help. So, did you take the $50,000 bursary? Lin Yun understood Wang Shui's character, and with her character, it was very likely that she wouldn't accept the money. Originally I didn't want to accept it. Being able to treat my mom, I was already very satisfied, but they had to give it, saying that if they didn't accept it, they wouldn't help cure my mom. So I had to accept it. Wang Shui said. Hearing that Wang Shui had accepted the money, Lin Yun was completely relieved. Don't look at the fact that 50,000 was crummy money to Lin Yun, but to Wang Shui, it was absolutely huge. Lin Yun, Huading Group helped me with my sponsorship yesterday, and today they're helping our family and helping my mom with her illness. Huading Group is my Wang Shui's benefactor. When I graduate, I'm going to work for Huading Group and repay them. Wang Shui's serious voice came from the phone. It could be imagined how grateful Wang Shui was in her heart to Huading Group. Only, Wang Shui didn't even know at this point that the person who had helped her was actually Lin Yun. And if she knew this, she didn't know what her reaction would be. Good. You're a girl who knows how to return favors. I understand. Lin Yun replied with a smile. Right, Lin Yun. Are you calling me for something? Wang Shui asked. I wanted to ask if you're at school. How about we have lunch together? But you're in the hospital right now. So next time. Lin Yun said. Wang Shui was in the hospital and she definitely couldn't come. So Lin Yun and Fatty walked straight out of the school. After getting out of school, Brother Yun, where are we going to eat? Fatty asked. Go to the feast eatery. Lin Yun spat out 4 words from his mouth. What? We're still going to the feast restaurant? Brother Yun, when I think of what happened last time at the feast eating house, and that manager of the feast eating house, I'm all pissed off. So why are we still going there? Fatty had a puzzled look on his face. The last time Lin Yun and Fatty ate at the feast eatery, Lin Yun's wallet was stolen, and as a result, the manager of the feast eatery flatly accused Lin Yun of being a liar, saying that the two of them were kingpins, and that they had to call the police to arrest Lin Yun and the two of them. At that time, it was still Huang Mengyi who helped Lin Yun pay the bill, and only then did the two of them leave without any problems. Precisely because of what happened last time. This time Wow will go even more. At least make that manager understand that Wow is not a poor person who can't afford to eat, right? Lin Yun said. The last time, the same thing that made Lin Yun nestled a bellyful of fire. His own hall of Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Dinner was even mocked as an old scoundrel? It was only because Lin Yun was in a hurry to go after Huang Mengyi at that time that he didn't settle the score with that manager. Brother Yun, when you say it like that, I seem to understand what you mean. We're just going to go and make a name for ourselves this time. Right. Fatty grinned. Lin Yun smiled and nodded. That's right, let's go. On the way to the feast eatery, Lin Yun called Lu Bo and asked him to contact the owner of the feast eatery and buy the feast eatery himself. If the owner of the feast eatery didn't sell, then raise the price. Lin Yun wasn't short on money. Shang Feast Eatery, which is a restaurant of the highest grade near Qingyang University. Lin Yun and Fatty walked into the feast eatery. Welcome. As soon as he entered the restaurant, a waitress girl greeted him warmly. This way please. You too. The young waitress made an inviting gesture before leading Lin Yun and the two of them towards the table. Stop. Lin Yun and Fatty hadn't taken 2 steps when a loud voice rang out. Chapter 38, Buying the Feast Restaurant. Lin Yun twisted his head to look, and what met his eyes was a familiar figure. He, the very lobby manager of the feast eatery, was the very same lobby manager who had taunted the Lin Yun duo last time and said that he was going to call the police to arrest the Lin Yun duo. I said, why does it look familiar? So it's you two boys again. The lobby manager said while striding to the Lin Yun duo. Why do you two still have the face to come here? What? Still want to come and eat a king's dinner? Still expect any to believe in you and pay for you ah? The lobby manager's words were full of disdain. Lin Yun's face sank. After the last incident, Lin Yun was already very upset with this lobby manager. Now Lin Yun hadn't even taken the initiative to find trouble with him, but he had taken the initiative to come to his door? You keep your mouth shut. Do you know who this is beside me? The fat man yelled towards the manager with a displeased face. I know. Of course I know. Didn't you say last time that he is the grandson of the richest man in Southwest China? Lu Zhizhong. The lobby manager snorted. With this appearance, he's still Lu Zhizhong's grandson? Put. The few waitresses standing nearby couldn't help but cover their mouths in laughter. Immediately afterward, the lobby manager turned his words around and said viciously, don't you two play games with me here. Get thee out of here now. What? Your feast eating house is open for business, and there is still a reason for not welcoming guests? Surprisingly, you still want to drive the guests away? Lin Yun's face gradually turned gloomy. Of course we welcome guests, but we don't welcome poor bastards like you. You don't look at yourselves. Is this place affordable for you? Still want to eat a king's dinner ah? Really think they are the richest grandson ah? The lobby manager is gloomy. At this time, the little waitress girl who had just helped guide Lin Yun couldn't help but open her mouth. Manager, they are guests after all. Can you please stop? The lobby manager immediately sank in color and looked at the waitress little sister. What? Are you teaching me things? After the waitress little sister was reprimanded, she lowered her head and whispered, I just think that it's not right for you to treat your guests in such a manner. You're really teaching me how to do my job. I think you want to get out too, don't you? Okay, your internship is over. You and these two kids get out together. The manager reached out and pointed to the door. Manager, I. The waitress little sister was at a loss for words. You what you? I told you to get the hell out. Are you deaf? The lobby manager scolded sternly. The waitress little sister was on the verge of crying from the scolding. She had no choice but to nod her head, and then walked out in aggravation. Wait. Lin Yun reached out to stop the waitress girl. Little sister, the person who should leave isn't you. It's him. Lin Yun looked at the manager. You, get out of here immediately. I declare that you're fired. Lin Yun stared at the manager with eyes glowing with cold. What? I've been expelled? And you announced it? Ha ha, you have a brain cramp, don't you? You think you're the owner of the feast eatery. The manager snorted with laughter. Congratulations for answering correctly. I've already bought the feast eatery. And from today onwards, I'm the owner of the feast eatery. Lin Yun said gently. You bought it? Ha ha, a poor man like you? A trashy thing that can't even afford to pay for a meal. And you're still buying the feast eaters. The manager burst into a sneer. This kid is also too capable of bragging. Just like him, he still buys the feast eatery? It's hard to pay the bill for dinner. A few of the waitresses next to him burst into a snort of laughter as well. Right at this moment, Lin Yun's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Yun didn't pick it up, but handed the cell phone to the lobby manager and said at the same time, "This is your boss's phone. Answer it." The manager originally wanted to speak out sarcastically, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he looked at his cell phone number and the number on the caller ID was actually really his boss. After seeing this, the manager hastily took the cell phone and then pressed the connect button. Boss. The manager looked respectful. The boss's voice came out of the phone. Xiao Zhou Ah, I've already sold the Shang Feast restaurant to this Mr. Lin Yun Mr. Lin to do a handover. After that he is your new boss. What? The lobby manager's face turned deathly gray in an instant. He couldn't believe his ears. This kid, he really bought the feast eatery? Boss, why? Shang Feast Eatery has been making good profits. Why do you want to sell it? The lobby manager he couldn't figure it out at all. The reason is simple. The other party gave me a high enough price. I have no reason not to sell, the owner said. The boss on the phone continued. Besides, do you know who this boss is? The chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group. He wants to buy the feast eatery. Can I not give him face? Huading Group. Dong. Chairman. At this instant, the lobby manager he only felt a thunderbolt from a clear sky hit his head, ruthlessly knocking down his psychological defenses. My God, he just kept mocking the chairman of the Huading Group? He just said something rude to the chairman of the Huading Group? He even told the chairman of Huading Group to get out? Thinking of these, the lobby manager only felt that his heart fell into the abyss of 10,000 feet in an instant. Xiao Zhou, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. After the boss on the phone finished speaking, he directly hung up. However, the lobby manager was frozen in place for a long time. Lin Yun took his own cell phone, then sneered. Well, now do you believe me when I say I'm the boss? I believe. The lobby manager could only nod. Lin Yun took a step forward and continued in a cold voice. Last time, I said that I didn't have the money to pay the bill, but that my wallet had been stolen. Now do you believe me? Shin. The lobby manager replied repeatedly. Just kidding. This is the chairman of the Huading Group. How could he not have money to pay the bill? The lobby manager regretted in his heart that he hadn't recognized such a powerful character. In that case, then you can get lost. Lin Yun waved his hand. Lin, Boss Lin. I know I'm wrong. I apologize to you. Don't fire me. The lobby manager begged for mercy. Do you think it's possible? Lin Yun smiled coldly. The fat man next to him also yelled. Get out yet. If you don't get out, my brother Yun can only call out security to blast you. Didn't you hear me? Get lost. Lin Yun's tone was icy cold. Lin Yun wasn't prepared to give this lobby manager a chance at all. When the lobby manager saw that Lin Yun didn't give him a chance, he could only choose to turn away resentfully. After the lobby manager left. What's your name? Lin Yun looked at the little waitress girl next to him. Just now, this little waitress sister had spoken for Lin Yun, causing her to almost get fired. Boss, I am called Qian. The waitress' little sister looked constrained. Qian, you're quite good. From today onwards, you'll be the lobby manager. Lin Yun said blandly. I'll be the lobby manager? The little waitress opened her mouth wide in shock. The little waitress girl just had to be fired, and now she's suddenly going to be the manager? She couldn't believe it herself. Boss, I may not be able to do it well. The waitress' little sister said weakly. It's okay, I believe in you. Do a good job. Lin Yun smiled and patted the waitress' little sister on the shoulder. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun turned around and scanned the waiters present. Hello boss. A nimble-minded waiter was the first to salute Lin Yun. Hello boss. Seeing this, the other attendants present all hurriedly followed suit and saluted. Don't just call me. There's also this one next to me. When they see him in the future, they have to call him boss too, okay? Lin Yun pointed at the fatty. Hello boss. These waiters, again, hurriedly saluted Fatty. He. Fatty was naturally overjoyed. Where had he ever enjoyed this kind of treatment? Fatty, In the future, if you want to come and eat at the feast eatery, just come and eat whatever you want. You don't have to pay the bill kind of thing. You and I are brothers, so half the restaurant is on you, Lin Yun said as he patted the fatty's shoulder. Really? That's great. MD, having a tycoon brother is awesome. He. Fatty revealed an excited smile. Immediately afterward, with a group of waiters waiting on them, Lin Yun and Fatty were seated for dinner. Just halfway through the meal, Fatty received a phone call. What? You've been hit? Where? Jia Internet Cafe? Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Fatty. What? Lin Yun looked up to inquire. Brother Yun. Ah Ming was beaten up, right in front of Jia Internet Cafe. Fatty looked serious. Chapter 39, Lamborghini appearance. Amin was beaten? Did you say why? Lin Yun frowned slightly. Ming was Lin Yun and Fatty's roommate, but Ming was usually more addicted to the internet and usually soaked in internet cafes, so he didn't spend much time with Lin Yun and the others, but he lived with Lin Yun after all, and could be considered a friend. Lin Yun was considered developed now, so if Ming was really in trouble, Lin Yun definitely couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Ming said that it was a few punks from this neighborhood. They asked Ming to help them flush their internet bill. Ming didn't want to, so they dragged him out of the internet cafe and beat him up, Fatty said. After a pause, the fat man continued. Now they won't let Amin go. They have to make Amin get them $2,000 out of the way or they'll waste Amin. Amin couldn't get it out, so he had to call us for help to send money over to save him. Bunch of assholes. This is clearly a robbery. Lin Yun's face clouded over. Lin Yun hated this kind of person the most, bullying the weak and even blackmailing them for money. Nowadays, Lin Yun was already developed, and even if Ming wasn't Lin Yun's friend and let Lin Yun encounter this kind of thing, Lin Yun would definitely not sit back and do nothing. Brother Yun, what do you say? Fatty looked at Lin Yun. What else to say? Go! These assholes. Lin Yun stood up directly. Yun is going to these assholes? Good. Fatty also stood up in a hurry. Fatty is equally disgusted with such people. Immediately afterward, Fatty's words turned to worry. But Yun, Ming said that there are 7 or 8 people on the other side. There are many people on the other side. If it's just the 2 of us, I'm afraid we can't handle these people. Are you still afraid that I won't be able to call anyone? Lin Yun said. In front of Jia Internet Cafe, 7 or 8 young socialites with dyed hair and tattoos surrounded a man in white. This man in white, who was none other than Lin Yun and Fatty's roommate, Ming, had just hung up the phone. Amin's face, bruised and purple, obviously hadn't been beaten a lot just now. How's it going, kid? Did someone send you money? A young yellow-haired kid grabbed Amin by the collar, chewing gum and being arrogant. I don't know, Armin said weakly. Grass. As soon as Amin's words left his mouth, the young yellow-haired man punched Amin in the face. Amin's fists clenched and then unclenched. Although he was angry and aggrieved in his heart, he knew that he couldn't fight these social youngsters in front of him. Kid, I'll put my words down here for you. If we don't see $2,000 out of pocket today, we will absolutely waste one of your hands, the yellow-haired youngster arrogantly said. After saying that, the young yellow-haired youth spat out his gum, and then stuck the gum on Amin's face. Ha ha, the other youngsters beside him all sneered. Amin's face grew harder and harder. At this time, the small yellow-haired youth smiled. Kid, if you eat the gum off your face, we might as well consider letting you go. You. Ming was already trembling with anger, and his pair of eyes were even more ghostly and venomous as he looked at this person. Grass, dare to look at us with such eyes? I see that if I don't give you some color, you don't know the power of the brothers. Yellow Hair had a fierce look on his face. Immediately after that, Yellow Hair waved his hand. Brothers, hold this kid down while I personally feed him the gum. Okay. A few of the surrounding social youths immediately rushed up, ready to hold down Ming. Rumble. Just then, the rumble of a blown-up supercar engine suddenly exploded across the entire street. The explosive roar immediately attracted the attention of these young socialites, and they all looked in the direction from which the sound came. Not only them, it could be said that the entire street was attracted by the explosive engine roar and stopped to look. It's a Lamborghini Bull. Almost $10 million. Whoa. Lamborghini. It's awesome. Appearing in front of the crowd was a big orange Lamborghini Bull, whose appearance caused a wave of gasps and screams. This kind of supercar can definitely earn a lot of eyeballs wherever it is driven. It's a Lamborghini Bull. The yellow-haired youngster. Several people, after seeing this Lamborghini that appeared, couldn't help but exclaim in shock as well. This car is $7 or $8 million naked. I don't know which god is sitting in the car. A green-haired young man sighed. Rumble. With an explosive roar, this orange Lamborghini Big Bull stopped in front of Judge Yacht Internet Cafe. Brother Yellow Hair, this car is actually parked here, a prickly-headed youngster said in surprise. Yellow Hair and the others, too, looked at this Lamborghini Big Bull with astonished gazes. As their eyes watched, the door of the Lamborghini Big Bull was opened. Immediately afterward, a slightly slimmer young man got out of the driver's side, while a somewhat chubby young man stepped out on the passenger side. The two of them were none other than Lin Yun and Fatty. And this Lamborghini Big Bull was the one Lin Yun had bought earlier. Armin hadn't bothered to pay that much attention, except that the sound of the Lamborghini's engine was so explosive that he was looking at it as well. Lin Yun, Fat. When Ah-Ming saw the people who came down from the Lamborghini, it was Lin Yun and Fatty. He was directly confused. He still knew both Lin Yun and Fatty, both from ordinary families. Even Lin Yun's family was poor. How could they afford to drive a Lamborghini Bull? Am I blind? Ah-Ming rubbed his eyes vigorously, but realized that he hadn't been mistaken. It was really Lin Yun and Fatty. Aside, Brother Yellow Hair, these two seem to be coming towards us. Green Hair nudged the young yellow-haired youngster. Yeah, both of him seem to be coming at us. The prickly youngster also said dully. When they saw Lin Yun and his duo rushing at them, they all looked a little flustered and a little overwhelmed. After all, the others were driving big Lamborghini Bulls. Can someone who can afford to drive a car like this be an average person? Can someone who can afford to drive a car like that be someone they can mess with? It shouldn't be. It must just be passing by. Yellow Hair secretly prayed that the other party wasn't here to find him. However, when Lin Yun and Fatty walked up to them, they stopped. Lin Yun, Fatty, it's really you guys. When Ah-Ming realized that he really wasn't mistaken, he excitedly rushed to the duo of Lin Yun and Fatty. You guys have really come to my rescue, perhaps because of the excitement, or perhaps because of the aggravation. Tears fell from Ah-Ming's eyes after he said this. Lin Yun's anger surged when he saw that their faces were bruised and purple, and they even had a chewing gum stuck on their faces. Ah-Ming, I'll help you get back what you've suffered. Lin Yun patted Ah-Ming's shoulder with a firm gaze. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked at these 7 or 8 social youths. When they saw that Lin Yun was actually a friend of Ah-Ming's, they were all scared and turned blue. They actually beat up a friend who drove a Lamborghini? After thinking about it, their hearts fluttered. The big Lamborghini Bull alone was enough to shock them. Beating up my friends? You all had a hand in it, right? Lin Yun said in a cold voice as he stared at the group. These 7 or 8 youngsters all bowed their heads, like frosted eggplants, completely wilted. Long gone was the arrogant look they had before. At this time, the leading Yellow Hair came up. Brother, we didn't know he was your friend. We apologize to you and him. I'm sorry. Yellow Hair bowed with a smile and apologized. Pop. Without saying a word, Lin Yun directly slapped the yellow-haired youngster's face. Apologize? Did I ask you to apologize? Lin Yun exclaimed. Yes. Although the yellow hair that was slapped in the face was holding back in his heart, he could only smile and nod repeatedly. Lin Yun turned his head to look at Ah-Ming again and asked, Ming, tell me how they dealt with you. Just beat me up and made me give them $2,000 and forced me to eat the gum he had eaten. Ah-Ming commiserated. Lin Yun nodded, then looked at Yellow Hair once more. I'll give you a chance to go eat that piece of next to you. Lin Yun pointed at a pile of black on the ground next to him. Eat? After Yellow Hair sniffed, his face instantly turned into a pig liver color. Chapter 40 Lessons for Punks. Eat? After Yellow Hair sniffed, his face instantly turned into a pig liver color. Because the Lamborghini had just caused a lot of commotion, a crowd of onlookers had gathered here and were talking. This is the real-life version of a rich kid teaching punks a lesson on the street. Interesting. I know these punks. They often work for the tigers in this generation. This time they've messed with a tough opponent, haven't they? Serves them right. That's right. These punks are usually arrogant. Today they should finally be unlucky. The crowd of onlookers were murmuring. They felt relieved to see the rich second generation teaching the evil-doing punks a lesson in the street. Middle of the field. Brother, how can this be eaten by a human? Brother, don't joke around. Yellow Hair revealed an ugly smile. Eating something like dog was a million times more disgusting than eating someone's chewed gum. And Yellow Hair was nauseated by the sight of that pile of dog. Not to mention letting him eat it. It's true that is not eaten by people, but there is nothing wrong with eating it like you. Lin Yun hugged his bladder and sneered. Fatty also shouted. You beat up our roommate. Yun only let you eat. It's already cheaper for you. Don't hurry up and eat. Yellow Hair's face became more and more ugly after he sniffed. You, guys, you don't bully people too much. The dog is anxious and still jumps over the wall. Yellow Hair said through clenched teeth. Oh, I wonder what you mean by that. Lin Yun still sneered. The meaning is very simple. I have apologized. You also slapped me. This matter will be written off. There are only 3 of you. If you really push us, we stabbed you and ran away. Your family can't find us even if you are powerful. Yellow Hair viciously said. After saying this, Yellow Hair directly fished out a dagger from his waist. Although Yellow Hair was afraid of Lin Yun, he was a social mixer on weekdays. He was definitely bold. If he was really pushed, he asked himself that he definitely dared to stab even the second generation of rich people. As the saying goes, the county officials are better than the present. Although Lin Yun's identity is powerful, but the Yellow Hair group of people are many, at least in the scene, is not afraid to suffer. As for the rich second generation retaliation in the future, they can run away, trying to outnumber people, and move a knife? Looks like you didn't cherish the opportunity one gave you. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed as a chill flickered in his eyes. Next to him, Ming saw Yellow Hair take out a dagger, and he too was startled. Lin Yun, forget it, I'm already satisfied that I can get out of this, or let it go. Ming pulled Lin Yun. As much as Ming wanted to see Yellow Hair suffer, he was also afraid that Yellow Hair would actually use the knife. And if Lin Yun got stabbed for helping him, how could he live with himself? Forget it? If you dare to threaten me, this won't be counted. Lin Yun smiled coldly. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked at Yellow Hair and said with a chilling expression, from the moment you pulled out the knife, this thing, it didn't end that easily. Kid, it seems like you really aren't afraid to die, so it's not our fault. You forced us to do it. So what? I'll beat even rich second generation. Brothers, go! Yellow Hair shouted. Those young socialites behind Yellow Hair, they were afraid of Lin Yun's identity though, but they usually also belong to the bold, fearless kind of rash. To such a point, they no longer hesitate, have touched out the dagger they carry, ready to do it. Are these punks ready to get tough? I'm afraid this rich kid is going to suffer, even if he has a powerful background. He only has 3 people at this moment. When the crowd of onlookers saw the Yellow Hairs move their knives, they all secretly felt bad for Lin Yun. Midfield. Oh no, they're really going to use the knife. Amin's face changed drastically when he saw this scene. Lin Yun, Fatty, you two hurry up and go. I'll block them. You guys are here to help me. I can't even get you guys stabbed. Although Ming was afraid, Ming usually looked rather cowardly, but at this moment, he walked directly in front of Lin Yun and Fatty, in a manner that he wanted to block this group of people for Lin Yun and Fatty. Ming, we're here to save you, not for you to save us, Lin Yun said with a smile. Just then, 5 commercial vehicles of the exact same style came on the road. It was only these 5 business cars that were parked behind Lin Yun's Lamborghini in turn. Immediately afterward, the doors of the 5 commercial vehicles were opened at the same time, and more than 40 young men wearing security uniforms poured out of the vehicles in a brainstorming manner, then walked quickly towards Lin Yun and the others. So many dozens of people in uniforms swarmed over together, all holding batons in their hands, with a very strong aura. The group of Yellow Hair who were about to make a move, when they saw this guy's fellow, they all stopped. Brother Yellow Hair, what kind of people are these? The prickly man exclaimed. I don't know. Yellow Hair also looked at a loss for words. Under the gazes of the crowd again, the group of security guards walked quickly to Lin Yun. Next moment, Chairman, these dozens of security guards all bowed and shouted in unison, making a great noise. Gah! Yellow Hair's few people were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They hadn't expected that these dozens of security guards were the ones Lin Yun had called in. Surround these people for me. Lin Yun waved his hand. Yes, Chairman. After these dozens of security guards responded, they directly went forward to surround the 7 people of Yellow Hair. Just before Lin Yun came, he called the company and told them to call a group of security guards to quickly come to the entrance of Jia Internet Cafe. Compared to the number of people, Lin Yun was still afraid that he wouldn't be able to beat these few punks. As long as Lin Yun was willing to call, as long as Lin Yun was willing to spend money, not to mention dozens, even hundreds or thousands of people could be called. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun squeezed into the crowd. The yellow-haired 7 had waxen faces, and their faces were filled with fear and despair. They knew clearly that it was absolutely impossible for the 7 of them to deal with these 40-odd security guards. Yellow Hair knew that as long as Lin Yun gave the order, these security guards would be enough to disable them. Clunk! The dagger in Yellow Hair's hand fell to the ground at once. His hands were trembling continuously, as if telling the fear in his heart. If anything, before, he was able to threaten Lin Yun with the number of people he had. Now, then, he no longer had any capital to call Lin Yun's bluff, and he couldn't raise the slightest bit of resistance anymore. Next moment, Yellow Hair, who was in fear, fell to his knees with a thud. Big brother, spare your life. Please spare us. Yellow Hair directly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Those social youths behind Yellow Hair also knelt on the ground, all of them trembling with fear. Spare my life? You've used a knife and you still want me to spare your life? You beat my roommate to a pulp and you still want me to spare my life? Lin Yun narrowed his eyes, chilling. Also, do you know that I hate people like you the most? Gathering together every day to find honest people to bully, Lin Yun said viciously. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun gave an order. Give me a beating. All give me a serious injury. $10,000 bonus for each person after the fight. I'll take the blame for anything that happens. Yes, Chairman. The security guards were naturally excited to hear that Lin Yun was giving them a $10,000 bonus. Immediately afterward, these 40-odd security guards directly swung the batons in their hands and went up in a flurry. The next scene, it goes without saying, 7 punks, facing more than 40 armed security guards, were beaten without resistance, rolling all over the ground wailing and begging for mercy. Yes, the surrounding crowd of onlookers couldn't help but clap their hands and scream. They certainly expected to see these few punks being beaten up. A small gangster who bullied the city was cleaned up by a rich young man in the street. So one can imagine that this incident will definitely be spread as a good story. As for Ah Ming, he was so excited to see these punks who had bullied him being brutally beaten that he was on the verge of tears. Ah Ming, don't cry. You failed. Brother Yun helped you get it back, Fatty said as he patted Ah Ming's shoulder. Aha! Armin nodded vigorously. By the way, what the hell is going on here? Lin Yun's Lamborghini, and these security guards. Ah Ming was feeling a bit confused even now. The Lin Yun he knew was clearly from a very poor family. How did he suddenly drive a supercar? How did he suddenly drive a supercar and call in so many people? Ha ha, I'll talk to you about this later. Let's go first. You definitely haven't eaten yet. Let's go, we'll eat first. Lin Yun also smiled and patted Ah Ming's shoulder. Fatty also smiled and said, yes, we were just eating and you called. We haven't even had a few bites of our meal yet. Chapter 41 Angry Xiang Jinxiang. After leaving from the entrance of the internet cafe, Lin Yun and Fatty directly brought Ah Ming to the feast restaurant. As for Yellow Hair's gangsters, they were all crippled and pulled to the hospital by ambulance. Feast Eatery. Fatty told Ming all about Lin Yun being the chairman of the Huading Group and being Lu Zhizhong's grandson. What? Chairman of the Huading Group? The grandson of the richest man, Lu Zhizhong. Ah Ming's eyes widened in shock. How powerful an existence the Huading Group was, and how powerful a figure Lu Zhizhong was. Ah Ming knew it all. If it was before, killing Ah Ming wouldn't have believed it. But when he saw Lin Yun driving a sports car today and calling in so many people, he couldn't believe it anymore. Ah Ming, this feast eatery, Brother Yun also bought it, Fatty said with a smile. When Ah Ming had just entered, he heard the waiters all address Lin Yun and the fat man as bosses. He was still confused at the time, but now that he heard this, he realized it. Brother Yun, what are you doing buying a feast eatery? Ah Ming was a bit puzzled. No, why? Buy it for fun. Just use it as a private cafeteria. It doesn't cost a few bucks anyway, Lin Yun said lightly. Awesome. Ah Ming couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Ah Ming never dreamed that he would have a roommate who suddenly became a rich third generation, and a top rich third generation at that. At this time, Lin Yun also revealed a look of seriousness. Ah Ming, you kid will spend less time in internet cafes in the future. Don't be so decadent anymore. Do you want to be the one to be bullied for the rest of your life? Brother Yun, I'll change my habit of frequenting internet cafes. Ah Ming nodded seriously. The incident of being humiliated and beaten up today also gave Ming a big shock, which made him determined to change himself. I'm optimistic about you. As long as you can change your problem of frequenting internet cafes, I'll definitely help you in the future if you have any difficulties, Lin Yun said seriously. Really, Brother Yun? Ah Ming was excited. He knew that with Lin Yun's status, even if he just casually helped him, it might be able to change his life. Of course it's true. I could still lie to you. Lin Yun smiled. Alright, the food is cold. Hurry up and eat. Fatty nonchalantly picked up his chopsticks, Early the next morning, Golden Strong Group, Xiang Jinshan's house, inside the bedroom. Master Xiang, why does it smell so bad? The toilet in your house won't blow up, right? It smokes me straight to nausea. Xiao Mi, who was lying in Xiang Jinshang's arms, covered her nose and pushed Xiang Jinshang. Xiang Jinshan woke up from his sleep. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why does it smell so bad? After Xiang Jinshang smelled this pungent stench, he couldn't help but burst out of foul language, and at the same time, he also covered his nose with his hand. The smell smoked. Xiang Jinshan felt that his eyes hurt. Knock, knock, knock. Master Xiang, it's not good. Just as Xiang Jinshan was about to get up to see what was going on, a knock sounded on the door, and the voice of the master at arms came from outside the door. Xiang Jinshan got up and opened the door, and then asked with a stern face to the warlord at the door, "What the again?" "Master Xiang, the entrance to the villa is piled with feces. It's blocking the entire gate and the stench is overwhelming. You should go and take a look." "What? All feces?" Xiang Jinshan was full of surprise. Good for nothing. How could a large amount of feces appear in the doorway? Xiang Jinshan couldn't believe it, but the pungent smell was telling the truth. "Go!" Xiang Jinshan hurriedly walked towards the door. "Villa entrance. There is a large amount of feces piled up here, blocking the gate of the villa, and even attracting countless flies. The smell is not only disgusting, the picture is even more eye-catching." Several servants vomited on the spot when they saw the image. "Master Xiang is here. Master Xiang is coming." Greeted by a group of servants and bodyguards, Xiang Jinshan walked to the entrance of the villa. Vomit. When Xiang Jinshan saw the mountain of in front of him, coupled with the fact that he inhaled the pungent smell, he couldn't help himself and flopped down next to him in a fit of vomiting. Originally, Xiang Jinshan had finished vomiting, and when he got up to catch his breath, he took in another huge breath, which was full of the strong odor of vomit. Vomit. At that moment, Xiang Jinshan vomited again, vomiting to the end of the completely dry vomit. Already cannot vomit something, Xiang Jinshan only feel, he is almost vomit out the stomach. "Master Xiang! Master Xiang!" The military division and a few bodyguards all rushed to come and support Xiang Jinshan. After Xiang Jinshan vomited, his entire face had turned the color of pig's liver. "What's going on? What the is going on? Somebody tell me, where the hell did all this come from?" Xiang Jinshan roared in anger. Under Xiang Jinshan's anger, the bodyguards next to him, the maids, were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. "Master Xiang, yesterday was fine. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night there seems to be the sound of a truck. It must be whoever pulled it in a truck and dumped it at the door at 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night last night," the military division said. "Pouring on my Xiang Jinshan's door? In Qingyang City? Who the hell has the guts to do that?" Xiang Jinshan stormed out, the muscles on his face twitching with rage, his fists squeezing and clacking even more. Who is Xiang Jinshan in Qingyang City? How dare someone dump on his doorstep? This made Xiang Jinshan feel strangely humiliated. This made Xiang Jinshan feel that his authority had been seriously provoked. "Master Xiang, we assassinated the Huading group yesterday, and so much appeared at the entrance today. According to my speculation, this is most likely the work of the Huading group," the military division said. "Right, it's definitely the Huading group, definitely." Xiang Jinshan's tone was firm. He likewise couldn't think of anyone other than the Huading group who would do this. Who else would dare to do this? Damn Huading group. Dare to pour on my doorstep. Xiang Jinshan has been mixing in Qingyang City for so many years, and he, Huading group, is the first one to dare to provoke me like this. When I, Xiang Jinshan, have been mixing in Qingyang City all these years for nothing? Xiang Jinshan was furious. "By the way, Master Xiang, you asked me to investigate the new chairman of Huading yesterday. Here's the information." Arms Master took out a piece of information and handed it to Xiang Jinshan. "Lin Yun? Lu Zhizhong's own grandson? Still a student?" Xiang Jinshan looked a little surprised when he saw the information. "Master Xiang, I reckon that the idea of pouring feces was this Lin Yun's idea. He is relying on the fact that he is Lu Zhizhong's grandson, so he dares to do this to you." "Master Xiang," the military division said, "he is the king of heaven. If he dares to pour on my Xiang Jinshan's house, I will definitely break him into pieces as well." Xiang Jinshan slammed his fist hard on the wall next to him, and a strong killing intent flashed up in his eyes even more. "Master Xiang, what are we going to do?" Arms Master inquired. "Go find some people and secretly do away with this kid. I want him to know that anyone who goes against me, Xiang Jinshan, has no good end." Killing intent flashed in Xiang Jinxiang's eyes. But, he is after all Lu Zhizhong's grandson. If we really kill him, will it attract trouble? We have a conflict with the Huading group. It's easy to suspect us. The military division was worried. The warlord wasn't worried about being able to do away with Lin Yun, because in the land of Qingyang City, it was simply easy for Master Xiang to do away with someone. He was worried about the consequences of doing away with Lin Yun. The military division knew that Lu Zhizhong was the richest man in southwest China, and his energy was very great. If they angered Lu Zhizhong and made him retaliate against all odds, they definitely couldn't afford it. It's not that simple. Those who arranged to make the move, after killing the kid, then robbed all over the kid's body, creating the illusion that he was robbed and killed. So naturally, they can clear the air with us. Xiang Jinxiang coldly said, Master Xiang, your plan is wonderful. The military counselor couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Xiang Jinxiang smiled coldly. He's a brat whose hair hasn't even grown back yet. How dare he fight with me? Xiang Jinxiang? He even dares to pour on my doorstep. He's purely looking for death. The military division also flattered. In Qingyang City, Master Xiang, you are the sky, and the Huading group is no good. Well, get on with it. I'll make sure he doesn't see the sun tomorrow. Xiang Jinxiang waved his hand. Don't worry, Master Xiang, I will do it properly. After answering, the military division turned around and went forward to do this. Because the front door was blocked by, the military division could only leave through the back door. After the military division left, Xiang Jinxiang looked up, and when he saw the piles of in the doorway and smelled the pungent stench, he had another bout of dry heaves. The other side, Huading Group. Inside the chairman's office, Lin Dong, the pouring of feces that you ordered. I have already ordered people to pour it in front of Xiang Jinxiang's house this morning. A full 3 tons. Lu Bo reported. Very well, I'm sure Xiang Jinxiang is disgusted. Lin Yun revealed a smile. Chapter 42, Assassination Attack. Lin Dong, I'm afraid that Xiang Jinxiang can easily guess on us. Xiang Jinxiang is a ruthless and venomous person, and he is vindictive. He is likely to retaliate. Lin Dong, you must be careful recently. Lu Bo had a serious face. Don't worry, he can let go of whatever means he has. Lin Yun was still wearing a smile. Right, Lu Bo? You said you had an important matter to inform me about. What is it? Lin Yun looked up and inquired. Mr. Lin, in a week's time, there will be an auction, and the main event will be the land auction. Lu Bo said. Lu Bo continued. When the time comes, there are several pieces of land with very high value and very important. You must go to the auction at that time, and strive to take down those important pieces of land. It is about the company's plan for the coming year. The main business of Huading Group is real estate, and it is naturally important to get a good plot of land. And only when you get a good plot of land can you build a building. In particular, that kind of land in an important location is definitely a hot commodity, and there are quite a lot of people staring at it. In a week? Good. Lin Yun nodded. Lin Dong, when the auction is held, Jin Chang Group will definitely bid to grab the land with us. You have to be a little prepared. Lu Bo said. Robbing me? I'll wait. Lin Yun smiled coldly. Isn't an auction all about the highest bidder? Lin Yun is the grandson of the richest man in southwest China, and he is definitely not the slightest bit inferior to Jin Chang Group in terms of money. After leaving the company, Lin Yun drove his Lamborghini directly towards the school. Lin Yun's car was parked rather remotely. Just as he walked to the front of the car, more than a dozen big men in black suddenly popped out of the surrounding green belt, instantly surrounding Lin Yun, and in their hands, they were all holding guys. Who are you people? Lin Yun frowned. This group of people were clearly coming from a bad place. Kid, of course it's the one who wants you dead. Master Xiang asked me to give you a message. Messing with him will only lead to death. Take this message with you to meet the king of hell. This big man's face was hideous. When the big man finished speaking, he made his move, still towards Lin Yun's heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Yun's pupils twitched violently as a sense of danger enveloped Lin Yun. Shoo! Just in the nick of time, Lin Yun heard a sound of breaking wind ringing in his ears. Next moment, put! The big man in black fell directly in front of Lin Yun. Lin Yun fixed his eyes on the big man's chest, blood staining his clothes. Who? The other black-clothed dudes around them were all frightened by this sudden situation, and they looked around. At this time, a figure came from the distance. He, none other than Lone Wolf. Ha ha, Lone Wolf. Lin Yun couldn't help but smile happily when he saw the Lone Wolf. Last time, Lin Yun was still upset that Lone Wolf didn't listen to himself, but in this moment, Lin Yun only felt that Lone Wolf's figure was so handsome and magnificent. Lin Yun had just suffered a life-threatening crisis when he forgot about the Lone Wolf. Without much thought, the counterattack just now must have come from Lone Wolf. By this time, Lone Wolf had approached. Who are you? These 10 or so black-clothed big men. All of them were facing Lone Wolf. They all looked a bit intimidated, because that sudden scene just now had really scared them. The expressionless Lone Wolf scanned the circle, then let out a hoarse, low voice. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Although Lone Wolf's voice was not loud, it gave off a great oppressive force. Who the hell are you? Don't play God here. We are Master Xiang's men. I advise you to mind your own business. In the boundaries of Qingyang City, if you dare to go against Master Xiang, you are looking for death. One of the tall black-clothed big men shouted. Master Xiang? I'm sorry, I don't know who is Master Xiang. All I know is that if you don't get out, then there is only one thing that will happen to you. The Lone Wolf's face was expressionless, and his voice didn't fluctuate much, but it was frightening. I think you're the one looking for death. He's alone. Go! After the tall black-clothed man finished speaking, he took the lead in charging towards the Lone Wolf. Pang! When the tall black-clothed man's dagger was about to touch the Lone Wolf grabbed the tall black-clothed man's wrist. Next moment, ow! Miserable screams suddenly rang out, and the tall black-clothed man's face expression twisted in pain, accompanied by miserable screams, only to see that the wrist of the tall black-clothed man was actually twisted out in a bizarre anti-human arc. Immediately after that, Lone Wolf slapped his palm on the tall black-clothed man's head. All of this only happened in a flash of lightning. For the Lone Wolf, doing everything was just like eating and drinking. It was so casual and easy. Hiss! These black-clothed dudes all sucked in a breath of cool air. Looking fearful, the Lone Wolf's methods had completely shocked them. You're the ones who seek death, so you can't blame me. The Lone Wolf's eyes stared. After the words fell towards, the Lone Wolf seemed to transform into a cheetah and directly rushed towards these black-clothed big men. 1 minute later, the remaining 10 or so big men in black all fell to the ground. In front of the Lone Wolf, these 10 or so black-clothed men were powerless to resist. Gollum! Grunt! Lin Yun couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and a few moments of fear still flickered in his eyes. The image just now had really frightened Lin Yun. At that moment, Lone Wolf walked up to Lin Yun. Little master, are you alright? Lone Wolf asked. I am okay, thanks to you showing up. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and nodded. To be honest, the skill that the Lone Wolf had just displayed had given Lin Yun a great shock. Since you're fine, little master, you go ahead and leave this place to me. Lone Wolf still looked so calm. Yes. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and nodded his head, still somewhat unrecovered from the shock. This was the first time Lin Yun had ever seen this kind of scene, and even though Lin Yun tried to calm himself, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked and flustered in his heart. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun walked quickly to his car, opened the door and sat in the car. After Lin Yun gripped the steering wheel, he realized that his hands were still slightly trembling. Damn, why are my hands still shaking? Lin Yun couldn't help but curse himself. In fact, Lin Yun didn't realize that he was already so strong that many people would be so frightened and panicked after witnessing such a scene for the first time that they would even vomit on the spot. Of course, it's a process of metamorphosis and growth. It's still Grandpa who thought it through and knew to send Lone Wolf to protect me. Lin Yun secretly sighed. To be honest, Lin Yun now felt a little scared when he thought about it. If he didn't have a Lone Wolf to protect him, I'm afraid that he would have been a corpse by now. This was the moment when Grandpa's role in sending Lone Wolf to protect him became fully apparent. Damn the Golden Strong Group. Damn Xiang Jinxiang. Lin Yun slapped his hand hard on the steering wheel. Without the words of the Lone Wolf, Xiang Jinxiang could really kill himself. Xiang Jinxiang, I'll keep this account. I, Lin Yun, swear, if I don't bring down your Jin Chang group, my Lin Yun's name will be written backwards. Lin Yun said viciously. Although this crisis was resolved by Lone Wolf, the anger in Lin Yun's heart could not be resolved. The other side. In the villa of Xiang Jinxiang's family, it took all morning to clean up the feces in front of the villa, before it was cleaned up. At that moment, the Master-at-Arms hurriedly ran into the villa. Warlord, how's it going? Did you finish that kid off? Xiang Jinxiang sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, a glass of red wine in his hand, and a beautiful woman in his arms. Although the matter of pouring feces made Xiang Jinxiang angry, his mood became beautiful when he thought that Lin Yun was about to be killed by him. Master Xiang, something has changed. The people I sent to kill that Lin Yun kid, all of them are out of contact. The military counselor lowered his head, his tone low. The smile on Xiang Jinxiang's face disappeared immediately after he heard this. Out of touch? How? Xiang Jinxiang fiercely stood up with a questioning tone. In the eyes of Xiang Jinxiang, in the boundaries of Qingyang City, he wanted to do a person easily. Sent out people how can lose contact. Chapter 43, Student Council Revenge. Master Xiang. I don't know what's going on. The people I sent out are just like evaporating. The military division said cautiously. Because the military division couldn't contact those people he had sent out, causing him to be completely unaware of what was really going on. Meaning the mission failed, right? Xiang Jinxiang asked in a cold voice. Arms Master nodded carefully. Wastes. It's all crap. Angrily Xiang Jinxiang ruthlessly smashed the wine glass in his hand on the ground. Glass shards mixed with red wine splashed around. Under the anger, the whole living room people all bowed their heads and did not dare to speak. Even the atmosphere did not dare to gasp. They knew Xiang Jinxiang's temper. If anyone touched the bad luck at this moment, if not dead, also have to take off layers of skin. At this time, the military division cautiously raised his head. Master Xiang, I was thinking that the people I sent out, 1. All be dead. Live and let die. Go and find it for me. Qingyang City is my territory. I don't believe I can't find it. Xiang Jiliang said in a loud voice. Yes, 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 I'll get right on it. The military division nodded. By the way, Master Xiang, do we still need to continue sending people to assassinate that Lin Yun? Arms Master asked. Xiang Jinxiang narrowed his eyes. Until the cause is investigated. Leave him untouched for now and let him live for a few more days. Although Xiang Jinxiang hated to break Lin Yun into pieces. However, this time the assassination failed, and the people sent out lost contact for no reason. Before investigating the reason, Xiang Jinxiang also dare not act rashly again. Xiang Jinxiang can develop to such a stage today. In addition to vicious and venomous, there is also a certain degree of caution. Otherwise it would have long been brought down. Qingyang University. Classes were in session at the moment, and when Lin Yun returned to the school, he went straight to the classroom. Stop! Just as he walked to the door of the classroom, a man and a woman stopped Lin Yun. They wore, on their chests, the sign of the student union's study department. The man has a shaved back and the woman has dyed purple hair. You're Lin Yun, right? Introduce yourself. I'm the head of the study department of the school's student union. Wu Jun, the man said with his head held high. Another student council? What are you looking for me for? Say it, Lin Yun said coldly. For these student council cadres, Lin Yun wasn't the slightest bit interested in them. When Wu Jun saw Lin Yun treating him like this, his face instantly became gloomy. The purple-haired woman next to her, even more scolding, said, Kid, you dare to talk to our leader like that? You don't want to live, do you? Oh, a school's head of learning, and a leader? Still don't want to live? Ha! Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh. In the past, Lin Yun might have even been afraid of these so-called student council cadres. But now, Lin Yun felt ridiculous even thinking about it. A cadre of the school's student council, to be able to act like a bully? Ridiculous to the extreme. With Lin Yun's current status, he also didn't even put Lin Yun and the others in his eyes. Kid, you're crazy. No wonder Zhang Hai asked me to clean you up. Wu Jun sneered. Wu Jun is friends with Zhang Hai, and Zhang Hai finds Wu Jun before he takes a break from school and tells Wu Jun to keep an eye on Lin Yun, and take the opportunity to crack down on him once he breaks the school rules, preferably to crack down on him until he's expelled. Young He, the Minister of Outreach. Zhang Hai? Lin Yun couldn't help but smile after hearing Zhang Hai's name. The matter of Zhang Hai eating live on air was still fresh in Lin Yun's mind. After a pause, Lin Yun continued. In that case, you've come to avenge Zhang Hai's death and are picking on me, right? I'm not here to pick a fight. I'm just following the rules. I found out that you've been frequently absent and skipping classes in recent times, accumulating more than 30 hours. According to the school's regulations, skipping classes for more than 10 hours in a school year gives you a disciplinary action, and for more than 30 hours, expulsion. Wu Jun proudly said. Fire me? You have that right? Lin Yun smiled coldly. Lin Yun knew that this Wu Jun was here to avenge Zhang Hai. Kid, one of the jobs of our study department is to take attendance and check on absentee students. I've already recorded all the time you've been absent from school. As long as I report it, the school will definitely set you up as a typical and expel you. Wu Jun said while smiling and raising the attendance book in his hand. After a pause, Wu Jun added smugly. You dare to go against our student council. This is what you'll get. Is our student council not something that people like you can mess with? Yeah. Lin Yun smiled. Sure enough, he was here for revenge. Kid, you're still laughing? Don't you know you're going to be expelled from school soon? The purple-haired woman next to her snickered. Then I'll put my words here as well. If you guys can fire me, count me as a loser. Lin Yun looked unimpressed. Wu Jun had thought that as long as he took out his attendance book and threatened Lin Yun would definitely be intimidated and would even bow down to him and beg for forgiveness. But it turned out that Lin Yun appeared unconcerned, which was out of his expectation. Are you really not afraid of being expelled yourself? Wu Jun questioned with a gloomy face. If I'm afraid, I'm a grandson. Lin Yun smiled and spread his hands. You are still talking tough here at the end of your life. You wait for me. I will report to the school today and let the school expel you, Wu Jun said viciously. Wu Jun turned around and prepared to leave after he finished speaking. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit passed by. It's the principal, the head of the study department. Wu Jun and the purple-haired woman instantly recognized the middle-aged man in a suit passing by as the president of Qingyan University. Thus, Wu Jun hastily converted a complimentary smile and greeted him. Good afternoon, Principal. I'm Jun Wu, the head of the school student council study department. Wu Jun greeted the principal and then hastened to greet him, his face almost smiling. Good afternoon, Principal. The purple-haired woman, too, greeted the principal with a winking smile. Aha! The principal gave a casual hum and then continued on his way, apparently only perfunctorily. After all, the principal bumped into so many students greeting him in a day. It was normal to respond very perfunctorily, so Wu Jun duo didn't feel lost. At the same time, Wu Jun sneered in his heart, Lin Yun, this kid really doesn't have any eyesight. When he sees the principal he doesn't even greet him. He deserves to be mixed up so poorly. The principal hadn't taken 2 steps before he saw Lin Yun. Isn't this Mr. Lin? Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. The principal quickly revealed a smile and took the initiative to walk quickly to Lin Yun, taking the initiative to greet him, and with a very good attitude. Gah! After Wu Jun and the purple-haired woman saw this scene, he was directly confused. What's going on here? The principal took the initiative to greet this kid? And with a respectful attitude? Principal, you're looking good today. Lin Yun responded with a smile. Ha ha, I look good. That's because I met Mr. Lin, the principal said with a smile. This. The pupils of Wu Jun's duo twitched violently, their faces filled with incredulity. My god, the principal actually took the initiative to kiss Lin Yun's ass? Such an image was like a heavy bomb that fell hard on the hearts of the two of them. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is going on here? Wu Jun kept shouting in his mind. The principal smiled and continued. By the way, Mr. Lin, what are you doing here? These 2 student councils stopped me here, saying that I'm absent and skipping classes, saying that they're going to report me to the school for expulsion. Headmaster, since you just happened to be passing by, tell me, do you want to expel me? Lin Yun wore a playful smile. Expulsion? What kind of words are these from Mr. Lin? You can't expel anyone, not Mr. Lin. The principal laughed dryly. The last time Lin Yun donated $10 million, the principal had promised Lin Yun that he wouldn't expel him no matter how much Lin Yun missed class. That wasn't the point. The point was that the principal already knew Lin Yun's identity. After Lin Yun's last donation, the principal had his secretary go and call in Lin Yun's file, but the file showed that Lin Yun had no identity and was from a poor family. So the principal continued to ask his secretary to look into it. And just a few days ago, the secretary finally found the result that Lin Yun was the new chairman of the Huading Group, and was the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. When the principal learned of this identity, he was of course shocked. The grandson of the richest man. What a powerful character this was. Immediately after that, the principal twisted his head to look at the head of the study department, Wu Jun, and the deputy head of the study department, the purple-haired female. The words to expel Mr. Lin were said by you two? The principal's serious face was stern, and there was a chastisement in his tone. Faced with the principal's rebuke, the Wu Jun duo was naturally frightened. Don't look at them as student council cadres. They could rarely come into contact with the principal on weekdays, let alone being reprimanded by the principal. Chapter 44, You Don't Deserve It. Principal, I am acting impartially. This kid has accumulated 37 hours of absenteeism. According to the school rules, he really should be expelled. Wu Jun lowered his head and whispered. The purple-haired woman also hurriedly chimed in. Yes, principal. He missed so many classes. The impact is extremely bad. He should be expelled. The principal's face had turned ironic after hearing this. How dare you? Shut the hell up. Do you know what Mr. Lin's status is? How can you offend him? I think it's you two who want to be expelled. The principal directly shouted at the Wu Jun duo. Under the principal's anger, both Wu Jun and the purple-haired woman were scared and trembled. Their faces turned pale, and they lowered their heads, not daring to say any more. They hadn't expected the principal to be so angry over Lin Yun. If you two don't want to be expelled, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin. The principal had a stern face and rebuked in a cold voice. How could Wu Jun and the purple-haired woman dare to disobey? They could only obediently walk up to Lin Yun. Compared to their previous arrogance, at this time they were like frosted eggplants, completely wilted. The two of them weren't cuties either. Even the principal had to be so respectful to Lin Yun. I'm afraid that this Lin Yun possesses a very terrifying identity background. They knew that they had messed with the wrong person this time. I just said that you're not qualified enough to fire me. Now you guys believe me, right? Lin Yun stared at the duo with a smirk. After Wu Jun and the purple-haired woman sniffed, their faces became even more ugly. Lin Yun, we apologize to you. Wu Jun and the purple-haired woman whispered with their heads lowered. What are you guys talking about? I can't hear you. Lin Yun frowned. Wu Jun and the purple-haired woman gritted their teeth and increased their voices to continue. We apologize. We're sorry. So it's an apology for me. But I'm sorry. I don't accept it. Lin Yun smiled coldly. When Wu Jun and the purple-haired woman heard Lin Yun say this, the corners of his two eyes twitched violently. Their faces became more and more ugly. They didn't expect Lin Yun to say this. At this point, the principal stepped forward again and said, since Mr. Lin won't accept your apology, then your position in the student council will end here. After Wu Jun sniffed, his face had turned pale. It was so hard for him to sit in the position of the head of the school's study department, and now he just lost it like this? And the purple-haired girl, she also had a hard time getting into the position of vice president of learning, and she's just gone? But the principal had spoken, so what could the two of them say? They finally began to regret it at this moment, regretting helping Zhang Hai of the outreach department out, regretting coming to find trouble with Lin Yun. Unfortunately, it's too late for regrets. Mr. Lin, are you still satisfied with this treatment? The principal looked at Lin Yun with a smile. It's okay, it's just that I'm sick of the school's student council bureaucracy. I hope you'll fix it up. Principal, Lin Yun said lightly. Good. I'll definitely straighten things out. For students with problems, those who should be removed, and those who should be disciplined should be disciplined. The principal nodded in response. After Wu Jun and the purple-haired woman on the side saw this scene, their hearts had already tossed up in shock waves. They didn't dare to imagine just how terrifying Lin Yun's status was, that he would dare to command the principal to do something in such a superior to subordinate tone, only for the principal to obediently agree. Headmaster, you're busy. I'll get to class. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he directly turned around and walked towards the classroom. The classroom was in session at the moment. Lin Yun entered the classroom through the back door, and the teacher in the classroom acted as if he hadn't seen Lin Yun and generally taught the class normally. This was because the teachers in the class had long received a notice from the principal telling them to leave Lin Yun's absence from class alone, not to mention not to look for trouble with Lin Yun. A lesson ends quickly. After class, Lin Yun walked directly to Wang Shui's seat. Wang Shui, how are things going with Auntie's treatment? Lin Yun inquired. The hospital side has already scheduled the surgery, and the surgery will take place tomorrow. Wang Shui wore a smile and looked happy. That's fine. Lin Yun nodded. Lin Yun, I'm really lucky to be able to continuously receive help from a large group like the Huading group, Wang Shui said happily. Wang Shui didn't realize that she should be glad that she had met Lin Yun, because all of this was Lin Yun helping her. Yeah, Lin Yun smiled back. Right, Lin Yun, why don't you come to class again in the morning? Is there something wrong? Wang Shui said seriously. It's true that there's a bit of business to attend to. Lin Yun rubbed his nose. At this time, the female student sitting next to Wang Shui smiled and opened her mouth to ask, the two of you have recently gotten very close. It would not be in love, right? The female classmate who spoke was called Hui Hui, Wang Shui's roommate and friend. Wang Shui's pretty face blushed. Hui Hui, don't talk nonsense. We're just friends. Not the best. Wang Shui, you look so beautiful. Any more can find a rich, like him. Lin Yun, at a glance there is no future. In the future to support you are struggling, cannot give you happiness, Hui Hui said. Lin Yun's face sank slightly when he heard this. To be honest, Lin Yun hated this kind of snob the most. It was only because she was Wang Shue's friend that Lin Yun didn't say anything. Originally, Lin Yun wasn't going to say anything, so he just ignored it. But unexpectedly, Hui looked up at Lin Yun again and said, "Lin Yun, I hope you still have some self-awareness. You don't deserve our class president Wang Shui. Don't come and harass our Wang Shui in the future." Lin Yun wrinkled his eyebrows for a moment, then said with a smirk, "Ms. Hui, how do you know that I don't have a future? How do you know I don't deserve Wang Shui? Student Lin Yun, do I even need to say it? Your family lives in a shantytown and you're a single parent. Even your tuition fees are scraped together by working summer jobs and receiving grants. All of this, many students in the class know," Hui said disdainfully. Hui continued, "And our class president Wang Shui, she is beautiful and good grades. Chasing Wang Shui's classmates is not a lot, which is not better than your condition. Hui, don't say it. I'm just friends with him." Wang Shui pulled Hui's arm. Immediately afterward, Wang Shui turned her head to look at Lin Yun again and said, "Lin Yun, Hui, she's just this kind of character. Don't bother with her." Because Hui had just been rather loud, it caused many of the students around her to hear it. A female classmate sitting behind Wang Shui also opened her mouth at this time. "Lin Yun, Hui is right. You're a poor kid from a poor family. You really don't deserve our class president Wang Shui." "That's right. A toad wants to eat swan meat." Another discordant voice came from not far away. For a while, many of the surrounding students opened their mouths to talk, and the content of the discussion was naturally saying that Lin Yun didn't deserve Wang Shui or something like that, and some of the words were even more unpleasant. In the eyes of her classmates, Wang Shui looks pretty and has excellent grades, and her character is okay, while Lin Yun is just a poor boy from a poor family. Lin Yun's face grew more and more somber after hearing those words. Lin Yun's good friend, Fatty, finally couldn't watch anymore. The fat man rose directly from his seat and exclaimed, "What are you all babbling about? Do you guys know who Brother Yun is? The person who anonymously donated $10 million to the school before is my brother Lin Yun. How can you all laugh at my brother Yun? What? He's the mysterious tycoon who donated $10 million to the school? Ha ha." When the fat man's words came out, not only did he not defuse the situation for Lin Yun, but he caused the whole class to burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Fatty, pull yourself together. Is he, Lin Yun, someone who can take out $10 million? It's hard to get him to take out even $1,000. If he, Lin Yun, can come up with $10 million, I'll write my name backwards. It is. That's it." There was a snort of laughter from the class. No one believed that Lin Yun was the mysterious tycoon who had donated $10 million to the school. You guys. When Fatty saw that the crowd not only didn't believe him, but also ridiculed him even more, he was furious and stomped his feet, but he didn't know what to do. Hui also said in a conspiratorial manner, "Fatty, even if you're Lin Yun's friend, you don't have to tell this kind of lie for him." "I'm not lying." Fatty reddened. "No lies? Do you think we believe that?" Hui sneered. "Fatty, stop talking." Lin Yun turned around and gave Fatty a wink, signaling him to stop talking. The fat man could only nod. When Wang Shui saw so many of her classmates criticizing Lin Yun, she also looked anxious. At the same time, in Wang Shui's heart, she was somewhat angry with Hui. "Lin Yun, this is all my fault, causing you to be criticized by everyone." Wang Shui had a guilty face. Wang Shui wanted to speak for Lin Yun, but she didn't know what to say to defuse everyone's naysaying of Lin Yun. Chapter 45. My treat. Wang Shui, it's none of your business. Lin Yun smiled at Wang Shui in order to keep her from worrying. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked up at Hui. "Ms. Hui, what you know isn't always the truth. For the sake of Wang Shui, I won't bother with you this time. But remember, looking down on a dog's eye will only bring you bad luck," Lin Yun said in a cold voice. After dropping these words, Lin Yun directly turned around and returned to his seat. "Che, do I need to be lectured by you? Poor boy who wants to eat swan meat." Hui had a disdainful look on her face. After Lin Yun sat back down in his seat, "Brother Yun, I'm really sorry. I wanted to say a few words for you, but I ended up messing it up instead." Fatty had a guilty look on his face. "It's fine. It's not your fault." Lin Yun patted the fatty's shoulder. "Brother Yun, it's really infuriating. These people dare to talk about you like this. They even dare to look down on you. Why don't you just flash your identity as the chairman of the Huading group and scare them to death?" Fatty felt angry for Lin Yun. Lin Yun shook his head. "If I say it now, that I'm the chairman of the Huading group, would they believe me? I'm afraid it would only be met with more ridicule and would only say that I'm bragging. Lin Yun hadn't been able to reveal himself in class. After cleaning up Zhang Hu last time, Zhang Hu did know about Lin Yun's identity, but he had already transferred to another school, and he hadn't told anyone in his class about Lin Yun's identity. In fact, Fatty had long wanted Lin Yun to lighten up his identity in the class, so that people wouldn't look down on Lin Yun. Only Lin Yun had never done that. That's right, it's still you, boss, who has thought this through. Fatty nodded in realization. However, I'm not deciding to continue to keep such a low profile. If the tiger doesn't show its power, they'll really think I'm a sick cat, Lin Yun said with narrowed eyes. What had just happened made Lin Yun a little angry, and it also made Lin Yun realize that it wasn't okay to keep too low of a profile. Fatty nodded repeatedly. Right, boss, you shouldn't be so low-key. Use your status to scare these people who look down on you. Before the end of the afternoon, the counselor came to the classroom and informed that Youth Day was coming up and asked everyone to go to a potluck to promote class friendship. The counselor left the matter in the hands of the class president, Wang Shui, because she didn't have time to go. 5:30 p.m. In front of the school, the class gathered here as much as they could. Class, what restaurant are we going to get together at? How about we vote on it? Wang Shui, who was the class president, opened her mouth and asked, let's go to 99 Buffet. It's affordable there and has a lot of dishes. Hui Hui opened her mouth. When Hui Hui's words came out, they were immediately echoed by many students in the class. Yeah. 99 self-help is good. The key is the affordable price of $59 per person. This kind of get-together, you need to pay for your own money. They have to consider their own pockets. The natural choice is this kind of more affordable places. This kind of price is also suitable for college students to spend. Seeing that so many people agreed, Wang Shui said, okay, let's go to the 99 Buffet then. Just then, a discordant voice came out. 99 Buffet? It's a bit too low grade for that. When the students heard these words, they looked in the direction of the sound, and the person who caught their eyes was none other than Lin Yun. Wang Shui also looked at Lin Yun in confusion, not knowing why Lin Yun would suddenly say that. Lin Yun, what did you say? How dare you say that the 99 self-help is too low grade? Hui Hui sneered. Many students in the class also covered their mouths and laughed. A poor boy actually said that the 999 Buffet is too low grade? Isn't it true that a place that costs $59 a head is too low class to be worthy of me? Lin Yun said indifferently. Put. Everyone just burst out laughing when they heard that. Lin Yun, do you want a face? It should be that you're too low class to deserve a place like 99 self-help. Hui Hui snorted. A man with dyed red hair also spoke up. Lin Yun, you said that the 9 to 9 buffet was too low grade, so tell me which restaurant to go to for a get-together that's worthy of you? This redhead was Zhang Hu's former follower. 5-star hotels aside, if it's near the school, it must at least be a feast eatery. Lin Yun said indifferently. A feast eatery? Ha ha, the students in the room laughed again. Kid, have you ever been to the feast restaurant? I once went there with Brother Tiger. Do you know how much it costs there? Red hair laughed. Of course I know. If you can't afford to spend it, that's your business. Lin Yun said lightly. You TM can only brag. Say as if you can afford to consume. I am at least much better than you. The red hair face was gloomy. At this time, Hui Hui smiled and stepped forward and said, Lin Yun, didn't you propose to go to the feast eating house for dinner? That's fine. We'll just go to the feast of the feast eatery for the cost of the get-together. Your treat. How about it? No problem. The cost of the gathering, I'll cover it. Lin Yun replied blandly. When Hui Hui heard Lin Yun's reply, she was stunned. She had thought that Lin Yun wouldn't dare to agree, and then she would be able to continue mocking Lin Yun. As a result, Lin Yun agreed to do it? Row, this is what you said. Classmates, how about we go to the feast eatery for a get-together today? As for the cost of the get-together, it will be covered by him, Lin Yun, and we'll just eat. And if he can't afford to pay in the end, then that's his business too. Hui Hui said loudly. Hui Hui is ready to go with the flow, and give Lin Yun a good fix. Don't you want to pretend to brag? Waiting to pay the bill. See, you cannot afford to pay to see what you do. Well. The students in the room agreed. As long as they weren't allowed to pay for it, they were certainly willing to go to such upscale places to get together. Class, how to go? Hui Hui took the lead in the direction of the feast eatery. Hui Hui. Wang Shui stopped Hui Hui. Hui Hui, you're too much. Lin Yun is also in your class. How can you deliberately screw him like this? Wang Shui pouted. Looking angry, Wang Shui was usually good-natured and wouldn't argue with anyone, and she and Hui Hui were originally considered ordinary friends. But Hui Hui targeting Lin Yun like this made her feel angry. Wang Shui, how dare you still speak for him? Can't you see that he's just a kid who can brag? I think you're just too deeply deceived by him. As a friend, I must help you see his true colors today. Hui Hui had a righteous look on her face. After saying that, Hui Hui continued to walk in the direction of the feast eatery, and her classmates followed. Lin Yun walked over to Wang Shui. Wang Shui, I'm so sorry for ruining my friendship with Hui Hui because of me. Lin Yun said, I should be the one to say I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you were ridiculed and targeted by them. Wang Shui had a guilty face. Wang Shui was really angry when she saw her classmates mocking Lin Yun so much before, but she didn't know how to help Lin Yun. Wang Shui, are you feeling sorry for me? Lin Yun said with a smile. Wang Shui's pretty face reddened. Not at all. We are friends, so we don't want to see you being ridiculed and squared off by everyone. Class president, I see you guys are becoming less and less like friends and more like lovers. Fatty laughed. When Wang Shui sniffed, her face turned even redder. Lin Yun also coughed awkwardly and dryly. Fatty, don't talk nonsense. You kid. Fine. I won't talk about it, but I'm quite looking forward to it. When we arrive at the feast eatery later, we'll definitely drop their jaws. I'll see who else dares to laugh at you. Brother Yun, Fatty said happily. Fatty was well aware that Lin Yun was now the owner of the feast eatery. Fatty felt like he had been holding back for so long, and finally he had the chance to let these students have a good look at Lin Yun's power. It's time to show off a bit, or else you really think I'm a sick cat. Lin Yun chuckled. Wang Shui, however, was a bit worried. Lin Yun, the consumption of the feast restaurant is very high. Even if you won hundreds of thousands of lottery tickets, you can't use them indiscriminately like this. Wang Shui didn't know about Lin Yun being the owner of the feast eatery. It's fine. Let's go. Lin Yun said with a smile. The feast eatery was just over 1,000 meters away from the school, so everyone walked directly to the entrance of the feast eatery. Worthy of being the best restaurant near the school, this kind of decoration is luxurious. After studying at Qingyang University for 2 years, this is the first time I've come to spend money at the feast eatery. Many students looked at the doors of the feast eatery and sighed. Hui Hui twisted her head to look at Lin Yun and said, Lin Yun, let me confirm this to you again. Today is your treat, right? If you can't pay, you alone will bear the consequences, right? That's right. Lin Yun wore a subdued smile. Okay, that's what I want from you. Class, let's go. Hui Hui headed straight into the feast eatery, and the class followed. Lin Yun looked at the feast eatery with a smile on his face before opening his mouth. Fatty, Wang Shui, come on, let's go in. After saying that, Lin Yun took big steps toward the feast food house. Chapter 46, I'm the boss. Inside the feast eatery, there were a total of more than 40 students in Lin Yun's class, and with more than 40 people pouring into the feast eatery at once, the battle was naturally quite large. Seeing so many people suddenly come in, several waiters greeted them. Excuse me, are you here to dine at the feast eatery? A waiter asked. That's right, our class get-together. Hurry up and prepare the location. Hui Hui took the brunt of the opening. Class potluck? Are you guys? Sure. Several of the waiters looked surprised. The consumption of the feast eatery is very high. At most, some small rich second generation privately come to get together to come. No class has ever gotten together and come to the feast eatery. Sure. A booming voice came through the door. Several waiters turned their heads to look, only to see Lin Yun peeling through the crowd and striding in. Boss. A few waiters were startled for a moment. Wasn't this their boss Lin Yun? Immediately afterward, they hurriedly saluted Lin Yun in unison. Good afternoon, boss. When the class saw this, they all looked confused. Why were all these waiters calling boss Lin? Could it be that Lin Yun was the owner of the feast eatery? That's impossible. You guys, what are you calling him boss for? You guys got it wrong, right? Hui couldn't help but ask. Because, he is the boss of our feast eatery. Several waiters replied in unison. What? The students present all revealed faces full of incredulity after hearing these words. Hui was even more wide-eyed, staring straight at Lin Yun. Even Wang Shui, who was surprised, covered her small mouth with a stunned look. No, impossible. He's just a poor kid. How can he be the owner of the feast eatery? Hui exclaimed, her voice all unusually shrill from the horror she felt inside. To her death, she didn't want to believe that Lin Yun would be the owner of the feast eatery. At this time, the lobby manager, Xiao Qian, ran over. Boss, you're here. This is the transfer contract and information sent by the previous boss. He asked me to give it to you. Xiao Qian handed the information to Lin Yun with a smile on her face. Lin Yun took the information. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun twisted his head to look at Hui Hui. You don't believe I'm the boss, do you? Then open your doggy eyes and take a good look. Lin Yun threw the information at Hui Hui. Do not want to believe. Hui Hui hastily took over the information to see, which is clearly written. The feast restaurant transferred to Lin Yun, also attached to personal information. Absolutely not wrong. Pop. After Hui Hui finished reading, the information in her hand directly fell to the ground, and her face became pale, as if her entire body had been drained of its essence. My God, Lin Yun was actually the owner of the feast eatery? Even if she didn't want to, she had to believe it now. The students in the class, too, all looked at Lin Yun in shock, no longer daring to have the slightest bit of contempt in their eyes. There's just awe. When the fat man saw this, he couldn't help but step forward and say smugly, Hui Hui, I told you before, my brother Yun is awesome. Fatty only felt very relieved now. Lin Yun also said with a cold smile, MS. Hui Hui, I wonder what you think now. Am I worthy of Wang Shui? Hui Hui's face was ashen, and she was dumbfounded and unable to speak. Lin Yun turned his head to look at Red Hair again. And you didn't say too many sarcastic things about me in the classroom before. Redhead's face was pale and he lowered his head, not daring to make a reply. Lin Yun swept another glance at the other students. Those students who had previously satirized and mocked Lin Yun lowered their heads, afraid to make eye contact with Lin Yun. Don't look at the feast eatery, which was only worth about $10 million. But in the eyes of these ordinary college students, to be the owner of the feast eatery was already a very powerful existence, and was already considered a successful person. Alright classmates, I, Lin Yun, am not a small-minded person, so I won't bother with you about the past. I just hope that in the future, you won't look at people with colored glasses. Lin Yun said. Yes. The students nodded their heads, while they breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Lin Yun withdrew his gaze, then turned his head to the lobby manager. Xiao Qian, Si Yao Tsing, prepare the location. Today our class will gather here for dinner. Order the kitchen to serve all the signature dishes. Wow, I'm blessed today. Brother Yun is mighty. When his classmates heard Lin Yun say that he had served all the signature dishes, they all had two eyes. The signature dishes of the feast eatery were very famous in the neighborhood of the school. If Lin Yun hadn't given the word, they might not, for the rest of their lives, have had the chance to come and eat the signature dishes of the feast eatery. Okay boss, I'll go arrange it. Xiao Qian nodded her head, then turned around to order things to be done. The gathering place was chosen to be a large box on the second floor. Lin Yun arranged Wang Shui next to himself. Lin Yun, tell me what's going on. How did you become the owner of the feast eatery? As soon as he sat down, Wang Shui inquired curiously. I bought it. Didn't I win hundreds of thousands of lottery tickets? Lin Yun laughed dryly. Wang Shui beamed. Humph, you're still lying to me. I believed you when you said you won hundreds of thousands of dollars before, but hundreds of thousands of dollars can't possibly buy the feast eatery. I'm not a 3-year-old child. The fat man next to him couldn't help but open his mouth and said, Wang Shui, actually the boss he is Hua. Fatty had wanted to say, Lin Yun was the chairman of the Huading group. However, he was only halfway through his sentence when Lin Yun interrupted him. Wang Shui, when the time comes, you'll know, Lin Yun said. Lin Yun had originally thought of confessing to Wang Shui that he was the chairman of the Huading group and the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, but when Lin Yun thought about it, even if he was going to say it, he had to be more formal. Not here. Okay. Wang Shui nodded. Since Lin Yun didn't say anything, she felt that Lin Yun must have his own ideas, so she didn't ask any further questions. However, Wang Shui felt more and more that Lin Yun had a big secret on him. At that moment, a couple of the women in the class came running over. Lin Yun, we've come to toast you. Thank you for the treat, and we hope you'll take care of us classmates in the future. These female classmates all seemed very enthusiastic. Lin Yun couldn't help but want to laugh. These female classmates usually never spoke to themselves, completely treating Lin Yun as a little transparent. Now, but took the initiative to run to toast. It is only to see that he has developed, want to climb the relationship of classmates with himself. Good. Lin Yun didn't say much and raised his glass to answer their toasts. Next, a constant stream of students ran to toast Lin Yun. Those male classmates, even more so, called Brother Yun in one mouthful, very affectionately. Compared to the afternoon in the classroom, the image of all the classmates mocking, satirizing, and looking down on Lin Yun, it was now very intimate. Even the few students who had taunted him the most in the classroom took the initiative to run and toast to Lin Yun, apologizing one after another, hoping that Lin Yun would forgive them. As for that Hui, she had been sitting in the corner and didn't even have the face to come and toast Lin Yun. After this reunion, Lin Yun had become the most popular being in the class, and without much thought, there would definitely be quite a few classmates who would take the initiative to flatter Lin Yun in the future and come to climb the ladder with him. The reason was simple: Lin Yun was the owner of the feast eatery. It was evening after the reunion. After the meal, Lin Yun also went with Wang Shui and visited Wang Shui's mother in the hospital. Day 2. Lin Yun was just about to get ready to go to class in the morning when he received a call from Huang Mengyi. "Manny, why are you free to call me? You and your dad should be very busy this time," Lin Yun said. At the last reception, Lin Yun had not only reached a partnership with Huang Mengyi's family, but had also invested $100 million in Huang Mengyi's family to help her family's company expand. "It's true that I'm quite busy, but I'm also very happy that the company is finally doing well. Of course, it's all thanks to you." Huang Mengyi's crispy voice came out from the phone. "So, you called me today. Is there something going on with the company?" Lin Yun opened his mouth to inquire. "The company side is fine. Nothing is going on. Just," Huang Mengyi stammered a little. "Manny, if you take me as a friend, just say what's going on." "There's no need to get entangled," Lin Yun said. In Lin Yun's eyes, Huang Mengyi was a very good girl, and if he really needed any help, Lin Yun could help for sure. "It's like this. It's that I personally have a bit of a thing, and I want to, please help you." Huang Mengyi seemed to have some difficulty in speaking. "You name it, as long as I can help." Lin Yun nodded. Chapter 47, Conflict in the Underground Garage. Huang Mengyi on the other end of the phone. When she heard Lin Yun say that, she felt much more at ease. "It's like this. The son of the owner of Fengli Company asked me to have lunch with him to talk about a little bit of business, but Huang Mengyi said at the end of the sentence, once again swallowed her words. "But he wanted to chase you in the name of talking about work, right?" Lin Yun said with a smile. Listening to Huang Mengyi's narration, Lin Yun could probably guess. Huang Mengyi, on the other end of the phone, answered in a small voice. "So, I want to trouble you to pretend to be my boyfriend. When the time comes, we will meet with him together. When he sees that I have a boyfriend, naturally there is no way for him to chase me anymore." Huang Mengyi said. "Is that so?" Lin Yun nodded. "So, can you help me? The time is at 12:30 today." Huang Mengyi's sweet voice came out from the phone. "No problem. Send me the address of the restaurant." Lin Yun directly answered. To Lin Yun, this was just a small matter. Once Huang Mengyi had helped herself, helping her with this little favor was naturally nothing. Not long after hanging up the phone, Lin Yun received an address from Huang Mengyi. The first floor of Huading Plaza, Slowden Western Restaurant, Huading Square, a very famous square in Xinjiang City. It was not strange to make a dinner date here. In addition, the owner of this plaza is none other than the Huading Group, and the stores are owned by the Huading Group. So if you want to move into the stores, you have to rent them from the Huading Group. 11:30. With the sound of a Lamborghini blowing up, Lin Yun drove his Lamborghini Big Bull to Huading Plaza. As the busiest square in Xinjiang City, Huading Square was naturally bustling and very crowded. Where Lin Yun's Lamborghini Bull passed by, it caused gusts of attention and exclamations, and some people even hastily took out their cell phones to take pictures. Huading Plaza, second basement parking lot. After Lin Yun parked his Lamborghini, he headed straight for the elevator. When he parked the car, Lin Yun received a call from Huang Mengyi. Huang Mengyi told Lin Yun that he had arrived at the restaurant and was waiting for Lin Yun in the dining room. Not much farther down the road, a Porsche Cayenne came up on us. Fast. Tee-hee-hee-hee. There was a series of hypnotic honks. Lin Yun's brows furrowed as the piercing horn honk was clearly honking at Lin Yun. The road in the underground garage is not wide, and this Porsche is running so fast. He still has the face to honk like crazy? Looking at the rapidly approaching Porsche Cayenne, Lin Yun still chose to retreat to the side. After all, life is important. If it really crashed, the one who went into the hospital was Lin Yun and not the owner of the car. Under the piercing sound of the horn, the Porsche Cayenne suddenly drove up to Lin Yun. The Porsche's reflector almost grazed Lin Yun's chest as it drove past. Asterisk. Lin Yun's face instantly turned iron blue. At the same time his mouth burst out a foul language. He can't even retreat. And he damn near hit himself. And he still doesn't slow down? When he thought about it, anger flickered in Lin Yun's eyes. At that moment, the Porsche Cayenne stopped in front of them. In the next moment, This Porsche Cayenne actually lowered its windows and directly stuck its head out to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun fixed his eyes on a young man with a big back comb. Kid, you're looking for death. Don't you know how to back up? If you hang up my Porsche, can you afford to pay for it? The big back man yelled at Lin Yun with a fierce stance. If you hit me, losing your life won't be enough. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes and directly disliked him. Damn. Lin Yun, think about it, is on fire. I cannot retreat. This kid driving fast almost hit himself. He does not apologize, is just even have the face to say Lin Yun? In the past, Lin Yun might still be afraid of this kind of open Porsche, but now Lin Yun was afraid of nothing. The moment Lin Yun said this, the big-backed man was also enraged. Mother dared to talk to me like that. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. The young man with the big back yelled while pulling open the car door, looking like he was going to rush in to settle the score with Lin Yun. Get me killed? You damn well better look at your own car. Lin Yun smiled coldly. The big-backed man who was about to rush over turned his head and saw that his car was skidding forward. It turned out that he got out of the car in too much of a hurry and did not turn on the electronic handbrake, resulting in skidding. Bang! The Porsche Cayenne that slipped out of the car ran right into a car in a parking space. My car! When the big back saw that his car had crashed, he hurriedly turned around and ran towards his car. Where did he care about finding trouble with Lin Yun? Stuff. Deserved it. After Lin Yun coldly cursed, he turned around and continued walking towards the elevator. After all, this big-backed man didn't scratch himself, so Lin Yun was too lazy to waste any more time with him. After all, Huang Mengyi was still waiting for him. If this big back had just really scraped himself, then Lin Yun absolutely had to make the big-backed man pay a sufficient price. The first floor of Huading Plaza, Slotin's Western Restaurant. Lin Yun. Here, Lin Yun had just walked into the restaurant when Huang Mengyi, who was sitting not far from the window, waved her hand at Lin Yun. Today's Huang Mengyi was wearing a strapless black dress, very elegant, with just the right amount of delicate makeup, and with Huang Mengyi's delicate features, she was beautiful and almost impeccable. Huang Mengyi is such a beautiful beauty. If there is not a group of men chasing, that is not normal. Huang Mengyi was the only one at the table, and apparently the man who had asked Huang Mengyi out hadn't come yet. Lin Yun wore a smile as he strutted over to Huang Mengyi. Lin Yun, I'm really happy that you've come to help me. I thank you in advance. Huang Mengyi said to Lin Yun with a smile. It's fine. It's just a small matter. Lin Yun smiled. You sit down first. Huang Mengyi was still smiling. Lin Yun wasn't polite, and after nodding his head, he sat directly across from Huang Mengyi. Huang Mengyi covered her mouth and said, Lin Yun, that seat of yours is for the son of Feng Li's boss. We are going to pretend to be a couple today. You sit next to me, so as to look like a couple. That's right, I wasn't thinking straight. Lin Yun touched his nose in some embarrassment. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun directly got up and sat next to Huang Mengyi. As soon as he sat down, Lin Yun smelled a faint perfume. Lin Yun didn't know much about perfume, but Lin Yun felt that the smell was very nice, making Lin Yun unable to restrain himself from wanting to smell it more. After sitting down, Lin Yun and the two of them didn't both speak, so the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Right, Huang Mengyi, have you gotten a boyfriend yet? Lin Yun opened his mouth to break the awkward atmosphere. Giggle. If I had a boyfriend, why would I need to ask you to impersonate me? Huang Mengyi let out a laugh that made people crispy. That's right, how could I ask such a question? Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. What about you? Do you have a girlfriend? Huang Mengyi looked at Lin Yun with a sunny smile on her face. There was one before, but she dumped her some time ago. Lin Yun spread his hands. Dump you? Then she's too discerning. Huang Mengyi was surprised. Let's not talk about the past. Lin Yun smiled helplessly. At that moment, a man walked into the restaurant. The man wore a big back haircut, a blue suit, a Rolex watch on his wrist, a jeweled ring on his finger, and a set of Porsche car keys around his waist. Lin Yun, coming. That one in the blue suit is the one who asked me to dinner today. The son of the owner of Fengli, called Shawan Bang. Huang Mengyi said. Lin Yun looked up. Next moment, Lin Yun's pupils twitched violently. It's him. Lin Yun recognized the man with a glance. Wasn't he the big-backed man who had almost scraped Lin Yun with his Porsche in the underground garage earlier? Manny, he's the one who asked you to dinner and tried to chase you, right? Lin Yun confirmed to Huang Mengyi. Right. Huang Mengyi nodded. It's really a narrow road. Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. At this time, the big back man also walked over. It's you, boy. After the big back walked up to the table, He recognized Lin Yun with a glance. Damn. I was looking for you. So you're here. I'll settle the score with you. I'm going to kill you today for getting my car hit. The man with the big back looked like he wanted to make a move against Lin Yun. What a coincidence. I was just about to settle a score with you about what happened earlier. So if you want to make a move, you can try. I promise I'll send you on a hospital vacation. Lin Yun smiled coldly, then directly copied the fork on the table. Chapter 48, My car costs more than yours. If this big-backed man really dared to make a move with Lin Yun would definitely dare to poke a fork up. No matter what kind of son of the owner of Flingly, if he dared to jump in front of Lin Yun, it wouldn't be good. After the big-backed man saw the fork in Lin Yun's hand, his face changed instantly, while he gulped and looked a little weak. The big backstabber holds his own background, so he dares to bully others recklessly. But when it came to fighting, he really couldn't, and he was also really afraid that after the fight, Lin Yun would poke him with a sharp fork. Shawan bang. What are you doing? This is my boyfriend. Huang Mingyi opened her mouth. Boyfriend? Manny, he's your boyfriend? When did you have a boyfriend? The big back was astonished. Young Master Bang, when I have a boyfriend, this is my private matter. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Huang Mingyi said coldly. How it doesn't matter? You, Huang Mingyi, are the woman I have my eye on. Shawan Bang's tone was sharp. Meanwhile, Shawan Bang looked at Lin Yun with a hostile look. Young Master Bang, we're here to talk business today, so take a seat first, Huang Mingyi said. Shawan Bang had to grit his teeth and sit across from him. Lin Yun also sat down along with Huang Mingyi. When Shawan Bang saw Lin Yun and Huang Mingyi sitting together, his eyes reddened. Being able to sit with Huang Mingyi was something he had only dreamed of, and now he was seeing with his own eyes. Other men sitting with Huang Mingyi. If it had been someone with a much higher status than him, he would have been convinced. On the contrary, he saw that Lin Yun was wearing a cheap costume, clearly a poor boy. A poor boy. Actually picked up Huang Mingyi, who he had been chasing for a long time without being able to catch up with, which made him extremely unbalanced in his heart. Huang Mingyi, with your condition, how can you find one like me? Why are you looking for such a poor boy? Shawan Bang couldn't help but say, poor boy? But, Shawan Bang, do you know who he is? Huang Mingyi couldn't help but laugh. Huang Mingyi could be very clear that Lin Yun was the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group and the grandson of the richest man in the southwest. Lu Shizhong. Who could he be? A poor boy. Shawan Bang looked disdainful. At that moment, the waiter came over. What would the three of you like to order? The waiter asked with a smile. Kid, you order the food. Shawan Bang looked at Lin Yun with a sinister smile. Shawan Bang concluded that a poor boy like Lin Yun had definitely never been to this kind of upscale Western restaurant, so he concluded that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to order at all. So he deliberately let Lin Yun order as a way to make a fool out of him. An 82 la fight, beluga caviar, plus 3/7 right filet mignon, Lin Yun said indifferently. Lin Yun used to be a poor boy, so of course he had never eaten caviar and all that, and he had never even eaten anything from a Western restaurant. But you've never seen a pig run before, have you? Lin Yun used to love reading novels and had seen this pairing in novels. The moment Lin Yun's words came out, the waiter immediately revealed a look of surprise. That Shawan Bang's face, even more so, instantly became ugly. Shawan Bang didn't expect Lin Yun to easily order the most expensive and elaborate set meal. Kid, do you know how expensive these are? Shawan Bang said through gritted teeth. Shawan Bang knows very well that he made the date for this meal, so he should pay for it. Of course I know. You're not going to tell me that you can't afford it, are you? If you can't afford it, it's fine, I can pay for you, Lin Yun said with a smile. Shawan Bang's face muscles twitched and his face turned green. How I can't afford it? Waiter, just this much, Shawan Bang said through gritted teeth. Although Shawan Bang is very painful, this meal, half of his Porsche Cayenne did not, but in front of Huang Mingyi, of course he wanted to save face. He could only hold on. Shawan Bang had let Lin Yun order food in the beginning because he wanted to straighten Lin Yun out, and he never expected that he would lift a stone and smash his own foot. Huang Mingyi couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker after seeing Shawan Bang's meaty appearance. Lin Yun also smiled coldly. This was called self-inflicted. Shawan Bang, on the other hand, gritted his teeth, and in his heart, he made up his mind even more that he must get the scene back, and must give Lin Yun some color. After the waiter left, Kid, just now you have that set of points down. Do you know how much? Several $100,000. I can afford it. Shawan Bang patted his chest and said. Shawan Bang added sarcastically. And you? You definitely can't take out that much money. And when you come out to eat with Mingy in the future, you won't even be able to afford to pay for a meal. Are you going to let Mingy pay for it? You can't give Mingy happiness at all. Immediately after that, Shawan fished out his Porsche Cayenne car keys and slapped them on the table. Kid, you know what kind of car this is? Porsche Cayenne. Over $1 million. What about you? Riding a bicycle? In the future with Mingy, do you ride your bike? Shawan arrogantly said. When Huang Mingy saw Shawan bragging about being rich and showing off his luxury car, Huang Mingy covered her mouth and kept snickering. Lin Yun also smiled and said, "Is a car that costs over $1 million expensive? Nonsense. A poor boy like you has never seen so much money in your life, right? Besides, you can't possibly afford to drive such a nice luxury car in your life." Shawan proudly showed off. That's not necessarily true. Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun fished out a set of car keys from his pocket. "I suppose this car of mine is a lot more expensive than that junker of yours," Lin Yun said as he placed the Lamborghini car keys on the table. Lamborghini. After Shawan saw this string of Lamborghini car keys, the smile on his face came to an abrupt end, and his entire body was shocked and shivered backward. Shawan never dreamed that Lin Yun would suddenly touch a set of Lamborghini car keys. You this TM is a fake bot from Taobao, specially used to pretend," Shawan said through clenched teeth, unwilling to believe that Lin Yun could afford to drive a Lamborghini. "Whether it's true or not, you can identify it yourself," Lin Yun said with a smile. Shawan hurriedly took the Lamborghini car keys on the table and examined them. It is easy to identify cheap car keys from real ones, especially for luxury cars of this caliber, which cost a lot of money to build. And the difference in texture is certainly huge. Anyone who has seen a real Lamborghini car key can easily recognize a fake Lamborghini key. This is actually a real Lamborghini key. After Shawan appraised it, his face instantly turned pale. He realized that not only were they real Lamborghini car keys, but they were also keys to a Lamborghini Grand Bull with a bare-bones price of $8 million. "Well, my car. It should be able to kill your garbage car," Lin Yun said with a smile. How did you get a Lamborghini? Who are you? Who the hell are you?" Shawan face was ugly. At this time, Huang Mingy, who was next to her, said with a smile, "Shawan, I wanted to tell you before. My boyfriend's name is Lin Yun, the new chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group." Gollum. Grunt. Shawan couldn't help but swallow hard. Shawan was clear that this status was many times more powerful than even his dad, let alone the fact that he was just a rich second generation. Huang Mingy continued. "Oh yeah, he has another identity. He is the grandson of the richest man in southwest China, Liu Shizhong." "What? Liu Shizhong's grandson?" Shawan's eyes were wide open. His voice became unusually sharp because of his inner horror, and his eyes even revealed how he couldn't grasp the main point. Although both Shawan and Lin Yun belong to the second and third generation of the rich, but Shawan is just a local company owner's son, compared to the grandson of the richest man in this existence. The level of difference is simply 100,000 80,000 miles off. If you don't believe in my identity, you can check it out yourself. Lin Yun hugged his bladder and said indifferently. Shawan swallowed again, and this time he wasn't disbelieving, because being able to drive a Lamborghini Bull was enough to prove that Lin Yun was a very powerful being, and he knew that Huang Mingy wouldn't lie. Shawan thought that he had just gone so far as to brag to the grandson of the richest man that he was rich, and he was so ashamed that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into it after he thought about it. At this time, Lin Yun directly swept Huang Mingy into his arms, then said to Shawan in a commanding tone, "Shawan, now I solemnly tell you, Huang Mingy is my Lin Yun's woman. You have no qualifications to touch. Stay away from Huang Mingy in the future. Understand?" Chapter 49, Taking Pictures. Lin Yun's voice was not loud, but it carried an undoubtedly domineering aura. After Huang Mingy was swept into Lin Yun's arms, her delicate body trembled and her face brushed red. To Huang Mingy, no man had ever hugged her like this before this. However, Huang Mingy didn't struggle, but allowed Lin Yun to hold her like this, and she also knew that Lin Yun was doing this in order to make the play more real. Shawan looked at the woman of his dreams, being held. He was jealous and envious in his heart. This is what he dreamed of, but there was nothing he could do about it. "Did you hear what I just said? Answer me." Lin Yun coldly continued to question towards Shawan. "No, young Master Lin." Shawan gritted his teeth and nodded. After all, Lin Yun was too many times more powerful than him, Would he dare steal a woman from the grandson of the richest man? Definitely wouldn't dare. Count on you still having the sense. If you dare to refuse, I can guarantee that I can make your family's company unable to open in Xinjiang City, Lin Yun said in a cold voice. Yes, yes, yes. What young Master Lin said. Shawan Bang nodded repeatedly while he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He knew that with Lin Yun's status as the grandson of the richest man in the world, he could definitely do it. That, young Master Lin. Huang Mingi, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave, and I wish you 100 years of happiness, Shawan Bang said as he stood up. Shawan Bang's back was now covered in cold sweat. He didn't want to stay here for one more second. He just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Wait, Lin Yun, however, opened his mouth and called out to him. Lin young master, is there anything else you want? Shawan Bang twisted his head to look at Lin Yun. He looked apprehensive, afraid that Lin Yun would still come after him. I'm just telling you that it's fine if you want to leave early, but don't forget that this meal is on you, and don't forget to check out before you leave, Lin Yun said with a smile. Shawan Bang's face muscles twitched violently, and his face became even more ugly. He had thought he was leaving early without eating, so surely it wasn't his turn to pay. Moreover, he thought that Lin Yun was the grandson of the richest man in the world. Paying for such a meal must be easy, and he didn't expect that Lin Yun would let him pay. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Yun revealed a serious look. No problem. I will go to the checkout right now. Shawan Bang gave a dry smile. How dare Shawan Bang say there's a problem? It's just that his heart is dripping blood. His car is just over $1 million, and he's eating hundreds of thousands of dollars in this meal. It's still someone else's meal. He didn't dare to refuse. But when Huang Mingi saw Shawan Bang's look of having suffered a great loss and daring to speak out, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. After Shawan Bang left, can you let go of me now? Huang Mingi said a little shyly, as Lin Yun was still holding her in his arms right now. Sure. Lin Yun gave an awkward dry laugh, then hurriedly let go of Huang Mingi. However, the nice scent of Huang Mingi's body was still left on Lin Yun's body. I just put my arm around you mainly to be more realistic. You, 1T mind, right? Lin Yun rubbed his nose. Of course not. You are helping me, Huang Mingi said somewhat shyly. Immediately afterward, Huang Mingi turned her words around and covered her mouth as she laughed. But it's so funny to see Shawan Bang suffer and be defeated and dare to speak out. Lin Yun smiled back. He brought this on himself. I think he shouldn't dare to hit on you in the future. Lin Yun, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how long Shawan Bang would still be pestering me. As soon as you came, you solved this big trouble for me. Huang Mingi smiled. Next time there's this kind of trouble, you can just look for me. I'll be at your service anytime. In Xinjiang City, I don't think there's any second generation I can't handle, Lin Yun said indifferently. To Lin Yun, this was indeed just a trivial matter. Yeah, that's what you said, yo. You're so nice. Huang Mingi looked happy. I have to say, her knitted brows and smile made the heart swell. No wonder so many people want to chase her. At this time, Lin Yun looked up and joked. Huang Mingi, you are single now. Since there are so many chasing you, why don't you choose one? Wait until you are old and yellow in the future. When you want to have someone to chase you can be gone. Huang Mingi snickered, then replied, all these people are just staring at my appearance. It can't be a lifelong partner at all. For my other half, I don't care whether his family has money or not. I only care about what kind of person he is. If I can meet the right one, I will naturally consider it. Oh, I wonder what would be considered appropriate in your eyes. Lin Yun was curious. Such as you la. Huang Mingi said with a smile. Lin Yun immediately looked a little embarrassed. How does this have a feeling of being implied? At that moment, the waiter began to serve the meal. Lin Yun then ate with Huang Mingi while chatting, and the two of them ate for nearly an hour. Originally, this lunch was Shawan Bang's date with Huang Mingi, but in the end, it turned out to be Lin Yun and Huang Mingi having lunch together. Of course, the two of them mainly talked about some things in the company and less about personal matters. After dinner, Lin Yun had proposed to send Huang Mingi, but Huang Mingi had driven here. So Lin Yun sent Huang Mingi all the way to the underground parking lot, in front of Huang Mingi's Audi. Manny, drive carefully on the road, and remember to call me next time if there's trouble, Lin Yun said to Huang Mingi in the car. Aha! Huang Mingi brought a nod and a smile at Lin Yun before driving away. After watching Huang Mingi's car leave, Lin Yun couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun went straight to his car. When Lin Yun walked back to his Lamborghini, he saw two young people, a man and a woman, sitting on the hood of their Lamborghini taking selfies. The man was quite tall, about 1 meter 8.5, and the woman wore heavy makeup and was quite revealing. The two of them are having a blast shooting. Lin Yun shook his head and smiled, then walked directly to the two of them. You two, it's not too good for those of you sitting on the engine of someone else's car to take pictures, is it? Lin Yun said to the two of them with a smirk. When Lin Yun said this, the man and the woman both stopped and then looked at Lin Yun. The tall man looked Lin Yun up and down, then said irritably, "It's none of your business what I do." After the thickly made-up woman shot a glance at Lin Yun, she also said arrogantly, "Kid, how do you know this is someone else's car? It's mine. I'm sitting in my own car. Is it wrong to shoot my own car? Your car?" Oh, Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh. This was Lin Yun's Lamborghini Bull, and she was saying it was hers? When this thickly made-up woman said this, she was afraid that she hadn't even thought that the Lin Yun in front of her was the rightful owner of this car. "You said it's your car, right? So take out the key and show me," Lin Yun said with a smirk. The tall man next to him exclaimed, "Who are you? If you say we'll show it to you, we'll show it to you? How dare you? I'm sorry, but I'm really worthy, because this Lamborghini Bull, it's mine," Lin Yun said with a smile. "Yours? Put." The tall man and the heavily made-up woman burst out laughing straight away. "Ha ha, kid, you TM more can blow on this dress, can drive Lamborghini?" The tall man laughed out loud. "Kid, that shared bike next to you is your mode of transportation." The heavily made-up woman snickered back. The heavily made-up woman laughed a few times before adding, "Kid, I see you say so much. Is not also want to take a few pictures with Lamborghini to pretend? Okay, when we finish shooting, there's time for you to shoot." "Really? Can I really shoot?" Lin Yun pretended to show a happy look. "Of course it's true, but you'll have to wait in line," the heavily made-up woman said. After that, the heavily made-up woman took out her cell phone again and proceeded to sit on the hood and take pictures. "Beauty, can I take one with you?" Lin Yun said to the thickly made-up woman with a playful smile. The tall man next to him was furious when he heard this. Asterisk 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 you. "Kid, can't you see I'm here? Dare to tease my girl in front of me. You want to find death, right?" The tall man's eyes widened angrily with a ferocious look. The thickly made-up woman also laughed coldly. "Kid, you want to take a picture with me even with this look? You also don't take a piss to see what you are. Are you worthy?" Chapter 50. "I think it's you who doesn't deserve it," Lin Yun said lightly. After he finished speaking, Lin Yun directly fumbled for his Lamborghini car key and then pressed the unlock button. Drip! Along with the sound of unlocking the door, the Lamborghini's double blinker lights flashed dominantly, like a beast opening its eyes. After seeing this scene, the tall man and the thickly made-up woman froze completely as if they had been struck by lightning, their mouths wide open with fists that could fit inside. "This car is yours?" The thickly made-up woman looked at Lin Yun with a face full of incredulity. "Didn't I just tell you guys already?" Lin Yun said with a smirk. "Gollum." Grunt. Both the tall man and the heavily made-up woman couldn't help but swallow their dry mouths. "So, you guys sat on the hood of my car to take pictures, with my permission?" Lin Yun still had a playful smile on his face. The tall man and the heavily made-up woman were pale and looked scared. How could they dare to answer? In the eyes of their two ordinary people, the one who drove a Lamborghini Bull was definitely a very, very powerful existence, which was something they could offend. Lin Yun looked at the thickly made-up woman again and asked with a smile, "By the way, do you think, now, that I deserve a picture with you?" Match. The heavily made-up woman nodded her head repeatedly. "Unfortunately, you're not worthy," Lin Yun said with narrowed eyes. After saying that, Lin Yun directly turned around and walked to the driver's side, pulling open the door and sitting in the Lamborghini. Rumble. The sleeping Lamborghini awakens with the sound of an engine. Lin Yun lowered the window and said to the heavily made-up woman with a smile, "Pretty girl, interested in getting in my car? Are you talking about me?" The thickly made-up woman had a flattered look on her face when she heard Lin Yun's words, and she didn't even dare to imagine it a bit. "Of course I'm talking about you. Are there any other women here?" Lin Yun said indifferently. After a pause, Lin Yun continued, "If you're willing, get in the car. There's no future in following your loser boyfriend." I do. The thickly made-up woman nodded in a hurry, then hurriedly pulled open the Lamborghini passenger door and got in. For the woman in heavy makeup, maybe she never had a chance in her life to climb into a rich kid in a Lamborghini. "Zhou Shan, UTM, get back here." When the tall man saw his girlfriend get into Lin Yun's car, he was so angry that he was about to spit out blood. If it were normal, If anyone dared to steal his girl, he would definitely go up and violently beat the other person. But he saw that Lin Yun was driving a Lamborghini, so how could he dare make a move? He didn't even dare to scold Lin Yun. He only dared to scold the thickly made-up woman. The heavily made-up woman got into the passenger side. Lin Yun looked at the tall man again. Weren't you arrogant just now? And mocked me? Even wanted to beat me up? It's a pity you can't even keep your woman. Lin Yun sneered. You. The tall man's face was a shade of green and a shade of red. As ugly as it could be, but he didn't dare to refute Lin Yun. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he directly raised the window of the car and then stepped on the gas. Rumble. With the sound of the Lamborghini's blasting engine, the racy orange Lamborghini went on its way. Inside the Lamborghini. Handsome guy, where are we going? To your house or a hotel? The thickly made-up woman said in a coy voice. At the same time she deliberately ruffled her hair, displaying a flirty look. You'll know when we get there. Lin Yun smiled. The heavy makeup woman's heart could be said to be excited. She secretly rejoiced in her heart. I didn't expect that Zhou Shan, could also climb up to the rich second generation. I'm going to be developed in the future. The heavily made-up woman even began to fantasize, in her mind, about a better life in the future. 20 minutes later. We're at the place. Get out of the car. Lin Yun parked his car on the side of the road. Where is this? The heavily made-up woman looked out the window with a puzzled expression. The place outside was a bit deserted. There's a dump over there. Lin Yun said indifferently. A junkyard? Why the junkyard? The heavily made-up woman was full of doubts. Because garbage deserves to be thrown into the garbage dump, Lin Yun said with a smile. After the thickly made-up woman froze for 2 seconds, she instantly reacted to the fact that Lin Yun had said that she was trash, so he was going to leave her here. You tricked me? The thickly made-up woman's face turned ugly. Do you really think that I can look at a vulgar girl like you? You're not even worthy of lifting my shoes. Lin Yun sneered. How could you? You asshole. The thickly made-up woman stomped her feet in anger. She knew that she had really been tricked by Lin Yun. If you hadn't gotten into my car for glory, you wouldn't have gotten screwed by me. Understand? Look hard for your own reasons, Lin Yun said gently. After a pause, Lin Yun continued. If you still want a bit of face, then get out of the car yourself. If I have to make a move to ask you to get out of the car, you won't even have the last bit of face left. The thickly made-up woman knew that Lin Yun was determined to leave her here, so she could only pull open the car door and get out. After the heavily made-up woman got out of the car, Lin Yun lowered the window and said to her, if after this you can come to your senses, then this is a good thing for you, and if you can't, forget I said anything. After dropping these words, Lin Yun directly stepped on the gas pedal and left without a trace. Asshole. Looking at the Lamborghini that left in absolute dust, the thickly made-up woman sat down directly on the ground. She kind of experienced what it means to have a big ups and downs. Just now she thought that she had climbed up to the second generation of rich people and she would be on the peak of her life right away. As a result, the next moment, she was surprised to be left in a junkyard. And all her illusions in the car were instantly shattered. And she knows that this leaves her current boyfriend out of the picture too. After leaving this heavily made-up woman in the car, Lin Yun was ready to drive back to school, but suddenly received a call from the company's general manager, Lu Bo, saying that something was wrong. So Lin Yun directly reversed his direction and headed to the company Huading Mansion. Inside the general manager's office, Lu Bo, what's up again? Lin Yun inquired as he walked into the office. It's the Golden Strong Group again. They secretly sent people to our construction site to cause trouble again, Lu Bo said. What? Lin Yun's face sank. On the way here, Lin Yun wondered if it was the Golden Strong Group doing something again. I didn't expect to have guessed it. How's it going at the construction site? Has anything happened? Lin Yun hurriedly inquired. Lin Yun knew that if something happened again, there would definitely be big trouble again. After the last incident, you asked me to order all the construction sites to strengthen their security forces. Fortunately, the security was strengthened, and the people who came to cause trouble were caught by us, Lu Bo said. Was it caught? Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Immediately afterward, another wave of anger flickered on Lin Yun's face. This Xiang Jinxiang, he still dares to send people to cause trouble. I think he is not taking me seriously, taking me as a soft target. Lin Yun punched his fist hard on the table in anger. It had only been a few days since Xiang Jinxiang had sent someone to assassinate him last time? How could Lin Yun not be angry that Xiang Jinxiang had come back to pick another fight? If I, Lin Yun, don't bring down the Golden Strong Group, I'll write my name backwards, Lin Yun said viciously. Director Lin, you calm down. Bringing down the Golden Strong Group is not something that can be done overnight. Lu Bo said. I understand. I see that he's idly panicking right now. Since that's the case, how can we not give him some trouble? Lin Yun said with narrowed eyes. Jin Chang Group was repeatedly looking for trouble from Lin Yun like this. How could Lin Yun let him? It's not polite to come and go. Chairman, what is your opinion? Lu Bo curiously said. Murder kills the heart. Since we're going to trouble him, we'll use an attack on the heart. Lin Yun smiled coldly, while already having an idea in his mind. Chairman, please also clarify. Lu Bo was puzzled. Xiang Jinxiang has a wife, right? Lin Yun asked. Yes. Xiang Jinxiang is 40 now, and he's been married for 20 years. Lu Bo nodded. Immediately afterward, Lu Bo's words changed. However, Xiang Jinxiang has many mistresses outside. This her wife also knows. Just can't do anything about it. But I heard that her wife also steals people quietly. Great. Here's my solution. Lin Yun came to Lu Bo's ear and spoke his plan. To Lu Bo. Chairman. Brilliant idea. After Lu Bo heard Lin Yun's ploy, he sighed with joy. Ha ha, by then Xiang Jinxiang will definitely be angry and spit out blood. Lu Bo laughed. He's backstabbing us like this. It's not too much to ask for him to be pissed off and spit out blood. Lin Yun said with a smile. Last time, Xiang Jinxiang had almost sent someone to kill Lin Yun, and with that revenge, Lin Yun couldn't retaliate against him in any way. Chapter 51, The Video Controversy. You go arrange this matter. Lin Yun said. Good. I'll try my best to arrange this matter. Just rest assured. Chairman. Lu Bo nodded vigorously. When Lu Bo thought of Lin Yun's brilliant plan, he couldn't help but admire it. This was really a good plan to kill and kill. 10,000 times more powerful than the last throwing plan. Right, Lu Bo? The various construction sites must continue to strengthen their security. Have everyone be on their toes and pay attention in all areas. And beware of Xiang Jinxiang causing further trouble. Lin Yun urged. Okay, Chairman. Lu Bo nodded with a serious face. In the blink of an eye 3 days passed. These 3 days Lin Yun went to school normally, went to the office normally, and nothing happened. On the contrary, Wang Shue's mother, who had already finished her surgery, which was successful, would be able to get out of bed and walk as long as she recuperated for a while. Noon on the third day. Inside the villa toward Jinxiang. This Huading group is really vigilant. Xiang Jinxiang sat on the sofa with a distressed expression. Xiang Jinxiang had wanted to create some trouble for Huading group during this period of time, but he had sent people several times in a row, and all of them ended in failure. Yes, Master Xiang. This Huading group is much stricter than before in terms of security. Master Junshi concurred. By the way, Army Master, do you have the whereabouts of the person who was sent to kill that kid last time? Xiang Jinxiang raised his head to inquire. The military division lowered his head. This is a small incompetence, and now there is still no whereabouts of them. They are just like evaporating on Earth. Not seeing people alive. Not seeing corpses dead. Keep looking for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find it for me. Xiang Jinxiang said in a cold voice. Yes, yes, yes. The military division nodded repeatedly. Ding dong. Just then, Armsmaster's cell phone suddenly rang with the sound of a text message. Armsmaster fumbled with his cell phone to see that it was an MMS with a video attached. The MMS was titled, Honorable Deeds to Kim Kung's Wife. After hesitating for a moment, Armsmaster clicked on the video. In a blink of an eye, what came into the eyes of the military counselor was the image of Xiang Jinxiang's wife being in bed with a handsome young man, performing misdemeanor acts. The warlord's face changed when he saw the content of the video. Immediately after that, the warlord looked up at Xiang Jinxiang, who was right in front of him, and he didn't know whether he should give Xiang Jinxiang the word or not. Arms Master, what do you see with that look on your face? Bring me the cell phone and I'll take a look. Reaching out his hand to Jin Chang. Master Xiang, there's nothing to see. The military division gave a dry laugh. Arms Master knew that if Xiang Jinxiang saw this video, he was afraid that the consequences would be unimaginable. I told you to give it to me. So hurry up and give it to me. Where's all the nonsense? Xiang Jinxiang frowned. Just as Xiang Jinxiang was about to reach out for it, Xiang Jinxiang's cell phone, too, rang with the ding-dong sound of a text message. When Xiang Jinxiang saw this, he directly picked up the cell phone that was sitting on the table. An MMS? To the glorious deeds of Kim Kung's wife? Xiang Jinxiang read the MMS name suspiciously. Master Xiang, don't! Arms Master saw that Xiang Jinxiang was going to click on the text message, and he blushed profusely. But Xiang Jinxiang had already reached out and clicked away. What was reflected in Xiang Jinxiang's eyes was the very same video that Arms Master had just seen. After Xiang Jinxiang saw the content of the video, his face turned ironic. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bang! Xiang Jinxiang had only looked at it for less than 10 seconds before he angrily smashed his cell phone on the ground. It's a cuckold. He to Jinxiang is who he is. Qingyang City underground forces of the Big Brother but was cuckolded. This is not good? Master Xiang, calm down. The authenticity of this video is still uncertain. What if sister-in-law was wrongly accused or forced? The military counselor hurriedly persuaded. Xiang Jinxiang's face changed once again after hearing this. Arms Master, what do you mean by that? Could it be that the video you just received is the same as the one I received? Xiang Jinxiang gritted his teeth. Arms Master could only nod. Grass, grass, grass. After Xiang Jinxiang received an affirmative answer, his entire body stormed out, his face purple with anger. This is a family scandal. How can he let his men see his wife turning him green? Ding dong, ding dong. Just then, a few of the bodyguards standing in the room and their cell phones texted. These bodyguards picked up their cell phones and after reading the MMS they received, a look of embarrassment appeared on their faces. You guys bring me your cell phones. Seeing that these bodyguards had a wrong expression, Xiang Jinxiang scolded them to hand over their cell phones. After taking the cell phones of these bodyguards, Xiang Jinxiang took a closer look and found that what they had received was that MMS titled Xiang Jinxiang's wife's glorious deeds. Master Xiang, this must be someone's intentional, and now it seems very likely that all the brothers under us have received this MMS. The military division said cautiously. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After Xiang Jinxiang heard the words of the military counselor, he slammed his foot hard on the sofa next to him, only to see Xiang Jinxiang's pupils contracting horribly, and his eyes were flashing with uncontrollable anger, as if he was a lion that wanted to eat people. It was clear to Jinxiang that if everyone under him received this MMS, doesn't that mean that all his men know that he's being cuckolded? Then how can he meet those men of his in the future? Put. After Xiang Jinxiang thought of this, he unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. Master Xiang. Seeing this, the military division and the several bodyguards beside him all rushed forward to support Xiang Jinxiang. Master Xiang, calm down. It's not worth it to get angry. The military division counseled. Go get this stinking woman. Xiang Jinxiang covered his chest, his face purple and green. Master Xiang, why don't you investigate first? This must be someone doing this on purpose, in order to anger you, in order to make you angry. If you do this, it will just be the enemy's way. The military division counseled. Didn't you hear what I said? I told you guys to go get that stinking woman. Grab her. Capture her. Xiang Jinxiang yelled madly, as if he was insane. The warlord was so frightened that his face turned blue. How could he dare to persuade him any further? You guys, hurry up and bring your sister-in-law down. The military division instructed a few bodyguards. After a few bodyguards responded, they turned around and went upstairs to arrest someone. 1 minute later, a charming noblewoman walked down from the upper floor led by her bodyguard. She was Xiang Jinxiang's wife. Xiang Jinxiang, what are you rushing to call me down for? The flavorful noblewoman had an impatient face. Take a good look at this for me. What is this? Xiang Jinxiang threw a cell phone in front of the charming noblewoman. The elegant noblewoman impatiently picked up her cell phone, but when she saw the video in her phone, her entire face brushed and turned pale. This, how did you guys get this? The charming noblewoman's eyes were wide open and her face also showed fear. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of consequences she would have after looking at this to Jin Chang. Bang! Without saying a word, Xiang Jinxiang directly kicked the body of the flavorful noblewoman, knocking her to the ground. You stinking woman! You dare to steal behind my back. Let's see if I don't kill you today. The furious Xiang Jinxiang directly copied the knife on the table. Aha! Xiang Jinxiang? No! Master Xiang! I was wrong! You spare me! The charming noblewoman who fell on the ground, seeing Xiang Jinxiang move the knife, she was scared and begged for mercy. Her face was even more full of fear. I'll spare you. Dare to cuckold me. Go to hell. The angry Xiang Jinxiang directly stabbed the body of the flavorful noblewoman. Accompanied by a mournful scream, the knife stabbed directly into the windy noblewoman's stomach. The warlord on the side shook his head helplessly. He knew that someone who posted this video must have done it on purpose, deliberately meant to provoke Xiang Jinxiang, and wasn't Xiang Jinxiang's current behavior exactly what others expected? But he didn't dare to dissuade him, because he knew that Xiang Jinxiang was now angry, and if he continued to persuade him, He might instead make Xiang Jinxiang angry at him. After Xiang Jinxiang finished stabbing, he didn't stop, but continued to stab while cursing angrily, venting the endless anger in his heart. After stabbing a dozen times in a row, until the flavorful noblewoman had no breath, Xiang Jinxiang stopped his hand. Immediately after that, Xiang Jinxiang looked at the military division and growled viciously. "Find me that little white boy in the video. Break him into pieces and feed him to the dogs." "Yes, yes, yes." The military division nodded repeatedly. After a pause, Arms Master continued. "Master Xiang, you should also consider who the person who sent this video is. Sending this video to our men is clearly meant to embarrass you." Chapter 52. Who is it? Who dares to embarrass me? Xiang Jinxiang gritted his teeth and wanted to eat someone. Huading Group dares. If I'm not wrong, it must be that Lin Yun taking revenge on you. Master Xiang, the military division said. "It's him again. Him again." Put. Xiang Jinxiang was so angry that another mouthful of blood spurted out. He was just so angry. He wondered what his men would think of him in the future, after they received this video. "Lin Yun, I swear to Jin Chang that even if you are Lu Zhizhong's grandson, I will definitely break you into pieces." Uncontrollable rage flickered in Xiang Jinxiang's eyes. The other side. Lin Yun was on his way to school at the moment when he suddenly received a call from Lu Bo. "Dong Lin, the video has already been sent out." I think Xiang Jinxiang must have been furious and stormed. Lu Bo's voice came from the phone. "Very well. He brought all this on himself, daring to repeatedly find trouble with us. Does he really think we're something to be messed with?" Lin Yun laughed coldly. "That's right. The idea of making a video was Lin Yun's idea. And this was Lin Yun's way of killing people and definitely killing Jin Chang's heart. Lin Yun now abides by one thing. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If people offend me, I will kill them." This Xiang Jinxiang had repeatedly found trouble with Lin Yun and even tried to kill him. So how could Lin Yun not give him some lessons? That's right. Xiang Jinxiang must be spitting blood in anger right now. "Dong Lin, this method of yours is really brilliant." Ha ha. Lu Bo's laughter came from the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yun appeared to be in a good mood, as he had managed, once again, to give Xiang Jinxiang a blow to the head. At this time, Lin Yun had already walked to the entrance of the school. A tall, beautiful figure stood at the school entrance. The woman has fair skin, wearing a white dress, a head of blonde big wave curls, dressed in a very sophisticated and fashionable way, and carrying a new LV bag in her hand. Her features are even more exquisite. Her name was Su Yan, and she was the most famous school beauty of Qingyan University. She's also a standard rich white girl, very good looking, and the family is very rich, which is perfect in the minds of many men. Because of this, she was the goddess in the hearts of countless boys at Qingyan University. Of course, not many boys dared to go after her, because in Qingyan University, there weren't many with better families than Su Yan. At this moment, a young man was saying something to Su Yan. That young man, Lin Yun also recognized him. Others called him Jiang Shao, an uncompromisingly high-class rich second generation. Why do you say he is a senior rich second generation? Because his family is a chain of restaurants. The business is doing great. The family assets are almost 7 or 800 million. In the circle of the rich second generation in Xingyang City, it is a more powerful kind. As far as Lin Yun knew, this Jiang Shao had been chasing Su Yan, and many people in this school knew that. "Jiang Shao, can you just leave me alone? I really have a boyfriend." Su Yan had an unhappy face. "Fine, then tell me who is your boyfriend. I'll see who dares to steal my Jiang Shao's girlfriend." Jiang Shao had a proud face. Lin Yun happened to pass right next to them at that moment, and the conversation between the two of them fell into Lin Yun's ears. "That's him," Su Yan said while turning her head to look, and what caught her eye happened to be Lin Yun. Thus, Su Yan directly pulled Lin Yun, then took Lin Yun's arm in one go. Lin Yun was instantly confused. "What's going on here? The schoolgirl is using him as a shield? He's my boyfriend." Su Yan held Lin Yun and said to Jiang Shao, "Just him? Su Yan, do you think I would believe that?" Jiang Shao sneered. Immediately afterward, Jiang Shao turned his head towards Lin Yun and said with a disdainful tone, "Kid, tell me, are you Su Yan's boyfriend?" Seeing this, Su Yan hurriedly used her hand that was holding Lin Yun and gently pinched Lin Yun, while continuously giving Lin Yun a wink, meaning that Lin Yun should say yes. "Kid, think and speak. Don't talk nonsense, or the consequences are something beggars like you can't afford." Jiang Shao carried a lofty arrogance. I am indeed her boyfriend. Is there a problem?" Lin Yun wore a smile on his face. Originally, Lin Yun didn't want to interfere in such a matter. After all, it had nothing to do with him. But Jiang Shao's gesture of talking to Lin Yun like that just now, as well as his words of despising Lin Yun for being a beggar, made Lin Yun very upset. So Lin Yun chose to answer I am. As soon as Lin Yun said this, Jiang Shao's face instantly became gloomy. Boy, how dare you admit it? Do you know who I am? Jiang Shao held his head high. How could I not know about your hallowed Jiang Shao? Lin Yun said indifferently. Since you know who I am and TM still dares to admit it, do you know what the consequences of going against me are? Jiang Shao said in a cold voice. Oh, what are the consequences? Lin Yun asked back with a smirk. Half a year ago, there was a kid who publicly confessed his love for Su Yan in school. He was paralyzed a day later, and is still paralyzed at home, and will be an invalid for the rest of his life, and to tell you the truth, that's what I did, Jiang Shao arrogantly said. So ruthless? Lin Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. It's good to know that I'm ruthless. I'll give you a chance to ask you again. Are you Su Yan's boyfriend? Think about answering. Jiang Shao glared at Lin Yun with a fierce face. No need to think. I'm Su Yan's boyfriend. Lin Yun didn't hesitate at all. You. Jiang Shao's face was completely gloomy. Jiang Shao originally thought that with his bright identity and then threatened, surely he could scare off this kid, right? It turned out to be useless, which made him even more angry. The other party was looking down on him? Even Su Yan looked a bit surprised after hearing Lin Yun's words. She also thought that Lin Yun was afraid that he wouldn't dare to help her anymore under the threat of Jiang Shao. After all, the two of them were strangers. Who would risk their life for someone they don't know? Jiang Shao, you heard me, right? He is my boyfriend. I really have a boyfriend, so I hope you won't bother me again in the future, Su Yan said. Jiang Shao's face turned green as he glanced at Su Yan before turning his head to look at Lin Yun. Alright, kid, you wait for me, I will make you pay, Jiang Shao said viciously. After dropping these words, Jiang Shao directly turned around and left. After Jiang Shao left, Miss Su Yan, can you let go of me now? Lin Yun glanced at Su Yan's white jade hand that was holding onto his own. Just now, Su Yan had kept Lin Yun on her arm the entire time for effect. How many people want to take the initiative to let me hold on to them without even having a chance? And you're even urging me to let go? Su Yan skimmed her lips while letting go of Lin Yun. I don't know about others. I'm not interested in you anyway, Lin Yun said lightly. Not interested in me? Su Yan was stunned. Su Yan, as a typical rich white beauty, as the most famous school flower of Qingyang University, she was very confident in herself. Immediately after, Su Yan laughed. If you're not interested in me, then it only means that you have a problem with your possibility orientation. Yo, hee, you're too confident in yourself. Lin Yun laughed and shook his head. Anyway, thank you for helping me just now. I really didn't think that you could continue to insist on helping me even under Jiang Shao's threat, Su Yan said. After a pause, Su Yan laughed. We've never known each other, yet you're willing to help me like this? I don't believe you when you say you're not interested in me. In Su Yan's opinion, the fact that Lin Yun was willing to help her so much when they were strangers could only mean that it was because she was charismatic and Lin Yun was attracted by her charms to help her. Lin Yun was speechless. You're really overthinking this. I'm helping you simply because I see that Jiang Shao is not happy. That's all. I really have no interest in you. Lin Yun didn't expect the Su Yan schoolgirl to be so narcissistic. Of course, she has narcissistic capital. At this time, Su Yan pulled open his LV bag and took out a pile of money. Whatever the reason, since you helped me, this is your payment. Su Yan handed this shred of money to Lin Yun. Lin Yun swept a glance. The pile of money was at least $10,000. It's not bad for a rich white girl. It's just generous. Sorry, I'm not interested. As I said, I'm only helping you because I can't stand that Jiang Shao. That's all. Lin Yun didn't take the money. To the Lin Yun of old, this much money was an absolute fortune. However, for today's Lin Yun, so much money fell on the ground Lin Yun was too lazy to bend down and pick it up. You don't want it? Is it too little? Su Yan knitted her eyebrows. Su Yan also sized up Lin Yun's attire. In Su Yan's opinion, this money was pocket money for herself, but for someone like Lin Yun, it should be a huge sum of money. Chapter 53, Helping Out to the End. Immediately afterward, Su Yan once again took out a bunch of money from her bag before handing them together to Lin Yun. Here's $20,000. Don't mind if it's too little. It should be a lot of money for you. Didn't I tell you? I'm not interested, Lin Yun said indifferently. After saying that, Lin Yun directly turned around and walked towards the school. You. Looking at Lin Yun who left just like that, Su Yan stomped her feet in anger. To Su Smoke. All the other boys were all kinds of attentive when they saw her, and how many boys expected to talk to her without having the chance? As a result, Lin Yun was nonchalant towards her and even bluntly stated that he wasn't interested in her. It was the first time she had ever met a man like that. Su Yan looked at Lin Yun's departing back as she stomped her foot. Humph, I think you are just pretending. My lady is so beautiful. My lady doesn't believe that you are not interested in my lady at all. In this matter, Lin Yun really hadn't thought too much about it, and it was only a trivial matter to today's Lin Yun. As for that Jiang Shao, there was no way Lin Yun would be afraid of him at all. If he didn't come to trouble Lin Yun, that would be a blessing for him. If he really dared to come to trouble Lin Yun, then he was asking for death. The first class of the afternoon had just ended. Brother Yun, Schoolflower Su Yan is looking for you, right outside the door. A boy sitting at the door shouted towards Lin Yun. The class was in an uproar at these words. Wow! School beauty Su Yan is looking for Brother Yun? Yun is too good for this lustful fortune. In the eyes of the vast majority of boys, Su Yan is the goddess who is high above and unattainable. The goddess Su Yan's high spirits were well known in the school. Now the goddess Su Yan actually took the initiative to come. Looking for Lin Yun? This made the class envious. Of course, the students were only envious. No one dared to be jealous of Lin Yun, because Lin Yun was the owner of the feast eatery. With that alone Lin Yun didn't know how many times better than them. Fatty also patted Lin Yun's shoulder in excitement. Boss, what's going on? The schoolflower Su Yan even took the initiative to come to you. If this spreads out, I don't know how many people will die of envy. I don't know. Lin Yun spread his hands helplessly. He had been pulled as a shield by Su Yan at noon, and things had already passed. Why did she still come to find herself? Immediately afterward, Lin Yun got up and walked outside. Lin Yun didn't know what she was doing here to find herself, but since she had found her way to the classroom door, Lin Yun definitely still had to go and meet her to see what she wanted. These words, of course, Wang Shui, who was sitting in the front, heard them clearly. The schoolgirl, Su Yan, is looking for him? Wang Shui felt a little lost in her heart when she thought of this. Could it be that Lin Yun had something to do with the schoolflower? She was a bit afflicted. She knew that she couldn't even compare to a rich white beauty like Su Yan. Immediately after, Wang Shui laughed at herself. I'm not Lin Yun's girlfriend, so who am I to think about this? Outside the classroom. Looking for me for what? Lin Yun leaned his shoulder against the wall and gave Su Yan a nonchalant glance. You have this attitude towards me. Well, I am the school flower. Su Yan had an unhappy face. Su Yan was very angry. Other boys would be thrilled to see her and would look like a nymphomaniac. How come this kid was not warm and fuzzy to her? If you have something to say, if not I'm going back to class. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he directly turned around and walked towards the classroom. Hey, come back here. Su Yan was furious and stomped her feet. Su Yan was dying of anger. There hadn't been any boy who treated her like this. Lin Yun turned around again. If there's something wrong, hurry up and say it. I came to you to help you, and you have this attitude. Su Yan pouted and glared at Lin Yun. Help me? What are you going to help me with? Lin Yun hugged his bladder and revealed a playful smile. Of course it's about Jiang Shao. I thought about it. You pretended to be my boyfriend at the school gate at noon. He will definitely come to find trouble with you, Su Yan said. After a pause, Su Yan continued. You only offended Jiang Shao by helping me as a shield. He will most likely find someone to retaliate against you. I definitely can't let anything happen to you. In this case, I will arrange a few bodyguards for you and let them protect you for a period of time. Lin Yun smiled. Although the schoolgirl Su Yan had a bit of a princess temper, but through this it could be seen that her heart wasn't bad. I appreciate your kindness, but I can protect myself, Lin Yun said indifferently. Lin Yun had Lone Wolf to protect him, so he was still afraid of that Jiang Shao coming to take revenge? Did he still need to ask Su Yan to send himself bodyguards? Of course not. Taking a step back, even if Lin Yun needed a bodyguard, Lin Yun could casually pay for one himself. You can protect yourself? Humph. Since you don't appreciate it, let's just pull back. When Jiang Shao retaliates against you, don't blame me for not helping you. Su Yan pouted. With Su Yan's temperament, she certainly couldn't persuade more. It wasn't her style. There's nothing else going on, right? I'm going back. Lin Yun turned around once again. Stop. I haven't finished yet. Su Yan droned. What else is going on? Finish at once. Lin Yun helplessly turned around again. Tomorrow Saturday, there is a small circle party. Jiang Shao will go. I will also go. Since you pretended to be my boyfriend today, you always have to pretend to the end. You will accompany me tomorrow. lest Jiang Xiao harass me again. Su Yan said. A clique party? What kind of people are they? Lin Yun asked. They're all rich kids. More than a dozen of them. Su Yan said. But why should I help you? Give me a reason to help you. Lin Yun spread his hands and said. Because I'm the school flower Su Yan ah. How many people want to help me have not yet had the opportunity? Su Yan confidently said. I'm sorry. I'm not them. I'm not a dog licker. So you can't impress me with this reason. Go find someone else. Lin Yun was unimpressed. You. The school flower. Su Yan's face changed. She was the hallowed school flower. And this kid didn't give himself any face at all. Immediately afterward, Su Yan's words changed. Alright then, how about this? $500,000. I'll spend $500,000 to hire you to help me keep pretending. After all, you've already helped me once today, and I can't switch. Do you think I'm short of money? Lin Yun asked with a smile. Don't you lack? $500,000. This is definitely a huge amount of money for you, right? Even enough to change your life. Just pretending to be a boyfriend can get so much money. How worthwhile this deal is. Su Yan said. Lin Yun thought for a moment, then said, give me the address of the party. Lin Yun thought about helping people to the end. Since Lin Yun had helped her pretend once, he'd help her pretend again. Anyway, Lin Yun also quite disliked that Jiang Xiao, and tomorrow Saturday Lin Yun happened to have nothing to do, so he just went to have some fun. Meaning you agreed, right? Humph, I thought you were so noble, but you still succumbed to money. Su Yan laughed. Based on Lin Yun's dress, Su Yan had determined that Lin Yun's family was definitely not well off, so she decided that Lin Yun definitely couldn't refuse such a large sum of money. Cut the crap and tell me the address, otherwise I'll back out. Lin Yun said impatiently. Would Lin Yun, the grandson of the richest man in the Southwest, lack this $500,000? Of course Lin Yun couldn't be doing it for money. It was just that Lin Yun was too lazy to explain that much. Lin Yun wasn't going to take her $500,000 either, because Lin Yun didn't care. Just give me your home address. I'll drive to pick you up tomorrow morning. Su Yan said. After thinking about it, Lin Yun reported the address to Su Yan. Back in the classroom. Brother Yun, you're so lucky with your lust. This is the school flower Su Yan na. Fatty said enviously. There's also a lot of trouble. Lin Yun said helplessly. Yes, Brother Yun, like being misunderstood. Look at the class president Wang Shui. She seems to be a bit lost. She won't misunderstand, right? Fatty whispered. Lin Yun looked up at Wang Shui in front of him before revealing a bitter smile. Lin Yun wanted to go and explain, but on second thought, he and Wang Shui weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet, so it wasn't good to take the initiative to explain, was it? And one is innocent. Taking the initiative to explain instead has a feeling of being a cover-up. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Lin Yun received a call from the schoolgirl, Su Yan, saying that she had arrived outside Lin Yun's house. In front of Lin Yun's house, a red Ferrari sports car, parked. Next to the car leaned a beautiful, stylish and temperamental big beauty. Just from the way she was dressed you could tell at a glance that she was a rich young lady. She, none other than the schoolgirl, Su Yan. Wow, what a beautiful car and what a beautiful woman. The men and women passing by couldn't help but gasp. Su Yan with this red Ferrari sports car, absolutely very eye-catching, absolutely turnaround rate of 100%. Is this what you call a nice car with a beautiful woman? Chapter 54, Hot Springs Resort. At this time, Lin Yun walked over. Lin Yun realized that Su Yan was wearing a white lace strapless gown today, and her temperament was even much higher than usual. Lin Yun, I didn't realize that your environment here is so bad. The house is so shabby. I've been in Xinjiang City for so many years, but I didn't even know that there are such shabby places in Xinjiang City. Su Yan said. You're a great lady. Of course you've never been in a slum like this. Lin Yun spread his hands. This Su Yan looks like she's used to living a good life and hasn't lived the life of a poor person. Have you always lived here? I really doubt that such a shabby house can be lived in. Su Yan looked at the houses. You're a great lady. How can we compare to you? Lin Yun laughed. Okay, get in the car. Su Yan pulled open the Ferrari door. That's quite a pretty car you have. Lin Yun shot a glance at the Ferrari. Nonsense. This car is over $2 million. How is it? Good looking? Su Yan said with a smile. It's average. Compared to my car, there's still a small gap. Lin Yun said lightly. Your car? What kind of car do you have? Su Yan looked a little surprised. In Su Yan's eyes, Lin Yun lived in a shantytown and his house was so dilapidated. So his family should be very poor, right? How could there be a car? Here, it's right over there. Lin Yun pointed not far away. Su Yan looked in the direction of Lin Yun's finger. And what caught her eye was a yellow shared bicycle. Put. Su-Yen couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw this shared bicycle. You're talking about that shared bike. I found you to be quite amusing. Su-Yen laughed. You can tease if you feel like it. What Lin Yun was referring to, of course, was not the shared bicycle, but the Lamborghini Bull parked over at the corner. It's just that there's a corner wall in the way, so you can't see it from here. Lin Yun didn't bother to explain much. Alright, get in the car. Let you experience the feeling of riding a sports car today. After Su-Yen finished speaking, she directly sat into the driver's side. Lin Yun also walked over to the passenger side, pulled open the door and sat in. With the roar of the engine, the Ferrari went on its way. Aoyama Hot Spring Resort. This hot spring resort, located at the foot of the Green Mountain, where there was originally a natural hot spring, was contracted by a boss and spent huge sums of money to build it into the top resort in Xingyang City. Here, this is the place Su-Yen said the party would be. Su-Yen parked her car in the parking lot. In the parking lot, there were also BMWs, Maseratis, Porsches, Mercedes-Benz Big GS and a host of other luxury cars parked, which was enough to show that a lot of rich people had come today. Lin Yun realized after a quick scan that none of these cars were as expensive as his own Lamborghini Grand Bull. Why is that Porsche Cayenne so familiar? Lin Yun's gaze fell on a Porsche Cayenne next to him. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun tapped his head and remembered. Right. That day when I went to help Huang Mingyi pretend to be her boyfriend. In the underground garage, the Porsche Cayenne that almost hit me was this one. And that kid was the one who tried to pick up Huang Mingyi, only to be driven away by Lin Yun in the end. That kid seems to be called Shawan Bang. Could it be that he's also in the resort? Lin Yun wondered. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun shook his head and didn't think any more about it. At this time, Su-Yen, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned her head to look at Lin Yun, who was the co-pilot, and said, Lin Yun, you do well today. I'll give you a raise if you do well. I'll pay you enough to buy a new small house. Behave yourself? Good. Lin Yun grinned. Okay, get out of the car. Su-Yen said while pulling open the car door. After getting off the bus, Jiang Xiao, who had shown Su-Yen love at the school gate yesterday, was already standing next to him. Su-Yen, you can finally come. I've been waiting here for you for almost half an hour. Jiang Xiao said while ushering in with a smile. I went to pick up my boyfriend, so I came a little late. Su-Yen said. Jiang Xiao's face sank after hearing this. Then he looked at Lin Yun. It's you kid again. Jiang Xiao's eyes were filled with hostility as he stared at Lin Yun. What? Is there a problem? Lin Yun said with a smile. Lin Yun said as he walked over to Su-Yen and smoothly wrapped his arms around her. Su-Yen's delicate body trembled. She didn't expect Lin Yun to dare to take the initiative to embrace her. No one had ever dared to take advantage of her like this. If this had been in normal times, she could guarantee that she would have made Lin Yun miserable. But if she were to lash out at Lin Yun now, wouldn't her pretend couple relationship with Lin Yun be revealed? After thinking about this, Su-Yen had to hold back and had to eat this dumb loss. Kid, you dared to hug Su-Yen. When Jiang Xiao saw Lin Yun take the initiative to stop Su-Yen, he was even more furious, his eyes erupting with fire. My girlfriend, why can't I snuggle? Lin Yun said with a smile. Su-Yen also spoke up. Yeah, it's only natural for him to hug me. It's none of your business. Although Su-Yen was also angry in her heart that Lin Yun was hugging her, she still had to act like it. Kid, remember this, you will definitely be finished. Jiang Xiao said indignantly. After saying that, the annoyed Jiang Xiao directly turned around and left. When Su-Yen saw Jiang Xiao's angry departure, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Immediately afterward, Su-Yen turned her head and glared fiercely at Lin Yun. Why are you still hugging me when everyone's gone? You haven't taken enough advantage. Let go. Su-Yen said while pushing Lin Yun away. Su-Yen has never been hugged by any man like this. She never dreamed that she would be hugged by the fake boyfriend she found. Why are you being so mean? Didn't you just tell me to behave myself in the car? I was following your wishes alright. Lin Yun perked up. You. Su-Yen was at a loss for words, wanting to retort and for a moment could not find what to retort with. However, you are quite fragrant and soft, Lin Yun said with a smile. You asshole. Su-Yen gasped and kicked Lin Yun in the leg. Well, if you keep kicking, there won't be anyone to help you pretend to be your boyfriend. Lin Yun laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for that, I would have broken you into pieces long ago. Su-Yen huffed. Follow me. After Su-Yen said these words, she directly walked forward. Under Su-Yen's leadership, the two of them arrived at the second floor of the resort restaurant and came outside a luxurious box. Su Yan didn't directly push the door in, but instead twisted her head to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, all the ones in here are rich second-generation rich people, especially the host of today's banquet. He's not a small person. You mustn't mess with him, or else I won't even be able to help you. Su Yan had a serious face. Oh, who is the host of the banquet? How does it compare to that Jiang Shao? Su Yan smiled. Jiang Shao? Although Jiang Shao is considered more powerful in the circle of rich second generation in Qingyang City, he can only be counted as a fart compared to today's rightful owner. Oh, then tell me, who exactly is he? Lin Yun was curious. Everyone calls him Ping. His dad is a Qingyang local, but the business has been done to the provincial city. The family's total assets of at least 3 billion. In our Qingyang City rich second generation circle, almost no one can compare to Ping. Su Yan said. Ping? Lin Yun muttered. Yes, even this hot spring resort is also his family investment repair. It is said that his dad is ready to the resort to Ping a loan operation, so exercise Ping's ability to do business. Su Yan said. Alright, it's useless to talk to you so much. Follow me in. Su Yan prepared to push the door. I kind of want to go to the restroom. I'll go to the restroom first. You go in first. Lin Yun said. Really? Go. You come in by yourself later. Su Yan waved her hand. Immediately after, Su Yan directly pushed open the door of the box and walked in. The box has gathered more than a dozen young men and women, each wearing a brand name, dressed brightly, with watches, jewelry are worth a lot of money. Hanging around the waist is also all the keys to a luxury car. Jiang Shao also sat among them. Sitting on the seat's front handle was a man with a shaved flat head. He was the Ping brother in Su Yan's mouth. After Su Yan pushed the door in, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Su Yan. Sister Su Yan, you can finally come and take your seat. Ping leaned back in his chair with a great deal of aplomb. I went to pick up my boyfriend, so I came a little late. Su Yan said with a smile. Boyfriend? Hasn't Jiang Shao, been chasing you? Do you have another boyfriend? And I don't see anyone else beside you, ah? Flathead was puzzled. Chapter 55, Top Rich Generation. Brother Ping, my boyfriend went to the restroom and will be there in a minute. Su Yan smiled. Oh, then Sister Su Yan, you take your seat first. Brother Ping too waved his hand. Sit down. Brother Ping, I heard that you came back from the provincial city this time to take over this Castle Peak resort? Jiang Shao asked. That's right. My dad said he wanted to exercise me, so he gave me the Castle Peak resort to run alone. Flathead said. $1,000 lady curiously said. Brother Ping, I wonder how much money has been invested in total in this Castle Peak resort. Not much. The resort invested $150 million. This time I came back. My father gave me another $50 million as an additional investment for the second phase of developing the water amusement project. Flathead brother said proudly. $200 million? Heck, all of these rich second-generation people on the table couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Brother Ping, Jiang Shao spoke up. Yes. I'm afraid we won't be able to reach Ping's current level until another 10 or 20 years. The other rich second generation echoed. Most of the rich second generation present had only $200 or $300 million in total assets at home, while Flathead has been able to independently manage a $200 million industry, and it's just Flathead's dad taking it to Flathead to practice. That's why they're totally unqualified to be compared to Pinto. Even Su Yan couldn't help but smack her lips secretly. This energy, even she had to sigh in admiration. Brother Ping, when you develop in the city of Qingyang in the future, you must take care of us more. I toast Brother Ping. Jiang Shao said as he picked up his wine glass, his face filled with compliments. Yes. Brother Ping will have to take care of thee more in the future. The rich kids in the room all stood up with their wine cups to toast Brother Ping too. After saying that, all the people present raised their heads and drank a full glass of wine, with not a drop left. Everyone is overstated. It should be you who take care of my business more. In the future, if you want to play in the resort, you can prefer my Castle Peak Hot Spring Resort. After Pinto finished speaking, he picked up his wine glass and took a sip, not even lifting his but the entire time. To be honest, for Brother Ping too, these rich second generation here can't really enter his eyes. His horizon has long jumped out of this small Qingyang city. He invited these people mainly because these rich kids, in the future, might be the main guests of the resort, and he invited these rich kids for dinner because of business. That's for sure. Brother Ping is in the resort business. How would we dare to spend money at other resorts? Jiang Shao led the way. That's right. Taking care of Ping's business, that's a must. The other rich daughters chimed in. The crowd sat down. Brother Ping, once you come back, in the future, in the circle of second generation in Xingyang City, you will be the most powerful. Jiang Xiao continued to slip in. Xiao Jiang, you're overstating it. As far as I know, there is a real top rich third generation in Xingyang City. Compared to me and him, that's not even close. Brother Ping Tu said. Oh, is there such a powerful figure in our Xingyang? Even you, Brother Ping, said so. I wonder who this great god is. Jiang Xiao curiously asked after him. You guys know about the Huading Group Xingyang branch? There's a new chairman, right? Ping said slowly. No, slightly. The rich kids in the audience nodded their heads. Do you guys know this new chairman? What is his origin and background? Ping said with a smile. What's coming? Everyone looked curious. They all knew about the arrival of a new chairman in the Huading Group, but they didn't know what kind of background this new chairman actually had. Even Su Yan looked curious. AI, you guys are really behind in your news. There is such a big shot in Xingyang City, and you, the local rich second generation of Xingyang City, don't even know about it? Brother Ping Tu smiled and shook his head. Our news? How dare we compare to you? Brother Ping, please clarify. Jiang Xiao laughed dryly. Let me tell you then. This new chairman is Lu Zhizhong's own grandson. Brother Ping Tu said with a smile. What? Lu Zhizhong's own grandson? Hiss. The crowd of rich second-generation people at the table couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing this news. Who among these people here didn't know of Lu Zhizhong's formidable reputation? Who doesn't know what kind of terrifying existence Lu Zhizhong is? Elder Lu's own grandson is actually in our Xingyang City. TSK. No wonder you just said that. Brother Ping, this is really a great god. Yes, such a powerful figure is in our Xingyang City, and we didn't even know about it. Elder Lu's own grandson. This really is the top rich third generation. The rich kids in the audience exclaimed. You know, Lu Lao's entire Huading Group has a market value of tens of billions. Their family's industry was 100,000 miles away from the Huading Group, and this level of rich third generation was 100,000 miles away from them. Brother Ping, have you seen this Lu Zhizhong's grandson? A rich second generation asked. Not yet. I was going to invite him to the party, but on second thought, I'd better pick a time to visit in person. Pinto said. Ping's dad's business in the provincial city has quite a lot of cooperation with the Huading Group, so before he returned to Xingyang City, Ping's dad had instructed him that after he returned to Xingyang City, he must pay a visit to old Lu's grandson, and must treat old Lu's grandson as respectfully as an elder. After the crowd heard this, they nodded their heads indistinctly. Such a powerful figure. Even if Ping Tu brother, then he would have to pay a visit in person. At this time, a man with a big back-combed hair on the seating table suddenly spoke. This new chairman of the Xingyang branch of the Huading Group, Lu Zhizhong's own grandson. I've met him before. This big-backed man was Shawan Bang, the rich second-generation man who had tried to date Huang Mingyi at the Western restaurant the day before, only to be driven away by Lin Yun in the end. At that time, he was in the underground garage and almost drove him in his Porsche Cayenne into Lin Yun. Bong Xiao, you've seen him? The moment Shawan Bang's words came out, everyone present turned their heads to look at Shawan Bang. Xiao Bang, since you know, tell me, what is this Lu Zhizhong's grandson like? Brother Ping Tu asked. Everyone also looked at Shawan Bang with a curious expression. He's very young, and his dress is very ordinary. Can't see that he's a top rich third generation at all. By the way, he seems to be called Lin. Lin, Shawan Bang said while raising his head. When he reached the end of his sentence, he suddenly saw Lin Yun who was entering the box from outside the room. In a flash, Shawan Bang was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Gosh, wasn't this Lu Zhizhong's grandson, Lin Yun? He never expected to suddenly see Lin Yun here. Lin Yun's sudden entrance also attracted everyone's attention. Who is this kid? Everyone was full of doubts. At this time, Su Yan hurriedly got up and walked to Lin Yun's side, taking the initiative to hold on to him before saying to the crowd, "Let me introduce you all. This is my new boyfriend Lin Yun." Su Yan said with a smile. That Shawan Bang was completely confused after hearing this. Lin Yun was Huang Mingyi's boyfriend a few days ago, but now how come he's Su Yan's boyfriend? Could it be that Lin Yun had these two stunning beauties at the same time? Shawan Bang could only be envious and jealous in his heart. After all, Lin Yun's status and position was too high. This little brother. Sit down. Host Ping waved his hand. During this process, Lin Yun also saw the pale-faced Shawan Bang. Lin Yun glared at him, frightening Shawan Bang again. Lin Yun sat down. Ping looked at Lin Yun and asked, "This little brother. As far as I know, Sister Suyan's vision is very high. If you can chase after Sister Suyan, I'm sure you must come from an extraordinary family, right? I wonder which family's son you are." Before Lin Yun could reply, Jiang Xiao, who was sitting at the table, spoke. "Brother Ping, this kid which is what a male son on the shantytown of a poor boy. His identity I have investigated. What identity background are not. The family is poor." After Lin Yun was pulled as a shield by Su Yan in the middle of the day yesterday, Jiang Xiao went to the school's archive room and got a copy of Lin Yun's information. Oh, the people sitting there all looked a little surprised that Su Yan had found a poor boy as her boyfriend. Moreover, when they looked at how Lin Yun was dressed, he did look like a poor boy. Chapter 56, by virtue of my name being Lin Yun, TSK, Sister Su Yan, you even chose a poor boy as your boyfriend. You're making people look at you. Ping shook his head and laughed. The other rich daughters present all voiced the same doubt at this time. Only Xiao Wenbang secretly sighed. Where is he a poor boy? He is clearly the new chairman of Huading Group, and he is clearly the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. Of course, Xiao Wenbang didn't say it, because Lin Yun glared at him when he entered, and because Lin Yun didn't take the initiative to reveal his identity, which meant that Lin Yun didn't want to reveal his identity. He naturally didn't dare to say anything more. I like poor boys. No way. After Su Yan said that, she pulled Lin Yun into the seat. Take your seat. This little brother. You're really capable. You can even pick up Sister Su Yan. I wonder what tricks little brother used. Ping said to Lin Yun. Not bad. Lin Yun responded lightly. When Ping saw that Lin Yun was treating him so perfunctorily, he immediately frowned. A poor kid dared to perfunctorily treat him? But he didn't snap. Immediately after that, Ping looked at Xiao Wenbang and said, Xiao Bang, weren't you just talking about that Lu Zhizhong's grandson? You go on. Yeah. The other rich daughters at the table also looked at Xiao Wenbang, wanting to hear the following. Xiao Wenbang glanced at Lin Yun, then stammered a little. Ping, I can't remember much. Xiao Wenbang actually wants to say that this character you want to know is actually here. Lin Yun was slightly surprised when he heard the crowd mention himself. At this time, Xiao Wenbang stood up. Brother Ping, I suddenly remembered that I have some urgent matters at home, so I'll leave first. Xiao Wenbang said with a smile, but his face looked worse than crying. To Xiao Wenbang, when he saw Lin Yun here, he had a feeling like he was on pins and needles and didn't want to stay here for even a moment. Fine, go ahead. Ping waved his hand. As Xiao Wenbang left, he also said in his heart, you people, if any one of you messes with Lin Yun today, then consider yourselves unlucky. After Xiao Wenbang left, by the way, brother Ping, are you going to attend the auction that will be held at the Green Cloud Hotel in 3 days? Jiang Xiao opened his mouth. The other rich kid chimed in. The main event of this auction is the land auction, but there are also auctions for some other things, and it's rumored that there are many bosses going, including the Huading Group and the Golden Strong Group. Jiang Xiao also said, this is the annual auction of Qingyang City. It's very lively. Even if you don't shoot anything, you can still go in and see the world and even make a lot of connections. Although I won't be participating in the auction, but this auction, I definitely want to go. Ping said, you guys will be there too, right? Ping looked up at the rich kids. Of course, for such a major auction, of course we have to go and meet the world. The rich second generation nodded their heads. Auction entry qualification. Is the total assets of 100 million up? Although they are not eligible for these rich second generation, but their dad has the qualification. They can follow their dad to go in. They don't shoot anything when they go, they mainly just see the world. As for the kind of rich people with tens of millions of dollars in assets, I'm sorry that they don't even qualify to enter the door. An auction? Lin Yun muttered. Lin Yun remembered at this time. A few days ago Lu Bo had mentioned this auction to himself. It should be this auction they were talking about. The time and place matched. At that time, Lu Bo said that this auction was very important and told Lin Yun to make sure to go there and be ready to grab the land with Golden Strong Group. In that case, I'm afraid Lin Yun would meet up with these rich kids at the auction 3 days later if they were going to be there, right? Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked at Su Yan and asked, Su Yan, are you going to the auction in 3 days? Don't go. I don't have the slightest interest in that kind of auction. I might as well go shopping, but my dad wants to go, Su Yan said. Immediately afterward, Su Yan asked back, why are you asking this? It's not like this has anything to do with you anyway. You don't have a chance to go in. That's not necessarily true. Lin Yun laughed. Che, if you can go in, Su Yan, write my name backwards. unless you go in as a waiter to serve tea," Su Yan said. Lin Yun just smiled faintly and didn't say much. At this time, Jiang Xiao suddenly looked at Lin Yun and said with a smile, "Today's host is Brother Ping." Jiang Xiao was very displeased with Lin Yun, so he took the initiative to pick on him. Jiang Xiao is right. Kid, you've been in for so long and you don't even toast a glass of wine. Are you looking down on Ping? Another rich second generation also helped to chime in. Lin Yun, hurry up and give Brother Ping a toast. With Brother Ping's status and position, there's no shame in you giving him a toast. Su Yan pushed Lin Yun's back. If it was any other rich second generation present, Su Yan could have ignored it. But this was Brother Ping. Even Su Yan didn't dare offend Brother Ping. When Ping heard this, he also looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled and said, "Ping, right, I think you should be the one to toast me." The moment Lin Yun said this, the entire box was in an uproar. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this kid is crazy, isn't he? How dare he let Ping give him a toast? Looking for death. This kid is purely looking for death. Everyone looked at Lin Yun with the gaze of a madman. They didn't expect Lin Yun to dare to talk to Ping like this. Jiang Xiao was even more secretly happy. "Ha ha, kid, you dared to call out to me and that's all. Now you even dare to talk to Ping like this. You just wait to die." Jiang Xiao's purpose of picking a fight just now had obviously been achieved. As for Su Yan, her eyes were wide open as she looked at Lin Yun with an incredulous and incomprehensible expression. Lin Yun had actually rushed Ping? She couldn't understand Lin Yun's behavior at all. Before entering the door, Su Yan had emphasized Ping's power to Lin Yun and had specifically instructed Lin Yun not to offend Ping. But it turned out that Lin Yun had treated her words as if they had fallen on deaf ears. As for Ping, his face naturally grimaced when he heard Lin Yun's words. He had already been upset in his heart when he had asked Lin Yun questions earlier when he had just entered and Lin Yun had answered him very perfunctorily. And now he had the audacity to talk to him like that again? "Little brother, you have a big mouth. Asking me to toast you? What are you basing this on?" Brother Ping said in a cold voice. "By the fact that my name is Lin Yun." Lin Yun spoke in a breezy manner, taking a sip from his wine glass as he spoke, not taking Ping seriously in the slightest. "Ha ha, really big mouth. Do you know that if this is in the provincial city and you dare to talk to me like this, you won't live for more than 3 seconds. Ping narrowed his eyes with a cold chill in them. "Lin Yun, what are you doing?" Su Yan gasped and seized Lin Yun's back. Immediately after, Su Yan hurriedly got up and said, Brother Ping, calm your anger. My boyfriend, he hasn't seen much of the world and doesn't know how to speak, so don't bother with him." Although to Su Yan, Lin Yun was just a temporary replacement for her boyfriend that she had found. She definitely couldn't see anything happen to Lin Yun. Immediately afterward, Su Yan picked up her wine glass. "In that case, Ping, I'll take my boyfriend's place and give you a toast as an apology." The Jiang Xiao next to him, however, spoke up. "Su Yan, the words were spoken by your boyfriend. Even if you want to apologize, it should be your boyfriend who apologizes. Where can it be your turn?" Immediately afterward, Jiang Xiao then dropped his gaze to Lin Yun and said, "Kid, you're a big man. You can't possibly use a woman as a shield, can you? If you carry the seed, take it on yourself." Jiang Xiao couldn't wait for this matter to become a big deal so that he could use Ping's hand to clean up Lin Yun. "Surname Jiang, shut up," Su Yan chirped angrily while glaring at Jiang Xiao. Instead, Ping slapped the table. Bang! "Su Yan, the one who shut up should be you. Today your boyfriend must apologize to me. You know, I've already given enough face to you, Su Smoke. If it wasn't for the fact that he's your boyfriend, I would have scrapped him on the spot." When Ping slapped the table, the entire box went quiet for a moment, and the atmosphere in the box became awkward. The rich second generation in the box, at this time, all secretly said in their hearts, "This poor boy dared to provoke the anger of Ping. This is not looking for death?" None of them could figure out why Su Yan would find such a strange boyfriend. Jiang Xiao, on the other hand, was gloating, showing a look of watching the show. It was Lin Yun, on the contrary, who remained calm and composed as he sat on the table, as if he was not affected in the slightest. Chapter 57, You're Not Good Enough. The pale-faced Su Yan could only look at Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, hurry up and apologize to Brother Ping. With Brother Ping's status, it's really not shameful for you to apologize to him." When Su Yan said this, it was even with a tone of supplication. She knew that if Lin Yun didn't apologize, this matter would really lose her grip. Apologize to him? Sorry, he's not qualified, even if his dad is here. No, enough. Qualified. Lin Yun's tone was harsh, word by word. Boom. The moment Lin Yun said this, the entire box exploded. Oh my god, This kid even said Ping wasn't good enough? How dare this kid say that even Ping's dad isn't good enough? This kid is also too damn capable of blowing. A poor kid can say such words. What a big joke. Everyone looked at Lin Yun with the gaze of a madman. You know, Ping's dad's total assets of 3 billion. Definitely counted on the list level of the richest person. Right? In the provincial capital will be doing business in the wind and water. As a result, this kid dares to say that even Ping's dad isn't good enough? At the same time, they knew that this kid was absolutely screwed if he dared to talk to Ping like that. Ping also laughed angrily at this moment. Ha ha, you're saying that my father isn't even qualified. If you were the son of the richest man, I could understand if you said that, but it's really laughable that you, a poor kid from a shanty town, can say such things. Only Su Yan shook her head helplessly and secretly. She couldn't understand Lin Yun at all, because she knew that Lin Yun lived in a shanty town and had a poor family. She couldn't think of any way for Lin Yun to have the courage to say such things. At this moment, the people in the box all looked at Lin Yun and Ping. They wanted to see how Ping would clean up Lin Yun. Jiang Shao was even more expectant. Kid, do you know that I'm the owner of this Castle Peak Hot Springs Resort? And all I have to do is say a word, and the security guards in the resort can rush in and waste you. Ping narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Yun. You can try. Lin Yun didn't look the least bit afraid. A few guards are nothing when you have Lone Wolf to protect you? Lin Yun had seen how powerful Lone Wolf was. Everyone felt even more ridiculous about Lin Yun when they heard him say that. They could see that Lin Yun was going to be finished soon. Su Yan was also in a hurry at this time and was out of ideas because Lin Yun had completely angered Ping, and there was no use for her to plead with Ping for mercy. When Ping saw that Lin Yun was still talking tough until now, he was also completely enraged. He had intended to spare Lin Yun in the beginning, so he had given him several chances to apologize. But it turned out that Lin Yun didn't cherish it at all. In that case, if he didn't give Lin Yun a little lesson, then how could he establish himself in front of these rich kids? How could he gain a foothold in Xingyang City in the future? Good. I'll see if you can still be so tough when the security guards come in, Ping said in a cold voice. Ping said as he grabbed his cell phone on the table, ready to call for security to come in. After Ping grabbed his cell phone, he noticed 2 text messages on it, both from the same person. The first one is, Brother Ping, I'm Shawan Bang. Didn't you ask me before about the matter of Elder Lu's grandson? I thought about it for a while and still feel the need to tell you that the one who just came in, Lin Yun, is the new chairman of Huading, Elder Lu's own grandson. The second one is, Brother Ping, I've met him, so I can guarantee that what I'm saying is absolutely true. He doesn't take the initiative to reveal his identity. Perhaps it's his true identity that he doesn't want everyone to know. Brother Ping must be cautious. These 2 text messages were sent to Ping by none other than Shawan Bang, who had just left. After Shawan Bang left, he thought long and hard about it, and felt that he might be able to help Ping by telling him this news, as a way to make Ping owe him a favor. So he chose to send a text message to quietly notify Ping of this news, thinking that notifying one person alone like this shouldn't anger Lin Yun, right? Ping, who was still in a violent rage, after seeing this text message, it was like a pot of cold water poured fiercely on his body, causing his anger to instantly die down. Ping knew in his heart that since Shawan Bang had met Lin Yun, then Shawan Bang would never dare to lie to him. When Ping looked at Lin Yun again, his eyes changed. This is actually Lu Lao's own grandson? He was talking about it earlier, saying he'd find a time to pay a personal visit. As a result, Elder Lu's grandson is right in front of him and he's not allowed to know? Thinking that Lin Yun was Elder Lu's own grandson, he instantly realized why Lin Yun had said earlier that he should give him a toast, as well as why Lin Yun had just said that he wasn't qualified to accept Lin Yun's apology. Even his dad wasn't qualified. At the time, it seemed like a big joke to Ping, but if Lin Yun was Elder Lu's own grandson, it all made sense, and he finally understood what Lin Yun dared to call him out on. Don't look at Ping Xiao's dad as being quite powerful, but in front of a character like Lu Lao's grandson, he and his dad really weren't qualified. What's going on with Ping? Wasn't Ping going to call security to clean up this kid? Everyone saw that Ping was about to call security, but suddenly froze, and everyone was filled with puzzled uncertainty. When Jiang Shao saw Ping freeze, he couldn't help but call out, Brother Ping, what are you doing? Hurry up and call security to come in and clean up this kid. Shut the up. Do I need to let you teach me how to do things? Ping looked towards Jiang Shao while letting out a cold shout. This sudden bellowing scolding scared Jiang Shao into confusion. Wasn't Ping going to be furious at Lin Yun? Why was he bellowing at him? Although Jiang Shao didn't know why, he hurriedly lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything more. Seeing this, Lin Yun said with a smile. Brother Ping, weren't you going to call security to clean me up? Why don't you call them? Ping's face muscles twitched. When Ping thought about how he had just posed with Elder Lu's grandson, and when he thought about how he had let slip that he was going to clean up Elder Lu's grandson, he felt like his heart had fallen below the 9 ghosts of hell. Lin, this brother, I just joked. How could I tell the security guards to clean you up? Ping dryly laughed. Gah! The rich daughters present, after hearing Ping's words, were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? Ping had just let slip that he was going to clean up Lin Yun, but now he had made a 180-degree turn in his attitude and was instead treating Lin Yun with respect? I just said something. If we're talking about a toast, it should be you giving me a toast. What do you think? Lin Yun stared at Ping with a smirk. Just by Ping's reaction, Lin Yun realized that this Ping 80% knew his identity, although Lin Yun didn't know how he knew. Yes. Ping nodded his head as if he were a chicken pecking at rice. Immediately after that, Ping got up and picked up his wine glass, saying to Lin Yun with an ugly smile, Lin, this brother, as the host, I have just been poorly entertained. I make amends and apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. After Ping finished speaking, he looked up and took a full drink. Not a drop left. You know, before this Ping didn't even lift his butt in the face of the crowd's toasts, and he only took a sip each time. Now he had taken the initiative to get up and make a toast, and he was drinking every drop. This scene, looking at the rich daughters present, their jaws dropped. Ping actually gave this kid a toast? What the hell is going on here? Even Su Yan was dumbfounded. She had thought that Lin Yun was afraid that it would be hard to escape today, that there was nothing even she could do about it, but then it was suddenly reversed. Ping actually turned around and gave Lin Yun a toast? Jiang Shao couldn't help but be surprised. Young Ping, what are you doing? He's just a poor kid, and he dares to call your bluff. You should just clean him up. Jiang Shao had been waiting to see Lin Yun get cleaned up, and he really couldn't figure out why Ping was like this. Bang! Jiang Shao, if you keep talking nonsense, get out immediately. Ping slammed his palm on the table while letting out an explosive cry. To Ping, he was now trying to find ways to make Lin Yun's fire die down, but it turned out that Jiang Shao was trying to add fuel to the fire here. So how could he not be angry? With this bellowing cry, Jiang Shao was so frightened that his body shivered and his face turned pale. Even if there were millions of question marks in Jiang Shao's heart now, even if there were thousands of unanswered questions, he didn't dare to open his mouth to inquire again. The other rich second-generation people in the room, although they also had thousands of incomprehensions, they likewise didn't dare to say anything more. Su Yan, my stomach hurts. I'm going to the restroom again. Lin Yun said to Su Yan. After saying that, Lin Yun stood up and looked at Ping twice before walking straight out of the box. After Ping received Lin Yun's look, he said to the crowd, you guys eat first, I have a few things to take care of, so eat first, I'll be right there. After saying that, Ping turned around and quickly walked out of the box. After exiting the box, Ping glanced around and instantly saw Lin Yun standing at the end of the corridor with his arms folded. Ping wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, then hurriedly led a trot toward Lin Yun. Chapter 58 Charisma. What Ping was waiting for at the end of the corridor was naturally Lin Yun. Greetings, young Master Lin. After Ping walked up to Lin Yun, he hastily bowed and saluted him respectfully. Ping had wanted to address Lin Yun as young Master Lin when he was in the box. It was only because he thought that there must be a reason why Lin Yun didn't take the initiative to reveal his identity that he hadn't addressed Lin Yun as such in the box. It seems like you already know that my grandfather is Lu Zhizhong. How did you know that? Lin Yun stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Back to young Master Lin. It was Shawan Bang who texted me. Ping said carefully. Ping was placed in Xingyang City and counted as a top-tier rich second generation, but he was far from Lin Yun, and Ping was very clear in his heart. Not to mention his brother Ping, even if his dad came, he wouldn't dare offend Lin Yun. Ping hurriedly continued. Young Master Lin, I bumped into you before, I'll apologize again. You must forgive me. Ping was on the verge of kneeling down for Lin Yun. That's just it. I, Lin Yun, am not a small-minded person, and since you took the initiative to apologize, I won't bother with you about what happened in the box just now. Lin Yun waved his hand. Lin Yun knew that his conflict with Ping wasn't that big. It hadn't risen to the point of immortality. Moreover, Lin Yun didn't want to make too many enemies, so since Ping had apologized repeatedly, Lin Yun would give him a chance. Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. When Ping saw that Lin Yun had forgiven him, he nodded his head happily, and at the same time, he let out a long breath in his heart. I don't want to expose the fact that I'm Lu Zhizhong's grandson for the time being. You understand what I mean, right? Lin Yun said. Understood. Young Master Lin, you just want to pretend to be a commoner to pick up girls? Little Ping. I understand. Ping was respectful and even called himself Little Ping. Immediately afterward, Ping took out a business card and handed it to Lin Yun with both hands. Young Master Lin, this is my business card with my number on it. In the future, when young Master Lin comes to play at Castle Peak Hot Springs Resort, it will all be free, and enjoy the top-notch hospitality. Okay, I'll take it. Lin Yun didn't refuse and directly took the business card. When Ping saw Lin Yun take his business card, he instantly revealed a happy smile. Surprisingly, Lin Yun was willing to take his business card. This was enough to show that Lin Yun really forgave him. By the way, young Master Lin, that Jiang Xiao dared to go against you. He dared to steal young Master Lin's girlfriend. Do you want me to find a few people and secretly beat him up? Ping said. When Ping did this, he was obviously trying to be courteous in order to win Lin Yun's favor. No need. If I really wanted to beat him, I would just do it openly and honestly. Why would I need to sneak around? Lin Yun said lightly. Ha ha, young Master Lin is right. It's me who lacks consideration. Ping laughed. I'll go back first. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he went straight back to the box. Inside the box, after Lin Yun walked into the box, the rich kids in the box all looked at Lin Yun with strange eyes. The image of Ping giving Lin Yun a toast just now was still fresh in their minds, and they didn't know why. As soon as Lin Yun sat down, Su Yan couldn't help her inner surprise and curiosity and hurriedly asked Lin Yun about it. Lin Yun, hurry up and tell me what's going on. Before Ping Xiao was clearly going to call security to clean you up, how come he suddenly made a 180-degree turnaround in his attitude, and even took the initiative to give you a toast, and apologize to you for making amends? How do I know? Maybe it's because I'm so charming that I bowled brother Ping over. Lin Yun spread his hands and said, You're too charming? Convincing Ping by charm? Su Yan rolled her eyes. She just believed that there were ghosts in the world, but she wouldn't believe this kind of nonsense. I reckon Ping must have made a mistake. Must have misjudged your identity. That's why he was like that. Su Yan guessed. Maybe. Lin Yun spread his hands. Lin Yun didn't want Su Yan to know that he was the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group, as well as his identity as Lu Zhizhong's grandson, because that wouldn't be fun. Count your kid lucky today. Luckily Ping got it wrong. Su Yan said. Su Yan had picked up Lin Yun from his house today, and she had seen with her own eyes how shabby Lin Yun's house was, so of course she didn't think that Lin Yun had any powerful status that could deter Ping. She could only think that Ping had gotten something wrong and had suddenly changed his attitude towards Lin Yun. After a pause, Su Yan added angrily, I really can't understand you. I told you that at that time, but you still want to call out to Ping Xiao. If Ping hadn't made a mistake, your kid would have been finished for sure, and I wouldn't have been able to protect you. Blame me. Lin Yun spread his hands. Right at this moment, Jiang Xiao suddenly stood up, his gaze landing directly on Lin Yun. Lin Yun, brother Ping doesn't know what he's up to, but he's not dealing with you anymore. But I know your background very well. You're just a poor boy. Don't worry. If brother Ping doesn't deal with you, then I'll deal with you. Jiang Xiao had taken Lin Yun's information from the school archives yesterday, so he knew that Lin Yun was the poor boy. He was very sure of that. Yeah, I'll wait, Lin Yun said with a smile. At that moment, Ping walked in. Next, the banquet continued, and Ping naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Lin Yun. Instead, he was very polite to Lin Yun. After the party, Ping invited everyone to go to a natural hot spring again. Aoyama Spa. Lin Yun and Su Yan pretended to be a couple, so naturally, they had to be in a hot spring pool, which was a treat for Lin Yun. The party only ended after the hot springs. When the banquet ended, it was already evening, and Su Yan directly drove Lin Yun back to the shantytown. In front of Lin Yun's house, the red Ferrari slowly pulled over and stopped. Inside the car, although your performance today was bad, I won't pay you less than $500,000. Give me your card number. Su Yan looked at Lin Yun. Payment isn't necessary. I don't lack money, Lin Yun said lightly. After saying that, Lin Yun directly pulled open the car door and walked away from the car, and then walked directly towards his home without dragging his feet in the slightest. Hey! Looking at Lin Yun, who had directly left, Su Yan froze for a moment. In Su Yan's opinion, wasn't Lin Yun helping her to continue pretending to be her boyfriend today just for the money? Now he didn't even want money? And Lin Yun was walking so swiftly that she didn't even have a chance to call out to him. Su Yan pulled open the driver's door and had wanted to go after him, But on second thought she thought, who is this young lady to chase him? If he doesn't want money, should this young lady still ask him to take it? After thinking about this, Su Yan directly closed the driver's side door again. Su Yan looked at Lin Yun's departing back from the car and beamed. Humph, what a weirdo. Obviously your family is poor, but you still try to be brave and don't want money. Do you want to show your man self-respect? After saying that, Su Yan directly started the car and left. The other side. Jiang Shao came back from the resort. That bastard even went to the hot springs with Su Yan. Damn it. Jiang Shao was about to explode with anger after thinking about this. What made Jiang Shao the most unbalanced was that the person he couldn't get with everything he wanted was obtained by a poor boy. On what grounds? Kid, you don't deserve Su Yan at all. I will definitely break you up. After Jiang Shao finished speaking, he touched the phone. Jiang Shao had already thought about calling and telling Su Yan's dad about this. He didn't believe Su Yan's dad would let his daughter fall in love with a poor boy. The next morning, Xingyang University, inside Lin Yun's dormitory. Kill kill kill. A shouting and killing sound came out, and it turned out to be Fatty, who was playing League of Legends with Lin Yun. Although Lin Yun seldom played games in the past, he still had some knowledge of the very hot League of Legends. Only Lin Yun played very poorly and had been unable to climb out of the silver pit. At that moment, a man in a suit pushed open the hidden dormitory door and walked in. You're Lin Yun, right? The man in the suit came directly in front of Lin Yun. You are? Lin Yun frowned and turned his head to look at the man in the suit. Lin Yun was certain that he didn't recognize the man in the suit. Our Mr. Su would like to see you. Please come with me, the man in the suit said. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I don't know Mr. Su. If he wants to come see me, let him come himself. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he continued to turn around and play the game. Are you kidding me? Lin Yun, the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading group, wants to meet him himself? Where did this Mr. Su get such great face? The moment he comes, he calls himself to meet him? Kid, you have quite a big mouth. Screwing with my lady, and now the master wants to see you, and you're even asking the master to come and see you? The tone of the man in the suit became icy cold. Chapter 59, You don't deserve my daughter. Lin Yun's expression froze when he heard this. What did he mean by messing around with your lady? Wait a minute. Mr. Su Yun? Lin Yun instantly thought of Su Yan. The Mr. Su you mentioned, is Su Yan's dad? Lin Yun hurriedly looked at the man in the suit. It seems like you're still very clear. Since you're clear, you're still putting up a fight with our Mr. Su. What do you mean by that? The man in the suit had a cold expression. Lin Yun couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Lin Yun had originally thought that this Mr. Su, the boss who knew his identity as chairman, had come to see him. Now, it seemed that it was Su Yan's father who had come to see him, and he didn't know that he was the chairman of the Huading group, and didn't know that he was Lu Zhizhong's grandson, which was why he had asked himself to meet him. Lin Yun couldn't help but wonder in his mind, why did Su Yan's dad suddenly look for me? And what is he looking for me for? Fatty, you fight first. I'm going out to meet someone, Lin Yun said as he got up. Boss, you're punking me again. Fatty carried a joking tone. After leaving the dormitory, the man in the suit led Lin Yun all the way forward to the Time School's Willow Lake. The lake stood a middle-aged man in a suit with a straight body, standing with his hands on the lake, quietly looking at the Willow Lake, with extraordinary grandeur. At first glance, it is a boss with a lot of money. He, I think, is Su Yan's dad. Mr. Su, the person has been brought. The man in the suit brought Lin Yun to Mr. Su. Mr. Su twisted his head and skimmed at Lin Yun before continuing to direct his gaze towards Yanglu Lake. You're the kid who fell in love with my daughter, Lin Yun, right? Mr. Su stared at Yanglu Lake as he spoke, looking calm and leaving only his back to Lin Yun. You're quite well informed. Mr. Su, you can even know this. Lin Yun couldn't help but shake his head and smile. I was only pretending to be a couple with Su Yan, but her dad knew about it so quickly? I naturally care about my daughter's affairs. Mr. Su returned. I don't know what Mr. Su has to offer. Lin Yun was not humble. Do you know what kind of family my daughter is from? Are you aware of how much my family's family fortune is? Mr. Su said calmly. I know. Lin Yun responded. Since you know, then you should know very well that you don't deserve my daughter. If you are sensible, please leave her. Mr. Su calmly said. The fact that Mr. Su didn't even turn to look at Lin Yun during the process of saying these words was enough to see how much he despised Lin Yun. Mr. Su, how do you know I'm not good enough for your daughter? Lin Yun couldn't help but reveal a smile. I've already read your personal file. Living in a shantytown. Single-parent family. Poor family. Need I say more? Mr. Sue sneered. Mr. Sue, take a look at the Willow Lake in front of you. What do you see? Lin Yun wore a subdued smile. The blue waves are beautiful. Although Mr. Sue didn't know why Lin Yun was asking this question, he answered anyway. Lin Yun also put his hands behind his back, then looked at Yanglu Lake and slowly said, "That's right, the blue waves, beautiful. Only a pity that this is only its surface. Underwater another scene. You do not know, and hidden under the surface, it is the whole Willow Lake. Then just as your understanding of me, only stay on the surface. You mean, let me spend time to know you inside out? I'm sorry, no matter how much I learn about you, you're a poor boy, and no matter how much I learn about you, you're not worthy of my family's Su Yen." Mr. Su shook his head and laughed coldly. "I dare to ask. I don't know what level Mr. Su thinks he has to reach in order to be worthy of your daughter? Isn't there a young Jiang chasing after Su Yen? So do you think young Jiang is worthy of your daughter?" Lin Yun asked with a smile. "I sue someone's total assets of nearly 1 billion. Want to match the daughter? At least the family's total assets of 2 billion up. That Jiang Shao can be far from it." Mr. Su slowly continued. "Looking at the entire Qingyang city, there aren't many young men who can match my daughter, but rather it's Ping Shao, brother Ping, who just returned from the provincial city. With his family's assets and influence, the party can match my daughter." Ping? Lin Yun smiled. "That Ping? Yesterday at the resort, had to nod and pretend to be a grandson to himself." At this time, Mr. Su turned around slowly and looked at Lin Yun. "Although I don't know what means you used to confuse my daughter Su Yen, but you are with my daughter for nothing more than money." After Mr. Su said that, he took out a check. "Here's a check for $1 million, enough to turn you from poor boy to millionaire. Take the money and leave my daughter. You don't deserve him." Mr. Su handed the check to the man in the suit next to him, who in turn handed it to Lin Yun. "Money?" Lin Yun couldn't help but shake his head and laugh as he stared at the check that was handed over. As the grandson of the richest man in the world, would Lin Yun lack money? After Lin Yun received the check, he directly folded the check pair. Rip! Lin Yun gently tore the check, and the check instantly turned into 2 halves. Lin Yun continued to fold it, tore it off, and then spilled the check on the floor. When Mr. Su saw Lin Yun tearing the check up, his face suddenly became gloomy. "What? Are you too little?" Mr. Su's face turned green. Immediately after that, Mr. Su once again took out a check. "This is $5 million, the highest amount I can give. I hope you think it over. Take the money and leave my daughter forever." Mr. Su personally handed the check to Lin Yun. This time, Lin Yun didn't pick it up, but shook his head and laughed. "Mr. Su, if you bring me a few $1 billion, it might still catch my eye." The man in the suit next to him became enraged when he heard Lin Yun's words. "Kid, I think you're looking for death. You don't even look at what you are." The man in the suit let out an angry cry. "Xiao Liang." Mr. Su waved his hand at the man in the suit, signaling him to back off. Immediately afterward, Mr. Su once again looked up at Lin Yun. Looking at Mr. Su's expression, one could tell that he was also a bit annoyed at this time. Only as a shopping mall old man, he was able to control his emotions. "Kid, if you are trying to blackmail more money from me, I can only tell you very clearly that $5 million is the limit I can give you, and I hope you take it as it comes." After a pause, Mr. Su continued, "I'll give you 3 days to think about it, and when you're done, you can always come to me for the $5 million. Once the 3 days are up, if you refuse to either take the money or leave my daughter, then I'll have no choice but to use strong-arm tactics." When Mr. Su said the last sentence, his tone steeply became icy. "Mr. Su, I think you'll definitely change your attitude the next time we meet," Lin Yun said with a smile. "Xiao Liang, let's go." Mr. Su didn't pay any more attention to Lin Yun, and directly called the man in the suit next to him and left with big steps. Looking at Mr. Su's back as he left, Lin Yun shook his head and smiled. If Mr. Su knew Lin Yun's identity, I wonder if he would still feel that Lin Yun was not worthy of her daughter. The other side. After Mr. Su walked away, Mr. Su, this brat is simply too ungrateful. Mrs. Vision is clearly very high. I really don't know how Miss could look at this kind of brat. The man in the suit gritted his teeth and said viciously, "I hope this brat is sensible. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite." Mr. Su grimaced and said in a cold voice, "Right, Mr. Su, Tomorrow's auction. Are you going to ask Miss to go with you? I heard that Mr. Ping, Brother Ping, is going to go. So it would be a good time to set up Miss and Mr. Ping. The man in the suit said. I'll talk to her. Mr. Su nodded. The other side. Lin Yun had just returned to his dormitory from the Willow Lake when the phone rang. Lin Yun took a look and it was a call from his grandfather, Lu Shizhong. Lin Yun knew that Grandpa was definitely up to something when he called him. Grandpa. Lin Yun hurriedly picked up the phone. Yuner, I'm at your house at the moment. Come back here. I have some good stuff good for you. I think it will help you a lot. Grandpa's kind voice came from the phone. Good stuff? What good stuff ah? Lin Yun was stunned for a moment. What kind of status was Grandpa? The richest man in the Southwest. His eyesight was naturally very high. Something that even Grandpa could call good. Lin Yun didn't dare to imagine what it was. And Grandpa said he was going to give it to himself. That it would help him a lot? Lin Yun couldn't help but get a little excited about what the good stuff was. Ha ha, you'll know when you get back. Grandpa's laughter came over the phone. Okay, I'll be right back. Lin Yun nodded. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yun hurried towards his home. Chapter 60 Grandpa's Mysterious Gift. Shantytowns. When Lin Yun returned home, his grandfather, Lu Shizhong, was sitting on the old sofa that his mother always sat on. Yuner, you're back. Lu Shizhong wore a kind smile. Grandpa, how's my mom's convalescence abroad going? Lin Yun hurriedly inquired about Grandpa as soon as he entered the door. Don't worry. With me arranging it, of course it's very good. Lu Shizhong laughed. That's good. Lin Yun nodded reassuringly. Yuner, the auction that your Qingyang city is holding tomorrow is a very important one for you, and I've come back today just for this matter. Lu Shizhong said. Lin Yun looked a little surprised. Although this auction is important, it's not so important that you, Grandpa, would personally run back from the provincial city to see me, right? It's true that there's no need for that if it's just an auction, but this auction is also about your war with the Golden Strong Group. Grandfather Lu Shizhong said. The Golden Strong Group? Lin Yun muttered. Lin Yun remembered that General Manager Lu Bo had previously told Lin Yun that this auction, he wanted to grab land with the Golden Strong Group. So, this auction is with the Golden Strong Group. A war without smoke. Right. It's the Golden Strong Group. I think Yuner you must hate it. To destroy the Golden Strong Group. Grandpa Lu Shizhong said with a smirk. Of course. Lin Yun nodded with his eyes slightly narrowed. The things that the Golden Strong Group had done before had made Lin Yun dream of destroying the Golden Strong Group. Only that the Golden Strong Group, as a local snake, and its chairman Xiang Jinxiang, as the big brother of the underground forces in Xinjiang City, had been running the city for more than a decade and had deep roots. So it was very difficult for Lin Yun to exterminate the Golden Strong Group on his own. The important task of destroying the Golden Strong Group, I will leave it to you to accomplish. This is also considered the ultimate exercise for you, Grandfather Lu Shizhong said. Grandpa, even if you didn't say anything, what I was thinking was to find a way to exterminate the Golden Strong Group on my own. Otherwise I would have sought your help. Grandpa. Lin Yun laughed. Ha ha, good. Have vigor. Lu Shizhong nodded happily. Immediately afterward, Lu Shizhong said, however, I won't let you fight alone. After all, Xiang Jinxiang is old and cunning, and he has been running the show in Xinjiang City for many years. I will help you one or two behind the scenes when necessary, but of course more is needed from you. Thank you, Grandpa. Then, Lin Yun nodded. For example, this auction, I will give you some help, Grandpa said with a smile. Oh, what kind of help? Lin Yun was curious. This auction was considered Lin Yun's first time going head-to-head with Xiang Jinxiang, and of course Lin Yun wanted to win a flagrant victory. First of all, I'll give you $1 billion of financial support. As long as it's an important land, no matter what, just bid to grab it, no matter what the cost, even if it's not worth it, it doesn't matter. It's to make Xiang Jinxiang have no land to build a house in the coming year. Grandpa said. Grandpa's meaning is to take money and smash it so hard that Xiang Jinxiang has no way out, right? Lin Yun said in surprise. Right, that's what it means. So what if he's a local snake? If it's more than capital, Huading Group, can play him to death. Grandpa Lu Shizhong said with a smile. Grandpa, you're worthy of being the richest man. You're just overbearing. He. Lin Yun grinned. By the way, Grandpa, this $1 billion, is it the good stuff you said on the phone? Lin Yun asked. Of course not. The good thing I'm referring to is something else. He will be of great help to you, Grandfather Lu Shizhong said with a smile. Immediately afterward, Grandpa took a document from the secretary's hand and then handed it to Lin Yun. Yuner, this is the good thing I'm going to give you. Lin Yun hastily took this document. In Lin Yun's opinion, something that could be called a good thing by Grandpa must be a treasure-level thing, right? After receiving the document, Lin Yun hurriedly opened it and watched. It sure is good. After Lin Yun saw this document, he quickly realized what Grandpa meant. This document that Grandpa had given Lin Yun was even more important than the $1 billion he had just given Lin Yun. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun very carefully put away this precious document. That's all I can do. As for how far you can go, that depends on your performance, Grandpa Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. Don't worry, Grandpa. I definitely won't let you down. With all this help from Grandpa, I'll definitely make the Golden Strong Group lose very, very badly in this auction. Lin Yun's tone was resolute. Don't look at the fact that Grandpa was only helping Lin Yun with a hand behind his back, but all this help from Grandpa was very, very helpful to Lin Yun. With these things, Lin Yun could be said to be victorious in tomorrow's auction. Good. The stuff has been delivered. So I'll go back to the province first. Lu Shizhong stood up. Lin Yun sent his grandfather, Lu Shizhong, all the way out of the house and sent him to the car. On the other hand, the top floor of the Golden Strong building, Master Xiang, for tomorrow's auction, there is a total of $300 million prepared in the account, and according to the prices of previous years, it should be more than enough to take those pieces of land, the military division said. In previous years, the land auction, Jinqiang Group and Huading Group, basically each take half of the land. The two sides will not fight too hard, because if the fight is too hard, both sides have losses, and at that time, the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group was still run by the Wu family's father and son. What the Wu family, father and son, advocated at that time was also a certain compromise with the Golden Strong Group. Xiang Jinqiang shook his head. This time is different from the past. This Lin Yun is not as intimidating as the Wu family's father and son once were, and with so many recent disputes between us and the Huading Group, the Huading Group will surely grab land with us. What Master Xiang means is to prepare more money? Arms Master asked. That's right. Find a way to prepare another 300 million, totaling 600 million. Any more than enough to grab a few good pieces of land, Xiang Jinqiang said. Xiang Jinqiang is well aware of the importance of land grabbing. Last time that kid embarrassed me. This auction, I'm going to create some trouble for him anyways, Xiang Jinqiang said through gritted teeth. When Xiang Jinqiang thought that the video of him being cuckolded had been sent to his men, endless anger flared up in his heart. At night, inside Su Yan's family's mid-level villa. Dad, what do you want to see me about? Su Yan came down from upstairs and casually sat on the sofa. Su Yan's dad, Mr. Su, sat across from Su Yan. Daughter, that kid called Lin Yun. I've read his profile. He's just a poor kid. Why are you with him? I don't understand. Mr. Su said. Put. When Su Yan heard her dad mention this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Yan was only looking for Lin Yun to play his boyfriend. She didn't expect her dad to know about it and take it seriously. Immediately after that, Su Yan turned to think. Since Dad, you believe it, then I will do a trick. That's right. I'm with him. What's wrong with a poor boy? It's not like I lack money anyway. Su Yan spread her hands and said. After a pause, Su Yan continued. So Dad, I have a boyfriend, so don't you ever introduce me to any more gentlemen. Nonsense. How can that Lin Yun be good enough for you? Tomorrow's auction. You'll come with me to attend. At that time, communicate more with Mr. Ping, Brother Ping. I'll set you up. Mr. Su said with a stern face. What auction I'm not interested in. If you dare to force me, I'm going to jump off the building. I'll go underground to find my mom to complain. Su Yan pouted. You, Mr. Su's face turned green with anger. Su Yan simply could not help but cover her red lips and sneer. All right, Dad. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. As for that what's his name Ping Xiao, I really don't have any feelings for him, so don't say anything about setting me up with him in the future. After Su Yan finished speaking, she directly got up and went upstairs. No matter what, Ping Xiao is 10,000 times better than that poor kid called Lin Yun. Mr. Su exclaimed towards Su Yan's back. In the blink of an eye the time came to the next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Huading Group. Inside the general manager's office. Lu Bo, are you ready? Lin Yun walked into the office. Mr. Lin, this auction is bound to be a bloody battle with the Golden Strong Group, so I've mobilized 500 million. I don't know if it's enough. If it's not enough I'll find a way to mobilize some more funds while I still have time. Lu Bo said. That's enough. Let's go, Lin Yun said with a smile. Yesterday, Grandpa gave himself $1 billion to support. Plus Lu Bo here 500 million, is 1.5 billion. Chapter 61 Awesome Son-in-Law. And the last time Grandpa came back to Qingyang City to see Lin Yun, he had even rewarded him with $1 billion. Lin Yun hadn't used much of that money yet. And if necessary, Lin Yun could take that money out and smash it as well. That all adds up to a whopping $2.5 billion. Having so much money, Lin Yun was confident that he could smash the Golden Strong Group to death with money in this auction. Qingyun Hotel. From 9 o'clock in the morning, all kinds of luxury cars drove into the parking lot of Qingyun Hotel one after another. On the parking lot, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Bentley, all kinds of luxury cars gathered. The people passing by were shocked by so many luxury cars and couldn't help but ask what day it was and why so many luxury cars were gathered. Everything, naturally, was because of today's auction, where half of Qingyang City's business bigwigs had gathered. Anyone worth less than $100 million is ineligible to enter. At that moment, a black Mercedes pulled into the parking lot. Lin Yun and Lu Bo walked out of the car. This black Mercedes was Lu Bo's car. Get out of the car. Dong Lin, the president of the Qingyang City Chamber of Commerce, said he wanted to pay you a visit. Lu Bo said, "Oh, where is he?" Lin Yun asked. "He's already in the hotel. If you want to see him, Director Lin, I'll lead the way." Lu Bo said. "Alright, then let's go and meet," Lin Yun said. Since Lin Yun had made the Qingyang City branch of the Huading Group bigger, it was naturally better to make more friends. "Young Master Lin." Just then, a respectful voice came from behind. Lin Yun turned his head to see that it was Ping from the Green Mountain Hot Spring Resort. "Brother Ping, so it's you." Lin Yun looked at Ping. "Young Master Lin, you can just call me Xiao Ping. Calling me Brother Ping is just a disgrace." Brother Ping laughed dryly. After a pause, Ping continued. "Young Master Lin, since we coincidentally met at the entrance, let's go in together. I have some other things to do, so go in first." Lin Yun waved his hand. Lin Yun did have something to do, and he had to meet the Chamber of Commerce president first. "In that case, then I won't bother young Master Lin. I'll take my leave first." Ping nodded sagely before excusing himself and leaving. Inside a VIP lounge of the Green Cloud Hotel, after Lin Yun entered the box under Lu Bo's leadership, what met his eyes was an old man with white hair and an age of about 60. "Manager Lu, you're here. This is Chairman Lin Wright." When the old man saw Lu Bo and Lin Yun, he hurriedly smiled and got up to greet them. "Dong Lin, this is the president of the Qingyang City Chamber of Commerce, President Yin, an old-timer in our Qingyang City business community." Lu Bo said to Lin Yun. "Hello President Yin, my name is Lin Yun." Lin Yun extended his right hand with a smile. "Mr. Lin, hello." President Yin hastily stretched out his hands and shook Lin Yun's hand enthusiastically. President Yin had long since learned that Lin Yun was Lu Zhizhong's grandson, so of course he was enthusiastic. "President Yin, please take care of me in the future," Lin Yun said with a faint smile. "What are you talking about, Mr. Lin? It should be Mr. Lin who should take care of the old man me more." "Ah ha ha," President Yin laughed. Immediately afterward, President Yin took out a business card and respectfully handed it to Lin Yun, stating that in the future, for anything he needed help with, just contact him. President Yin knew very well that Lin Yun, as Lu Zhizhong's grandson, would definitely break out of Qingyang City in the future and head to a higher platform with an unlimited future. As for the business card handed over by President Yin, Lin Yun politely accepted it. The other side, inside the hall on the second floor, the auction hadn't officially begun yet, and the bosses and rich kids who had come to participate in the auction were all gathered in the hall on the second floor. The bosses were gathered in the inner circle at the very front, chatting with each other. "The boss's exit is, Mr. Lu, I heard that you recently opened a new hotel, and your business is getting more and more prosperous. Mr. Li, you've invested in another $50 million project. How's the return? Mr. Hua, I heard that your business partner is also here. How about introducing me to him?" Those rich kids, on the other hand, were gathered in the outer circle of the hall. They are each in a circle. Those thousands of gold big ladies chat is mostly which brand and out of the new bag and so on the topic. As for the cockneys, they gather together to talk, mostly about what sports cars, beautiful women and other topics. Zhang Shao and more than a dozen rich second-generation people were also gathered together at this time. Zhang Shao's family had a total asset of about 800 million. Which was at the top level among these 10 or so rich second generation. And naturally, he had been touted by these 10 or so rich second generation. "Look, Jiang Xiao, brother Ping is here. There was a rich second generation pointing at the door. Jiang Xiao took a look, and sure enough, it was Ping. Go, let's go say hello to Ping. Jiang Xiao directly led these 10-odd rich youngsters and greeted Ping. Although Jiang Xiao was at the top level of the dozen or so rich second generation, he was far inferior to Ping. Hi Ping. Jiang Xiao's few people approached and hurriedly greeted Ping. It's you guys. Ping responded. Brother Ping, you've just returned to Qingyang City and you don't have many friends. Why don't you join us? Jiang Xiao took the initiative to throw out an olive branch. Of course Jiang Xiao wanted to climb into a relationship with Ping. If he could become friends with Ping, it would be very beneficial to him. I'm so sorry. I have other people to see. Ping spoke directly and refused. If it wasn't for Ping's thought that he would have to rely on these rich kids to take care of his hot spring resorts business in the future, Ping wouldn't even want to take care of Jiang Xiao. The reason was simple. Jiang Xiao had offended Lin Yun. In that case, then we won't bother brother Ping. Jiang Xiao saw that brother Ping politely refused, so he could only nod sagely. After leaving from here, Ping headed straight for the inner circle. Young Master Ping. As soon as Ping entered the inner circle, he heard someone behind him greet him. Ping twisted his head to see if it wasn't Mr. Su Yan's father. Young Master Ping, I heard that you just returned to Qingyang City. I was going to find some time to visit you, but I didn't expect to meet you here today. Mr. Su enthusiastically walked up to Ping while extending his hand. Mr. Su's total assets were around $1 billion, and he was considered a particularly powerful business figure in Qingyang City. But he was still obviously a far cry from Ping's dad. You know, Ping's dad has a total asset of about $3 billion, and his business has long since made it to the provincial capital. Su always you? How come I haven't seen Sister Su Yan? Ping smiled and shook hands with Mr. Su. This daughter of mine is capricious. Let her come to participate. She just won't come. Mr. Su smiled helplessly and bitterly. Girls, it's normal for them not to be interested in this kind of drinking party, Ping said. At this time, Mr. Su came over to Ping and whispered, Young Master Ping, what do you think of our Su Yan? Young Master Ping, you're a talented man, and I do think that you and our Su Yan are male and female. This, after Ping sniffed, an embarrassed look appeared on his face. Ping wasn't stupid. Mr. Su's words were hinting wildly at him, making it clear that he was trying to rub it in with him and Su Yan. But does Ping dare? He definitely wouldn't dare. Because Ping knew that Su Yan was Lin Yun's girlfriend. How could he dare to think about Lin Yun's woman? Why, young Master Ping, could it be that you don't think our Su Yan is pretty? Mr. Su said suspiciously. That's not true. Of course Su Yan is beautiful. It's just that, as far as I know, Su Yan already has a boyfriend. Ping dryly laughed. You know Su Yan has a boyfriend? Mr. Su was shocked for a moment. Immediately afterward, Mr. Su shook his head and said, that boyfriend of Su Yan's. His family still lives in a shantytown. His family is poor. He is also worthy of my Su Yan? He's just a flower in cow dung. Mr. Su's words were filled with disdain for Lin Yun. Ping couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh when he heard this. Ping couldn't help but think in his mind, Mr. Su, where is your daughter's boyfriend? Some poor boy. Someone else is the grandson of the richest man in southwest China. He's much more powerful than me. And you don't even know that you have such a powerful son-in-law. But you're still complaining here. Ping thought for a moment, then opened his mouth with a smile. Mr. Su, do you know that the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group has come with a new chairman? Ping knew that Lin Yun was hiding his identity, and he couldn't directly reveal Lin Yun's identity, but he still decided to remind Mr. Su in a sideways manner. The new chairman of the Huading Group? Slightly heard of it. Mr. Su nodded. Then, do you know, who is this new chairman and what is his identity background? Ping continued to inquire with a smile on his face. Chapter 62, Get out of here. I don't know about this. After all, I'm not in the same industry as the Huading Group. I didn't explore it carefully. Mr. Su said. Immediately afterward, Mr. Su asked rhetorically, Young Master Ping, are you suddenly mentioning this new chairman because there is something special about him? Of course, this new chairman comes from a big, scary place, Ping said with a smile. Oh, big and scary? To be able to be spoken of in such a way by young Master Ping, I wonder what his origin is. Mr. Su looked a little curious. This chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group is the biological grandson of Elder Lu Zhizhong. Do you think that's a big scary origin? Ping said with a smile. What? Elder Lu Zhizhong's own grandson? After Mr. Su heard this news, his entire body was shocked. Mr. Su was of course very clear about how powerful an existence Elder Lu Zhizhong was, and his own grandson was naturally a top-tier rich third generation. In Mr. Su's eyes, Ping was already a rich second generation with a very high rank, but compared to Master Lu's own grandson, it was definitely 100,000 miles away. I didn't realize that our Qingyang city actually hides such a character. I'm really out of the loop. Mr. Su laughed dryly. Mr. Su, this Elder Lu's own grandson, similar in age to your daughter. He should be attending today's auction. You might see him, Ping said with a smile. I see. Mr. Su nodded indistinctly. Mr. Su secretly made up his mind in his heart that he must find an opportunity to get to know this Elder Lu's own grandson later on. In Ms. Su's opinion, if it was Elder Lu's own grandson, this weight could be too much stronger than young Master Ping, and it was also similar in age to her daughter. Mr. Su secretly made up his mind to see if he could find an opportunity to set up a match between his daughter and Elder Lu's own grandson. If the matchmaking really succeeded, Mr. Su knew that he would be really rich if he climbed onto the high branch of old Lu. He now knew though that the new chairman of the Huading group was the grandson of Elder Lu. But he didn't know that this grandson of Master Lu was the Lin Yun he had met yesterday at the Qingyang University Lake. The other side. While Mr. Su was chatting with Ping, Lin Yun had already walked into the venue. Lu Bo went to the restroom, so he didn't follow Lin Yun. Kid, stop right there. Lin Yun had just entered the venue before taking a few steps when he was suddenly surrounded by over a dozen rich kids rushing up. Lin Yun hid his eyes. The leader was surprisingly Zhang Xiao. Kid, what a narrow path. I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhang Xiao stepped forward with an arrogant smile on his face. Met you. Expectedly. Lin Yun skimmed at Zhang Xiao, then returned lightly. Kid, I'm the opposite of you. Met you here but outside my expectation. Want to enter here? The minimum requirement is the family assets of more than 100 million. Just with you. Also have the qualification to enter here? Zhang Xiao sneered. What do you mean then? Lin Yun looked at Zhang Xiao with a smirk. The meaning is simple. You're not qualified to enter here at all. Yet you appear here, which can only mean that you're mixed in. Zhang Xiao held his bladder. Zhang Xiao had checked Lin Yun's file at school before, and he knew that Lin Yun's family was poor and definitely not qualified to enter here. But Lin Yun appeared here, and in Zhang Xiao's opinion there was only one possibility for this, and that was that Lin Yun had sneaked in. A few of the rich kids next to him chimed in. Kid, dare to blend in here. Do you know the consequences of being discovered? Zhang Xiao even laughed. Kid, this time you're finally guilty in my hands. To tell you the truth, this hotel is owned by my second uncle. As long as I say a word, you can be arrested by the hotel security, beat you up and then throw you out. Zhang Xiao had wanted to clean up Lin Yun for a long time, and for him today was the perfect opportunity. Oh, what do you want then? Lin Yun hugged his bladder and revealed a playful smile. If you kneel down and beg me for forgiveness, then leave Su Yan. I can spare you. Zhang Xiao said arrogantly. Then I'll also tell you that if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness right now, I can spare you as well. Otherwise, I'll be able to blast you out with the same sentence. Lin Yun sneered. Ha ha. Once Lin Yun's words came out, Zhang Xiao and the others all burst out laughing. Kid, you don't even look at what you are, and you blasted Zhang Xiao out? What a big joke. Doesn't this kid know that the owner of Qingyun Hotel is Zhang Xiao's second uncle? This kid is really amusing too. Sneaking in and still so full of himself? After Zhang Xiao laughed a few times, the smile on his face came to an abrupt end, followed by his face sinking as he said in an icy tone. Kid, didn't you rely on Su Yan to protect you before? Now that Su Yan is not by your side, you still dare to be so cross. If I don't clean you up today, I'll write the word Jiang backwards. Go, call security. Zhang Xiao waved his hand to a rich kid next to him. Alright brother Jiang. After leading the order, this rich second generation was ready to go and call the security guards. What are you doing? Just then, a cold voice rang out from behind. Zhang Xiao twisted his head to see that it was Zhu Zhe, the owner of Qingyun Hotel. Second uncle, it's you. I found a brat who blended into the venue and was about to shout for security to blast the brat out. Zhang Xiao pointed at Lin Yun with a smile on his face. The boss, Zhu Zhe, looked in the direction of Zhang Xiao's finger. When Zhu Zhe saw Lin Yun, he was instantly shocked and jolted. Holy, isn't this the new chairman of the Huading group? Isn't this Master Lu Zhizhong's own grandson? The last time Lin Yun had held a small reception at the Qingyang Hotel to entertain the partners of the Huading group, and at that time, Zhu Zhe had even paid a special visit to Lin Yun and had given him a diamond membership card of the Qingyang Hotel. Zhu Zhe certainly knew Lin Yun. Lin Dong, terrified. Zhu Zhe hurriedly walked quickly to Lin Yun and respectfully gave him a salute. This. Zhang Xiao and the other 10 or so rich kids were all confused when they saw this scene. How could Zhu Zhe be respectful to Lin Yun? Second uncle. What are you doing? This kid is just a poor kid. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but shout. Shut the up. Zhu Zhe twisted his head and glared fiercely at Zhang Xiao, his expression as if he wanted to eat someone. Zhu Zeku was very clear that Lin Yun is Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Offending Lin Yun would be suicidal. As far as they were concerned, these local small bosses, Lu Zhizhong could easily destroy them. Zhang Xiao's face was scared white. He had never seen his second uncle show such a ferocious expression. The other rich kids around Zhang Xiao naturally didn't dare to speak. Boss Zhu, Zhang Xiao is your nephew, right? He could have just kicked me out. Lin Yun sneered and stared at Zhu Zhe. Zhu Zhe wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Lin Dong, this kid is simply too arrogant and domineering. Lin Dong, you say, what are you going to do with this kid? Out of sight, out of mind. I don't want to see them. You understand what I mean, right? Lin Yun said gently. Understood. Zhu Zhe nodded his head in a hurry. Immediately afterward, Zhu Zhe twisted his head to look at Zhang Xiao's group of people. All of you little bastards. All of you get the hell out of here. Zhu Zhe coldly shouted. Get out? Second uncle. He's the one who should roll out. Zhang Xiao said through clenched teeth. Zhang Xiao really couldn't figure out in his mind why second uncle would tell him to get out. Pop. After Zhu Zhe sniffed, without saying anything, he stepped forward and slapped Zhang Xiao's face. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? If you don't get out, then I can only call the security guards to kick you out. Zhu Zhe said in a cold voice. Zhang Xiao covered his face and looked as if he had 10,000 reasons in his mind. Although Zhang Xiao was aggrieved in his heart, he saw that his second uncle had beaten him. He did not doubt for a second that he would call the security guards to coax him. I go. Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth and nodded. Lin Yun looked at Zhang Xiao and smiled. I already said just now that you'd have to get the hell out of here with just one word from me. Now you believe me, don't you? You. Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth in anger, especially when he saw the smile on Lin Yun's face. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He was about to swear at Lin Yun, but when he saw his second uncle next to him glaring at him with a murderous gaze, he could only swallow back the words that were on his lips. Don't get out yet, Zhu Zhe urged in a cold voice. Chapter 63, Xiang Jinxiang's Handle. Let's go. Zhang Xiao's gaze gave Lin Yun a grudging look before he quickly turned around and left. After Zhang Xiao and the others left, Dong Lin, I'm really sorry. This nephew of mine doesn't know any better and bumped into you. I apologize on his behalf once again. Zhu Zhe respectfully apologized to Lin Yun. Boss Zhu is polite. Lin Yun waved his hand. As the saying goes, a hand out is not a hand up. And since Zhu Zhe was so respectful to himself, there was naturally no need for Lin Yun to find trouble with him. When Zhu Zhe saw Lin Yun say that, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for what happened here, because it happened in the outermost part of the venue, coupled with the fact that the venue was very noisy, it didn't attract much attention, especially from the big bosses in the inner circle of the venue, and even less from anyone who noticed everything that happened here, including Su Yan's father, Mr. Su, who hadn't noticed Lin Yun over here because he was talking to Ping. At this time, Lu Bo, who had finished going to the restroom, walked in from outside. Lin Dong, did something happen? Lu Bo saw that the atmosphere was not right. It's nothing, just some jumped up clowns. Lin Yun smiled and shook his head. Boss Zhu, you must be busy today, so go ahead and get busy. Lin Yun waved his hand at him. Alright, then I'll take my leave. Zhu Zhe smiled and nodded his head before turning away with good sense. After Zhi's left. By the way, Lin Dong, I just bumped into Xiang Jinxiang, the boss of Jinxiang Group, outside. He should be coming in soon. Lu Bo said. Xiang Jinxiang? Lin Yun mumbled once. Yes, if he comes in, he will definitely pass through here and may collide with us, Lu Bo said. After all, Lin Yun was currently located near the entrance. Since that's the case, then it's just right for me to meet him. I haven't seen his true colors yet. Lin Yun revealed a smile. As he spoke, a middle-aged man wearing a flowery shirt and sunglasses, with a stout figure and a face full of pimples, walked in. Greetings, Master Xiang. Greetings, Master Xiang. Wherever the man passed, the people around him greeted him respectfully, and he just strutted forward, ignoring the voices of greeting around him with an aura. He is none other than the chairman of the Golden Strong Group, Xiang Jinxiang. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Jinxiang walked up to Lin Yun. The next moment, it stopped, stopping in front of Xiang Jinxiang. I believe this is the famous Master Xiang? Lin Yun looked at Xiang Jinxiang in front of him with a smile on his face. Which dog is this that dares to stand in my way? Xiang Jinxiang said with his head held high. Lin Yun frowned slightly. Although neither of them had ever seen each other in person, Lin Yun believed that Xiang Jinxiang had definitely seen a picture of himself, and the fact that Lu Bo was standing beside him was enough to explain to him who he was. But he pretended not to recognize him, making it clear that he wanted to embarrass Lin Yun. I said that Master Xiang's faction is just enough, but it's just a pity that he's still being cuckolded by his own wife. Lin Yun sneered. Originally, Xiang Jinxiang, who was still holding his head high, when he heard Lin Yun's words, the corners of his eyes suddenly twitched violently, and his face instantly became unsightly. This matter is definitely a hurdle and a pain in the heart for Xiang Jinxiang. As a result, Lin Yun opened his mouth and poked his pain point. Lin Yun, you looking for death? A rage burned in Xiang Jinxiang's eyes. Yo, Master Xiang, you know my name is Lin Yun? Since you know, why did you pretend you didn't recognize me just now? What are you pretending for? Lin Yun laughed. You. Xiang Jinxiang's face turned green, but instead he didn't know how to retort. Lin Yun, believe it or not, I'll get you killed right now. Xiang Jinxiang's eyes widened in anger as he glared at Lin Yun with a ferocious look on his face. After Xiang Jinxiang finished speaking, he directly fumbled out a real one he was carrying and aimed it at Lin Yun. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed. You dare to make a move in full view of everyone? Do you think that my grandfather, Lu Shizhong, is a dry eater? As long as you dare to do so, do you believe that you will die as well? Lin Yun wasn't afraid of Xiang Jinxiang's hands. For one thing, Lin Yun was certain that Xiang Jinxiang wouldn't be stupid enough to personally move against himself in public. Secondly, Lone Wolf is also protecting himself in the dark. If Xiang Jinxiang really has no brain to really make a move, Lone Wolf will also make a move. These 2 points made Lin Yun fearless. Seeing this, Xiang Jinxiang's military counselor hurriedly pulled Xiang Jinxiang. Master Xiang, calm down. This is not the place to make a move. He's right. If you make a move here, then we'll be finished too. Although Xiang Jinxiang was furious, he could only bite his teeth after hearing this, and then put away his things. Xiang Jinxiang can go to such a point now. In addition to ruthlessness, naturally also has a brain, the reasoning of which he certainly understand. Kid, don't worry, even if I don't move you right now, I can guarantee that you definitely won't live long. Xiang Jinxiang gritted his teeth and said, if you still want to secretly send people to kill me, then you'll probably be disappointed. Those dozen or so minions you sent last time weren't enough for me to stuff my teeth. Lin Yun sneered. Xiang Jinxiang's face changed. Did you do all those people? Xiang Jinxiang's face turned blue. The dozen or so people that were sent out to kill Lin Yun last time, Xiang Jinxiang had never been able to find them, and now that Lin Yun had said so, he was even more certain. It was just that Xiang Jinxiang couldn't figure out how Lin Yun was able to fight 10 against 1 when those 10 or so people took advantage of the fact that Lin Yun was alone to sneak in and strike. It's only because the people you sent were too weak, not even enough to stuff my teeth, Lin Yun said disdainfully. After a pause, Lin Yun smiled and continued. Right, you just threatened me, right? Then I'll threaten you too. Threaten me? Oh, what are you threatening me with? Xiang Jinxiang also sneered. Take this. Of course. Lin Yun fished out his cell phone and waved it in front of Xiang Jinxiang. What do you mean? Xiang Jinxiang grimaced, not understanding Lin Yun's meaning. It's simple. My cell phone is loaded with your wife greeting you, and if I'm in a bad mood, I'll probably send him to a lot of people to read. Lin Yun said with a smile. You. After Xiang Jinxiang heard Lin Yun's words, his face turned green with anger. The last time this video was passed on to those of his men, but he gave a death order that anyone who dared to spread this video would surely die. So this video didn't get out in the slightest. If this video circulated, his face would definitely be lost to his grandmother's house. Xiang Jinxiang was so angry that he covered his chest and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Master Xiang. Xiang Jinxiang's military counselor rushed forward to support him. Well, this handle of yours, it's not weak, is it? Lin Yun said with a smile. You despicable brat. How dare you use such tactics to shade me? Xiang Jinxiang gritted his teeth. Despicable? Oh, it was you who was despicable first. If you hadn't secretly caused trouble for my Huading group, if you hadn't sent someone to assassinate me, would I have shaded you? Everything is merely you asking for it. Lin Yun laughed coldly. After a pause, Lin Yun continued. Also, I'll keep this video for you for now. If you dare to play dirty tricks on me next time, I guarantee that I'll let all the citizens of Qingyang City see this video. Asshole, asshole, asshole. Xiang Jinxian was about to explode with anger. He knew that the handle of the video was in Lin Yun's hands, and Lin Yun could threaten him at any time. You're angry, right? It doesn't matter. Let's compete on the basis of our strength in today's auction, Lin Yun said with a smile. At this moment, Xiang Jinxian's eyes were red, and his eyes were flashing with uncontrollable anger. Xiang Jinxian felt like the anger in his chest was about to explode. He couldn't wait to rush up and kill Lin Yun right now, but he also knew that he couldn't do that. Lin Yun, at the auction today, I'm going to make you look good. Xiang Jinxian stared at Lin Yun with an unusually cold tone. Xiang Jinxian couldn't make a move on Lin Yun right now. He could only give Lin Yun color through today's auction. Xiang Jinxian had already made up his mind that today's auction was to pay even a greater price. He had to give Lin Yun a good counterattack. Will the auction make me look good? Then you might be disappointed. I will only make you look bad at today's auction. A smile emerged from the corner of Lin Zhao's mouth. Lu Bo, let's go. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he directly took Lu Bo and left. ********************************************************** asshole. Xiang Jinxian looked at Lin Yun's departing back, his fists squeezing and clacking, his knuckles whitening from vigorously pinching the east. Chapter 64, Meeting with Mr. Su. Xiang Jinxian asked himself that it had been a long time since anyone had dared to call him out to his face like this, and it had been a long time since anyone had been able to infuriate him like this. Some of the surrounding rich kids and bosses who were onlookers were even more shocked after seeing what had just happened. That young kid just now. Just what kind of god is he? How dare he call out to Master Xiang like that? How dare he infuriate Master Xiang like this? Yeah, who the hell is he to have such guts? The surrounding bosses and rich kids who didn't recognize Lin Yun were puzzled. You guys are not well informed, right? The one just now is the new chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group. Do you know what background he has? Speaking out scares you all to death. A bald boss who knew the inside story laughed. This know-it-all boss had attended a small reception organized by Lin Yun last time, so he knew who Lin Yun was. What background? The surrounding crowd looked puzzled. This new chairman is Elder Lu Zhizhong's own grandson, the bald boss said. Elder Lu Zhizhong's own grandson? Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after hearing this. Of course they knew very well how powerful in existence old man Lu Zhizhong was, the richest man in the 3 southwestern provinces, not knowing how many times more powerful than a city-level boss like them. No wonder he dared to call Master Xiang's bluff. No wonder he infuriated Master Xiang like that, and Master Xiang didn't dare to move him on the spot. After they thought about Lin Yun's identity, the doubts in their hearts were instantly cleared. When they looked up at Lin Yun's departing back, they all wore a look of awe. This was definitely an existence that couldn't be offended. Elder Lu's own grandson was actually in Qingyang City. They didn't dare to imagine what kind of storm clouds this ordinary and slim-looking young man would stir up in Qingyang City. The other side. Dong Lin, you choked Xiang Jinxiang speechless with a few words, just to make him furious, but also to make him unable to spread his anger. It's really enjoyable to watch, Lu Bo said happily. He's asking for embarrassment, Lin Yun said with a smile. But Lin Dong, there is a downside to this. Just now you provoked him to anger. He let slip that the auction will want us to look good. It means that he will definitely find a scene in the auction later. We only prepared 500 million. I am afraid that. Lu Bo revealed a few worried colors. He could foresee that the auction later on would definitely be bloody. Lu Bo is clear in his mind. If to Jinxiang really regardless of the cost of the competition up, they prepared 500 million may not be enough. Even if we didn't provoke him just now, this auction today will be just as bloody. Lin Yun said calmly. That's right too. Lu Bo nodded. As for money, you don't have to worry. I have my own arrangements. Lin Yun revealed a confident smile. The inner circle of the venue. I heard that just now at the entrance. Master Xiang clashed with the new chairman of Huading and almost fought. What had just happened at the doorway quickly spread to the inner circle of the venue, to the ears of these bosses in the inner circle. The Huading group and Master Xiang's Golden Strong group were originally rivals, and with them clashing once again, there's going to be a good show at this auction. When two tigers fight, one will be injured. Yes, 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 this auction, the competition between their two families will definitely be very intense. There's no telling who the final winner will be. As the top business group in Southwest China, surely the Huading group is better. It's hard to say. Although the Huading group is powerful, but this is after all only the Qingyang branch, while Master Xiang is our Qingyan's local snake, and has been roaming around Qingyang for more than 10 years, and the capital he has accumulated should not be underestimated. There was also a heated debate as to who would be the winner of this auction. Of course, the only thing everyone can be sure of is that if the fight gets too intense, the price paid, even by the eventual winner, will be great. After thinking about this, everyone was more and more excited about this auction. Of course, many of the bosses in the inner circle only know that it was the new chairman of Huading who clashed with Master Xiang, but many of them still don't know that the new chairman of Huading is Lu Zhizhong's own grandson. Somewhere in the inner circle, Su Yan's father, Mr. Su, naturally heard this news. Mr. Su was chatting with the president of the Qingyang City Chamber of Commerce at the moment. President Yin, I just heard from someone that this new chairman of the Huading group is the grandson of elder Lu Zhizhong. President Yin, you are well informed, so I don't know if this is true or not. Mr. Su asked. Mr. Su, you're right. This new chairman is indeed the grandson of elder Lu Zhizhong. Chairman Yin nodded. After a pause, President Yun continued. I just saw him before. Although he is young, but a table of talent, and there is no rich second-generation playboy breath. Even dress is very ordinary, do not wear any brand name. In the second-generation rich third-generation, is really a clear stream. I think he will be able to have a future. Oh, President Yin has always been an accurate judge of people. In that case, this is a rare talent. Mr. Su marveled. Mr. Su secretly said in his heart, this person is not only the top rich third generation, but also has no playboy breath. This kind of person is absolutely rare. He was even more determined in his mind to find a way to set his daughter up with him. So Mr. Su smiled and opened his mouth. President Yin, you just said you've met him. So could you help introduce him? I would love to pay a visit to this elder Lu's grandson. Of course there's no problem. Follow me, President Yin said with a smile. Immediately after that, President Yin directly led Mr. Su forward. Here, it's just ahead. President Yun pointed ahead as he walked. Mr. Su looked in the direction of President Yun's finger, and what caught his eye was a young back. Why does this feel a little familiar? Mr. Su couldn't help but mumble after seeing this back figure. He felt that he had seen this figure before, but he couldn't recall who it was. He couldn't see the face either because his back was turned and he couldn't tell. Mr. Su, you can be sure to be respectful later. He's not on the same level as us, President Yin admonished. Don't worry, President Yin. I understand this without you saying it. Mr. Su replied with a smile. Soon, President Yin brought Mr. Su to this back. President Yun spoke respectfully to the back figure. Chairman Lin, I'm Chairman Yin, here to introduce you to someone you know. Mr. Su also stood in place respectfully, looking at the back with a smile on his face. Under Chief Su's gaze, the figure slowly turned around. The person who caught Mr. Su's eye was no other than Lin Yun. Boom! The moment Mr. Su saw Lin Yun, the smile on his face came to a screeching halt. His face steeply turned pale, and a look of how he couldn't catch a break appeared in his eyes. Mr. Su's brain, even more boom, exploded in general. Yes, it's you! Mr. Su stared straight at Lin Yun's face, his voice all becoming unusually shrill due to the extreme horror within him. Mr. Su never dreamed that he would be Lin Yun. After Lin Yun saw Mr. Su, a flash of surprise first crossed his eyes before returning to calmness, and a smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth instead. This was because Lin Yun had predicted before that there was a possibility that he would bump into Su Yan's father. Mr. Su, at the auction. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and greet Lin Dong? President Yun pushed Mr. Su's back. How could he? He be Lu Zhizhong's grandson, isn't he? He a college student at Qingyang University? Mr. Su's eyes were full of incredulity. He had only seen Lin Yun yesterday. He had also gotten a copy of Lin Yun's personal information from the school. The Lin Yun in the information was clearly a child from a poor family. At this time, Lu Bo, who was sitting next to Lin Yun, also turned around. Yo, isn't this Mr. Su? Our Lin Dong is indeed studying at Qingyang University. Being the chairman is just Lin Dong's side job, Lu Bo said with a smile. This. Of course Mr. Su knew Lu Bo. This was the general manager of the Huading Group. Even the general manager of Huading Group said so. Even if Mr. Su didn't believe it anymore, he had to believe it at this moment. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted me to introduce you to Lin Dong? I'll introduce you. Why are you like this? President Yin frowned. Chapter 65, the auction begins. President Yin had specifically instructed Mr. Su before he came that his attitude must be good after meeting Lin Yun, but as a result, he didn't expect Mr. Su to be like this after meeting Lin Yun. President Yun. Lin Yun waved his hand at President Yin, signaling that he didn't need to say any more. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked at General Manager Su and smiled. Mr. Su, that's right, I'm the new chairman of the Huading Group. And yes, I'm Lu Zhizhong's grandson. But, Mr. Su stared at Lin Yun, still somewhat unable to figure it out in his heart. Yesterday at the Willow Lake, I told you that what you saw was merely the surface of the lake, and knew nothing of what was underneath it. Just as your understanding of me stops at the surface. In fact, you know nothing about me. Lin Yun calmly said. After Mr. Su heard this, he let out a long sigh and realized in his heart that Lin Yun was just hiding his identity. When he thought about it carefully, with Lin Yun's status, it would be easy to create a fake profile. Su, have looked away after all. Mr. Su lowered his head. Mr. Su had previously thought that he must find a way to set up his daughter with old Lu's own grandson, and he had never dreamed that this person would be Lin Yun. He, on the other hand, had given Lin Yun a warning to leave his daughter at the Yanglu Lake of Qingnan University yesterday. What drama and ridiculousness this is. General Manager Su, I don't know if you think now that I'm worthy of your daughter? Lin Yun stared at Mr. Su and revealed a smile. Of course, Mr. Su nodded with a dry smile. Mr. Su knew in his heart that just based on the fact that Lin Yun was Lu Zhizhong's grandson, how could he not be worthy of his daughter? Only his own daughter was unworthy of him. Mr. Su smiled and continued. Lin Dong, yesterday it was my brain that had a problem. Don't take it seriously. I'm now 100% in support of what you and Su Yan are doing. Mr. Su thought carefully at this time. Lin Yun and his daughter are already boyfriend and girlfriend. This is definitely a good thing. Lin Yun is his son-in-law. Thinking of this he was bursting with joy. Mr. Su, I'll be honest with you about Su Yan. I'm not boyfriend and girlfriend with her. I just pretended to be his boyfriend for a few days to help her deal with Jiang Xiao's harassment. Lin Yun said indifferently. What? Mr. Su's expression stiffened. Mr. Su was just celebrating in his heart. No matter what, at least Lin Yun and his daughter are already boyfriend and girlfriend. So he is also considered Lin Yun's father-in-law, considered a relative of Lu Zhizhong. As a result, he hadn't even been happy for 3 seconds before Lin Yun told him the truth. At this time, the auction staff, who had already picked up the microphone, notified everyone to enter the auction venue, and the auction was about to begin. Lin Yun stood up. Mr. Su, my identity, I hope you don't tell Su Yan. Yes. Mr. Su nodded his head in a hurry. Lu Bo, let's go. Lin Yun called on Lu Bo to walk with him towards the auction venue. Mr. Su looked at Lin Yun's back as he left, his gaze complicated. At the same time, Mr. Su secretly made up his mind that even if Lin Yun and her daughter were a pretend couple, he had to find a way to set the two up, preferably to make them fake it. The time for the auction to start had arrived, and the big bosses in the arena, one after another, walked towards the auction venue. As for those rich daughters, it was fine for them to play around in the hall outside here, but they were not qualified to enter the main venue of the auction. The main auction venue was on the 3rd floor, and Lin Yun and Lu Bo entered together, then sat in the first row of VIP seats according to their assigned numbers. Lin Yun was the chairman of the Huading Group, and even if Lin Yun didn't say anything, the auction party would have arranged for Lin Yun to be in the VIP seats. To be honest, this was the first time in his life that Lin Yun had come to a place like this. However, Lin Yun was calm and collected, as the balance in his card was able to give Lin Yun enough confidence. Lin Yun swept a glance at the auction. It wasn't big, it could hold about 100 people. While Lin Yun was looking around, Xiang Jinxiang of the Jinxiang Group happened to pass by Lin Yun. Kid, we'll see. Xiang Jinxiang glared fiercely at Lin Yun. Yeah, let's see who can have the last laugh in today's auction, Lin Yun said with a smile. Xiang Jinxiang didn't answer again and turned directly toward his seat. Xiang Jinxiang was also sitting in the first row of VIP seats, but he was on the left side and Lin Yun was on the right side. It should have been the auction party that deliberately separated the two sides. A few minutes later, the bosses were seated. Boom! The big lights of the auction suddenly turned off, leaving only a few small lights, and the lights on the auction table. At that moment, A host strides onto the stage. Welcome all bosses to Qingyang City's annual auction. The host looked very enthusiastic. The host came on stage and gave a short introduction to today's auction before inviting a few big names from Qingyang City to the stage to give their speeches. 15 minutes had passed since the speeches were delivered. I think all the bosses. You can't wait for the auction to start, right? Well, without further ado, the auction will officially begin next. The host raised his hand. At this time, the first auction item was pushed up. The first lot, a painting, starts at 100,000 with a single minimum increase of $10,000. As for which calligrapher the painting came from, Lin Yun didn't hear it clearly. Anyway, Lin Yun wasn't interested in calligraphy and painting or anything at all. Instead, it was the presenter's one-time introduction that made Lin Yun want to go to sleep. To Lin Yun's surprise, there were quite a few bosses who called for the price of this painting and calligraphy after the auction started, and it was finally auctioned off by a boss at a price of $550,000. The second item up for auction was an antique vase, which Lin Yun was similarly uninterested in, and this antique vase ended up with a price of $400,000. The third item up for auction, a glassy jadeite bracelet, starts at $300,000. $350,000. $400,000. $450,000. As soon as the auction began, the calls for bids were loud and clear. Lu Bo, what's a glass seed? Lin Yun looked at Lu Bo. Lin Yun used to be a poor boy, and although he knew about emerald, he didn't know about very specific classifications. Lin Dong, glass seed is the best variety of jadeite. This glass seed jadeite color is very good. No accident. May shoot million high price. Lu Bo stared at the stage and said. Immediately afterward, Lu Bo looked at Lin Yun and said curiously, Lin Dong, you're interested in this jadeite bracelet? Well, there's some interest. Lin Yun smiled and nodded. At this point, the price had been called as high as $1. 15 million. Boss Ting is bidding 150,000. Is there anything higher than 150,000? 15 million for the first time. 15 million for the second time. The host on the stage had raised the auction hammer in his hand and started counting down. I'll give you $5 million. It was at this time that a loud voice rang out. Everyone followed the sound of the voice and the person who came into view. It was Lin Yun. TSK, Huating's new chairman is just generous, raising the price so much at once. Everyone couldn't help but sigh when they saw Lin Yun raise it to $5 million at once. Boss Ting, I've got my eye on this jadeite bracelet. Are you okay with that? Lin Yun turned his head and said to Boss Ting, who was sitting not far away. The owner of the court is the same person who just bid 115. No. Boss Ting could only give a dry laugh. Originally, Boss Ting had his eye on this jadeite bracelet, and he had thought that he would definitely be able to take it. As a result, Lin Yun directly increased the price to $5 million. So how could he dare to increase the price further? He also didn't think that his own wealth was comparable to Lin Yun's. $1.5 million. This jadeite bracelet. It's Huating Lin Dong's now. The moderator saw that no one else was bidding and immediately dropped the gavel. Next, the auction continued, and many more things were put up for auction one after another. But Lin Yun never made another bid. What Lin Yun was waiting for was the last major event, the land auction. On stage, after another item is auctioned off. Bosses, next is the grand finale of our auction, the land auction. The host's voice was loud and clear. Many of the bosses on stage came to their senses when they heard this. The first piece of land is the piece of land at the Fire God Temple in the east of the city, with a starting price of $2 million and a single minimum increase of $100,000. The host announced, $2.5 million, $2,800,000. The increase in price was loud and clear. Dong Lin, this piece of land is in the suburbs. It's very remote. It's not worth much. Our company has no intention of developing it. Lu Bo said. Lin Yun nodded. The few pieces of land that must be grabbed. Lu Bo had told Lin Yun before. The Fire God Temple piece of land was not among them. Chapter 66, Crazy Price Rising. Xiang Jinxiang similarly did not participate in the bidding. Apparently also do not see the land. Eventually, the land went to a small local developer for $8 million. This low value is also reserved for these smaller developers. Of course, this kind of small local developers can only take some inconspicuous land, because they simply don't have the capital to compete with the Golden Strong Group and the Huading Group for good places. At this time, the second lot auction began. Development Zone 12, A total area of 78 acres. How high is the value of this piece of land? I'm sure many bosses have a number in their hearts. The starting price is $8 million. A single minimum increase of $500,000. The host announced. Gee, this lot is in a prime location on the left side of the development zone. It's a piece of treasure. That's right. The value of this piece of land is very high, and the Huading Group and the Golden Strong Group will inevitably engage in a fierce competition. There's no telling which of them will end up grabbing this land. Many of the bosses present couldn't help but murmur when they heard about Development Zone 12. They could foresee that a bloody struggle was about to kick off. 8. 5 million. 9 million. 9. 5 million. A local real estate owner tentatively called up the price. Although they knew that they couldn't compete with the Huading Group and the Golden Strong Group when the price was raised, they could still try to call the price when it was low. Lin Yun, who had originally closed his eyes to rest, also opened his eyes when he heard Development Zone 12. The importance of this piece of land. Lu Bo had already told Lin Yun on his way here. There was also Xiang Jinxiang, who had originally leaned back in his chair, but was now sitting up. $50 million. A young voice rang out. Everyone fixed their eyes on the bidder, and it was none other than Lin Yun. TSK, the chairman of Huading. He actually raised it directly to $50 million at a time. This is showing his confidence that he's determined to win. Everyone was taken aback by Lin Yun's sharp increase in price. The value of this land is high, but normally you can get it for around 80 million. After all, Qingyang City is not a provincial city, and the housing prices here have not soared to as horrible as the provincial city. Those local bosses who were still tentatively calling for a price immediately shut up. At this kind of price, they no longer had the capital to call for more. Xiang Jinxiang was also startled by Lin Yun's fierce price increase. Since Lin Yun had already made his move, Xiang Jinxiang naturally wouldn't wait any longer. $60 million. Xiang Jinxiang raised his card to offer, adding $10 million upwards. Master Xiang is offering $60 million. Is there anything higher? The host on the stage shouted. 100 million. Lin Yun's voice sounded once again. The bosses present, they all looked surprised to hear that the price had been steeply raised to another $100 million. This is up to $100 million? This piece of land is worth a lot, but it's worth 100 million at most, right? The chairman of Huading directly quoted $100 million. He is not wanting to slowly add, is wanting to directly take the meaning. I wonder what Master Xiang will do. Everyone looked at Jin Chang. This kid is out of his element. When Xiang Jinxiang saw Lin Yun quoting $100 million, his face looked a little gloomy. Xiang Jinxiang had wanted to add 10 million upwards. This increase was already very high. They didn't expect Lin Yun to instantly call for 100 million. You know, normally, it wouldn't even take $100 million to buy this land. Master Xiang, it's clear that there's a fight with this kid today. The military division sitting next to Xiang Jinxiang said. My $600 million was not prepared for nothing. Xiang Jinxiang said with narrowed eyes. Lin Dong bid 100 million. Is there anything higher than 100 million? The host on the stage exclaimed. I offer $110 million. Xiang Jinxiang raised his card to offer. Master Xiang bid $110 million. Any higher? The host's voice was loud and clear on the stage. Lin Yun looked towards Xiang Jinxiang on the other end and said. I say, Master Xiang. Don't you feel tired of raising only $10 million at a time? Xiang Jinxiang's face changed. This is simply a naked provocation to him. Lin Yun withdrew his gaze, then with a smile on his face, he raised his card again to make an offer. I'll give you $200 million. 200 million? We, in Qingyang City, have never auctioned off land with a price tag of $200 million. When the people present heard Lin Yun violently raise the price to 200 million, they were horrified. This increase in price was too fierce, wasn't it? Even the host on the stage was shocked when he heard $200 million. This number has already set a record in the history of Qingyang City land auction. The highest price for land auctioned in Qingyang City last time was $120 million, and today's land auction has only just begun, and it's already setting a new record? Even Lu Bo, who was sitting next to Lin Yun, was surprised by Lin Yun. After flabbergasted for a moment, the host hurriedly made a loud announcement. 200 million. Lin Dong bid $200 million. Is there anything higher than $200 million? The bosses in the venue, as well as the host on the stage, all looked towards Xiang Jinxiang at this time, knowing that only Xiang Jinxiang had the qualifications to compete. At this moment, Xiang Jinxiang's face looked a bit ugly. $200 million. That's well over the original price of the land. Xiang Jinxiang had only prepared 300 million at the beginning, and it was to deal with Lin Yun that he increased it to 600 million later. But now a piece of land was called up to 200 million? Damn! This kid doesn't count the cost. Xiang Jinxiang said through gritted teeth. Lin Yun's ferocious bidding like this greatly exceeded Xiang Jinxiang's expectations. But Xiang Jinxiang had let slip a cruel word today that he wanted to embarrass Lin Yun at today's auction. So if he wimped out now, he'd be the one embarrassed. Xiang Jinxiang, who was riding a tiger, could only clench his teeth, then raised his card and offered $250 million. This time, Xiang Jinxiang hardened his head and added $50 million upwards at once. Quoting such a price, Xiang Jinxiang's heart was already dripping blood. I'll offer $350 million. Xiang Jinxiang's words had only fallen, and before the host on the stage had time to ask, Lin Yun once again quoted the price of $350 million. $350 million? Heck! The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing this offer. My God! For a piece of land originally worth $80 or $90 million, it's called $350 million? That's more than 3 times the premium. What? $350 million? Xiang Jinxiang's facial muscles twitched. As a matter of fact, the higher the price went, the smaller the increase would be. He didn't expect that it had all gone to such a high price, and Lin Yun was still raising the price by 100 million at a time. Master Xiang, this kid is completely reckless. Are we still adding? The warlord also panicked. They had initially anticipated that Lin Yun might raise the price, but they hadn't anticipated that Lin Yun would raise it so violently. Xiang Jinxiang is also very hesitant at this time. It would be too much of a loss if he adds more, and he is not willing to not add. It was while Xiang Jinxiang was hesitating, Lin Yun opened his mouth and said, I say, Master Xiang, before the auction started you put out a tough word. What? Can't play anymore? Xiang Jinxiang, will not be able to afford to play? Xiang Jinxiang was instantly enraged. 400 million. I'll offer $400 million. Xiang Jinxiang gritted his teeth and yelled, alright, I'll offer $500 million. Lin Yun smiled and made a direct offer. The entire room was in an uproar when Lin Yun's offer came out. $500 million? Goodness! For such a piece of land. It's even offered up to $500 million. The whole venue was abuzz. Everyone knows that the land is definitely not worth that much money. This Lin Dong is also too fierce, right? In order to fight with Master Xiang, he even called up to $500 million? Even Lu Bo, who was beside him, couldn't help but pull Lin Yun. Lin Dong, I have only prepared a total of 500 million. This is only the first piece of land. You take out all of it, and spend 500 million to buy this piece of land. It is not worth it. Lu Bo said eagerly. I have my own plans. Lin Yun smiled. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun got up and looked towards Jin Chang. Master Xiang, do you still want to follow? We'll continue if you still want to follow. Lin Yun said with a smile. You. Xiang Jinxiang face is green. He continued to offer words. The price has exceeded the limit he can afford. If he does not offer words, he cannot get off the stage. There are so many people can watch it. Master Xiang, forget it. Don't grab it. Let him have it. There are better ones behind. The military division said. Right at this moment, Lin Yun smiled and spoke again. Xiang Jinxiang, get out if you can't afford to play. You're not good enough to play auction with me. Angrily, Xiang Jinxiang slammed his hands on the Taisher chair and stood up violently. If I don't take this piece of land today, I won't be named Xiang. Chapter 67. This land is yours. 600 million. I'll pay $600 million. Angrily, Xiang Jinxiang directly increased the price by 100 million this time. 600 million. Jesus. 600 million. The bosses in the venue were so shocked that they were almost numb. Such numbers made them feel dizzy. Before the auction started, everyone had already predicted that today's land auction would be a bloodbath, but no one expected it to reach this point. Just then, Lin suddenly stood up, looked at Xiang Jinxiang, and said with a smile, okay, $600 million. This land is yours. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked up at the stage and said to the host, Master Xiang bid $600 million. I don't think there's anyone else bidding anymore. Let's drop the hammer. Oh, well, the host, who was still in a daze, hurriedly nodded after hearing Lin Yun's words. Immediately afterward, the host dropped his gavel with a thud while announcing loudly in a shrill voice, Lot 12 in the development zone. $600 million. It's Master Xiang's. Such a price was directly the highest ever recorded in Xinjiang City. At this point, Master Xiang was confused. Kid, you don't rob anymore? Xiang Jinxiang glared at Lin Yun on the other side. Just now, Xiang Jinxiang had already been provoked upwards by Lin Yun, and he thought that Lin Yun would continue to fight with him. $600 million for this land? Only little cuties like you, only buy it. I don't even want to offer $100 million. Lin Yun laughed. After a pause, Lin Yun smiled and continued. I raised the price only because I wanted to pit you. The words I said before were just deliberately provoking you. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Being provoked by me? You really went into the trap. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun smiled and applauded. Congratulations to Master Xiang. $600 million to take the No. 12 land in the development zone. A record. Everyone applaud. Put. After Xiang Jinxiang heard Lin Yun's words, he directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yun was actually setting himself up? Surprisingly, he was deliberately provoking himself and then deliberately punking himself? Bastard. I'll kill you. Xiang Jinxiang stood up violently, as if he was going to rush over and kill Lin Yun, his eyes bursting with forced fury. Master Xiang. No way. Arms Master hugged Xiang Jinxiang. Master Xiang, the auction is officially organized, so we can't do that. If we commit murder here, we won't be able to cover it, the military counselor said eagerly. Xiang Jinxiang calmed down for a moment after hearing this. Lin Yun, I'm not done with you. It's not over. Xiang Jinxiang yelled at Lin Yun before he sat back heavily on the eunuch chair. At this moment, Xiang Jinxiang's face turned purple because of his anger. It was a full $600 million, and it was just pitched away by Lin Yun. Most importantly, how could Xiang Jinxiang swallow his breath when he was pitched in front of so many bosses? At this point, the entire venue was still abuzz. I go. After half a day, the new chairman of Huading is deliberately raising the price to pit Master Xiang. He screwed Master Xiang a full $600 million this time. In the entire Xinjiang City business community, I'm afraid he's the only one who dares to screw Master Xiang like this, right? Master Xiang must be furious right now. After Xiang Jinxiang heard these words, he was even more furious and trembled. The other side. Lin Dong, your move is really high. We made Xiang Jinxiang lose a large sum of money without any loss, and also gave him a downward spiral, which pissed him off and made him spit out blood. Lu Bo couldn't help but give Lin Yun a thumbs up. Just now, Lu Bo was very worried about why Lin Yun would raise the price like that crazily, but now that he looked back, he realized how powerful Lin Yun was. After a pause, Lu Bo continued. After Xiang Jinxiang has spent these $600 million, I reckon that the money he has prepared is almost spent, and after the fiasco just now, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to bid recklessly anymore. I guarantee that this will be the only piece of land he takes in this auction today, and next, I won't let him take another piece of land. A smile emerged from the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. At this time, the host on the stage spoke. Next, the auction of Lot 16 of the new park, with a total area of 91 acres and a starting bid of $10 million. On the way here, Lu Bo had likewise introduced this piece of land to Lin Yun, and the price of this piece of land was a bit higher than the value of the piece of land just now. The normal valuation of this land is around $120 million. I'll give you $100 million. The host had only just finished speaking when Lin Yun directly raised his card to make an offer. Hiss. Chairman Lin has made another bid. It's still raised so horribly. I also don't know if Chairman Lin wants to continue to raise the price this time to fix Master Xiang, or if Chairman Lin really wants to auction this piece of land. Lin Yun's renewed bid once again triggered the atmosphere in the arena. Everyone looked at Xiang Jinxiang, wondering how Xiang Jinxiang would face it again. It was clear in everyone's mind that the current auction was a war between Xiang Jinxiang and Lin Yun. Master Xiang, this kid is raising the price again. He's not trying to intentionally screw us over again, is he? How can this be? The military division was worried. ********************************************* asshole. Xiang Jinxiang also paled. For Xiang Jinxiang, after he had just been duped, he was now faced with Lin Yun's drastic price hike. He was instead caught in a dilemma. If he continued to raise the price, he was afraid that Lin Yun would pit him. If he didn't raise the price, he would be unwilling to give the land to Lin Yun. Immediately afterward, Xiang Jinxiang slammed his right hand on the armrest of the eunuch chair while gritting his teeth. No matter what, I can't give it up to him. This piece of land is the best today, and he has just placed a piece. I don't believe he's willing to give up this piece of land to me as well. Xiang Jinxiang was certain that there was no way Lin Yun would let him have this piece of land as well. But Master Xiang, we've prepared a total of 600 million this time, and we've just spent it all on that piece of land in the development zone. We don't have the money even if we want to call for it. The military division said helplessly. Don't worry. I still have $300 million of private money in my card. Xiang Jinxiang said with narrowed eyes. 100 million for the second time. Is there a higher one? The host on stage had counted down. I'll give you $200 million. Xiang Jinxiang immediately called the price. After Xiang Jinxiang called the price, Lin Yun couldn't help but look at Master Xiang in surprise and said, How dare you ask for more? Master Xiang? Aren't you afraid I'll keep screwing you? Lin Yun originally thought that after his own hand of deliberately raising the price to pit people just now, it was reasonable to say that Xiang Jinxiang, faced with his own steeply raised price, should not dare to venture any further, right? Shouldn't dare to make another offer, right? Lin Yun originally thought that this should be enough to get the land at a cheap price. So Xiang Jinxiang's bid again let Lin Yun a little surprised, and Xiang Jinxiang this time also directly up a full 100 million. If you have the guts to pit me, this piece of land is the most important. I don't believe you still don't want it. Xiang Jinxiang's voice was loud. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed as a coldness flashed in his eyes. Lin Yun didn't expect that Xiang Jinxiang had guessed his thoughts. Indeed, this piece of land was a piece of land that Lin Yun must fight for. Lu Bo also couldn't help but whisper. This Xiang Jinxiang really does have some brains, and was able to conclude that we were bound for this piece of land. Ha ha, kid, look at this expression on your face. It's 80% that I guessed right. Right? This time, it's my turn to raise your price. You want this piece of land? Then prepare to spend even more money than I just did. Xiang Jinxiang laughed. Damn it! Lin Yun's face sank. At this time, the auction host above looked at Lin Yun and spoke. Master Xiang is bidding $200 million. Is there anyone else to raise the bid? These words were obviously directly addressed to Lin Yun, as Lin Yun was the only one present who had the capital to continue raising the price. I'll bid $300 million. Lin Yun raised his card to bid. 400 million. Xiang Jinxiang smiled and raised his card to raise the price. Xiang Jinxiang's purpose was obvious. That is, if you, Lin Yun, wanted this land, you must pay a heavy price. He wanted to avenge what he had just done. 500 million. Lin Yun continued to raise his card in bid. $600 million. Xiang Jinxiang continued to raise the price without hesitation. 800 million. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and directly raised it 200 million upwards. Such a price has already exceeded the original value of the land, and once again broke the record of the highest land price in Xingyang City, which had just been set. But there was no way around it. As Xiang Jinxiang had said before, Lin Yun had already let go of an important piece of land in order to screw him over. So how could this one be let go again? Kid, now you know how difficult it is to take the land, right? It's still the same sentence. If you want to take this piece of land, you'll have to pay a heavy price to do so. Xiang Jinxiang revealed a smug smile. Immediately afterward, Xiang Jinxiang raised his racket again. 900 million. I'll give you 900 million. Chapter 68, The Madness Continues. Hiss. 900 million dollars. The bosses present once again sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this price. Even though they were psychologically prepared after the last round of bidding, their hearts still raced after hearing such a terrifying figure of 900 million. Even in the provincial city, it was difficult to call a piece of land to such a horrible price off. That's enough to be the king price of the province, right? The total value of many of the bosses present was less than $900 million. 900 million? Lin Yun narrowed his eyes at the stage with a complicated gaze. Master Xiang bid 900 million. 900 million for the first time. The host on the stage screamed with his voice hoarse and his face reddened. This host, who had presided over many auctions, but such a horrible land price, he had never experienced before. That's a full $900 million. 900 million for the second time. Anyone else go higher than 900 million? The host yelled while looking at Lin Yun. His words were equally addressed to Lin Yun. After all, only Lin Yun could possibly continue to call for bids. Lin Yun thought for a moment, then said, no one goes higher than 900 million. After saying that, Lin Yun directly sat down. Originally, Master Xiang, who was still full of smiles, saw Lin Yun sit down, and the corners of his eyes suddenly twitched violently. Hey, you, why are you sitting down? Master Xiang hurriedly yelled at Lin Yun. $900 million for me to buy this land? I'm not crazy. Lin Yun responded indifferently. After speaking, Lin Yun directly closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. When Master Xiang saw Lin Yun close his eyes, he immediately panicked. Hey, don't you keep calling. If you call the price one more time, I will definitely not increase it. You go ahead and scream. Master Xiang yelled eagerly. Asterisk. Lin Yun closed his eyes and smiled, shaking his head. 900 million for the third time. I'll drop the hammer if no one raises the bid. The host on the stage raised the auction hammer in his hand, ready to drop the hammer. No, don't drop the gavel. I retract my $900 million bid. I retract it. I concede it to him. I'll let him have it. Master Xiang eagerly shouted. He called the price just to pit Lin Yun. He did not think of spending $900 million to buy this piece of land off. Spending $900 million on this piece of land can only result in one thing, and that is losing money to your grandma. I'm sorry, Master Xiang. According to the rules of the auction, a raised card cannot be withdrawn, the host said. After that, the host dropped the gavel with a bang. Thus, the land was auctioned off to Master Xiang at a price of $900 million. Knock! The moment the auction hammer fell, Master Xiang's face turned white and he fainted all of a sudden. Master Xiang, wake up! Master Xiang! Seeing that Master Xiang fainted, the military counselor rushed forward to support Master Xiang, then pinched his mahjong point. Wow! Master Xiang's fainting caused the whole audience to be in an uproar. People didn't expect that Master Xiang would pass out from anger. People didn't realize that Master Xiang had wanted to pit Lin Yun, but he ended up once again putting himself in the hole where Lin Yun was. Dong Lin, you actually made Master Xiang pass out from anger. Ha, he won't be pissed off just like that, right? Lu Bo said excitedly. It's not a crime to be angry, right? Lin Yun spread his hands. Ha, of course it's not illegal. Lu Bo laughed. Lin Dong, I didn't expect you to repeat the same trick and continue to pit him for a wave. And this time it's even more ruthless. A full $900 million. Lu Bo said excitedly. I'm helpless too. He had to make me pit him. What could I do? Lin Yun spread his hands helplessly. Lin Yun's original intention was to take this piece of land, but after just calling to Jin Chang for $900 million, Lin Yun thought carefully that it was actually pointless to call further up. After all, the purpose of taking land is to build a house to make money, and spending $900 million alone to take land and then build a house is obviously a very big loss. By then, not only do you have to spend time and effort to build and sell the house, but you will end up losing money. So why bother? Was it just for a breath? Lin Yun didn't think that was necessary. Therefore, Lin Yun finally decided to give up this piece of land, and then pitted Xiang Jinxiang once more. Would not it be beautiful? The other side. Xiang Jinxiang woke up only after the military counselor pinched him for a few moments. Master Xiang, you're awake. When the military division saw that Master Xiang had awakened, he immediately showed a joyful face. Ground, taken by us? These were the first words to Jinxiang when he awoke. That's right, Master Xiang. That piece of land was auctioned off by you for $900 million. The warlord hung his head in shame. Put. Another mouthful of blood spurted out from Xiang Jinxiang. This is $900 million. Xiang Jinxiang has already spent $600 million before, and it is very difficult to make him take another $900 million at one time. After all, this kind of industrial company, the vast majority of the money, are invested in the project. Want to take out a large sum of money in one breath is difficult. Xiang Jinxiang wants to take this $900 million out in a short time, but also have to think of many ways to do so. Master Xiang, the body is important. It's important. Money can be earned again. The military counselor comforted him. Get out of the way. Xiang Jinxiang stood up violently, then looked at Lin Yun, who was sitting on his right side. Kid, why don't you grab it? Why don't you grab it anymore? Xiang Jinxiang yelled hysterically. Master Xiang, I can only say that you're too stupid to be punked by me twice in a row at the same time. In the same place, you only have yourself to blame. Lin Yun spread his hands and said. After a pause, Lin Yun laughed again. 600 million plus 900 million. That's a full one. 5 billion. Master Xiang, you're just rich. 2 pieces of land that are only worth less than 200 million. You're on the verge of spending 5 billion. TSK. You. Xiang Jinxiang was trembling with anger. Master Xiang, calm down. Master Xiang, calm down. The military division was continuously consoling at the back. Although Xiang Jinxiang was angry, there was nothing he could do at the auction site. Kid, you wait for me. I will definitely settle this debt with you. Xiang Jinxiang said this before sitting back heavily in his seat. Xiang Jinxiang has awakened from his coma, and the auction continues on down the road. The next auction, again, is Lot C5 in the development zone, covering an area of 63 acres, with a starting price of $7 million. The host on the stage said, Development Zone C5, this piece of land, no matter the location, area, have just those two pieces of land a little worse, but the same as one of Lin Yun's goals. I'll offer $50 million, Lin Yun directly offered. After quoting the price, Lin Yun looked toward Jin Chang and said with a smile, Master Xiang, are we still robbing? Get out. After spitting out a word to Jin Chang, he simply closed his eyes. After the lesson he had just learned twice, how could Xiang Jinxiang still dare to call the price with Lin Yun? He was absolutely sure that Lin Yun would be able to call for several $100 million again next time. Lot C3 in the development zone. Chairman Lin is bidding $50 million. $50 million for the first time. $50 million for the second time. Anyone else bid higher than $50 million? The voice of the host on stage carried across the room. The entire auction was silent, and not a single person called for a bid. The reason was simple. They had just seen how violently Lin Yun had raised the price. They had seen how miserable it was to follow Lin Yun's bidding. Plus, $50 million is already a lot of money, so no one is calling for it. $50 million for the third time. Land C3 in the development zone. Owned by Chairman Lin. Bang! The host on the stage saw that no one had raised the bid, and he immediately dropped the hammer. Not bad. Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction. It was definitely worth the $50 million to take the land, and the process went very smoothly. Although the value of this piece of land wasn't as big as the two pieces just now, after the development of this golden brand of Huading, it would still be no problem to earn $300 to $500 million in the end. Unlike those two previous lots, which were taken at such a high price that they would have lost money instead. Asterisk. When Xiang Jinxiang saw that Lin Yun had taken the land so smoothly, he was naturally red-eyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Next, the auction continued with 3 more lots being auctioned off one after another. 2 of them, Lin Yun auctioned them off at $40 million and $35 million respectively. The prices Lin Yun quoted were the normal values of these lands, and there was no one to grab them from Lin Yun after he quoted them. There is also a piece of land, because the location is remote and small, cannot enter the eyes of Lin Yun, so Lin Yun did not start, was a small local real estate company, with a price of $7.5 million auction. During this period, Xiang Jinxiang had been leaning on his chair with a pale face and had not made another bid. This time, ladies and gentlemen, the next thing to be auctioned is the largest piece of land in this auction. The construction site, with a total area of 500 acres and a starting price of $50 million. The host said, the largest piece of land before was only nearly 100 acres, and this time it turned out to be a full 500 acres.